Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 283, Fifth Slap, 5. Jun Wuxie, who had been admitted into the hidden cloud peak just to spite Mu Chen, currently became a great shock to Kutsang Ju. The youth's skills and precision with flying needles were on par with him. How was that possible? Kutsang Ju had been unstoppable with his hidden flying poison dark needles and sneak attacks. His discreet attacks on unsuspecting opponents had taken down many senior high-leveled spirit experts, and it had failed on a young pipsqueak of a youth here. The fact remained, though, that Jun Wuxie had done it. You really disgust me. Jun Wuxie, who had remained silent all this time, furrowed her brow, as the image of Kutsang Ju standing before her, duplicated with her memory of the demonic figure of her past life, who declared in the name of research, and carried out unspeakable cruelty and horrors. People like them must not be allowed to live at all. Under that cold gaze, Kutsang Ju could feel a chill from his feet running up through his bent and crooked body. It was an insult to him that a gaze from a little brat could send shivers through him. You brat. Such a filthy mouth. It does not matter who you are, but once you set foot onto Hidden Cloud Peak, do not even think of stepping out alive. Kutsang Ju cackled with forced bravado, refusing to believe that the two little kids could cause so much of a stir here. The Hidden Cloud Peak was his domain. Can you stop me? Jun Wuxie lifted her face, and the corners of her mouth curled into a devilish smile. The unremarkable face was somehow transformed by the devilish smile that surfaced into a beautiful face. Try me and you'll find out. Rest assured, I will allow you to live longer than the rest, to fully savor the torment I will prepare just for you. Kutsang Ju's evil cackle rang shrilly, as the unbridled hatred broke loose when he saw the beautiful face with the devilish smile on Jun Wuxie. All beautiful things must be totally destroyed. Xiao Chu stood there, a frown on his face. He had wanted to rush in and teach that malicious hideous monster a lesson. But Jun Wuxie had suddenly raised a hand and stopped him in his tracks. Stand back. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes, her smile growing more radiant. Xiao Chu paused in hesitation. He felt that the Jun Wuxie before him was a different person. He was obviously smiling so radiantly, but that smile had sent chills through his body. That unnerving feeling made Xiao Chu submit to Jun Wuxie's command, and he took a step back. Kid, you are looking to die. Kutsang Ju did not think Jun Wuxie was a threat. It was just a kid before him, and even if he possessed surpassing abilities, it did not matter to him. Kutsang Ju's prowess was not in his fighting capabilities, but from his expertise in poison. Poison that killed his enemies unknowingly, without form. Under the skies, no one was more familiar than him, how to kill with poison. When he wanted it, he could kill anyone, anytime, to die not knowing what had killed him. With just two brats like you, you have no chance. Within the Hidden Cloud Peak, not even a contingent of soldiers can take me down. You will only find death before you, and soon, you will find out what true agony is. Kutsang Ju's face twisted grotesquely as he smiled, and his hideous face became horrifying to look at, looking like a ghastly repulsive monster just climbed out from the abyss. The bronze bells at the end of his robes rang loudly and plumes of green smoke emitted from the bells as it permeated and spread throughout the chamber. As the green smoke rose, Hua Yao, who was still suspended on the wall, showed rare shock on his face when he had been calm even under torture. His voice panicked, he suddenly shouted, "Go! Get away quick! That is poisonous lone smoke." Kutsang Ju's cackling laughter rang out maniacally as he stood with his arms outstretched, staring viciously at Jun Wuxie and Xiao Chu. Trash of the lower realm, you should feel honored to die under the deadly lethal lone smoke. Chapter 284, Fifth Slap, 5. Kutsang Ju stared at Jun Wuxie and Xiao Chu, his eyes narrowed with malice. He knew better than anyone how lethal the lone smoke was. The poison manifests itself as smoke, and even if people held their breaths, the poison would still permeate into the body through the skin at the slightest touch. The underground chamber was relatively sealed, and in this enclosed space, there was nowhere for his two prey to escape. The lone smoke swirled and covered every inch of the underground chamber. The two brats were as good as dead. This poison could even kill a whole contingent of soldiers. Enjoy every ounce of agony. Within this inescapable prison, quiver in fear as death comes to claim both of you. Kutsang-Ju's face was looking more sinister as his smile grew wider. He longed to see the two impertinent youths fall before him, and cower at his feet. Xiao Chu had at his first chance, pulled on Jun Wuxie's elbow, when the words "lone smoke" had raised the hair on the back of his neck. Run! The lone smoke is deadly lethal. The slightest contact with the smoke will kill you. Xiao Chu pulled at Jun Wuxie as he shouted, his face pale with fright. He did not expect Kutsang-Ju to possess something as lethal as the lone smoke. Xiao Chu pulled frantically but found that he had not moved an inch. He turned around and saw Jun Xie staring coldly at Kutsang-Ju, still smiling radiantly. Jun Xie. Let's go. Xiao Chu looked on perplexed, almost wanting to just carry her up and run from the poison. This is lone smoke. Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow, as her mouth parted in laughter, her eyes devoid of any fear. She stared calmly into the green smoke that swirled around her, as she would at ordinary smoke. Xiao Chu froze, as he looked at Jun Xie, thinking whether the kid had lost his mind. Shouldn't the first reaction of a normal person when they encountered lethal poison smoke be to run? But this lunatic here was just standing there, refusing to budge, staring into it, and smiling, like it was entertainment. Kutsang-Ju's horrifying smile started to fade. You brats, people who are able to die under the lone smoke in the lower realm number few and far between. For me to use such precious poison to send you to hell, you should be feeling honored. If the brat's face had not shown him such a radiant and beautiful smile, he would not have used such rare and precious lethal lone smoke on them. But to be able to appreciate their faces twisted in agony before they died under the lone smoke, it would have been all worth it. As he saw the poison swirl and spread further, Kutsang-Ju could not contain the excitement that surged within him. The lone smoke had enveloped Jun Xie and tendrils of the poison caressed her skin. It would not be long before these arrogant brats turn into a pile of bones. Precious. Jun Wuxie laughed, as she would at a good joke. She tilted her head and looked at the smoke that continued to swirl around her, and the chill in her eyes grew colder. If you find such insignificant toys of yours precious, I will show you something better. Jun Wuxie's words reflected her amusement and she stepped forward, and flicked her sleeves, dispelling the smoke before her. How can you still be all right? Kutsang-Ju's face froze in shock. The lone smoke had definitely reached her and engulfed her entire body. Why was there no reaction? That could not be possible. The deadly lone smoke should have caused an immediate reaction upon any contact with the body, and how could the brat still be fine? You want to harm me with play toys for children? Stop kidding me. Jun Wuxie said coldly. Chapter 285, Fifth Slap, 7. Jun Wuxie's words left every single one of them dumbfounded, even Xiao Chu and Hua Yao were shocked. When Kutsang-Ju had released the lone smoke earlier, both of them had pushed their spirit powers out from their bodies and created a protective shield around themselves. Although it could not totally keep the lone smoke out, it could at least slow down the poison's effects on them. Even so, Xiao Chu and Hua Yao were not in very good shape. Wherever the lone smoke had seeped through and came into contact with their skin, it burned and felt like flames were licking them, as a stinging pain was felt. Their spirit powers could not completely keep the lone smoke out and their skin turned a glaring shade of red and the burn spreaded to attack their vital organs, engulfing them in burning agony. But not Jun Wuxie, she stood unaffected, her face not showing any signs of discomfort. The stark contrast almost made Kutsang-Ju's eyes pop out of his head. Kutsang-Ju's smile twisted as the corners of his mouth twitched. He stared intensely at Jun Wuxie, trying to find any signs of the poison's effects on her body. The result made him slump in despair. From head to toe, there was not a mark on Jun Wuxie. What surprised him more was that she did not even use any spiritual powers to protect herself, she just allowed the lone smoke to engulf her completely before Kutsang-Ju's eyes, standing calm and defiant. Impossible, Kutsang-Ju stared woodenly at Jun Wuxie, unable to believe his own eyes. The lone smoke was infallible, and Xiao Chu's and Hua Yao's reactions further ascertained that fact. What was allowing a young brat like this to remain immune to the lone smoke? You have the antidote? Kutsang-Ju asked of Jun Wuxie through gritted teeth. Unless she had previously taken the antidote, no one who possessed anything below the purple-leveled spirit can escape from the deadly lone smoke. With Jun Wuxie's young age, she could not possibly have attained a purple spirit. Antidote. Jun Wuxie laughed and shook her head, and her cold eyes looked at Kutsang-ju in amusement. You just refuse to give up and continue to play dumb. Nothing as insignificant as this would harm me in the slightest. Just give it up. Jun Wuxie stepped towards Kutsang-ju, as the green smoke churned with her passing. Kutsang-ju's face paled, and he flicked his voluminous sleeves. Several black poison needles flew at Jun Wuxie, and seemingly at the same moment, Jun Wuxie had raised a hand and cold white flashes streaked from her fingers. The clash of needles brought the needles clattering to the floor. Don't you have anything new? The needles laid upon the floor, useless, and not a single one could even get close to Jun Wuxie's body. Her lightning-quick reflexes surprised even Hua Yao and Xiao Chu, who watched in amazement at Jun Wuxie's unexpected calm. She did not use an ounce of spiritual power but was able to throw out her needles with such speed and precision. Where was this kid from? Kutsang-ju's darkened at that moment. The lone smoke had been his trump card, but it was useless against the brat. His trusted poison needles were not as fast as Jun Wuxie's silver needles. Kutsang-ju had witnessed his needles stop 2 times, and was certain that the brat could really bring him down with those silver needles alone. His own affirmation made Kutsang-ju break out in cold sweat. Within the hidden cloud peak that was his to command, he found himself feeling an oppressive pressure pressing over him, making it hard for him to breathe. This brat's speed and precision was unbelievable. How old was he? How could this be? Chapter 286, Fifth Slap, 8. Never in his worst nightmares had Kutsang-ju ever dreamt that he would be overpowered by a mere brat, pushed to the point like this. He watched in horror as Jun Wuxie closed the distance between them. And with every approaching step, Kutsang-ju cringed. He flung his hands out in desperation, as puffs of smokes in various dark shades of color sprayed towards Jun Wuxie. He had lived all his life with the firm belief he had in his poisons, and that brat would be no exception to the countless opponents that had died under them. Even if the most deadly lone smoke had no effect, the other myriad fatal poisons he held hidden within his sleeves must have one that would kill the kid. However, Jun Wuxie continued forward, not even blinking, stepping through the heavily poisoned clouds of smoke that swirled around her, her cold chilling eyes shining through the dense poisonous fog. Those eyes held nothing but utter contempt. Are you finished? Jun Wuxie asked impatiently, after seeing Kutsang-ju's desperate attempt to throw everything he had at his disposal right onto her. Kutsang-ju looked at Jun Wuxie, and words seemed to fail him at that moment. The successive gusts of smoke he released had contained tens of different lethal poisons from all over the world. Even the strongest of fighters would have fallen under his incessant onslaught with the copious amount of poison he had released. Nevertheless, Jun Wuxie still stood, unaffected, and her radiant smile only seemed to him to be mocking at his weakness and hideous looks. I can't believe unbelievable. Kutsang-ju fell back a step, his face taking on a deathly pallor. He had grown up hideous, his veins and arteries deformed and incomplete, and hence his contractual ring spirit had not even awoken. He cursed the heavens at the injustice, and delved headlong, committing his whole life to the study of poison. Even without the strength given by spirit powers, without a mighty contractual ring spirit, he carved out his own path with poison, to kill all who despised and went against him. But now, his vision had been shattered, by a young boy before him. His prized poisons that had been his pride and joy, were now a joke to Jun Wuxie. The study and research that he had committed his whole life to, could not even harm a single strand of hair on Jun Wuxie. How did she overcome his life's work so easily? If you are finished, then it's my turn next. Jun Wuxie's smile widened and she retrieved a gray porcelain bottle from a cloth bag on her. Kutsang-ju's eyes were fixed intently on the bottle within Jun Wuxie's hands, as though a ferocious beast was trapped within it. When Jun Wuxie poured out a tiny elixir the size of her little finger's nail, Kutsang-ju heaved a sigh of relief. Kutsang-ju had expected for a boy seemingly totally immune to the myriad poisons he released, to counter with a more fearsome and deadly poison. But the boy had instead produced a common pill, and judging by its outlook, Kutsang-ju was certain that that was just a bone-rotting pill. The bone-rotting pill was highly poisonous and deadly, and when ingested, the bones within the person's body will quickly start to rot and decay. To the common man, this poison was frighteningly lethal, but to Kutsang-ju, it could not be something more common to him. The bone-rotting pill was one of the products of his whole life's work in the study and research of poison. And most of the Qingyun clan's disciples would even carry a couple of them on them at all times. The impertinent brat actually had the cheek to try to intimidate him with his own bone-rotting pill. That was a joke. With every kind of poison that he produced, he had researched its contents intensively and knew everything about them. He had taken all precautions to ingest the antidotes to provide him immunity from them. No matter how much of his own poison he took, they would not have any effects on him. Kid, do you know where that bone-rotting pill you hold in your hand had originated from? Kutsang-ju suddenly wanted to laugh at his own uncalled-for anxiety over the boy. The boy's immunity to his poisons had greatly surprised him, and besides that, he was just like any other ordinary boy. He must have been too shocked, and allowed panic to overcome him. Now that he had calmed down, he realized that he was not in that much of a danger. Chapter 287, Fifth Slap, 9. Just moments ago, the needles the brat had shot out from his hands had been just common silver needles, and had contained not a trace of poison. Useless needles such as these, as long as they did not pierce into a vital spot, would not be able to cause him any harm. Kutsang-ju might not be confident of avoiding all of Jun Wusie's needles, he was sure that he could avoid them from hitting any vital spots. The brat was immune to the poison, but it seemed his companions were not that lucky. Kutsang-ju cast his eyes onto the wavering Qiao-chu behind Jun Wusie. Qiao-chu had released his spirit powers to shield his body, but it was not enough to stop the lone smoke completely, and Qiao-chu was beginning to waver as he stood, and the skin all over his body was glaringly red, showing the exact symptoms of having been poisoned by the lone smoke. Soon, Qiao-chu would be on his last breaths. Besides his horrifying poison, Kutsang-ju had no other fighting abilities. If he were to be engaged in a melee with a strong spirit user, he would not last a heartbeat. But standing before him, the young boy had no strong ring spirit, and did not seem to have attained any high-level spiritual powers himself as well. At his age, even if his ring spirit had awoken, his spiritual powers should still be struggling at the red level. A tiny red-leveled spirit user posed no real threat to him. Kutsang-ju justified and cleared his fears and doubts, and a smile crept back only his face. Jun Wusie noticed the change in Kutsang-ju's expression and looked at the poison in her hand before she said, "So you call this bone-rotting pill?" Jun Wusie's question only served to reinforce Kutsang-ju's suspicion that the brat did not have any terrifying poison in his possession. If he was that well versed with poison, shouldn't he have recognized the bone-rotting pill? An ignorant kid that couldn't even identify the bone-rotting pill would not possess anything that posed a threat to him, and only stood up to him based on his body that was immune to poison. With that belief, Kutsang-ju regained his arrogance and sinister expression. "Kid, you dare bring my own poison before me to intimidate me? How naive and ignorant." "Your own poison?" Jun Wusie raised an eyebrow. Suddenly she waved her hand forward and called out, "Little Black." A massive black shadow streaked forward from behind Qiao-chu, and it pounced onto Kutsang-ju, who had just regained his confidence a moment ago. Kutsang-ju could not even react in time to dodge and found himself knocked backwards by a brutally overwhelming force and fell onto the ground. When he recovered from the shock and the pain, he found himself helplessly pinned under a black beast's massive paws upon his shoulders, rendering him immobile. Before his eyes was a massive black beast slavering jaws, its razor-sharp fangs glinting under the dim firelight. His newly restored arrogance melted away in that instant, torn to shreds by the black beast upon him, the expression on his face replaced with one of sheer terror. "You claim this is your own work, why don't you try it on yourself?" Jun Wusie walked over slowly, keeping herself on the side. That man was too filthy, and if she were to touch him in the slightest, she would be so disgusted that she would want to skin herself, hence, she had made Little Black Cat to do it for her. Jun Wusie gestured to the black beast, and the beast gave a ear-splitting roar before it kicked its hind paw on the belly of Kutsang-ju. Kutsang-ju screamed under the pain, and with his mouth opened, Jun Wusie flicked her wrist and threw the tiny bone-rotting pill into the open mouth. Little Black Cat immediately lifted its paw and pressed on the chest of Kutsang-ju, forcing him to gasp and swallow the pill down his throat and into his belly. Once the pill was swallowed, the black beast got off from Kutsang-ju in disgust. Kutsang-ju sat up gasping heavily, holding his chest in pain, as he stared maliciously at Jun Wusie. Chapter 288, Fifth Slap, 10. The bone-rotting pill has no effect on me. Stop wasting any more of my time. Even if you manage to kill me here, Qin Yu will not spare any of you here. Do not think you can still step out of the Qin Yun clan alive. Kutsang-ju said venomously to Jun Wuxie. Really? Is that so? Jun Wuxie replied smiling. Jun Wuxie's reply made Kutsang-ju uneasy somehow, but the black beast did not make any threatening moves and remained still. Did that mean the kid would not kill him? As Kutsang-ju contemplated, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his face. He held his hands to his face as the burning intensified. His face suddenly felt warm and wet under his fingers. He held out his hands and looked at them in shock, and saw his hands covered in blood. The dark blood covered both of his hands, and he watched in horror as a piece of flesh fell onto his hands before him. Arg! A horrified scream erupted from Kutsang-ju's throat as he realized that the flesh was falling off from his face in pieces. His whole face was like molten lava, and the pain that assaulted him was unbearable. My face! My face! The consuming pain drove Kutsang-ju to his knees, and he crawled away in horror, wanting to hide his terrifying ordeal from people, as flesh and blood continued to fall. Kutsang-ju made for a disgusting sight in the underground chamber then. He had been born hideous, but he was nevertheless still a human. Kutsang-ju could not imagine the horrifying fate he would have to face if his looks were to be further destroyed. It would be more merciful to just kill him now. As ugly as he thought himself to be, Kutsang-ju treasured his twisted features and looks. The slightest blemish or nick suffered on his face was an unbearable ordeal. No one went up to stop Kutsang-ju. Jun Wuxie stood unmoving, her cold eyes staring as Kutsang-ju scrambled and crawled to a basin of water on one side. He looked just like a stinky bug, skittering across the floor, disgusting and nauseating. When Kutsang-ju got to the basin, he exerted all his strength to clamber up and kneeling, peered into the water. What met his eyes then, caused him to freeze in position, as shock ran through his entire being. The rotting mess of flesh had disappeared completely, and underneath the streaks of blood that remained, was smooth and fair skin. His puffy and saggy eye bags were gone, which had previously squeezed his eyes almost completely shut. He saw a pair of startling sparkling eyes, looking back at him in the reflection, in total disbelief at the face staring back at him. This is me. Me. The man in the reflection might not be described as handsome, but he was at least slightly good-looking with even features. Compared to the hideous face he was used to seeing, this blood-smeared face was exceptionally attractive to him. At that moment, Kutsang-ju forgot all the pain that wrecked his face, as he stared obsessively at his new face. This is me, I am so good-looking, Kutsang-ju cackled maniacally. He had lived his whole life deeply immersed in his hatred of other people's good looks, and his jealousy had been due to his own hideous countenance. All of that disappeared at that moment, as untold joy seeped into that cold, unfeeling heart. He had become handsome, that euphoric ecstasy drove any feeling of pain away from his mind. When the last rotting piece of flesh had dropped off from his now flawless face, the eyes of the reflection on the water's surface shone brilliantly with obsession and glee. So obsessed was Kutsang-ju that he did not notice Jun Wuxie, who had been standing at the same spot all this while, had eyes that suddenly turned icy, glinting with frost. Chapter 289, Beauty's Facade, 1. Like what you see? Jun Wuxie asked suddenly, her voice exceptionally chillingly cold, and it echoed within the underground chamber, sounding rather unreal. Kutsang-ju's face parted in a smile, his eyes almost fanatic, and he did not hear what Jun Wuxie said at all. He stared at the reflection, unable to tear his eyes away from the image, and lifted a shivering hand to gently wipe away the streaks of blood on that flawless face. Beauty like this cannot be allowed to be marred in any way. He wiped off the blood gently, little by little, all the time marveling at his own exceptional good looks. Suddenly, the reflection on the water's surface showed a split on the handsome face. The paper-thin skin cracked, and blood poured out from the split on that face. No. No. Don't. Kutsang-ju looked at the face in the water that had been flawless just a moment ago, as more splits appeared a little by little, and the look in those eyes turned from marvel to one of unbelievable horror. He held up his hands to his face, trying in vain to hold the flesh together. It was futile, and absolutely impossible. Kutsang-ju's skin on his face then was just like the skin stretched over a drum, and the paper-thin skin was unable to withstand the pull, and had started to split apart. Splits appeared all over Kutsang-ju's face, as though someone had slashed him with a razor blade, a stomach-churning sight. Kutsang-ju lost his mind then, clutching at his face, feeling horror that he had never felt before. His flawlessly handsome face cannot be marred. NOOO. No. What did you give me? Kutsong-ju turned to Jun Wuxie, as he realized the change had started right after he had swallowed the bone-rotting pill from Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie stood with her hands crossed before her, as she looked expressionlessly at Kutsong-ju. You called that the bone-rotting pill yourself, didn't you? Was that not it? Kutsong-ju was speechless. He had indeed thought that what Jun Wuxie had fed him was the bone-rotting pill, as it had looked exactly like it and had also smelled just the same. But now, he believed he had been undeniably naive. The elixir had already taken effect within his body, and it was definitely nothing like the bone-rotting pill. What was that? What exactly did you feed me with? My face. Give me back my face. Kutsong-ju's hands were still clutching at his face as he stared at Jun Wuxie, with blood flowing down his hands, with pieces of thin flesh mixed in. Jun Wuxie replied in a soft and unhurried voice. Beauty's facade. What? Kutsong-ju was puzzled. He had never heard of anything named thus. The pill I gave you is called the beauty's facade. No matter how ugly a person was, as long as they swallowed the pill, they will gain a beautiful face. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes, and her smile grew as radiant as the sun at the break of spring. But that beauty lasts only for a short time. Very short, just slightly longer than a blink. Kutsong-ju looked in disbelief at Jun Wuxie. He had initially thought the pill Jun Wuxie showed had been the bone-rotting pill, but it had turned out to be something he had not even heard of before, beauty's facade. And the beauty's facade had forced him to face a fate more agonizing than death. Give me back my face, give it back. The pain on his face was growing more and more intense, and Kutsong-ju started to twitch as he fell to the floor. He could not shield his face any longer, and he crept, struggling at every step towards Jun Wuxie, his hair a tangled mop, his face a bloody mess, looking nothing like the arrogant and malicious elder within the cloudy peaks just a day ago at the recruitment's final assessment. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Just give me back my face if you would give it back to me. Kutsong-ju had never been so frightened. The face he had yearned for had just finally become his, but had been destroyed after just a fleeting moment, and made him look even more hideous than before now. Having had a taste of possessing good looks, he could not stomach the heart-rending loss and would never be able to accept this even more hideous countenance now. Chapter 290, Beauty's Facade, 2. Jun Wuxie looked down at the groveling figure at her feet, her half-lowered eyes frosty with biting cold. She mercilessly retorted. That face was never yours. No. That is mine. Mine. Please return it back to me. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. I will listen to whatever you say. Please. Kutsong-ju pleaded pitifully, his tears mixed into the blood, as the skin on his face split and bled further, and some flesh hung precariously from bits of skin still remaining. Jun Wuxie turned just before Kutsong-ju could almost touch the end of clothes and walked away, heading towards the already teetering Qiao-chu. Swallow this. As Jun Wuxie held out an elixir within her palm, Qiao-chu popped it into his mouth without hesitation and swallowed it immediately. The next moment, the burning pain suffered from the lone smoke started to fade, and except for his face being still a little pale, he did not feel any other discomfort. You sure enjoy hanging around, don't you? Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow, as she glanced at the tall slender Hua Yao still hanging upon the wall. Hua Yao closed his eyes a moment, and breathed out slowly, while he freed himself from his shackles. The moment he stood upon the ground, Jun Wuxie threw an elixir to him. Hua Yao swallowed it without a word, and immediately felt the pain all over his body start to fade. He then proceeded to pull out the metal stakes lodged in his body while he said to Jun Wuxie, "Thanks." After having shaken off the effects of the poison completely, the two youths went to look at Kutsong-ju. Kutsong-ju was lying in a heap on the floor, his body in spasm from the unbearable pain. His eyes were bloodshot red, and looked extremely miserable. When he saw Hua Yao and Qiao-chu completely recovered from the poison's effects after taking Jun Wuxie's elixirs, his eyes widened in disbelief and he opened his mouth wanting to say something, but at that moment, a wave of agony swept through his body, and the pain made him clench his jaw suddenly, which made him bite through his own tongue. Blood spurted out from his mouth as his mouth filled and his shock made him gasp, which brought the blood into his lungs. He clawed at his throat and chest, struggling to breathe, and his spasms intensified. The three youths just watched on calmly, quietly witnessing death come to claim the insidious Kutsong-ju slowly. Till the last moment, Kutsang-ju had regret and despair written in his eyes. If Jun Wuxia had not let him see his own flawless and handsome face before he died, had not granted him his life's greatest desire for that fleeting moment, he would not have understood the sense of loss and not felt such regret. He had finally firmly grasped his most prized good looks after so many long torturous years, only for it to be mercilessly snatched from his clutching fingers and destroyed bit by bit, slowly, right before his very eyes. If he had not known heaven, he would not have known the suffering in hell. The black beast sat silently through it all, and licked at its paws. My mistress' wicked sense of humor hasn't changed at all. Whatever her enemies treasured most, and prized above everything else, would always be the very thing her mistress crushed to dust, bit by bit, right before them. It was just too wicked. Kutsang-ju died, and died in regret and despair. He had died bringing with him, his most treasured face, a gory mess, which could not even be described as merely ugly. Chiao Chu stared at Kutsang-ju's ravaged dead body, and gulped in fright as he stared at Jun Wuxia. Little Xie, this thing you said was called beauty's facade, you made it. It was just too horrifying. Leading people right to the edge of the abyss and giving them no choice but to jump in was definitely much more cruel than a clean slice to the throat. I have more here if you are interested to give it a try. Jun Wuxia asked, puzzled, but was willing to share it good-naturedly, as she offered it to Chiao Chu. Chiao Chu turned white as a sheet immediately and shook his head till it almost fell off. Chapter 291, Beauty's Facade, 3. I am rather pleased with my face at the moment. Please keep something so precious for people who need it. Please. Chiao Chu politely declined in a hurry as he pushed Jun Wuxia's proffered hand far away from him. He did not want to touch that medicine even with a 10-foot pole, especially after witnessing the way Kutsang-ju had died. It had given him goosebumps like never before, and Kutsang-ju's face looked absolutely horrifying. Jun Wuxia's beauty's facade had not only Kutsang-ju, but would haunt Chiao Chu in his nightmares for a long time. He realized now, men shouldn't be so obsessed with their looks. Only then did Jun Wuxia finally keep the beauty's facade. Chiao Chu heaved a heavy sigh in relief, but did little Xie just crack a joke and made fun of him? That was a rare sight. The black beast observed Chiao Chu silently, as Chiao Chu's thoughts were clearly written all over his face. The black beast really wanted to tell the naive youth that its mistress would never ever crack a joke. If Chiao Chu had dared to nod his head, Jun Wuxia would have fed him the beauty's facade. Without a doubt. What do we do now? Chiao Chu cleared his throat in haste, wanting to change the subject in a hurry. The hidden cloud peak does not allow any outsiders to come in. Kutsang-ju seldomly interacts with the disciples of the hidden cloud peak, but he shows his face daily. The disciples here had seen him enter the building, and if he did not appear for a long period, they will start to suspect something amiss. Hua Yao frowned as he thought. He did not feel any loss for Kutsang-ju's death, but expected trouble to come from here onwards. He then remembered Jun Wuxia's words and he turned to look at the tiny figure at the side, somehow feeling Jun Wuxia had more up his sleeve. Kutsang-ju is not dead. Jun Wuxia said slowly. Chiao Chu stared at Jun Wuxia, speechless as he pointed at the gory corpse on the floor, trying very hard to say something, but he could not find the words. This is not dead. This is so dead that it cannot be any more dead. However, Hua Yao's face lit with understanding as he said, "You want me to replace Kutsang-ju?" Chiao Chu's eyes widened, not believing what he just heard. You want Brother Hua to become this hideous monster? Brother Hua can change his bones, but he can't do anything with his skin. Kutsang-ju was already rather advanced in age, and his rotten skin would not be what our smooth and fair-skinned Hua Yao be capable of replicating. I know of a way. Jun Wuxia replied. Chiao Chu was silenced. He had thought Jun Xie was only prodigious with his elixirs, and now it seemed that the little kid had a lot more than meets the eye. With Jun Wuxia's affirmation, Hua Yao did not see the need to say anything more, as he had guessed Jun Wuxia had thought this through and Jun Wuxia had just confirmed it for him. Having been tortured by Kutsang-ju for more than half a month, Hua Yao had every little detail of Kutsang-ju's looks burned into his brain, and changing his bone structure to be exactly the same as Kutsang-ju was a piece of cake to him. Soon, Hua Yao's body underwent a great change. His tall slender frame changed gradually as his bones shifted and shrank, and his facial bones became less prominent and distinct. Jun Wuxia observed silently as Hua Yao went through the transformation, her interest highly piqued. She was skilled in changing her outlook, but nothing close to the complete transformation that Hua Yao was capable of. A person would be able to make use of various medication to make minute changes to their bone structure, but the overall body size and shape could not be changed. Hua Yao was not only able to shift his bones, he could even shrink or enlarge their size. This phenomenon was way beyond even modern medicine. The whole transformation process did not take long. Hua Yao transformed into a hunchbacked ugly figure, but his smooth and fair skin did not look any bit like Kutsangju's rough and wrinkled one. Chapter 292, Substitution, 1. The pretty youth's transformation into a crooked ugly figure was too much for Qiao Chu to take, and his eyes flipped from the stark contrast. And then, what comes next? Not bothered by how ugly he had become, Hua Yao turned to look at Jun Wuxie, waiting for her to complete the transformation. Jun Wuxie did not say a word and pulled out a few bottles of medication from the cloth bag slung across her body. What happened next almost made Qiao Chu's eyes fall out of his head. The various weird and unknown medicinal mixtures were applied to Hua Yao's face. In a blink of an eye, his smooth skin turned rough and wrinkly, the fair shade turned dark and spotted. The skin around the pretty eyes swelled and puffed up before dropping down in sacs, turning the eyes into narrow slits. Jun Wuxie then proceeded to smear more of medicinal mixture onto Hua Yao's neck, hands, and any other area that would be exposed under a robe, and subjected the skin to the transformation. Moments later, Hua Yao became Kutsangju. Change into his clothes. Jun Wuxie said, pointing to Kutsangju's corpse lying in a heap on the floor. Hua Yao showed Qiao Chu an expression of disgust, but he then walked head lowered in resignation, and picked the clothes of a corpse. Changed into the dark long robes, Hua Yao stood before Jun Wuxie and Qiao Chu, the spitting image of the elder of the hidden cloud peak, Kutsangju himself. Be it the height, body shape, and facial features, he looked every inch just like him. Qiao Chu stared for a long while before he could utter a word. Looking at you really gives me the urge to jump over and give you a good thrashing. Kutsangju was left looking even more miserable in his underclothes, lying upon the ground, his face frozen in an expression of deep regret and despair. Jun Wuxie retrieved a bottle of body-dissolving chemical from a shelf at the side and poured it onto Kutsangju's body. Kutsangju's body rapidly decomposed and dissolved and was finally reduced into a bloody pool, disappearing into nothing. Come on, it's time you go look at your hidden cloud peak, Elder Ko. Jun Wuxie cast a glance at Hua Yao, her radiant smile faded, and turned into the cold expressionless petite youth once again. His hidden cloud peak. Hua Yao smiled, marveling at the kid, Jun Xie's ingenuity, who had changed the leadership of the hidden cloud peak without anyone of the Qin Yun clan finding out. He started to believe Jun Xie's words when he had said he wanted to wipe out the Qin Yun clan. With such intellect and skills, he might just be capable of it. 2 hidden cloud peak guards were standing outside the building and leaning lazily against the wall when the doors suddenly opened and they scrambled to stand at attention. Kutsangju stepped out from behind the doors with his hideous face sinister, and the 2 guards hurriedly greeted him with their heads lowered, and they were shocked when they suddenly noticed 2 figures following behind the elder. Were those 2 not the very same sacrificial sheep sent within just hours ago? Why are they walking out from the building unscathed? It was known that every sheep sent within had not ever walked out alive before, and they would only be carted out after their lives had expired and buried under the herb beds. Things were different today. The 2 disciples' puzzled looks displeased Kutsangju, and he narrowed his eyes, staring coldly at the 2 offending disciples before he said in a sinister tone, "Stare again and I'll have your eyes gouged." The 2 disciples shivered and quickly averted their eyes from the other 2 figures who followed behind the elder, and kept their thoughts to themselves. Kutsangju's moods were extremely unpredictable and killed without discretion. If any one of them angered him, even as disciples of the inner house of the hidden cloud peak, they were not spared from his wrath. Once the 2 nosy disciples seemed to realize their place, Kutsangju shuffled off with a dark face and made Qiao Chu and Jun Wuxie follow him. Before he left instructions to the 2 shivering disciples guarding the building. Go deal with the fertilizer in the basement. Chapter 293, Substitution, 2. Hua Yao brought Qiao Chu and Jun Wuxie to Kutsangju's living quarters, and they passed many hidden cloud peak disciples along the way. They all bowed in obeisance without exception, and seemed to have lost any traces of the arrogance and sneering complacency that was seen in their attitudes within the disciples' quarters earlier. They fawned and adulated deeply and quickly stepped out of Kutsangju's way. Their eyes had then showed astonishment when they subsequently noticed the two figures, Jun Wuxie and Xiao Chu, following right behind their elder Ko. Jun Wuxie and Xiao Chu had put on a duet performance of them falling in a dead faint earlier that morning, and the Hidden Cloud Peak disciples recognized the two actors involved. They had thought they would never see their faces before them again, but who would have thought, barely 2 hours later, they now found the two youths still very much alive before their eyes, and even holding on to the tailcoats of Elder Ko. In name, Kutsang Ju was the master of those disciples, but none of them within the Hidden Cloud Peak dared follow Elder Ko all over the place. Elder Ko's unpredictable temperament was well known within the Qing Yun clan. Except for a short period of time daily where Elder Ko made an appearance when he handed out his instructions for the day, he had absolutely hated to have any disciples being around him at any other time. Needless to say, having two of them dogging him throughout the mountains. What did those two brats do to impress Elder Ko so? They should have on their way to become fertilizer for the herbs by now, but they had somehow managed to come out of the underground chamber alive and well. That had never ever happened before in the Hidden Cloud Peak. Under the puzzled stares of the disciples, Hua Yao led Xiao Chu and Jun Wuxie into Kutsang Ju's living quarters brazenly. Kutsang Ju's quarters was extremely spacious and luxuriously fitted. Within the whole of the Qin Yun clan, the only place more spacious and luxurious was the quarters of the sovereign, Yu Qin himself. Within the courtyard, several gray-robed servants were sweeping the floor with their heads lowered. They had not noticed the entrance of Hua Yao and the two disciples, and they only raised their heads when Hua Yao stood right before the servants. Xiao Chu gasped loudly when the servants raised their heads. Their faces were no longer what he would call a face. Except for their eyes and mouths, nothing else could be differentiated from the faces. The faces looked as if they had been burned by fire, the flesh were all scarred and twisted. The lips had been cut, and half their mouths sewn together, leaving only a small gap open. Their ears and noses had also been removed, their heads deliberately smoothed out to become like a featureless ball. If Kutsang Ju's face was thought to be hideous, he had made his servants' faces to be downright revolting. These people, Xiao Chu was shocked by these horrifying-looking servants. They were previously disciples of the Hidden Cloud Peak, and they offended Kutsang Ju. They were then brought here to his living quarters to serve as lowly servants. Hua Yao said, reverting his voice back to his original clear and youthful voice. They cannot hear, nor speak. Hence, you do not have to worry that they will divulge anything of us. In their eyes, I am Kutsang Ju. Hua Yao said bitingly. Jun Wuxie looked at the faces of the servants and she could not find any signs of awareness. Xiao Chu's and Hua Yao's exchange did not seem to have been heard. They only widened their eyes in fright at the sight of Hua Yao, and shivered like mice before a cat, their fear of Kutsang Ju painfully obvious. Chapter 294, Substitution, 3. That despicable Kutsang Ju really deserved to die. Xiao Chu said, suppressing his anger. The three of them entered the room, and Hua Yao searched the wardrobe for a clean suit of clothes to change into. Kutsang Ju only had clothes of a dark shade and did not find one that suited his taste. In Kutsang Ju's study, there were many medical books. From the worn and tattered state of the books, their pages had been obviously well flipped. The most worn ones of them were several books on poisons. Jun Wuxie flipped through them quickly and threw them in a corner. So Brother Hua can even change his voice. I had not known about that, this is a first. Xiao Chu was sitting on a chair at the side, and suddenly remembered that when he had heard Hua Yao speak earlier, his voice had been exactly the same as Kutsang Ju's. Hua Yao did not answer him and turned to Jun Wuxie, what do you want to do next? Jun Wuxie's objective was not in conflict to theirs, but they were still different after all. Why don't you tell me what are your intentions instead? Jun Wuxie walked to the side and sat down slowly, feeling their cooperation had been rather smooth so far. Hua Yao and Xiao Chu exchanged a glance for a moment before Hua Yao finally said, we need to find a map. Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow. I had initially suspected the map to be in Kutsang Ju's hands, hence, I got myself admitted to the Hidden Cloud Peak as a disciple to find it. But I had just searched the premises here and did not find anything. If I am not wrong, the map should be with Qin Yu at the moment. Hua Yao continued to explain. I'll kill them, and you'll look for the map. Xiao Chu was speechless at Jun Wuxie's nonchalant tone when speaking of committing cruel murder and blatant thievery. Jun Xie was being just too calm about it. When do you intend to make your move? Hua Yao asked. Not right now. After all, I am eyeing the whole Qingyun clan. Jun Wuxie said as she lowered her eyes. She was in no hurry to make her move yet, as the Qingyun clan was huge after all. Even for her, to wipe them out in its entirety would not be a simple task. It would not be too hard to just kill Qinyu, or the elders. What was difficult to achieve was to send the whole Qingyun clan into the abyss at the same time. The Qingyun clan's inner house had disciples totaling near 1,000, and they are spread all over the cloudy peaks, with the 12 individual peaks also housing disciples who resided in their summits. If they were to stir the hornet's nest and kill Qinyu, it would drive the other elders into action, and Jun Wuxie might not be able to get out of it in one piece. Moreover, she still did not intend to spare any one of them. People might call her cruel or even vicious, it did not matter. The disciples of the Qingyun clan were not innocent in her eyes. Qin Yuyan had been determined to obliterate the whole of the Qi kingdom just for the soul calming jade, and she had not bothered to concern herself about the innocence of the people and the commoners. From Jun Wuxie's point of view, anyone who harmed her grandfather and uncle would pay the price with their lives. And her vengeance would not only be upon the mastermind, but onto any persons involved or linked to it. She wanted the whole Qingyun clan to disappear from the face of these lands at the same time, and she needed a little more time to prepare for it. Kutsangju and Qinyu enjoyed an exceptional relationship. With this appearance, I might be able to gather important information. Hua Yao was extremely pleased with the way things are going for them. If not for Jun Wuxie, he would not be able to disguise himself as Kutsangju so completely. Killing Kutsangju would have been easy for him, but he would not be able to substitute himself for Kutsangju's double, and Jun Wuxie had helped them solve the thorny issue for them. If there is anything you need from us, just let us know. As long as it is within our capabilities, we will give it our best shot. Hua Yao said. Chapter 295, Substitution, 4. Jun Wuxie nodded slightly and felt it to be refreshing to work with intelligent allies. Qinyu trusts Kutsangju a lot, and gave him great autonomy and authority. Kutsangju loved poisons to the point of obsession, and I think if he were to ask to be allowed to choose suitable candidates to help him from the other peaks, Qinyu would not reject him. Jun Wuxie said softly. Hua Yao's eyes brightened. I am sure now, you meant every word you said when you said you wanted to wipe out the whole of Qingyun clan. Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow. Qiao Chu stared puzzled at Jun Wuxie, and then turned to stare blankly at Hua Yao, scratching his head to show that he really could not keep up with the conversation. Wait. Qiao Chu said suddenly, can you guys be a little more straightforward, and spare a thought for this not-so-intelligent mind? Yes, he had to admit, he was not as meticulous in thought as little Xie or brother Hua. He had lost himself somewhere in the conversation and the other two had babbled unhappily, leaving him confused. You finally admit you are lacking in the intelligence department? Hua Yao asked wickedly. You think everyone's like you and little Xie? Talking in riddles and expecting everyone to understand you. Qiao Chu retorted. Hua Yao sighed and started to patiently explain. Jun Xie's intention is to create a division among the Qingyun clan. Qinyu favors Kutsangju and allows him to act with impunity within the Qingyun clan. We saw that as a fact when Kutsangju could get away with snatching disciples favored and picked by Mu Chen right before his very eyes. Although Kutsangju was highly arrogant, he was not stupid. He might have suppressed the cloud-treading peak blatantly, but he kept his hands off the other peaks. Because of this, the other elders chose not to see Kutsangju's vile actions. And what if Kutsangju were to suddenly decide not to be so discreet and abuse the indulgence Qinyu allowed him onto the other elders? It would be our guess that the elders of the other peaks would not take it lying down. Qiao Chu was suddenly enlightened, so, what little Xie meant was that the other elders would only know too well what Kutsangju needed their disciples for, and if he were to blatantly go seize disciples from the other peaks, and the purpose was for the testing of poisons, it would definitely anger the other elders. Am I right? He finally understood what was going on. Jun Wuxie nodded and continued for Qiao Chu's benefit. Having had your own disciples taken away forcefully and showing their own elders of their peaks being completely unable to protect them would be as good as slapping the faces of the other elders. No matter how patient and benevolent they might be, none of them would be able to swallow the insult. And if Qinyu were to insist on taking the side of the hidden cloud peak, the other peaks will feel the injustice and react, and by that time, the Qingyun clan would not be as harmonious as before. Jun Wuxie lowered her eyes, hiding the chill within her eyes. Stirring up conflicts between the elders and Qin Yu was just an appetizer. What she wanted went way beyond just internal conflicts within the Qin Yun clan. How do you know that Qin Yu will allow Kutsang-ju to do as he likes? He isn't that dumb, is he? He should be able to see that Kutsang-ju's actions would result in great discontent from the elders of the other peaks. Xiao Chu tried to reason. He will. Jun Wuxie said softly. Other people might not know of the inner workings within the Qin Yun clan, but Bai Yunxian was a direct disciple of Qin Yu's and she knew the finer intricacies and things about Kutsang-ju that not many people knew about. If he does not, Kutsang-ju would drag his name into the mud. What does that mean? Xiao Chu asked curiously, and even Hua Yao looked questioningly at Jun Wuxie. The reason Qin Yu was able to become the sovereign of the Qin Yun clan was all due to Kutsang-ju's poisons. If Kutsang-ju had not helped him poison the former sovereign, the Qin Yun clan would have fallen into Mu Chen's hands. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes as a chill flashed briefly within. The sovereign of the most revered clan throughout the lands, killed his own teacher, usurped the position of sovereign. Such a crime, even for Qin Yu, would be devastating if pinned on him. Chapter 296, Substitution, 5. When Kutsang-ju had helped Qin Yu seize the leadership of the Qin Yun clan, he had naturally kept close to himself a hidden hand against Qin Yu to prevent him from burning all bridges after he assumed the leadership as the sovereign of the Qin Yun clan. With this hold over Qin Yu, Kutsang-ju forced Qin Yu to accede to his demands and was helpless against Kutsang-ju's vicious and malicious deeds within the hidden cloud peak as Kutsang-ju held knowledge of events that could turn Qin Yu's reputation beyond redemption. This secret was accidentally overheard by Bai Yunxian when Qin Yu and Kutsang-ju had once quarreled. Jun Wuxie had not intended to use this against them, but Kutsang-ju had forfeited his own life when he forcibly brought death into his hidden cloud peak, and he couldn't blame anyone else. Since this path was chosen due to unexpected circumstances, Jun Wuxie would naturally use everything to her fullest advantage. This secret hidden within the Qin Yun clan shocked Hua Yao and Xiao Chu. They both knew that Qin Yu had used underhanded means to ascend to the leadership position in the Qin Yun clan, but they had not expected him to have employed such an extreme and despicable method by murdering your own master. In their worldly view of things, there was nothing more despicable than killing your own master. If word of this got out, Qin Yu would not only lose his position as the sovereign, he would be cursed and spat upon wherever he went throughout the lands. With that information in hand, it is little wonder you were so sure Qin Yu would accede to such atrocious demands. Xiao Chu almost clapped for Jun Wuxie then. How did the kid know such shocking secrets that could hold Qin Yu by his throat? Jun Wuxie continued to say, Kutsang-ju had kept evidence of Qin Yu's murder of the former sovereign, and Qin Yu had always wanted to find it, but to no avail. We might not know where and what the evidence is, but that would not stop us from threatening Qin Yu with this information devastating to him. It did not matter whether they held the evidence in their hands, even if they still failed to locate it, Qin Yu would be forced to submit to their threats, without knowing that Kutsang-ju had actually been replaced secretly. Hua Yao nodded, understanding fully what Jun Wuxie meant. We'll carry it out just like what you have said, let's go stir up some chaos within the Qin Yun clan. Within the chaos, opportunities would surface. After Jun Wuxie had wiped the Qin Yun clan out, the two of them could then turn the Qin Yun clan upside down to find the map that they wanted. Moreover, using Kutsang-ju's unique relationship to Qin Yu, digging for information on the location of the map through conversations with Qin Yu would be easier and faster than if they were to run all over the place searching for information on it. There was no doubt, the petite youth that Xiao Chu brought in was more than a great help in their plans. No matter if the elixirs they needed would be successful or not, they both owed the petite little youth more than they could repay. That was when the decision to drive the Qin Yun clan into chaos, within that very study, was agreed upon. Till the day doom swept across the Qin Yun clan's cloudy peaks, no one knew that the calamity had first sparked off from right within the Qin Yun clan. Outside the door, hidden within the dark shadows and hearing every single word exchanged within the room, was Isha, growing more shocked the more he heard. This young Miss Mind was sharp, and beyond everyone. How long had it only been since she came to the Qin Yun clan? Things had taken an unexpected turn from her initial plans, but she had adapted to the changes and come up with a completely new plan within that short period of time. Just by listening outside, Isha knew the Qin Yun clan was doomed for sure this time. Having incurred the wrath of the Miss, could only be seen as the Qin Yun clan seeking their own death, and there was nobody else to blame for it. Just Kutsang-ju's insidious deeds within the hidden cloud peak had gone against the very fabric of nature, and would not be tolerated by the heavens. His lord had ordered Isha to protect her from the shadows, but from what he could see, she did not need any protection from others. With her heaven-defying skills with poisons and drugs under those tiny hands, and that amazingly meticulous mind that foresaw all, they were more than enough to drive the Qin Yun clan over the edge. Chapter 297, Orange Spirit, 1. The second day that Jun Wuxia had come to the Hidden Cloud Peak, she and Xiao Chu donned the uniforms of the Hidden Cloud Peak disciples. To avoid raising unwanted suspicions, the both of them returned to the living quarters for disciples. When they appeared within the courtyard wearing their new uniforms reserved only for Hidden Cloud disciples, the eyes of the other youths who had been tormented for 2 whole days nearly popped right out of their heads. Those 2 brats had from the first day been lazy and avoiding work. When they were dragging their exhausted bodies to carry water, the 2 scoundrels had suddenly disappeared. And on the second morning, when they had been forced to bring their completely drained selves to water the herb beds, those 2 had been even more incorrigible. They just decided to shut their eyes and fainted. They had subsequently been sent to Elder Ko, to enjoy the elder's treatment. To return the very next day. Alas! They had the cheek to come back dressed in uniforms reserved for accepted disciples, cheeks rosy with being in the pink of health. What in tarnation is going on? Where did you get those clothes? The youths were all bent over with exhaustion and they stared in rage at the well-rested Jun Wuxia and Xiao Chu, their eyes almost boring holes into their uniforms. It's not fair. The hard-working were oppressed. And the lazy were rewarded with style. It was just too much to take. The youths were overcome with jealousy and envy, and they clenched their jaw in suppressed rage. A few more narrow-minded ones ran straight up to the seniors passing by, to tell tales on the injustice they were made to suffer. Senior. Those 2 scoundrels are actually crafty and lazy. They poured out their woes and vehemently indicted Jun Wuxia and Xiao Chu of their various crimes of laziness and avoiding work completely. The Hidden Cloud Peak disciples who were stalled by the youths frowned at the incessantly chattering youth and said impatiently, "You shut your mouth now. Elder Ko pitted you guys for your weak bodies, and reduced the workload for you. Your time should be used to build up and strengthen those bodies and not used to prattle your mouth off. Let me tell you, only those who are dressed in this uniform are the real disciples of the Hidden Cloud Peak, and Jun Xia and Xiao Chu have been accepted and gained the approval of Elder Ko himself, and nobody is to question that. If anyone is to question Elder Ko's authority in any way, he can very well get out of the Hidden Cloud Peak." After saying that, the disciple pushed the complaining youth away, his face infuriated. Those sacrificial sheep actually had the audacity to fight for favoritism. If Elder Ko had not showered upon them his mercy, and spared them from a big portion of their daily torment, not a single one of them would be able to get out of here alive. Just yesterday, Kutsang-ju had summoned his head disciple and informed him that the Hidden Cloud Peak would temporarily have no need to increase the numbers of sacrificial sheeps. He would be caught up with the research of something new for a period of time and would have no time to handle those youths. So he had left instructions for the disciples to reduce the torment for the newly brought-in youths. With Kutsang-ju's orders, the Hidden Cloud Peak disciples had restrained themselves and stopped amusing themselves with the torment of the sacrificial sheep. Those idiots did not know that they had just been mercifully spared, and they dared to still kick up such a fuss. The youth who was just reprimanded by a senior stood speechless, rooted to the spot, as he stared at the diminishing back of the senior, and looked down at his own clothes, feeling the unfairness of the situation, as his heart winced in pain. What did those 2 scoundrels do to gain the favor of Elder Ko? This whole thing is just impossible to believe. The other youths at the side heard the whole exchange and felt just as aggrieved at the injustice. In their eyes, Xiao Chu and Jun Wuxia were nothing but trash. Besides acting docile and pitiful, what else were they capable of? Trash like this could not possibly be accepted as disciples of the Hidden Cloud Peak before them. Chapter 298, Orange Spirit, 2. On what basis were they selected to be accepted? The other youths were indignant and furious and wished they could run to Elder Ko to ask him about it. Those 2 brats were inferior to them in every way. How could they earn the acknowledgement of the elder? The youth's fury overtook them, but they did not dare to confront Kutsang-ju, and they decided to take it out on Xiao Chu and Jun Wuxia. But they had witnessed Xiao Chu's brutality and prowess before, and they finally, cleverly, decided to pick on the skinny and puny Jun Xia. June Wuxie had just returned to her room and was just about to go through her plans on how the mission was to be carried out when a hurried knocking sounded on her door, interrupting her thoughts. She got up to open the door. Just when the door was opened a crack, several youths trampled in furiously, their faces menacing. "Close the door quick," one of the youths said hurriedly. June Wuxie, who had been pushed aside, stood frowning at the aggressive group of youths, her eyes cold as they closed the door. 6 to 7 youths stood within the suddenly crampy room. June Wuxie remained standing on one side, her eyes growing chilly at the intrusion. "Kid, where did you get those clothes?" One of the youths eyed June Wuxie with an evil glint. They knew very well where June Wuxie got those clothes from, but their intention here was to find trouble, and they feigned ignorance to use that as an excuse to properly teach this sniveling brat some manners. What made the elders of 2 different peaks fight over this brat? And based on what ability was he accepted as a disciple barely 2 days into it when they had all just entered the hidden cloud peak together? Just thinking about it infuriated the other youths to no end. June Wuxie swept her gaze across the group of youths and kept her silence. "What? You still dare to keep that mightier-than-thou pose of yours up? You dare steal the clothes of our seniors? That's a mighty travesty. If you will just take off those clothes and quietly hand them over to us and apologize, we will force ourselves to overlook this and spare you. If not, we will just snatch those clothes off you forcefully and drag you to our seniors and have them hand down the punishment onto you." The youth saw that June Wuxie still chose to maintain her silence and wrongly thought that their target had been too shocked to react, which further fueled their desire for vengeance. They just wanted to give vent to their jealousy and hatred and paid absolutely no heed to the consequences. June Wuxie was merely a newly accepted brat of a disciple, and if they gave him a good enough thrashing and threatened him to keep his mouth shut, he would not dare to tell tales on them in front of Elder Ko. June Wuxie's eyes had grown further chillingly cold, and her eyes narrowed and the chill in those eyes started freezing. "You must be asking for it. My brothers. Strip the shameless thief of his clothes. I want to see how trash like him intends to keep up his pretense." Several well-built youths, confident of their strength, pounced on the skinny June Wuxie at that moment. June Wuxie's frosty eyes flared, and the hidden spiritual powers exploded out of her body. Her spiritual powers burst out in a brilliant orange flare, and an orange ball coalesced and glowed within her palm. She turned on her heel and avoided the hands of one of the pouncing youths, and she thrust the palm with the orange glowing ball into his jaw, sending him flying. She suddenly crouched and swept her foot, toppling all the attacking youths in one swift move. She exerted her spiritual powers into her palm and the glow suddenly grew. She threw out her hand and the orange spiritual powers sped quick as lightning towards the youths sprawled upon the floor. A series of pitiful howling erupted echoing within the room. The orange glow blasted itself onto the bodies of the youths, bringing a wave of agony to wash over them. They quickly realized the shade of orange within the glow of the spiritual power and they all stared in utter disbelief. What was this before their eyes? That brat actually had an orange-leveled spirit. Chapter 299, Orange Spirit, 3. They were all just youths still in their teens, starting from the tender age of 14 when their spirits awoke. They had at most trained and developed their spiritual powers for a mere 3 years. Within that short span, most people were still stuck at the red level while orange was far from their reach and still a distant dream. The youths who came to Qingyun clan were mainly those whose strengths leaned more towards medicine and had pursued strongly towards that field. Their time and efforts were immersed in the study of medicine, forcing them to somewhat neglect their development of their spiritual powers. Hence, many disciples below 20 years of age in the Qingyun clan were commonly found still stuck in a sea of red. But what was it with this brat? He looked to be 14 or 15 at most, yet he had already attained the orange level. Spiritual powers awaken at the age of 14, and he actually broke through red to attain the orange level within a year. The youths were shocked speechless. Even if they disregarded June Wuxie's dominating and impressive display of his knowledge of the extremely complicated nurturing and development of veins and arteries before Mu Chen, and assumed June Wuxie to have devoted all his time and energies wholly into the training and development of his spiritual powers, it was still impossible for someone to achieve a breakthrough within such a short span of time. What was he fed with while growing up? He had shown himself to possess exemplary medical knowledge, and now it is proven his spiritual powers development had far surpassed any of them. What's really going on here? The disparity between their spiritual powers were more than sufficient to make those youths who were a couple of years older than June Wuxie knee before her in surrender. It might be a difference of just one level, but the level red was just the opening the door to see the expanse of spiritual powers for the first time, and level orange was already a step into the door opening a whole new realm of spiritual development and prowess. The distance between the two cannot be explained with words alone, but only fully understood by those who have crossed the threshold. This was the first time June Wuxia had used her spiritual powers in an attack, and the exquisite feeling of strength and power raging in her body, but fused naturally within, was an inexplicable feeling. She cast her cold gaze on the pale-faced youths on the floor and they started shivering uncontrollably when those chilling eyes fell on them. In just a brief moment, the youths had lost all of their lofty and confident aggression. They had initially thought the kid named Xiao Chu would not be easy to handle, but never had they expected the tiny and petite one would turn out to be one not to be trifled with. They shouldn't be blamed for being blind to that fact, as it was true that, any way you looked at June Xie, he did not seem to be one that would possess such strong spiritual powers, not in the least bit. But the truth could be so cruel, the might of an orange-level spirit overpowered them completely, bashed their faces in, making their faces swell and looking like a bunch of pigs. Are all of you waiting for death to claim you? June Wuxia asked with her eyes narrowed when she saw the youths all still frozen with shock within her room and her frown deepened. The youths then snapped awake and scrambled for their lives out of the door as if a horrifying ghost were after them. Xiao Chu was about to knock on the door when he saw in puzzlement a group of startled youths shot out from June Wuxia's room in flight. He stood stunned, rooted to the spot, a look of incomprehension on his face. What did they want from you? Xiao Chu stuck his head through the doorway and asked June Wuxia. He noted that June Xia's clothes were not ruffled and his expression was as usual before deciding that he had not been bullied. But those youths had fled like startled pigeons and ran like the wind, and he had been worried. Death. June Wuxia replied curtly, dispersing the orange glow in her palm. Xiao Chu's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of an orange glow dispersing from June Wuxia's palm and he blinked his eyes, unsure of what he just saw. Little Xia was just a little over 14, right? His spirit awoke barely half a year ago, and he couldn't have broken through to attain the orange level so soon, could he? He must have been mistaken. Xiao Chu was just about to put his foot in through the door when June Wuxia suddenly slammed the door shut. Xiao Chu suddenly found his nose turning red and tears streaming down his face. I want to rest. June Wuxia's marching orders sounded from behind the door and Xiao Chu was left rubbing his glaringly red bruised nose as he trudged back silently to his own room. Little Xia's personality was just too disagreeable. Chapter 300, Silver Lining, 1. It was early the next morning when June Wuxia stepped out from her room and went towards the herb beds within the hidden cloud peak. Kutsong Ju had been obsessed with the development of poisons and had planted herb beds everywhere within the hidden cloud peak, filling the place with an abundance of herbs. As she had been unable to use jade nectar to cultivate the snow lotus to absorb its spiritual powers, June Wuxia wanted to look for an alternative and had come to the herb beds to see if she could absorb the minuscule trickle of spiritual powers from their growth. After her first time using her spiritual powers in an attack, June Wuxia became acutely aware of the might of the unique strength this world provided. Although she had her overwhelming medical skills, she did not think that compensated for anything for her. With Hua Yao's newly laid down instructions in the hidden cloud peak, the youths regained some semblance of a normal life. At least they did not have to go hungry, or be overworked. Their daily tasks consisted mainly of tending to the various plant life within the hidden cloud peak. Although it was still early in the day, tens of them were carrying water and running about the herb beds watering them. It was queer to note though, that just the day before, they could not even stand the sight of Xiao Chu and June Wuxia and had wanted to tear them apart. But on this bright and early morning the very next day, they went out of their way to avoid them, scuttling away like frightened mice, running far away from both of them. Hence, in the area that June Wuxia was standing, there was no one tending to the poor herbs and only Xiao Chu could be seen, carrying buckets, and sprinkling the water with scoops over the thirsty plants. Little Xia, why don't we go see Brother Hua instead of staring at the plants and flowers? His buckets empty, Xiao Chu was getting bored as he leaned against a tree as he sat. He stuck a blade of long grass into his mouth and put his hands behind his head as he observed June Wuxia tending to the herbs. For someone who was prodigious in his skills in the cultivation of elixirs, the concoction of poisons, and was devilishly cunning in his schemes, to be seen squatting down and enjoying his labor with the common herb beds, was a scene that Xiao Chu could not make himself come to understand at all. June Wuxia ignored Xiao Chu's lamenting and directed her focus onto the herb bed before her. The herbs planted here were very rare and precious, and June Wuxie had only previously seen them in books. When she was in Lin Palace, she had not been able to produce many types of medicine and elixirs, and it had been for no other reason than the fact that she just did not have enough herbs. The Qi Kingdom had a limited supply of herbs, and there were some precious herbs that even Mo Qianyuan could not get. June Wuxie had already dug out all the herbs from the imperial store, but she had still faced a major shortage. She did not expect to find within the hidden cloud peak many kinds of rare herbs she had eyed for a long time. With them, June Wuxie would be able to cultivate and produce many more types of elixirs and medicine that she had wanted to make. She found out as well that the more precious the herb was, the more spiritual energy she could absorb from the plant during the cultivation process. It might not be anywhere close to what the snow lotus was able to provide, it was still better than nothing. This new finding greatly motivated June Wuxie, as her training and development of her spiritual powers was no different from being a gardener. It did not matter to her what she planted. June Wuxie stayed among the herb beds throughout the day, and Xiao Chu left, unable to take the boredom, running to find Brother Hua for some attention. Night fell, and June Wuxie still had not left the herb beds. The hidden cloud peak lit torches every night around the perimeters, to allow the disciples to be able to care for the rare and precious herbs even at night. Under the moonlight, June Wuxie was still squatted by the herb beds, observing a clump of ice grass. Suddenly, a warmth spread within her sleeve, and she reached with her other hand to touch it, and a jade-green bead appeared within her palm. The embellished wooden bead, the compensation to Little Lotus from June Wuyao. When Little Lotus had manifested into a snow lotus during his cultivation, this bead had been with him, but when he returned into June Wuxie's body, he had not been able to bring the bead along with him, so he had given it to June Wuxie for safekeeping. Chapter 301, Silver Lining, 2. June Wuxie had not given the embellished wooden bead much thought, as it was an item meant for a ring spirit's use, and she did not have use for it. But on this night, the bead had reacted queerly. The bead, which had been usually cold, started to radiate out waves of warmth. June Wuxie put the bead within her palm, and under the light from the torches and the moon, she could actually see faint and light trails of mist emitting from the embellished wooden bead. The mist was very faint, and you had to stare very hard before you could even see it. The faint mist spread over the herb bed before June Wuxie and covered the herbs bit by bit. Suddenly, June Wuxie's eyes brightened as she felt a significant increase in the spiritual energy that flowed into her body. If she were to describe the spiritual energy that was absorbed when she cultivated the snow lotus as a lake, then the energy that common herbs provided would be just a ladle, and slightly more precious herbs would provide her with a bucketful. But now, the trickle of spiritual energy she was absorbing had suddenly swelled into a windy stream. It might not be comparable to a lake, but a stream was much better than a ladle or a bucket by many times over. This discovery puzzled June Wuxie, and she summoned Little Lotus immediately. The hastily summoned Little Lotus was still drowsy from being awakened, and his soft chubby face showed bewilderment. He rubbed his eyes and gave out a great big yawn as his tiny feet stood unsteadily in the soil. "Mistress, you needed me for something." The sleepy Little Lotus scratched his head, looking like he would fall asleep on his feet any time. "What is happening to the embellished wooden bead?" June Wuxie pushed the bead before Little Lotus. Upon seeing the embellished wooden bead, Little Lotus perked up, and all thoughts of sleep left him. He stared at it in yearning and picked it up precariously, smiling widely as he rubbed the bead over his tummy. "I had not seen you for such a long time, I missed you so much." Little Lotus grinned toothily as he brought the embellished wooden bead to his eye. June Wuxie's brow twitched, and she reached out and grabbed Little Lotus, who had been totally distracted by the embellished wooden bead, and stared into his eyes. "Be serious." Little Lotus quivered and stood blinking his eyes at June Wuxie, not understanding what he did wrong. June Wuxie calmed herself and patiently explained the earlier queer reactions of the embellished wooden bead. Little Lotus listened and nodded, trying to appear wise, and said, "That is very normal. The embellished wooden bead was meant for a plant-based ring spirit's use, and plant-based ring spirits were manifestations from plants. It is a given that when it reacts to plant-based ring spirits, it would also react to common plants and flowers. But, common plants and flowers do not possess enough spiritual strength and do not possess consciousness, and hence, they are unable to make use of the powers of the embellished wooden bead for cultivation, but it will still help them to grow faster." Little Lotus took a deliberate, meaningful pause and held the embellished wooden bead as high as his stubby frame could reach and said, "In the day, the embellished wooden bead will absorb the energies from the earth and the skies, and when night came, if the spiritual energy absorbed is not cultivated, it will be dispersed, and the spiritual energies let out by the embellished wooden bead is the most nourishing thing you can give to the plants. Having said that, Little Lotus crinkled his nose. What a huge waste, so much spiritual energy here and they were all fed to these common plants. It was a travesty to squander God's gift like this. Unknown to Little Lotus, his lengthy explanation had greatly impacted June Wuxie. If the embellished wooden bead really worked as Little Lotus said, it would then not only been useful to plant-based ring spirits, but she could also borrow the unique powers of the embellished wooden bead and make use of the herbs within the hidden cloud peak to develop her own spiritual powers. Chapter 302, Silver Lining, 3. It was at a slower pace than when she had absorbed in the Lin Palace, but under the current restricted circumstances, the spiritual energy that was made available after the embellished wooden bead's amplification had June Wuxie pleasantly surprised. With the embellished wooden bead, her development of her spiritual powers would not be slowed much within the period spent in the Qin Yun clan anymore. Picking up the embellished wooden bead from Little Lotus' tiny hands, June Wuxie felt that the bead was still emitting a slight warmth, and suddenly, a charmingly demonic face appeared in her mind. At that moment, June Wuxie froze. June Wuxiao, the words came out of June Wuxie's mouth in a barely audible whisper as she hung her head and a frown formed on her face. Why had she suddenly thought of June Wuxiao? June Wuxie did not understand why, and the face quickly faded away. She brushed it off and continued to absorb the spiritual energies with the embellished wooden bead. Hidden within the shadows, secretly protecting June Wuxie, stood Yisha. He was stunned by June Wuxie's barely whispered 3 words. It had been very soft, but he was certain of what he heard. Wasn't that his lord's assumed name? At that moment, Yisha's hand flickered and a black snake the size of his finger dropped to the ground from his sleeve. He retrieved paper from his clothes and scribbled something and sealed it with paraffin wax before letting the snake swallow it. He saw the snake slide off into the grass and it soon disappeared, and Yisha suddenly let out a long sigh. My lord. That's the most I can help you out with. After that night, June Wuxie was seldom seen around the herb beds in the day, but in the night, after everyone else had retired for the day, June Wuxie would be seen walking towards the herb beds. Towards June Wuxie's queer antics, the youths who had been admitted at the same time with her would only gossip in whispered tones discreetly, and did not dare to openly go against June Wuxie anymore. Xiao Chu had followed June Wuxie a couple of times, but he saw that she only snipped and trimmed at the herbs and found it extremely boring and stopped doing that. He used that time to disturb Hua Yao instead. After transforming into Kutsang Ju, Hua Yao's daily task was to put up an arrogant and cold front, and ride roughshod over the disciples, leading a leisurely life. Night or day, Xiao Chu would climb in noiselessly through the window and appear in Hua Yao's room suddenly. This night, Hua Yao had just changed his clothes to prepare to go to bed when he saw the scoundrel climb in through the window again, and his face grew sinister. Whoa! Brother Hua, don't give me that look, it hurts. Xiao Chu shielded his eyes and cringed back from Hua Yao's eyes. The wooden comb in Hua Yao's hand crumbled into dust. What are you doing here again? Hua Yao longed to strangle the idiot to death. Xiao Chu brought him nothing but rage. Can't he find someone else to irritate? Xiao Chu sat down at the table ostentatiously, and poured himself a cup of water to drink. I am here just to see the situation. The plans that you two had made earlier had sounded good, but why isn't anything happening for so many days? Little Xie just stays inside the pharmacy or runs to the herb beds and stare, and you laze and live a life of leisure all day. When are we going to act? I'm going to be bored to death. Xiao Chu did not understand it. Everyone had been so excited when they had made their plans days ago, but after that, the other 2 of them had not said a thing further. Didn't they say they were going to instigate a conflict between the elders and Qin Yu and wipe out the Qin Yun clan in the process? But why were they not moving? Hua Yao took a deep breath. He realized he had to explain it clearly to this dolt here or he would be bugged to death. Qin Yu is coming to the hidden cloud peak tomorrow. Hua Yao said. Chapter 303, Soul. Exchange, 1. Xiao Chu's eyes lit up at the news. Was it finally going to begin? Go back and let June Xie know. See if he needs us to prepare anything. June Wuxie was the brains behind the plot and Hua Yao felt that June Xie needed to know about it. Both of had just been waiting all this while. Xiao Chu finally understood the reason for the period of inaction. Hua Yao had just assumed the form of Kutsang Ju, and although he knew who Kutsang-ju was, he had needed more time to fully copy his personality and mannerisms. Moreover, Kutsang-ju had been rather conniving and had almost never gone to Chin-yu of his own volition, and if they had gone straight up to Chin-yu and made their request, Chin-yu might become suspicious, so they had laid back and waited for Chin-yu to come to them. Hua Yao nodded in agreement. Chiao Chu became excited. Sure. I'll go tell little Xie now. Chiao Chu immediately got up and slipped out through the window, running to tell Jun Wuxie the news. The corner of Hua Yao's mouth twitched as he stared at the open window, thinking vehemently that he would get people to seal it up the very next day. Chiao Chu flew straight away to find Jun Xie, and as he had expected, the kid was busying himself among the herb beds. He rushed up to Jun Xie and exclaimed excitedly, "Chin, you will be coming to see Hua Kutsang-ju, and Brother Hua asked me if you needed us to prepare anything." Jun Wuxie stood up, her eyes clear in understanding. "Bring it to Hua Yao tomorrow, and have Hua Yao make sure it is present at the meeting during their discussions." Jun Wuxie suddenly produced a little black cat out of nowhere, and the cat stared intently at Chiao Chu with its round eyes. Chiao Chu was stunned, and he found the little black cat vaguely familiar. "Is that your ring spirit?" He finally remembered. When they were thrown into the building with the underground chamber, the cat had hidden itself at the back of the shelf, but he had not seen the cat thereafter. "Not exactly, Chin, you will not sense anything amiss from it. Little black cat was never a ring spirit, and it had never possessed any spiritual powers like a ring spirit. Chin, you will not sense anything different and will only see it as just an ordinary black cat." Chiao Chu nodded and reached out his cat to stroke the black cat as he asked Jun Wuxie, "Is your ring spirit that black beast that appeared previously?" He had not forgotten the majestic black beast that had appeared in the underground chamber. Hiss! The little black cat extended its claws threateningly at Chiao Chu's stretched out hand, and he hastily retracted it. Chiao Chu then stared, his feelings hurt, at the proud furball. He suddenly paused, when he noticed a lightning-shaped crest of gold fur upon the cat's chest. He remembered seeing the same thing on the black beast previously. And it had been the same shape and was in the same position. This Chiao Chu could not believe what he was thinking as he pointed a finger at the little black cat, shock in his eyes. Yes. Jun Wuxie could guess at what Chiao Chu was thinking and confirmed it for him readily. Chiao Chu just stood there with his mouth open, unable to find words to express his shock. The little black cat did not give out vibes of a ring spirit, and Chiao Chu had concluded it was not. But a black cat that could transform into a black beast was still no ordinary cat. He did not know why Jun Xie wanted him to send the little black cat to Hua Yao, but he would just do as Jun Xie had asked. He had come to learn that the silent kid who did not speak much did things that normal people could not hope to comprehend, and he guessed that even Brother Hua would not understand the reason for Jun Xie's decision this time. Bring a cat. For what purpose? One more thing. Jun Wuxie said, as if suddenly remembering. What? Chiao Chu looked at Jun Xie, waiting to hear something more mind-boggling. Stand guard outside my room tomorrow, and do not allow anyone to go in. Yourself included. Having said her piece, Jun Wuxie turned, and walked off carrying the black cat in her arms. Chapter 304, Soul Exchange, 2. Chiao Chu was speechless as he stared at Jun Wuxie's disappearing back, his hand left hanging in the air with Jun Wuxie's sudden departure. He was not objecting to being barred from entering Jun Xie's room, but he should at least left the cat behind. He wouldn't be able to bring the cat to Brother Hua if he was not allowed to enter Jun Xie's room. At least make that clear before leaving. At the break of dawn the next morning, the still sleeping Chiao Chu was rudely shocked awake by a ear-piercing scratching sound at his door. Opening the door furiously, Chiao Chu only found the little black cat sitting innocently before him. Did your master get you to come? Chiao Chu looked into the sky, and the eastern sky was just lightning. The doors of all the other disciples were all still shut tight, probably still sleeping soundly in their dreams. The little black cat narrowed its eyes, its disagreeable disposition against him last night seemed to have disappeared, but was replaced by a chilling cold. Chiao Chu turned to the black cat and bent to scoop it up into his arms. He saw the cold and calm eyes of the little black cat as he lowered his body, and he suddenly had a vision. Standing before him was not a little black cat, but Jun Xie himself. Those eyes. They had the exact same look. Staring into those eyes, Chiao Chu suddenly lacked the courage to carry it. It somehow made him feel he would be carrying Jun Xie. The little black cat did not extend its claws this time, but sauntered gracefully to come beside Xiao Chu, and with a great leap, it landed nimbly on Xiao Chu's shoulders and its sleek feline form settled comfortably on his shoulders. The little black cat remained silent, its paws dug lightly into Xiao Chu's clothes and sat with its chin raised, eyes still clearly cold. What a sight! Why do I feel that you and your master were created out of the same mold? Those eyes, and personality, were just a replica of its master. The black cat had reacted differently last night though. He did not have the time to clear his doubts. Xiao Chu made use of the still dark skies before dawn, and sped towards Hua Yao's quarters. Hua Yao was still dreaming deeply when a loud crash woke him suddenly. He sat up immediately, staring viciously at the scoundrel who broke through the sealed window. "Brother Hua." "Morning." Xiao Chu exclaimed as he patted himself free of the morning dew on his clothes after bringing the little black cat over. Those clothes were rather presentable and he greatly treasured them. Hua Yao rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He suppressed the urge within him with everything he had, to strangle the twit before him to death. Couldn't he act like normal people? People who knock. Hua Yao swallowed his rage, his eyes drawn to the sleek black form. When Xiao Chu had broken in through the window, the little black cat had jumped off his shoulders and landed nimbly on the table at the side. It was now directly facing Hua Yao, who was still sitting on the bed. "This is..." Hua Yao frowned at the extraordinarily calm black cat. Xiao Chu plopped down on a chair and said smiling, "Little Xie told me to bring it. He said to bring the cat along for the meeting with Qin Yu." "Brother Hua, what do you think is the significance of bringing the cat along?" Even Hua Yao was baffled this time, with his quick and intelligent mind. He was stumped, unable to think of a good reason for Jun Xie's intention to bring the little black cat for the meeting. No other preparations, but only to bring the cat. As Hua Yao was racking his brains out to think of a reason, the cat, who sat observing them coldly, suddenly opened its mouth to speak. "When is Qin Yu coming?" The cold, clear voice was extremely familiar to them, and looking like they had been suddenly struck by lightning, their souls almost flew out of their bodies in shock. Chapter 305, Soul Exchange, 3. That cat could talk. And with Jun Xie's exact same voice. Xiao Chu almost fell off his chair, his mouth wide open. Hua Yao was not doing any better, he had transformed into Kutsang Ju and his expression looked absolutely horrendous. "Little Xie." Xiao Chu's shocked face froze for a long while before he found his voice back and he asked hesitantly. The little black cat replied affirmatively. Xiao Chu still felt himself screaming inside. "Brother Hua, hit me once, see if I'm dreaming." Xiao Chu was losing his mind. Hua Yao accepted the invitation with glee and slapped him mightily across the face. That big slap could almost be heard in the next peak. "Did that hurt?" Hua Yao asked slyly, feeling better having taken his revenge. Xiao Chu clasped his hand to his red-hot burning cheek and almost cried while he said, "That really hurt." The black cat, no, more specifically, Jun Wuxie, who had taken over the little black cat's body, was silently observing the antics of Xiao Chu and Hua Yao, its eyes calm, without a ripple of emotion showing. No one knew she could exchange her soul with little black. After their had merged, she realized that the two of them could swap souls, but with certain risks involved. The little black cat's soul was not able to sustain Jun Wuxie's body, and when Jun Wuxie was in the little black cat's body, her own body would be at great risk. For if anyone who was to cause harm to her body during that period, she would be defenseless. Moreover, during the soul exchange, Jun Wuxie would not be able to transform the little black cat's body into the black beast. It must be said, carrying out the exchange brought about great risks to both the little black cat and her. The soul exchange can be carried out only when both bodies are whole and complete. When she was just reborn, Jun Wuxie's body was badly ravaged, and she was not able to carry out the soul exchange. Little black cat's soul would be unable to sustain a human body, and its soul would have died together with the body, and Jun Wuxie would have been imprisoned her whole life within the little black cat's body, and be unable to transform. This time, Jun Wuxie had decided on this course of action based on the trust she had for Xiao Chu. They might not have collaborated for a long time, but based on their interaction within this period, she knew the two of them could be trusted within this period of their alliance. Nevertheless, she did not intend to tell them about the dangers and risks involved in the soul exchange, to prevent them from getting any ideas. Moreover, harming her would do them not a bit of good here. Every action that Jun Wuxie took had been carefully and meticulously thought through and repeatedly deliberated. Only after she was certain would she make her move. And her placid calm now just left Xiao Chu and Hua Yao all the more speechless. Even though the little black cat was not a ring spirit, and was closely entwined with a human soul, nobody else was able to carry out a soul exchange. Jun Wuxie's action had completely changed Xiao Chu's and Hua Yao's perception of how things worked in the world. After a long uncomfortable silence, Hua Yao finally recovered and he stared at the little black cat, trying very hard to speak to it like he was speaking to Jun Xie. "You want to listen in on what Qin Yu has to say?" Hua Yao asked. The black cat nodded, looking exceptionally graceful. "I need to judge Qin Yu's level of tolerance to Kutsang Ju." Since the circumstances had changed, she wanted to use Kutsang Ju's identity to its fullest extent. "I understand." Hua Yao understood. Kutsang Ju's meeting with Qin Yu would not allow a third person to be present. But if it was only a little black cat, no matter how careful Qin Yu was, he wouldn't suspect anything as no one else had ever heard of a human being able to swap souls with an animal before. Chapter 306, Obliterate, 1. When the sky lightened, Xiao Chu left and stood guard outside Jun Wuxie's door. Hua Yao and Jun Wuxie waited within the hidden cloud peak for the arrival of the sovereign, Qin Yu. When Qin Yu appeared at the hidden cloud peak, the new recruits were overawed. They tagged behind the sovereign with adoration in their eyes. The men behind the Qin Yun clan's might, the men fabled to be the most highly skilled in medicine throughout the lands. Over the generations of sovereigns of the Qin Yun clan, they had all possessed extraordinary skills in medicine. In the early days, the founder of the Qin Yun clan was the widely famed miracle healer, and after he set up the Qin Yun clan, and over the generations, the people of the lands had come to tag the name of the world's top healer to the serving sovereign of the Qin Yun clan. Almost daily, people showed up uninvited, hoping for Qin Yu to help them alleviate their pains and ailments. Besides the high demand for treatment and healing, many others swarmed to him for elixirs. Healing and cultivation of elixirs were never far apart, and skilled healers would always have unique recipes for an elixir or two. At the Qin Yun clan, it was believed that Qin Yu's healing skills could bring a man on the brink of death back to life and relieve all his wounds. His elixirs were in great demand as people were bound to fall prey to illnesses and ailments, and the sick, infirmed, or even severely wounded might not be able to survive the long arduous journey to the Qin Yun clan. Moreover, Qin Yu only extended his healing skills to just one patient a month, and that privilege was highly sought after. Unless they had in hand something the Qin Yun clan sought, that opportunity was usually beyond the reach of most people. In a plea to convince Qin Yu to lend his medicinal expertise, many expert exponents volunteered to stay within the Qin Yun clan to serve as resident mercenaries, and countless rich families have parted with vast riches for that sense of security the elixirs gave. In the eyes of the people, the Qin Yun clan sovereign held more than just his expertise in medicine. Not just the Qin Yun clan sovereign's healing expertise was highly sought, people fought to impress him just to be accepted as a disciple of the Qin Yun clan. The Yus were eager to leave a lasting impression on Qin Yu and would have leeched on, but the thought of Kutsang Ju's sinister face loomed within their minds and they gave up after some time. Qin Yu's benign face smiled gently as he walked within the hidden cloud peak, and his exalted but harmonious presence put a distance between himself and the respectful disciples, and many of them swore to strive to emulate some of Qin Yu's dominating air. Under a crowd of adoring eyes, Qin Yu came to Kutsang Ju's quarters and entered. The smile on his face disappeared immediately, and that benign face clouded, his brow creased into a frown, his foul mood and displeasure obvious. His face darkened. Qin Yu strode quickly forward, seemingly familiar with the way around. He stood in the study in moments, finding Kutsang Ju flipping through his ancient texts. With a bang, Qin Yu slammed the door shut. Hua Yao looked up from behind his desk, his hideous face splitting into a sinister smile. A little black cat laid lazily upon the desk, its eyes closed, looking like it was fast asleep. "Our sovereign seems to be in a rather foul mood today," Hua Yao said, imitating Kutsang Ju's sarcastic tone. "I want you to concoct a poison for me, one that makes people suffer a fate worse than death, and inflicts unimaginable horrific agony." Qin Yu's face was distorted with undisguised hatred and his words dripped with venom. Chapter 307, Obliterate, 2. "Oh. For who?" Hua Yao asked lightly. Qin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the rage that welled up in his chest. Yu Yan and Elder Jiang are dead. Hua Yao froze a moment. The Qin Yu Yan that Qin Yu was talking about was his only daughter. He had pampered and spoiled rotten this daughter of his and did everything within his power to give her everything she had ever wanted. As the eldest miss of the Qin Yun clan, Qin Yu Yan was the sweetheart of the clan, and was loved by everyone, and her benign and pretty looks was an almost exact replica of Qin Yu. Hua Yao had had a prior encounter with Qin Yu Yan when he had first snuck into the hidden cloud peak in search of the map. He had been hiding in the shadows when he saw Qin Yu Yan and Kutsang Ju in the underground chamber tormenting the innocent youths. Her beautiful face was an insidious mask, working in cahoots with Kutsang Ju. She displayed a stark contrast to Kutsang Ju, her false facade of benign kindness and gentleness on her face, like Qin Yu, but was party to dastardly deeds in secret, together with the hideous and sinister-looking Kutsang Ju. But, as the very treasured apple of Qin Yu's eye, how was she killed so suddenly? The little black cat on the table flicked its ears and opened its eyes slowly, and a flicker of hatred flashed as it swept its cold gaze across the room and those eyes past Qin Yu. Qin Yu had received news of Qin Yu Yan's death earlier than she had expected. The audacious tiny kingdom of Qi dared to commit such a travesty against us. That useless no-good Jun family actually dared kill my daughter. I want the whole family to die and cut into 1,000 pieces. Kutsang Ju, give me the best poison of your life's work. I want the Jun family and the Qi imperial family to be buried together with my daughter. Qin Yu's jaw was tightly clenched as his rage threatened to overcome him. He was no longer young and already middle-aged, and he had only Qin Yu Yan, his most treasured one and only daughter. His most beloved daughter had been brutally murdered in the faraway kingdom of Qi, and the humiliation and anger drove a strong urge within him to lead a force to storm the Qi kingdom and shred his enemies to pieces. Hua Yao was shocked after hearing Qin Yu's rant, and an incredulous notion crept into his mind. He innocuously glanced at the black cat, as his suspicion grew stronger. Jun family, didn't Jun Xie shares that same name? And, did Xiao Chu not first meet Jun Xie in the very same imperial city of Qi? Hua Yao had been curious about what had caused Jun Xie to harbor such deep hatred for the Qin Yun clan, to want to obliterate the whole lot of them. Now, it seemed that if his suspicions were right, Jun Xie was closely linked to the Jun family that killed Qin Yu Yan, and Jun Xie's intention to wipe out the Qin Yun clan was to strike first at the enemy while they were unprepared. In that scenario, if the Qin Yun clan remained, the Jun family would be the one annihilated. As working partners, no matter if Jun Xie was linked to the Jun family in question, Hua Yao decided to probe further on Jun Xie's behalf. You don't need me to do that, wouldn't just a few of the highly skilled resident mercenaries of the Qin Yun clan would be more than enough to squash them completely. A frosty laugh escaped from Qin Yu's throat. A straight death would be too easy on them. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death. I will bring them back to the Qin Yun clan, and feel every bit of the agonizing torment I would inflict on them, and have them beg to be killed. Nothing less than that would appease the anger and hatred in my heart. Those that killed my daughter must not be allowed to walk the earth. If her murderers were not put through insufferable torment, his daughter's soul would not find peace. Hua Yao nodded in supposed agreement. Jun Wuxie's soul within the little black cat narrowed its eyes after hearing Qin Yu's words. She appreciated Hua Yao's gesture of thoughtfulness after finding out Qin Yu did not intend to send a force to the Qi kingdom. But even if he did, Jun Wuxie was undeterred. The fact that she dared to leave the Qi kingdom meant that she had absolute confidence. Before she obliterated the Qin Yun clan, no matter who Qin Yu sent, they would not be able to lay a finger on the Jun family. Chapter 308, Obliterate, 3. It's just killing a few people, I can agree to that. But in exchange, I need you to agree to one condition I have. Hua Yao asked, his eyes intently watching Qin Yu. What is it? Qin Yu asked, frowning. His mind was dead set on vengeance for Qin Yu Yan, and he would agree to any conditions that Kutsang Ju wanted. Hua Yao grew a little more confident and he smiled. I might have called it a condition, but it's actually a necessity for me to carry out your daughter's vengeance. In my opinion, there aren't many people capable of killing Jiang Qinqin, and if my memory serves me correctly, several highly skilled exponents had also accompanied Jiang Qinqin's and the eldest miss delegation, and they were all killed. That makes me suspect that the Qi kingdom has experts with them. I am sure you are aware that the effects of poisons are weakened when used on skilled people, and the more highly skilled they are, the weaker the effects will be. If you want revenge for your daughter's death, you will have to help me with it. Qin Yu stared at Hua Yao and said impatiently, What do you need from me? Just tell me straight. Hua Yao laughed lightly and said, "It is very simple in fact. New recruits are too weak and I have lost interest in using them as experimental specimens for my research. I am not able to yield enough results from them. The disciples within the 12 peaks are skilled and they have always nurtured and developed their bodies. Their spiritual powers might not be parallel to expert exponents, but the condition of their bodies are much better than many others. If I can use them to experiment my poisons, the results will give a more accurate reflection of its effects and inflict more agonizing torment on the people who murdered your daughter, wouldn't you agree?" Hua Yao's words made Qin Yu hesitate for a long while as he turned to face that hideous countenance, as the words sunk in. "You want to use the disciples of the Qin Yun clan to test your poisons?" Qin Yu's voice had turned cold. Hua Yao pushed on, "Why not? The Qin Yun clan has so many disciples. If I just pick a few of them from each peak separately, it would not hurt them much anyway. Rest assured that I will not target any from you." "Kutsang-ju, you are going a little too far this time." Qin Yu stood up furiously. Did Kutsang-ju know what he was asking for? Using formally accepted disciples of the Qin Yun clan as experiments for his poison, and he is targeting to use the disciples of the other elders. That would be a big slap across the faces of the other elders. All the inner house disciples of the Qin Yun clan knew what kind of place the Hidden Cloud Peak was. If they were taken away just like that, how would the other disciples of the respective elders see their own masters? Hua Yao laughed coldly, "My authority in the Qin Yun clan cannot be compared to yours. I am seeking the permission to carry out your request and I will need the authority from yours truly. Authority that came with the position of the sovereign of the Qin Yun clan which became yours to command. If you did not crave for that authority then, the coveted position of the Qin Yun clan's sovereign might have fallen into the hands of Mu Qin of the Cloud-Treading Peak." Hua Yao imitated Kutsang-ju's shrill high-pitched voice perfectly. Hua Yao's obvious insinuation made Qin Yu turn pale and he clenched his fists tightly. Using all his might, Qin Yu pushed down the surging urge to smash the mouth of the nefarious Kutsang-ju that had uttered those threatening words. He had been very tempted to kill Kutsang-ju on countless occasions, but he had held himself back for two good reasons. One was that Kutsang-ju held evidence of Qin Yu's plot when he had poisoned his own master, and the second reason was that Kutsang-ju was extremely well versed with poison. Although he was not equipped with any spiritual powers, the myriad poisons Kutsang-ju hit upon himself might result in them both to perish together. Among the two reasons, both held Qin Yu's hand back, and even forced him to submit to Kutsang-ju. Qin Yu drew in a long breath, before he sat back down on the chair. "I am sure you must have realized, that if I am to accede to your request, I would not be able to answer to the other elders." Succumbing to Kutsang-ju's threat, Qin Yu did not have much of a choice but to comply. Chapter 309, Obliterate, 4. "I will leave it to our sovereign to decide on how to and what to do to make it work for us." Hua Yao refused to budge even with Qin Yu's change of tact. He was not Kutsang-ju and he did not care if he angered Qin Yu, not even if it made Qin Yu want to kill him for it. The only thing that mattered to Hua Yao was whether he could stir up chaos within the Qin Yun clan. Qin Yu stared angrily at Kutsang-ju and remained quiet for a long while before he finally blurted out, "All right. I agree to it. But you have to promise not to touch any of the elders' direct disciples. And you have to give me the poison in the shortest time possible because I refuse to wait." Blinded by his desire for revenge for his daughter's murder, and buckling under Kutsang-ju's obvious threat, Qin Yu had no choice but to give in to Kutsang-ju's unreasonable demands. Although Qin Yu was aware that Kutsang-ju's demand would bring him great resistance and anger from the other elders, he was nevertheless confident that the Qin Yun clan was firmly under his control and even the displeasure of the elders would not bring about anything catastrophic. Qin Yu's arrogance would soon make him eat his own words. He had thought that although Kutsang-ju was being arrogant, he would know the limits and not overstep the boundaries. Little did he realize, the Kutsang-ju before him had been replaced with a different person, and this person, Hua Yao, together with Jun Wuxia had wanted nothing more than to wreak havoc and plunge the Qin Yun clan into chaos as they had never seen. "Rest assured, I am sure you will be satisfied with it." His objective achieved, Hua Yao did not speak much after that and just nodded his head in agreement as Qin Yu continued to rant, but in his heart, he was silently laughing. Despite all the grand plans he had for the Jun family and the Emperor of Qi, Qin Yu was not aware that the very man right before him whom he was sharing his plans with, was plotting his demise right there in the Qin Yun clan. After Qin was seemingly satisfied with the answer he got up to leave. As Qin neared the door of the study, Hua Yao suddenly said, "Remember to keep that map safe." Qin's footsteps slowed and he froze a moment, as his back straightened. He remained silent for a while before he replied softly, "I know. It is very safe." Qin had his back to Hua Yao then, or he might have caught a flash of joy that showed briefly in Hua Yao's eyes when he replied. Qin left, and only Hua Yao was left with the little black cat alone in the room. Silence permeated, and finally Hua Yao laid his head on his palm and stared at the little black cat who had remained silent throughout all this while and asked, "Was your family the ones behind the killing of Qin Yuyan and Jiang Qinqing?" Jun Wuxia turned her furry head and looked calmly at Hua Yao. With Hua Yao's quick mind, it was not difficult for him to be able to piece the facts together. "It was me," she replied honestly. Hua Yao was taken aback at her honest reply and suddenly laughed out loud. "So that's why you wanted to wipe out the Qin Yun clan. You had expected today's events to happen all this time. You reasoned that if Qin Yu is allowed to react before you do, you would have insufficient power to retaliate, and you have decided to wipe out the Qin Yun clan a step before they do." "Yes," Jun Wuxia said simply. Hua Yao looked intently at the little black cat. Through that pair of cold eyes, he seemed to be able to get a glimpse of a sliver of the soul within that little body. "After the matter with the Qin Yun clan is settled, if you have the time, would you go back together with us?" He thought, at such a young age, and to possess such a calm and meticulous mind, made for an incredible combination. "Didn't I already agree to it?" The black cat narrowed its eyes and jumped off the table. Qin Yu did not seem to have any limits to Kutsang Ju's indulgent demands, as long as it did not threaten his position as the sovereign. "We are free to go do anything we want in the other peaks, any way we want. Do not squander this opportunity." Jun Wuxia left behind these words and leapt nimbly out with the black cat's body. Hua Yao watched the black cat leap before his eyes and his smile reached those eyes in that rare instant. If it was Jun Xie, he just might be able to produce the medicine. Chapter 310, Fear Spreads, 1. Qin Yu had flew into an almost uncontrollable rage at the news of Qin Yuyan's death, and he could not wait to exact maniacal revenge upon the Jun family and the imperial family of Qi, to the point that he inflicted unimaginable torment on the murderers of his only daughter even in his dreams. Sadly for him, never in those dreams had he even thought that the very Jun Wuxia, the very person responsible for the death of his beloved daughter, was right there in the Qin Yun clan, listening into his every word as he plotted his revenge. Qin Yu wanted to annihilate the Jun family, and Jun Wuxia intended to bury the whole of the Qin Yun clan. One was hidden and the other had exposed all for his enemy to see. The game began here, right in the deep recess of the cloudy peaks. The might of the Qin Yun clan did not allow Jun Wuxia any mistake. If she failed to wipe out the Qin Yun clan in its entirety, it would spell unmistakable doom for the Jun family. Returning to the disciples' quarters, the little black cat entered its room under the watchful eyes of Qiao Chu, and exchanged its soul back to her original body. Back in her own body, Jun Wuxia sat up slowly, her eyes expressionless. The little black cat lay upon her lap, feeling rather tired as its tiny soul had expended quite a bit of its energy to sustain Jun Wuxia's bigger body. Jun Wuxia looked out at the rays of sunlight that fell in through the window from the rising sun. Just like her mission, it was only just started to shine. Hua Yao had gotten Qin Yu initial consent, and the Qin Yun clan was slated to see a wave of chaos coming. Within that chaos, Jun Wuxia would only need to prod the Qin Yun clan lightly from here onwards, towards their doom. Later that very same day, Hua Yao made an appearance as the sinister Kutsang Ju, and led Jun Wuxia and Qiao Chu, his two recently favored disciples, and paid a visit to their closest neighbor, the Ash Cloud Peak. The Ash Cloud Peak had previously been under Jiang Qinqing. After the demise of Jiang Qinqing, the running of the Ash Cloud Peak fell into the hands of his most senior disciple Gao Xiong. When the news of Qin Yuyan's death had arrived, news of Jiang Qinqing's passing was passed to the Ash Cloud Peak. All the disciples within the peak were still in mourning, and Jiang Qinqing's 3 direct disciples were devastated that they could not even conduct a proper burial for their revered teacher. When Hua Yao and his 2 other disciples appeared before the Ash Cloud Peak, Gao Xiong was talking to his fellow disciples with his eyes red-rimmed. Upon seeing Kutsang Ju, he wiped his hand across his eyes and hurried forward in greeting. "Elder Ku." Hua Yao glanced at Gao Xiong dismissively and said, "Under the orders of the sovereign, I am here in the ash cloud to pick a few disciples to help out at the hidden cloud peak. Gao Xiong froze, knowing exactly what kind of place the hidden cloud peak was. That was the place that all the disciples from the other peaks avoided at all times. As not only the common disciples of the hidden cloud peak but even Kutsang Ju's own direct disciples had been known to mysteriously disappear often, and though unspoken, they all knew where those disciples had disappeared to. Now, Elder Ku himself had come before the ash cloud peak personally to select disciples. The unexpected demand made Gao Xiong felt a chill run up his spine. Kutsang Ju's definition of help meant that the disciples selected would soon give up their lives. Elder Ku, our master had just passed away, do you? Gao Xiong's voice was hoarse and sweat ran down his back. When Jiang Qinqing was still around, he did not have much to fear even in the face of Kutsang Ju as Jiang Qinqing would have their backs. But with Jiang Qinqing's passing, Kutsang Ju had wasted no time to come right up to the ash cloud peak and demanded that they hand disciples over to him. It was an obvious instance of bullying the peak without an elder's protection. Gao Xiong did not dare to express his rage and could only look at Kutsang Ju helplessly. It is precisely because your master is no longer around that I, as an elder of the Qingyun clan, am aggrieved and am offering to care for these poor disciples on your teacher behalf. Gao Xiong, you better know your place, and I am here merely just to select a few disciples. Rest assured, you and your 2 fellow senior disciples would be spared, as I am gracious enough to leave Elder Jiang his favored direct disciples to at least take up his mantle to carry on his legacy. Hua Yao declared domineeringly. Chapter 311, Fear Spreads, 2. Gao Xiong's face paled visibly. Those words could not have been any clearer. Kutsang Ju had obviously insinuated that he would not be leaving without ash cloud disciples going back with him. The ash cloud peak had lost Jiang Qinqing's protective wing, and if he persisted to go against Kutsang Ju, he would in turn become the one in trouble. This way please, Elder Ku. Gao Xiong steeled his heart as he uttered those hated words. Hua Yao nodded in satisfaction and led Jun Wuxie and Xiao Chu intrusively into the ash cloud peak and walked obtrusively within. The 3 of them attracted all the curious gazes from the disciples of the ash cloud peak. In moments, Gao Xiong revealed Elder Ku's purpose of visit was to select disciples from among them, and the news spread fast and furiously. At that moment, the curious gazes turned to ones of fury, and they all sensed the impending danger. They all knew the consequences from being selected only too well, and what Kutsang Ju's true intentions were. If chosen, and brought back to the hidden cloud peak, they would only face the inescapable fate of untold torment. All the disciples prayed that Elder Ku would not grace them with his eye. Xiao Chu followed behind Hua Yao, looking at the disciples shrinking back in terror. He suddenly felt like a butcher about to choose livestock. Why do I feel like I am a villain? Xiao Chu asked, rubbing his nose. If they are given a chance to retaliate, they would in turn become the villains. The reason you feel pity for them now is because we hold the upper hand now and they are victimized and can only submit themselves to our whims. If not for Jun Xie's ingenuity, we would be the ones persecuted and victimized instead. Hua Yao did not feel the least bit guilty. He had come to the Qingyun clan earlier than Xiao Chu, and in that period of a short half-month, he had clearly seen the hidden hideous and ugly face of the mightiest clan throughout the lands. The pitiful-looking disciples cowering in fear before them now had been insufferably arrogant and egotistical before. There had been several villages below the cloudy peaks before, but now, the villages had all disappeared and not a single person could be seen. Where had all the villagers gone? And why did they all disappear? Within the cloudy peaks, every single one of them was guilty. You're right. If that is the case, I would choose to be the villain right from the start, and not make myself a victim if the real villains had made their move against me first instead. Xiao Chu said, laughing. Showing compassion to the Qingyun clan. What a joke. Neither had the disciples of the hidden cloud peak pitted the monthly new recruits who were all tormented to death by Kutsang Ju, but had partaken in deeds driving them further towards their doom. The disciples of the Qingyun clan had all lost their conscience. Within the whole of the Qingyun clan, those who had any sliver of conscience left had been killed by the supposed mightiest clan of the lands. Hua Yao and Xiao Chu spoke in whispers, and Jun Wuxie looked at the 2 of them silently. She had heard their conversation, and she raised an eyebrow as she continued to stare at the 2 youths, seemingly silently thinking. They were slightly younger than Mo Qian Yuan, but it seemed that they were a tad bit more mature in thinking. Her newfound allies this time round might not be such a handful to handle. They prowled around the ash cloud peak for half a day, almost driving the disciples there insane in fear, before they nonchalantly picked 2 disciples from among them. The 2 selected disciples fell to their knees immediately, faces white as sheets, tears running down their faces, their eyes pleading hopefully at Gao Xiong, who stood at one side observing the events, his heart wrenching in turmoil. Gao Xiong was just the most senior disciple under Jiang Qinqing, and he did not have the authority nor did he dare to defy the orders from Kutsang-ju. Added to that fact was the loss of Jiang Qinqing protection. Gao Xiong could only look away at the 2 disciples' pleading eyes and maintained a stoic expression as he saw Kutsang-ju out of the ash cloud peak. Chapter 3:12, Fear Spreads, 3. The 2 disciples were brought back to the hidden cloud peak, their faces resigned and pale. When they stood before the gates to the hidden cloud peak, they started trembling uncontrollably, a pitiful sight. News of Kutsang-ju trip to seize disciples from the ash cloud peak spread quickly throughout the cloudy peaks. The news reached the ears of the elders, but they did not give much reaction to it. The ash cloud peak had lost their elder, Jiang Qinqing, and it was deemed to be expected for them to suffer the injustice. When Jiang Qinqing was still around, the ash cloud peak disciples had exploited their elder's close relations with Qin Yu and been arrogant in their demeanor, offending many of the disciples of the other peaks. Now that Kutsang-ju's domineering ways were inflicted on those scoundrels, the other elders thought that the ash cloud peak deserved it and only felt that Kutsang-ju was rather daring to target them so soon after the demise of their elder. But Qin Yu had always favored Kutsang-ju and the other elders did not think much more on it. The other peaks were spared and nonchalant, but the ash cloud peak disciples were still feeling jittery about the whole thing. On the second day that the 2 disciples were brought to the hidden cloud peak, Gao Xiong secretly tried to gather information on news of them. Kutsang-ju might have claimed that they were only drafted to help out. Gao Xiong was nevertheless worried, as Elder Ku was reputed to be insidious in his ways and he might very well just come back in a few days and Gao Xiong would be helpless to stop him. So, he could only source for news of the 2 disciples discreetly and pray they would not meet with too miserable a fate, and that would allow him to at least set the minds of the other disciples at ease a little. After that day, the ash cloud peak became very depressive. The loss of Jiang Qinqing had already thrown the disciples of the peak into disarray when the news of his demise came in, and Kutsang-ju had come knocking immediately, bullying the helpless peak. Without the authority of an elder to resist, the ash cloud peak could only be coerced into obedience. By the 3rd day of Kutsang-ju's visit to the ash cloud peak, Gao Xiong stopped receiving any news of the 2 disciples from his sources, and he knew very well what that could only mean. Disciples who disappeared from the hidden cloud peak could only mean one thing. It meant that they have been killed and their remains are currently serving as nutrients for the plants. Gao Xiong did not try to suppress that fact, and the ash cloud peak disciples soon came to know about it. That was the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the ash cloud peak disciples were struck by their helplessness. After losing Jiang Qinqing, the other elders had turned a blind eye to their frailty, and even the sovereign had indulged Kutsang-ju in the killing of disciples of the Qin Yun clan. The disciples now started to fear for their own safety and developed hatred for the other peaks. They were afraid that they would turn out to be the next target, and they took it out on the other elders and the sovereign's indifference to their plight. They were disciples of the Qin Yun clan just like the others. Why were they abandoned and allowed to be oppressed by Kutsang-ju so openly? The indignation and hatred festered, and they soon cut off all forms of contact with the other peaks. The ash cloud peak was in a state of lockdown, and their disciples were never seen outside again. They were abandoned by the clan and had received no pity or consideration for the dire plight the peak was suffering under. They refused to become sacrificial sheep for any of the other peaks to take for granted. Just days after the injustice suffered by the ash cloud peak, the other elders who had been indifferent suddenly stopped smiling. As Kutsang-ju started to make rounds with his 2 disciples to appear before their gates, they had come to ask for the exact same thing as they had asked from the ash cloud peak. The first to be hit was the Cloud Banner Peak. Chapter 3:13, Fear Spreads, 4. The elder of the Cloud Banner Peak was Kaizhua, a man past 50. Before Qin Yu took over as the sovereign, he was already an elder of the Qin Yun clan then. Due to his seniority, Kaizhua commanded quite a bit of respect among the other elders, and even Qin Yu deferred to him at times. No one had expected that Kutsang-ju would be so bold to go straight up to the Cloud Banner Peak and stand before the white-bearded Kaizhua and snatch 2 disciples from right under his nose. Their domineering ways nearly made the elder faint in rage. Arrogance. Absolute tyranny. The tragedy that befell the Ash Cloud Peak was replicated in the Cloud Banner Peak in just days apart. What was even more unacceptable was that Kutsang-ju had seized the disciples in the face of Kaijua's refusal, totally disregarding the authority of an elder. When the Ash Cloud Peak's disciples had been seized, the other peaks had thought it was due to the lack of an elder's protection that Kutsang-ju dared dominate over them. But in the case of the Cloud Banner Peak, Kutsang-ju's tyranny could clearly be seen. Their elder had been present, alive and kicking, but Kutsang-ju had seized disciples right before his eyes. He acted like he owned the cloudy peaks. Kaijua was furious and his disciples persuaded him to go to Qinyu. The senior elder related Kutsang-ju's arrogance and tyranny in detail to the sovereign and pleaded till his voice went hoarse, but he still did not manage to convince Qinyu to act against Kutsang-ju. Qinyu only tried to appease Kaijua and promised that in the next upcoming recruitment, he would allow Kaijua first pick at the talents and did not say anything more about the matter. When Kaijua departed from Qinyu's, his face became pale from his long-suppressed rage and upon stepping out the gates, he dropped in a dead faint and had to be carried back to the Cloud Banner Peak by his flustered disciples. With the Cloud Banner Peak as a prime example, the other elders started to get worried. Kutsang-ju had shown that he was capable of such atrocities and the sovereign still chose to distance himself from the matter. Kutsang-ju was hence allowed to act with impunity. The Ash Cloud Peak and the Cloud Banner Peak were hit, and the tragedy was expected to come knocking upon their very own doors soon. Losing a disciple or two did not affect the various elders much. They were more concerned with the impunity that Kutsang-ju was allowed to carry out his insidious deeds. Coming right up to the gates of the various peaks and seizing the elders' disciples before their very own eyes. They could not swallow that prick to their pride. The deeds that Kutsang-ju carried out within the hidden Cloud Peak was like an open secret within the disciples of the Qingyun clan. If the various elders were to allow Kutsang-ju to kidnap their own disciples before themselves, they would lose all sense of credibility before their disciples. That was as good as telling their own disciples that their teacher was useless, powerless before tyranny, and unable to even protect his own disciples. It was a slap across the faces of the various elders. And enough was enough. From that moment, the elders started to take serious note of any whispers of movement from the hidden Cloud Peak and all the disciples started to fear for their own safety. But tragedy still struck them. Within weeks, Kutsang-ju had swept through 6 peaks and the faces of the various elders had all been slapped swollen by the domineering ways employed. Kutsang-ju was neither discreet nor merciful. He showed up arrogantly and carried Qinyu's approval prominently before him, and forcibly seized disciples from before the respective elders. The famed and revered reputations of the elders were shredded to pieces, becoming non-existent in a matter of weeks. The disciples started to eye their elders with distrust and the elders could do nothing but let their faces turn red in shame. Their dignity as elders in tatters, the respect the disciples had for their teacher shredded, rage and hatred exploded in the Qingyun clan. The elders cursed at Kutsang-ju incessantly and rage and hatred grew for Qinyu for his indulgence and indifference to the sorry plight of the other elders. Chapter 314, Mu Chen's Unbending Will, 1. While Hua Yao impersonated as Kutsang-ju wreaked havoc and fanned the fire of hatred and fear throughout the Qingyun clan, Jun Wuxia had not been idle. She used the nights to develop her spiritual powers with the embellished wooden bead and picked suitable herbs in the hidden Cloud Peak to cultivate elixirs with varying effects. In the midst of all that, she made a trip down the hidden Cloud Peak specially to hand over some medicine and herbs to correct and nurture specific complications in veins and arteries to Rongheng. Rongheng had fully expected the youth that he had escorted to the hidden Cloud Peak weeks earlier to be dead, and when he received the package, he had been flustered and could only thank Jun Wuxia profusely. Before he left, he did not forget to remind Jun Wuxia to be a little more careful in the hidden Cloud Peak and that Kutsang-ju had been stirring up quite a bit of trouble in the others' peaks, so he should stay within the hidden Cloud Peak to avoid any acts of retaliation from the other peaks. The disciples of the other peaks were fearful and held a lot of hatred for the hidden Cloud Peak, and they might exact their revenge on any stray hidden Cloud Peak disciples. Jun Wuxia listened to his well-intentioned warning, but she remained silent. She was very glad that chaos was running wild among the peaks. Only when the whole of the Qingyun clan were held in the thralls of fear could her scheme proceed as planned. Every few days, she went with Hua Yao and Xiao Chu to carry out their insidious deeds. Jun Wuxia managed to get a good grasp of the differing situations among the differing peaks as well as the different personalities of the different elders. Some were calm, some were fiery, some gloomy, but they all fell victim to Hua Yao's tyranny as he held the banner of the sovereign's approval of his actions high over his head, their revered reputations shredded to pieces and almost non-existent. The wave of chaos swept over and hung heavy over the cloudy peaks, and all the disciples and even the elders could not find sleep well in the middle of all the mayhem. After sowing the seeds of fear within the various peaks of many elders, June Wuxie set her eyes on her last target, the cloud-treading peak of Muchen's. The cloud-treading peak was the least conspicuous among the 12 peaks, and it was the peak with the least number of disciples. Within the whole mountain, the total disciples number only slightly over 20. The immense peak only housed Muchen and over 20 disciples all year round, and it usually looked pitifully sparse and uninhabited. Compared to the other peaks, where they could easily round up hundreds of disciples, Muchen's numbers looked especially pathetic. Muchen seldom accepted disciples, as he would rather not have disciples than to accept unsuitable candidates. If they did not meet the mark, he would choose to go without recruiting a single person. Added to that, Qin had always suppressed Muchen's power secretly, further adding on to the dismal situation in the cloud trading peak. Elder Muchen seems to be rather different compared to the other elders, Qiao Chu remarked, rubbing his chin. He had lived luxuriously and reveled in the tyranny with Hua Yao as they terrorized the various peaks, and he felt his chin was getting a little rounded. If the Qin clan had a side that was clean, that would be only the cloud-treading peak. The elder might be very young, but he is a steady and stalwart man. Righteous, and everything that I had heard about him did not implicate him in any immoral or shady deeds. He is the only exception among all that I know about the other peaks. Hua Yao nodded in agreement, as he shared the good impression he had of Muchen. June Wuxie stood at the foot of the cloud-treading peak and raised her head to look towards the summit. At the summit, she seemed to be able to see a figure, dressed in blue, the robes flapping in the wind. That man seemed to be looking in their direction. Can we use Muchen? Hua Yao looked at the silent June Xie. The order that the elders were to be terrorized were chosen by June Xie, and he had placed Muchen to be the last. On their way here, June Wuxie had hinted with her words that made Hua Yao understand that Muchen was perceived to be different from the other elders of the Qin clan. Be it his personality or circumstances, he did not fit into the Qin clan at present. Whether he can be useful will be his own choice. June Wuxie lowered her head, looking thoughtful. Hua Yao smiled in silent agreement. Qiao Chu laughed out loud and exclaimed, "Let's put together our arrogant and tyrannical faces and set forth." The only reply he got to his boisterous exclamation were two sets of cold stares directed right at him. Chapter 315, Muchen's Unbending Will, 2. Within the cloud-treading peak, Muchen stood at the summit with all his disciples around him. His eyes were resolute as he observed the slowly approaching form of Kutsang Ju. Elder Mu, it has been a rather long time. Hua Yao had become very good at imitating Kutsang Ju's shrill cackle by now, and coupled with his sinister tone, his voice sent chills down the spine of the disciples before them. The cloud-treading peak does not welcome Elder Ko. We would request that Elder could depart from here. Muchen's face was stoic and he did not hesitate in asking them to leave. June Wuxie observed Muchen silently, thinking he was indeed different from the other elders. In the other peaks, the elders had known of Kutsang Ju's intentions but had submitted to Qin Yu's approval and allowed their disciples to be sacrificed. None of them had reacted like Muchen, who had not immediately refused them entry and protected his disciples without any deference nor hesitation. The disciples who stood by Muchen did not show any fear in their eyes but had been resolute and defiant. Within those disciples, June Wuxie spotted Ronghang, who stood just behind Muchen. He had been shocked to see June Wuxie for a moment, but he recovered quickly and his stance grew just as defiant as his fellow disciples. Kutsang Ju heard Muchen's impolite words and his sinister countenance quickly turned to be one of anger. He said sneeringly, "Muchen, seeing that we are both elders, I shall choose not to take offense with your attitude. But you should at least know your place. The purpose of my trip here to select disciples from you was the sovereign's idea. Would you dare say your authority as an elder overrides the sovereign's?" A string of curses erupted and Muchen's face darkened. The faces of the disciples behind Muchen started to turn red with anger hearing the nasty words. "I just found out that Brother Hua is getting rather skilled at attracting hatred to himself." Impressed by Hua Yao's ongoing tirade giving rise to the rage starting to boil over among the cloud-treading peak disciples, Qiao Chu could not help himself but whisper to June Wuxie in praise. "Hasn't he always been so?" June Wuxie raised an eyebrow in query. Hua Yao's personality had seemed cold and unfeeling, and he had always had a poisonous tongue, and he had seemed to be capable of driving people up the wall with his gift of the gab alone. That's true. Xiao Chu nodded discreetly, having experienced it himself many times. Hua Yao continued, Elder Mu, I would suggest you accept our peaceful request now and not make things difficult for yourself. My task of the selection of disciples from the various peaks are under the direct orders of the sovereign himself. The other elders had been cooperative, and I would ask our Elder Mu to not put up a futile struggle, as it is only a matter of merely 2 disciples. Mu Chen's jaw was tightly clenched and his face dark with anger. He simply replied, I will not accept those orders. Hua Yao's face became even more sinister. Looks like our Elder Mu is bent on defying the sovereign's orders. Even as an elder, defying the orders of the sovereign is a crime even you cannot shoulder. After Qin Yu assumed leadership of the Qin Yun clan as the sovereign, the powers of the various elders had been slowly diminished. Qin Yu soon held the power to reprimand and punish an elder unilaterally. Moreover, Mu Chen and Qin Yu had been on bad terms, and it was widely known throughout the Qin Yun clan. Mu Chen had always laid low and avoided drawing attention to himself and the cloud-treading peak all this time just to avoid giving Qin Yu any excuse to act against him. But if he were to be stuck with the crime of defying the orders of the sovereign, Qin Yu would gain a perfect reason to be rid of Mu Chen henceforth. Everyone present was acutely aware of what Kutsang Ju had meant. Without waiting for Mu Chen to respond, Rongheng, who stood behind him, stepped forward. Elder Ko, you need not say any more. I'll go with you. Mu Chen was at a loss for words as he stared at Rongheng, who had volunteered to sacrifice himself for everyone. Soon another cloud-treading peak disciple stepped up as well, showing his willingness to follow Elder Ko back to the hidden cloud peak. This situation was absolutely unheard of. In the other peaks, all the disciples had stayed far away from Hua Yao, fearful that they would be chosen to go to the hidden cloud peak. And the chosen ones had been completely terrified and knelt before their teacher in pleading sobs, for the elder to save them from their unavoidable fate. Chapter 316, Mu Chen's Unbending Will, 3. All the disciples of the Qin Yun clan knew that if they ended up in the hidden cloud peak, that would also mean the end of their lives. But the disciples of the cloud-treading peak reacted differently. They knew that only death awaited them if they were to go to the hidden cloud peak, but in order to prevent Qin Yu from having an excuse to lay hands on Mu Chen, they chose to sacrifice themselves and protect Mu Chen. It made one wonder just how highly revered Mu Chen was to his disciples that they were willing to disregard their own safety and giving up their own lives for him. Jun Wuxie observed all this without a word, and her gaze turned to Mu Chen. The disciples were willing to die for him, what would he do? Mu Chen grabbed Rongheng and the other disciple and pushed them behind him before saying to Hua Yao, I will not allow you to take a single disciple from the cloud-treading peak. If you insist, you will have to do it over my dead body. Please leave, Elder Ko. Go to Qin Yu if you please, or do whatever you please in the Qin Yun clan, but I, Mu Chen, will remain here, standing against you. I have said my piece. As long as I am still the elder of the cloud-treading peak as the master of these disciples, nobody can force my disciples to do anything against their will. Mu Chen did not wait for Hua Yao to reply and just turned, pushing his disciples back. He had made his stand clear, and his disciples are not to be preyed upon. I feel like I can grow to like Mu Chen. He's much better than those pompous hypocrites in the other peaks. Xiao Chu watched Mu Chen leave with his disciples, giving him 2 thumbs up in his heart for his righteousness. That personality of Mu Chen would have gotten himself killed if I was the real Kutsang Ju. Hua Yao got rid of his sinister expression and reverted to his usual calm. Dragons have scales that go against the grain, and so do humans. Mu Chen puts up with all the oppression thrown at him, but if someone presses the wrong buttons, he would not tolerate it anymore. Jun Wuxie was glad that Mu Chen had reacted in the way he did. If Mu Chen had acted just like the other elders and allowed Hua Yao to bring their disciples away, she would not have considered working with him at all. This thing here, do I still hide it in the cloud-treading peak? Xiao Chu asked, holding a little cloth bag in his hand. We need to sit down and talk to Mu Chen. A real discussion. Jun Wuxie said. That is provided Mu Chen is still willing to see us. Seeing his reaction earlier, he looked like he was about to kill Brother Hua. Xiao Chu did not think there was any chance of them sitting down and holding a civil conversation. He will see us. Jun Wuxie assured. You have a plan. Hua Yao turned to Jun Xie, feeling that the little kid had no end to ingenious ideas in his head. Jun Wuxie waved Hua Yao over, and Hua Yao pushed his ear over. Soft words were whispered into his ear. Hua Yao's eyes sparkled and said, "This might just work." Moments later, Hua Yao and his disciples remained in the cloud-treading peak despite the earlier repeated requests for them to leave by Mu Chen. They started roaming around within the peak and the cloud-treading peak disciples thought they had left. They went about with their routine tasks and did not think that. Mu Chen sat within his study, his face dark, and his clenched fists thumped hard on the table. He clenched his jaw as he stared at the securely locked doors before him, his eyes raging with hatred that threatened to explode. Suddenly, Rongheng stormed in a fluster. "Elder Mu. Elder Ku has kidnapped little Lin back to the hidden cloud peak." Mu Chen stood up suddenly and his chair crashed back onto the floor, utter disbelief in his eye. Kutsangju had carried it too far. Keep all the other disciples within the cloud-treading peak and do not allow them to step out. I am going to the hidden cloud peak. Mu Chen gritted his teeth. He had not thought that Kutsangju could be so despicable in the face of his clear refusal. Kutsangju had deigned to ignore him completely and forcefully abducted one of the cloud-treading peak's disciples. Mu Chen could not make himself hold back any longer. The long years of suppression on served to fuel the fire that raged within his chest that was about to spew forth. After giving Rongheng some instructions, he rushed to the hidden cloud peak in the shortest time possible. If Kutsangju dared to harm a hair on his disciple, he will bury the whole of the hidden cloud peak together with him. Chapter 317, Sheep Turned Predator, 1. In the hidden cloud peak, Qiao Chu looked at the cloud-treading peak disciple lying on the floor that he had knocked out unwillingly. I think, when Mu Chen see this, Mu Chen's first reaction will definitely be to charge at us, with flaming swords in hand, and not to sit down and talk things through. Qiao Chu had thought that Jun Xie had come up with another ingenious idea, but it had turned out to be just a simple and brutal abduction. Just grab any cloud-treading peak disciple and knock him out before bringing him back. What kind of a plan was that? They wanted to work with Mu Chen, and not to make him hate them more, right? Relax, with his disciple in our hands, he would not do anything rash. Jun Wuxie sat on one side, sipping at her tea calmly. Qiao Chu just felt like crying at that moment. He had become a kidnapper. Little Xie had shown himself to possess a quick and meticulous mind. Was he turning into a serial offender? He might not be rash and take any drastic actions, but would he even cooperate with us after this? Without even exchanging a single word about working together, they had surreptitiously abducted Mu Chen's disciple. Although the reason for that was just to make Mu Chen come to them, but the method employed might be a little too brutal. He will, as long as we share the same objective. Jun Wuxie was perfectly confident of it. After just a while, shouts sounded from the courtyard outside and the locked door was heavily kicked wide open. A furious Mu Chen stood staring at Kutsangju within the room, his eyes calling for murder. His gaze quickly swung to the unconscious disciple lying on the ground at the side and quickly scanned his body for any wounds, heaving an obvious sigh of relief when he did not see any. Kutsangju. What are you up to? Release my disciple at once. Mu Chen shouted, his ring spirit summoned, into a sharp sword gripped in his hand. But Mu Chen had not expected that Kutsangju would just remain silent, and the reply actually came from the youth he had first chosen to be accepted into the cloud-treading peak instead. Elder Mu, we have your disciple in our hands. If you do not want anything to happen to him, you had better do as we say. Jun Wuxie raised her eyes to throw her icy gaze threateningly on Mu Chen. Qiao Chu almost choked in surprise. Even Jun Xie's words had sounded exactly like a bandit's. Mu Chen stared in rage and frustration at Jun Wuxie. His rage was towards his helplessness against the situation, and his frustration was directed more at the drastic change he saw in Jun Xie. When he had first seen the petite youth, Mu Chen had been awed by Jun Xie's precise diagnosis and proposed treatment. He had greatly anticipated that the youth could join the cloud-treading peak as a disciple, but alas, fate had been cruel and Jun Xie had been forcibly taken by Kutsangju. In the first few days, he had been worried for Jun Xie, afraid that the prodigious petite youth would suffer under the tormenting hand of Kutsangju. But before long, Kutsangju had brought Jun Xie and another disciple to frequently go around the various peaks. That was when Mu Chen realized that his worry had been unfounded. Kutsangju might be malicious and cruel, but the petite youth's knowledge in medicine was rare and extremely hard to come by. It was a relief that even Kutsangju would hesitate to destroy a genius that had joined the Qin Yun clan. Nevertheless, Mu Chen had never thought that after Jun Xie was accepted as a disciple of Kutsang-ju, he even managed to gain his trust. Recently, he had actually grown to be like Kutsang-ju in manners, and learnt to use threats. Mu Chen was deeply saddened at that moment. The youth should have excelled in medicine but had instead been twisted by Kutsang-ju into such a pitiable state. His hatred for Kutsang-ju deepened, and he bemoaned the change that had come over Jun Xie. Jun Xie, do you really know what kind of a person you are following? Kutsang-ju is a demon. How many in the Qin Yun clan have died under those hands? Do not persist in your deprivation. You are still very young and you have a long road ahead of you. Mu Chen persuaded as he remembered the very good and lasting impression the youth had left on him the first time, and also due to his guilt of his inability to rescue Jun Xie from Kutsang-ju, and he could not help but to attempt to pull the youth back from the abyss. Chapter 318, Sheep Turned Predator, 2. Xiao Chu was having such a hard time keeping himself from laughing out loud that he even had a ridiculous notion that he was about to die from holding it in. Mu Chen actually still think that Jun Xie was just a blind sheep led astray by the insidious Kutsang-ju. My God. Wake up and open your eyes. That sheep swallows its enemies whole. Jun Wuxie ignored Mu Chen's well-intentioned persuasion and shot Xiao Chu a frosty glance, who was still suffering from trying to hold his mirth in, and Xiao Chu immediately whipped out his dagger and pressed it against the neck of the unconscious disciple on the floor. Now, close the door. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes as she shot the command at Mu Chen. Mu Chen sighed sadly, looking in disbelief at Jun Wuxie and closed the door after a while. Sit. Jun Wuxie then said curtly. Mu Chen's face darkened and his gaze shifted to the silent Hua Yao, as in his eyes, Jun Wuxie's actions were all due to Kutsang-ju's instructions. Kutsang-ju, release my disciple now. Direct all your wrath on me instead. Hua Yao shrugged, proclaiming innocence, as he had not spoken a word. Mu Chen, you hate Qin Yu? Jun Wuxie asked suddenly. Mu Chen's eyes turned cold, and he bit his lip, remaining silent. If you are presented with an opportunity to exact revenge for your mercilessly murdered father, what would you do? Jun Wuxie continued. Mu Chen's eyes showed confusion. He had no idea where Jun Xie's words were leading to. Was it a plot by Kutsang-ju? What was Kutsang-ju really after? Kutsang-ju. Spit it out if you have something to say. Do not play games with me. Mu Chen said furiously. Hua Yao turned his head away from Mu Chen, refusing to give Mu Chen any acknowledgement. Why was it that when Jun Xie was the one speaking but the blame had instead fallen on him? Kutsang-ju. Mu Chen stood up in fury. I know that Qin Yu had always wanted to get rid of me. You had helped him with the murder of my father then. If you intend to take me out here today for Qin Yu, come at me. I will not run, but this has nothing to do with my disciple. Release him. Hua Yao took a deep breath and looked at the fuming Mu Chen, and without even bothering to change his voice, he said, Stupid, do you still not understand? What? Mu Chen was stunned. Kutsang-ju's voice had sounded totally different from his usual one. It had been crisp and clear, and sounded nothing like the voice of a middle-aged man, but like that of an exuberant youth, full of vigor. It wasn't my idea to make you come here today, and it wasn't Qin Yu, but the boy standing before you. Hua Yao raised his hand and pointed, right at the nose of Jun Xie. Jun Wuxie stood unmoving in the path of the pointing finger, and nodded nonchalantly. Mu Chen grew more shocked, as he looked at Jun Xie in confusion, unable to link the events unfolding before him to the young boy that had just been admitted into the Qin Yun clan for barely a month. This young boy was the one responsible for the abduction of his disciple. The boy was the one who was forced to come to the hidden cloud peak. But why? Mu Chen could not figure it out at all. Why had Jun Xie had done all this? He had only met the boy once before this. Why was Jun Xie making such a big show out of it all? What further confused him was when did Kutsang-ju turn so mild-tempered that he would allow a disciple to create such a ruckus before himself? What is going on? Mu Chen did not understand what was going on. I want the Qin Yun clan to disappear from the face of these lands. Jun Wuxie said simply. Mu Chen's eyes bulged, speechless in his disbelief, and wondering if he had just heard the words correctly. The petite youth wanted the Qin Yun clan obliterated. Chapter 319, Sheep Turned Predator, 3. Chen turned subconsciously to look at Kutsong-ju. Kutsong-ju was Qin Yu's trusted right-hand man, and if those words reached Qin Yu's ears, that youth would not be spared. Surprisingly, Kutsong-ju did not react, looking like those words did not concern him at all. Don't you want to exact revenge for your father? Annihilate the mighty Qin Yun clan that had become rotted to the core? Jun Wuxie asked of Chen. Chen turned his head to look at Jun Wuxie, as a thought suddenly came into his head. You are a member of the Jun family from the kingdom of Qi. Chen finally understood why Jun Wuxie held so much hatred for the Qin Yun clan. News of Qin Yuyan's and Jiang Qin's demise had spread throughout the Qin Yun clan, and though Qin Yu had not embarked on his revenge on the kingdom of Qi, Qin Yu was determined that the Qi kingdom must be obliterated. Jun Xie's move against the Qin Yun clan must have been brought on by the need to protect the Jun family. Aren't you being a little too bold? If Qin Yu find out about your background, you will never be able to leave these peaks. Chen said worriedly. He felt no enmity against Jun Xie, but instead, just as Jun Xie said, his hatred for Qin Yu was no less than that held by Jun Xie. Jun Wuxie shrugged her shoulders and replied, I've come all the way to the Qin Yun clan and have gotten myself mired too deep into it to concern myself with that. If the Qin Yun clan survives, it would only mean certain death for me. But I strongly believe that I'll walk out of the cloudy peaks alive. Her grandfather and uncle were still waiting for her in the Lin Palace, so she must not fail, and neither could she afford to fail. Kutsong-ju and Qin Yu are on extremely good terms. Are you not afraid he will go against you? Chen insinuated strongly as he turned to observe the silent Kutsong-ju. Kutsong-ju was giving out very different vibes at the moment, but Kutsong-ju and Qin Yu were essentially cut from the same cloth. He could not believe that Jun Xie could be so unconcerned with exposing all his plans right in front of Kutsong-ju, and that Kutsong-ju had shown no reaction at all. Jun Wuxie's eyes chilled and she said softly, people are dead are unable to do anything against me. Chen stared blankly at Jun Xie, not understanding what he meant. I'm sorry, but I am not the Kutsong-ju that you are referring to. Hua Yao interjected suddenly and he rolled up his sleeves. Without the cover of the sleeves, Hua Yao's unaltered skin on both his arms were glaringly exposed before Chen's eyes. The smooth and fair skin on the arms contrasted greatly with the rough and wrinkled skin on his hands. The stark difference alone told Chen everything. You are not Kutsong-ju. Chen's voice was incredulous. He had not seen Kutsong-ju much, but he remembered that hideous face so clearly. The men who stood before him, regardless whether in terms of countenance or body shape, looked exactly as the real Kutsong-ju had. Chen believed not even Qin Yu would be able to tell the difference. No, Hua Yao nodded. How is that possible? No technique exists in the world that could replicate a person's look so completely. Chen could not make himself believe what he was seeing. But the fact remained that the man who was standing before him was an exact replica of Kutsong-ju, and no matter how meticulous one was with his imitation, such a complete replication was unheard of. What if this happens? Jun Wuxie threw Hua Yao a glance and Hua Yao raised his hand right before Chen's eyes. He showed his finger joints clearly to Chen before he made his fingers grow by another half in length. Chen's eyes widened, and he was left speechless after Hua Yao shrank his fingers back to normal. Chen could not speak for a long while as he had never met anyone who could change the structure of his bones at will. If you are not him, then where is the real Kutsong-ju? Chen asked. Jun Wuxie raised her eyes, and said in an expressionless tone, dead. Chapter 320, Sheep Turned Predator, 4. Chen gasped deeply. When Jun Wuxie had said, people who are dead are unable to do anything against me, he had thought of this possibility, but now that Jun Wuxie had confirmed it, the realization that that was the truth shocked him to the bone nevertheless. Although Kutsong-ju did not possess any spiritual powers, but he was highly proficient with his poisons. How did you manage to kill him? Chen was very curious. When he was younger, he had thought to kill Kutsong-ju in revenge for his father's cold-blooded murder, but Kutsong-ju's arsenal of poisons had prevented him from carrying it out. The Jun Xie before his eyes was only a young sprouting youth. Although he had another two people with him, but judging from the voice and the unblemished skin shown by the person who impersonated Kutsong-ju, he should only be around Xiao Chu's age. The widely feared and terrifying Kutsong-ju was killed by these three young youths. It was just unbelievable. Xiao Chu, who was standing at the side, smirked secretly. Kutsang-ju was highly proficient with poison. That was before he met Jun Xie. Jun Xie's dominance over Kutsang-ju was total and complete, without having a single hair on himself harmed. He suddenly thought of how Kutsang-ju had looked when he died, and a chill still ran down his spine. Jun Xie was a sheep that instead preyed on predators and did not even spit out the bones after swallowing them whole. How he was killed is no longer important. What's important is that he is dead, and Hua Yao here has taken his place and position as the head of the hidden cloud peak. Jun Wuxie said simply, as she could not be bothered to explain in detail. Mu Chen did not probe further. After knowing Jun Wuxie's objective and affirming that she possessed abilities capable of getting rid of Kutsang-ju, he had developed a certain level of trust for Jun Wuxie. As just for the fact that Jun Wuxie had killed Kutsang-ju, Jun Wuxie had become his benefactor, who had exact revenge for his father's merciless murder on his behalf. Your intention to wipe out the Qin Yun clan might not happen so easily, as Qin Yu is very careful of his own protection. All the resident experts invited reside within the blue cloud peak that he commands, and even if a blue-leveled spirit expert attacks him, it would only bring him death. Unless you have a purple-leveled spirit user with you, you would not be able to even get close to him, much less to kill him. Mu Chen's brows were furrowed. If Qin Yu could be so easily killed, he would not have had to put up with so many years of suppression. These all not of concern to us. The number of expert exponents present would not change anything in our plans. Xiao Chu grumbled from the side. Even Kutsang-ju, who was so highly proficient in poison, had crumbled before Jun Xie without him needing to raise a single blade. How difficult could it be to take on the all-brawn and no-brains experts? Mu Chen turned to Xiao Chu, staring at the dagger still pressed against the neck of his disciple, and his face darkened immediately. Since our goals are in tandem, can you release my disciple now? Mu Chen asked through gritted teeth. Xiao Chu did not move, but turned his head to Jun Xie. Only after Jun Xie had nodded, did Xiao Chu sheath his dagger and pick the unconscious disciple up, carrying him upon his shoulder to go out the door. He then dropped the disciple unceremoniously upon the ground. Mu Chen's mouth twitched, but he did not say anything. You do not need to do anything to have Qin Yu killed, I will handle that. Even for the annihilation of the Qin Yun clan, there is not much that you need to do. You will only need to fan the emotions of the other elders into a frenzy, and that will be enough. Jun Wuxie said slowly. With Hua Yao's perfect impersonation of Kutsang-ju, he had saved them a lot of effort, and she did not need to execute the plans she initially had with Mu Chen anymore. Getting Mu Chen involved would smoothen the progress of their ploy, and it was because Mu Chen's cloud-treading peak was the only saving grace that had remained clean within the thoroughly rotted Qin Yun clan. Jun Wuxie's plan might have been to wipe out the whole Qin Yun clan, but she held her principles near. She would not harm the innocents. Chapter 321, Sheep Turned Predator, 5. Not just the cloud-treading peak disciples, even the disciples of the Qin Yun clan's outer house would be spared. Those disciples did not really belong to the Qin Yun clan, and there was no need to hurt the innocent. Fan emotions. Mu Chen was puzzled. Jun Wuxie explained, during this period, Kutsang-ju had prominently flaunted the authority that Qin Yu had given him and offended all the other elders of the Qin Yun clan completely. Qin Yu had shielded Kutsang-ju's actions tightly, and the other elders are feeling very edgy. If the son of the last sovereign stood forward at this moment, I believe the other elders would jump at the chance to rally behind you to drive the Qin Yun clan in chaos. By that time, Qin Yu's time in the Qin Yun clan would be up. How are you going to do it? Mu Chen grew more and more shocked the more he heard. He realized that the turmoil that had been brewing within the Qin Yun clan had been stirred up by these three youths single-handedly. And if he was not wrong, the one making the decisions among the trio should be Jun Xie, the youngest one among them. He was able to pull off a plot on such a big scale at such a young age. Mu Chen could not imagine what kind of environment Jun Xie had grown up in. And he wondered how mighty the Jun family was that they dared take on the topmost clan across the lands, the Qin Yun clan. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Jun Wuxie waved her hand tiredly. She really wasn't too good at explaining things in detail. Seeing that Jun Xie was refusing to say more, Mu Chen stopped himself from probing any more. After the Qin Yun clan is obliterated, it would cease to exist. If you do not have any pressing business or anywhere else to go, you can go to the Lin Palsy in the Kingdom of Qi. Jun Wuxie gave it a thought, and decided to provide Mu Chen with a good alternative after everything. She believed that Mu Chen would have no intention to stay on in the Qin Yun clan, that had turned rotten to the core under Qin Yu's hands. Mu Chen might still be young, but he possessed respectable skills and knowledge in the nurturing and development of veins and arteries. And no matter how highly skilled Jun Wuxie was in medicine, she could not split herself. To sufficiently sustain the medical needs of the 100,000-strong Rui Lin army, needed more than the strength of a lone Jun Wuxie. If she could enlist the help of Mu Chen and his disciples, the Rui Lin army will rise up faster. Jun Wuxie did not only plan to just make herself stronger, but to strengthen every single person in the Rui Lin army as well. Only when the Jun family held more chips within their hands, can she ensure her grandfather and uncle to live a life of leisure without any worries. Mu Chen stared at Jun Wuxie and he remained silent for a moment. If you help me to kill Qin Yu, I will bring my people to the Lin Palace and reside there for 3 years. Within those 3 years, I will exhaust all that I hold in repayment for what I will owe you. Jun Xie had killed Kutsang Ju, and if he were to kill Qin Yu as well, Mu Chen vengeance would be exacted. He did not want to owe Jun Xie that debt of gratitude and had decided he would repay him with his skills in medicine. That is a deal. Jun Wuxie nodded, in satisfaction, not minding the fact that Mu Chen saw through her underlying intentions. Intelligent people knew what they should do without having to prod them. The discussion on their secret cooperation was finished, but Mu Chen was hesitant to leave just like that. He turned to Jun Wuxie and said, "The news that I came storming into the hidden cloud peak must have spread to the ears of the other elders. I cannot walk out of here just like that." Jun Wuxie produced an elixir within her hands and threw it to Mu Chen. "Swallow it." Mu Chen swallowed the elixir without hesitation and stepped out to bring his unconscious disciple back. "What did you give him?" Xiao Chu stared after Mu Chen as he left, his curiosity highly piqued as he bugged Jun Wuxie. Mu Chen and Kutsang Ju were opposing enemies for a long time. Kutsang Ju would not allow Mu Chen to bring his disciple back so easily. Hence he would have to pay a certain price. Jun Wuxie lowered her eyes. They needed to put on an act, and a complete act is required. Mu Chen would be a good ally, and he was smarter than Mo Qian Yuan. Chapter 322, Reeling in the Net, 1. Soon, a piece of news spreaded within the Qin Yun clan. Kutsang Ju had gone to the cloud-treading peak and forcibly snatched a disciple. The elder of the cloud-treading peak, Mu Chen, had then stormed into the hidden cloud peak alone to save his disciple. Mu Chen had suddenly fell ill after he returned and his high fever had not subsided. Even Qin Yu had provided treatment but Mu Chen was still bedridden after 3 days, and was still in bad shape. Falling into such a state after returning from the hidden cloud peak. It was deemed to be obvious by the other elders that Kutsang Ju's proficient use of poison must have been the cause. Mu Chen and Kutsang Ju had been bitter enemies for a long time, and for Kutsang Ju to allow Mu Chen to retrieve his disciple back to the cloud-treading peak, Mu Chen must have suffered under Kutsang Ju's deliberate spitefulness and had poisoned Mu Chen, bringing about the sudden illness. The other elders had still been puzzled by how Mu Chen had managed to bring his disciple back before, and the reason could not be any clearer now. And the news brought the other elders fear and hatred for Kutsang Ju to new heights. No matter how much hatred Kutsang Ju held for Mu Chen was still an elder of the Qin Yun clan after all, a respectable position they both held. But Kutsang Ju had just gone ahead and poisoned Mu Chen without hesitation, showing scant regard for the revered status of being an elder of the Qin Yun clan. Even the elders that had held no enmity towards Kutsang Ju soon started to feel threatened by his tyranny. Mu Chen had been poisoned by Kutsang Ju openly, and the other elders started to feel threatened of their own safety. Kutsang Ju had already dared to take their disciples from them, what more atrocities would he do? The elders thought back on the chaos and fear that had spread before, the depressed and disappointed eyes their own disciples had shown them, and their hatred for Kutsang Ju started to brew and bubble. An elder had gone to the cloud-treading peak, bearing tonics as a gift, his face sorrowful in concern, on the pretense of paying a visit on the ill Mu Chen, but was actually there to find out what kind of torment Kutsang Ju had put Mu Chen under. Mu Chen had put on a pitiful face of helplessness and said weakly, "Kutsang Ju holds the sovereign's trust strongly, while I am only an elder in name with no authority. When he decides he wants to snatch my disciple from me, or anything else that he wants to do against me, there is nothing I can do but to tolerate and suffer under his oppression. The sovereign himself stands behind Kutsang Ju, what else can I do? Await death to claim me, I suppose." Mu Chen's defeated words made the other elders' heart wince, and told of the hopelessness of the situation. At the same time, that brought up another question. The elder suffering under the oppression this time was Mu Chen. But if Kutsang-ju were to turn his eyes in their direction, they would obviously share the same fate. By that time, must they be forced to swallow the oppression and be as helpless, falling prey to Kutsang-ju's tyranny without a word of protest? No. That cannot happen. Alarm spread among the other elders and the bells rang loudly. The elders who had managed to calm the disciples regarding the previous incident started to feel the dangers looming. Mu Chen's sorry plight relit the flame that threw chaos once again into the recently appeased few days of calm. The situation this time was more intense and spread greater fear into the people. Qin Yu started to feel the heat and grew jittery. He sent people to the hidden cloud peak to bring a message to Kutsang-ju, telling him to stop and desist with the atrocities, and not to stir up any more turmoil. The person who impersonated Kutsang-ju disregarded the warning, tossing it into the wind. Within 2 days from then, high upon the gates leading into the various peaks, a pair of rotted corpses were hung. Those bodies were the bodies of the very same disciples taken away from the respective peaks by Kutsang-ju and brought back to the hidden cloud peak. In hours, the bubbling pot of chaos within the Qin Yun clan blew up. When the elders saw the ravaged and gory bodies, their faces turned white. Kutsang-ju, you bastard! I will not take this lying down. The curses chorused throughout the various peaks at the same time. Chapter 323, Reeling in the Net, 2. Within the hidden cloud peak, Xiao Chu sat comfortably. On the chair, his legs propped up nonchalantly. He looked at Jun Xie, who was stroking the little black cat's fur, his eyes sparkling in amusement. Little Xie, that was just too wicked. You would actually return those bodies back to their peaks. Once their elders see them, they will surely be hopping mad. Their disciples were forcibly taken from them, and in just a few days, those disciples taken from them turned up dead and were thrown at the foot of their respective peaks. What made matters really intolerable was, the bodies each carried a letter from Kutsang-ju. In the letter, only a few simple words were written. Your disciples have been rightfully returned. I'll be back for more. Those few words were downright arrogant and its message utterly despicable. The other elders could not possibly remain calm after that, as even Xiao Chu had almost wanted to bash Jun Xie up when he read the letter's contents. That was just too much for anyone to take. The bodies of their disciples were already ravaged to such a pathetic state, and Jun Xie had the cheek to claim they were rightfully returned, and he'll be back. Those words might just kill the elders where they stood when they read the letter. Those people deserve everything we did to them. Jun Wuxie said softly. Besides the cloud-treading peak, the whole of the inner house of the Qin Yun clan's disciples had been led to commit many atrocities under the rotted leadership from the top. The vanished villages, the missing villagers, were due to the actions of all those disciples. It was sickening to know from the boasts and revelations from the disciples of the hidden cloud peak that all the females in the villages had suffered unspeakable horrors under the hands of the disciples as well while they carried out their mission. Such was the cruelty of the disciples of the Qin Yun clan. Not many things could stir up joy or hatred in Jun Wuxie in her past life, but one thing that she absolutely abhorred and despised was the humiliation of the womenfolk. Even when she was with the organization, if any of their members were known to have committed such travesty, she would refuse to treat and save them even if the orders had come from the very top. She would just watch coldly as those people suffer in agony as they fell victim to the inescapable death that would come without her treatment. The knowledge of it only steeled Jun Wuxie's resolve further. If the heavens could not deliver the punishment due, she would gladly lend a hand. Heh, I am guessing the time is nearing that those elders will go charging to the sovereign and kick up a big fuss. And at that time, it will be time for us to reel in our nets. Xiao Chu said, rubbing his hands in glee. It was both thrilling and exciting to be carrying out Jun Xie's ploys. It was hard to imagine that the petite youth before them, who rarely spoke much, would be so meticulous and efficient when carrying out missions like this. He would really love to open up Jun Xie's head and see what's really inside. Have the items been placed and set up? Hua Yao asked from one side. He wasn't as unconcerned as Xiao Chu was. He knew the severity of the situation. If they failed to wipe out the enemy in one go, they would in turn be the ones who would die here. I had it all set up much earlier. Any task that little Xie hands down to me would be carried out to the letter. Xiao Chu guffawed, thumping his chest confidently. Within 3 days, the elders will make their move. Get Mu Chen prepared. I do not want any untoward incidents. Jun Wuxie said as she raised her head. After almost a month's preparation, it was time to pull in the net. She would make the Qingyun clan pay for all their sins. After being away for so long, she felt a tinge of homesickness. Grandfather. Uncle Jun Wuyao. It was time to go home. When the things here are all settled, she would make a trip back to the Lin Palace, before she would leave again to cultivate the elixir that Xiao Chu and Hua Yao wanted. All right. I'll go to the cloud-treading peak tonight. I do not dare to step in there in the day, as the disciples of the cloud-treading peak are currently dead against having any hidden cloud peak disciples step into their territory. Xiao Chu explained, scratching his head. Jun Xie's and Mu Chen's alliance was known only to the 4 of them. The disciples of the cloud-treading peak still thought that their elder had suffered injustice in the hidden cloud peak, and when they saw any hidden cloud peak disciples, their faces turned to rage and they pounced on the hidden cloud peak disciples without hesitation. Chapter 324, Reeling in the Net, 3. What frustrated Xiao Chu further was that if the disciples from the cloud-treading peak had attacked him, he could not retaliate. As Mu Chen's protective nature over his disciples would bring Mu Chen come asking for his head. All the pieces were already set in place. They only had to wait for the storm to hit. The moment finally arrived. 2 days later, the edgy elders could not contain themselves any further and had grouped and gathered themselves together to go up the blue cloud peak, to fight for the injustice done upon their disciples. They had been slapped across their faces, and if they continued to swallow their pride and did not react, they would lose their positions as elders in the eyes of their disciples of the various peaks. All the other elders moved together, and even the not fully recovered Mu Chen was dragged along. The lone exclusion was their target, Kutsang Ju. Qinyu was sitting in the main hall of the blue cloud peak, and a splitting headache wrecked at him. He had 11 elders under him, and except for the recently deceased Jiang Qinqing and the culprit, Kutsang Ju, who was wholly responsible for giving him this headache, all of them were presently here right before him. The 9 elders sat on 2 sides of the hall, all their faces dark and gloomy. Kai Zhua, who was the oldest among them, and who commanded the highest respect, was the first to speak, his face and he stood up unsteadily. My sovereign, what is Kutsang Ju up to? He claimed to be acting under your orders to loan a few disciples from the respective peaks to bring back to the hidden cloud peak. We reluctantly agreed, as it was after all your idea. But, what did he do after that? The disciples that he had brought back with him have now turned up dead. Their badly ravaged bodies were even disposed of right before the gates of the various peaks. Kai Zhua sighed heavily and his voice sounded all choked up as he said, those disciples were lovingly and painstakingly nurtured by our own hands. But they had been turned into specimens of inhumane torture so cruelly by Kutsang Ju. Those bodies which had belonged to our beloved and dearly missed disciples were then carelessly thrown before our gates, and they were so badly ravaged that not a single one of them was whole. Those were disciples carefully picked and rightfully admitted into the Qingyun clan. How could they be allowed to fall prey to cold-blooded murder like this, and at the hands of an elder of our very own Qingyun clan yet? Would this incident not chill the loyal hearts of our innocent disciples? What drove the final nail into the already bleeding hearts of our disciples? The audacity that Kutsang Ju actually left a letter on those poor cold lifeless bodies disposed, stating that our disciples had been rightfully returned, and he'll be back again. Sovereign. How could such treachery and atrocities be allowed to happen within our sanctimonious cloudy peaks under your glorious leadership? Qinyu held his head in his hands, his temples were being hammered. Never in his wildest dreams would he imagine that Kutsang Ju would carry things this far. It was no wonder the other elders could gather themselves and stood together on this. The actions of Kutsang Ju's were intolerable even in Qinyu's mind. Qinyu knew Kutsang Ju would kill those disciples. But killing them off and disposing the bodies right before the other elders was too much and a big slap across their faces. When Kutsang Ju had merely taken the disciples, he was able to persuade and gradually appease the elders that those disciples were in the hidden cloud peak just to provide some assistance and would not be in any danger. Even if they were to die in the end, as long as the bodies cannot be found, they would not have any proof of the murder. But Kutsang Ju had done it this time. He must have felt that life in the Qingyun clan was too peaceful. He actually dared go up to each elder and slap them across their faces. This time, even Qinyu did not know how to shield Kutsang Ju. The situation before him was getting beyond his control as all the elders were obviously burning up in rage. Their egos and standings in the Qin clan have been pricked and challenged, and they would not back down so easily this time. In regards to this matter, I will ensure you men will get a satisfactory answer. Go. Fetch me Elder Ko. Qin Yu realized that if he continued to shield Kutsang-ju further on this matter, the other elders would begin to hold thoughts of rebellion in their hearts. He would just summon Kutsang-ju here, and let him answer for his own actions, himself. After a while, the disciples who were sent to the hidden cloud peak brought Kutsang-ju. And following behind Kutsang-ju himself, were two young disciples. The three figures stood defiantly just outside the Qin clan's main hall. Chapter 325, Storm Clouds Loom, 1. Without any signs of guilt or fear, Kutsang-ju brought his disciples and appeared before the main hall. One glance at them was all it took to make the other elders almost jump up in anger. If it was not for Qin Yu's presence, they might have all charged at Kutsang-ju and skinned him alive. Elder Ko, there is something we need to discuss today. Dismiss your disciples from here. Qin Yu said, after clearing his throat. He thought that Kutsang-ju was getting more and more overboard with his actions. Why would he bring disciples to a meeting between the sovereign and the elders? Kutsang-ju replied offhandedly, there is nothing they cannot hear, and since the sovereign asked for my presence, here I am. As to whether I bring my disciples, that should not bother our sovereign. With his arrogant reply, the faces of the other elders turned a shade of purple, and even Qin Yu was visibly angered. Kutsang-ju had brushed off Qin Yu's command before everyone, and his tone had been highly arrogant, showing total disregard for Qin Yu's position and authority. Qin Yu's face grew dark, and if not for the evidence of wrongdoing held in Kutsang-ju's hands, Qin Yu would have exploded there and then. Qin Yu was forced to hold his anger down and proceed as though nothing is wrong. Elder Ko, do you know why I have summoned you here today? Qin Yu made an effort to speak in an even tone. I know. Hua Yao replied as he waved his hand dismissively and brought Jun Xie and Xiao Chu in while he sat down on a seat on one side, ignoring the fiery stares that the other elders were throwing at him. If you know what this is all about, should you not give an answer to the accusations thrown at you today? Qin Yu asked carefully. The chaos that rocked the Qin clan recently reached a level never seen before. Not only the elders, but even the disciples of the inner house were fearful and anxious. Qin Yu had not expected things to reach such a level of unease, and if he had known, he would not have agreed to Kutsang-ju's request. But it was too late to renege. Answer. What answer? Hua Yao asked, frowning. His stance defiant and conceited. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth twitched, and the faces of the other elders were angry and filled with hatred. Kaizhua could not hold back and said, Kutsang-ju, as the saying goes, our actions must never go past the line, and when we meet we'll still get along fine. But you killed the disciples taken from our various peaks, you will not leave without giving us a satisfactory reply today. Hua Yao stared at the aggressive Kaizhua and smirked. He raised his hand and pointed at Jun Xie, who was sitting beside him, and said to the rest, you need me to answer for such a small matter? My disciple here will let you know what I have to say about it. He laid back onto the chair after that, seemingly refusing to say any more. That infuriated the other elders. They came here to settle scores with Kutsang-ju, but he simply pushed his disciple to the front to answer for him. What did that mean? His disinterest and nonchalant attitude was the absolute worst. Pushing a mere disciple forward to speak to the various elders. What a joke. That was just pure disrespect. How could a lowly disciple answer or even discuss on an even level with the elders? Jun Wuxia was pushed into the limelight as she sat within the main hall, facing the unfriendly stares from all directions. She was nevertheless decidedly calm, and her clear, cold voice rang out within the hall. The various elders want an answer, and an answer is what I would give. Elder Ko had acted under orders, and every action he took was approved by the sovereign. Moreover, Elder Ko's actions were not for his own benefit, but was for the revenge of the eldest miss and Elder Jiang. Jun Wuxia said slowly. Qin Yu, who sat grandly behind the seat of power, grew more and more shocked as Jun Wuxia spoke. His eyes stared in disbelief at the small figure who was seated beside Kutsang-ju, who had spoken with a straight face, frankly and clearly. That kid. Did he know what he was saying? Chapter 326, Storm Clouds Loom, 2. Qin Yu would never have expected that a lowly disciple from the hidden cloud peak would dare reveal the secret deal he had made with Kutsang-ju to the masses so easily. He must be tired of living. Qin Yu panicked. If Jun Xie was allowed to prattle on, things were bound to get ugly. But Jun Xie did not give Qin Yu any opportunity to interrupt and continued quickly. The sovereign had said he wanted revenge for the eldest miss and elder Jiang, and wanted elder Ku to develop a new poison. Those disciples that we took were sacrificed to develop that new poison. It was just a few disciples. The eldest miss and elder Jiang's revenge would take precedence. Jun Wuxie's words rang loud and clear in the ears of the elders seated in the hall. She spoke without pausing, and the speed was neither too fast nor too slow, ensuring that every single word was clearly heard. Qin Yu's face had turned bright red. The expressions of the elders turned to ones of shock as they stared unbelievably at Qin Yu, their eyes aflame. The news of the demise of their eldest miss and elder Jiang had reached the other elders a month ago. They had thought that the doting father, Qin Yu, would have deployed the forces in revenge immediately, but even after waiting for a month, there had been no action taken, and they had still thought that Qin Yu had totally changed. But Jun Wuxie's revelation had made them realize that Qin Yu had not intended to spare the murderers, but was planning to make his vengeance more thorough and complete. Qin Yu's thirst for revenge should not have concerned the other peaks, but who would have thought that Qin Yu would be so blinded by his desire for vengeance that he would disregard their interests and allow Kutsang-ju to brandish the sovereign's name and come humiliating the other elders of the various peaks. Even if they had needed sacrifices to experiment the new poison, they could have easily used the disciples from the outer house. Why did they insist on picking on their own disciples? It was clear that Qin Yu knew from the start what Kutsang-ju was doing, and he had indulged his malicious intentions. He claimed to be doing it for the revenge of Qin Yuyan and Jiang Chenqing, but his real intentions must have been only for Qin Yuyan alone, and Jiang Chenqing was just a convenient excuse. As the sovereign, he acted only for his self-interest and killed disciples of the clan. He had even disregarded the dignity and reputation of the elders and allowed them to be freely trampled all over. That was most unbecoming of a leader. The looks thrown at the sovereign by the elders were all filled with discontent, and were tinged with rage. What a brazen little kid. Stop with those lies. As the sovereign of the Qingyun clan, how could I allow myself to commit such atrocities which are by all standards beyond reason? Qin Yu was pale, and he wanted nothing more than to throttle the little kid before him. He might have consented to Kutsang-ju's insidious request, but that was done in secret. If the elders were to affirm that fact, that would be disastrous for him. Qin Yu had always shielded Kutsang-ju, but he had done that discreetly all this time as well, and had put up a front of being fair and just, practicing impartiality. He knew clearly that certain deals sealed cannot be allowed to be brought out into the open. He had summoned Kutsang-ju here today as he had thought Kutsang-ju might be arrogant, but he was never dumb. To appease the situation, Kutsang-ju would just have needed to perfunctorily apologize to the other elders, and with a few more words from the sovereign himself, he would be able to diffuse the tension. But who would have known exactly what had gotten into Kutsang-ju today? Kutsang-ju had brazenly not shown any remorse or guilt for his actions, and had instead shown utter contempt by shoving a mere disciple whose loose lips readily revealed every single detail of the secret deal made between just the two of them. When did Kutsang-ju become so dense? Did he not realize the consequences? Guards! Drag this liar spouting all these nonsense out of here. Qin Yu did not want to hear another single word coming out from Jun Wuxie, as that would only worsen the situation he faced at the moment. Chapter 327, Storm Clouds Loom, 3. Several Blue Cloud Peak disciples rushed immediately, but before they could even touch an edge of Jun Wuxie's clothes, Qiao Chu met them head-on in a flash and jumped into their midst. A mighty sweep of his long legs sent them all flying into the air just as they had entered. Qiao Chu's ferocious attack sent the people in the hall into a frenzy. Both of the disciples that Kutsang-ju brought were both rather bold, and they had created quite a stir. One had revealed before everyone present of the secrets shared between Qin Yu and Kutsang-ju without flinching, and the other had just attacked disciples of the Blue Cloud Peak, and the blow had thrown the disciples out of the hall. Fighting in the Sovereign's Hall, Qiao Chu was undoubtedly the first one to dare do it. At that moment, Qin Yu blew his top. He stood up angrily, and his finger was trembling as he pointed it at Kutsang-ju and shouted, "Kutsang-ju! What is the meaning of those two scoundrels? Do you still have any respect for me as the sovereign?" A revolt. He has revolted. Kutsang-ju might have been arrogant all this time, but he had always still maintained a certain degree of respect for Qin Yu and knew where to draw the line. But now, Kutsang-ju had brought two of his disciples who had challenged his authority squarely, and Qin Yu could not hold his anger down anymore. All Qin Yu wanted to do at that moment was to strangle Kutsang-ju to death. Kutsang-ju was sitting calmly at the side, looking at the fuming Qin Yu. He then said dismissively, "My sovereign, your anger is really uncalled for. It's just a few disciples that were blasted out of here. You were rather generous with the disciples of the other peaks before, so just injuring a few of the Blue Cloud Peak disciples isn't much. Moreover, as per your instructions, your own disciples were spared from the testing of the poison and had only suffered from a kick now. It's not that big a deal, is it?" If Kutsang-ju had not spoken, the other elders might not have been further inflamed, but those words told of Qin Yu's selfish and self-centered mentality towards his own disciples. You wanted revenge for your daughter, and needed to sacrifice the disciples of the Qin Yun clan. You then targeted our disciples from the various peaks but left your own disciples safely out of harm's way. The disciples of the various peaks were killed, their bodies ravaged, and Qin Yu wasn't much affected. The disciples of the Blue Cloud Peak got kicked once, and he jumps up in rage. Where was the impartiality? The elders of the Qin Yun clan knew more or less of Qin Yu's personality. They knew he was a hypocrite through and through, and Kutsang-ju's flaming words only made the elders' eyes widen in astonishment. So Qin Yu's indulgence of Kutsang-ju's actions were not only for the revenge of Qin Yu but to use that as an excuse to undermine the positions of the elders. That thought sprouted in the minds of the various elders, and their dissatisfaction against Qin Yu suddenly grew to doubt, and they became wary. Qin Yu's face paled, and he stared at Kutsang-ju, thinking that Kutsang-ju must have lost his mind. His words were about to make the whole situation blow up. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yu still did not dare force Kutsang-ju into a corner, as Kutsang-ju still held evidence that could bring him down from his seat of power. Qin Yu had never been in such an uncomfortable position. The same Kutsang-ju who had helped him usurp the position of the sovereign of the Qin Yun clan before had today turned out to pose as his most hated but untouchable threat to him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu pushed down the fury within, his eyes red from the effort. He finally said, "Elder Ku, your two disciples were disrespectful before the sovereign. According to the rules of the Qin Yun clan, they must be punished." If he could not touch Kutsang-ju, he would kill his disciples to appease his anger. Just to hit back at Kutsang-ju. Kutsang-ju raised an eyebrow and looked at the quietly seated Jun Xie, and his mouth curled into a smile. "Sovereign Qin, are you sure you want to carry that out?" It seemed that Qin Yu could not hold himself back anymore. Chapter 328, Storm Clouds Loom, 4. Qin Yu frowned, a chill showing in his eyes. Of course. The incident today would need blood to be spilled to suppress it. Jun Wuxie's words had made the secret between Qin Yu and Kutsang-ju an open book for all to see. If Qin Yu did not do anything to show his authority, the other elders might see it as weakness and exploit the fiery situation. Only if the two Hidden Cloud Peak disciples paid in blood would he be able to calm the chaos before him. Firstly, it would show that Qin Yu did not show Kutsang-ju any special favors or indemnity, and even the disciples of the Hidden Cloud Peak, who were under the protection of Kutsang-ju, would be killed when wrongdoing was committed. There had been the deaths of disciples from the various peaks in this incident, and killing the two Hidden Cloud Peak disciples would appease the other elders' rage to a certain degree. Secondly, those two scoundrels, one had a big mouth, and the other attacked his disciples. That had greatly challenged his dignity as the sovereign, and if he did not kill them, his position as the sovereign would be greatly undermined today. And there could be a third. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes as he stared at Kutsang-ju. Thirdly, it was to knock some sense into this overly arrogant and overbearing Kutsang-ju. The few Blue Cloud Peak disciples got to their feet, their eyes tinged with fear as they looked at Xiao Chu. Qin Yu had already given his orders, and that had meant that Jun Wuxie's and Xiao Chu's were to be rid. But the disciples had been taken down with a single swipe of Xiao Chu's kick, and they were now gripped in fear. The disciples wanted to arrest those two youths, but those two were just too strong for them. "Why are all of you still standing there? Get rid of the two of them right now," Qin Yu shouted. The several Blue Cloud Peak disciples looked at each other, grieving at their own helplessness. They struggled for a long while, before they carefully took a step towards Xiao Chu. However, in a blink of an eye, Those Blue Cloud Peak disciples were soundly thrashed by Qiao Chu and thrown out of the main hall. The disciples lay scattered on the ground outside unmoving, all of them seemingly unconscious. The disciples of the Qing Yun clan were more inclined towards the practice of medicine and were not highly skilled in their spiritual powers. The Qing Yun clan invited many strong expert exponents to serve as resident mercenaries to make up for that lack. The disciples' weak combat prowess were just pathetic before Qiao Chu's pair of fists. After ridding himself of the weak and pesky disciples, Qiao Chu swept off the dust on his palms, and a smirk hung on his face. Qin Yu's face was thunderously dark. He had not expected Kutsang-Ju's disciple to possess such strength. A group of his Blue Cloud Peak disciples were thrown out of the hall and knocked out in mere moments. Kutsang-Ju, would you not rein your disciples in? Qin Yu screamed. Kutsang-Ju stood up slowly and replied, My sovereign, you were the one who wanted me to develop the poison, and you were the one who agreed to use the disciples of the other peaks to experiment the poison on, but now, you want to use my disciples' life to appease the outrage from the other peaks instead. I cannot find it within myself to agree to it. Qin Yu's eyes bulged, staring at Kutsang-Ju unbelievably. He could not believe what he was hearing. Kutsang-Ju was pushing all the blame onto him. Kutsang-Ju turned to the other elders and said, Seek your justice from the head, the Qing Yun clan is led by our sovereign and he calls the shots. If he did not agree, how would I be able to touch your disciples? Qin Yu was the one who gave me the orders, but now he wants me to shoulder the blame. I am unwilling and unable to shoulder such a big responsibility. Qin Yu was visibly trembling in rage by now and the elders were absolutely furious. Kutsang-Ju was incorrigible, but his words made absolute sense. If he had not gotten Qin Yu's approval, he would not have been able to touch the disciples from the various peaks. All this tragedy had started from Qin Yu and was possible only with his approval. The dissatisfaction from the other elders for Qin Yu had only been due to the favoritism and indulgence shown to Kutsang-Ju, but this day, it had ballooned to unseen before proportions. Chapter 329, Sixth Slap, 1. Mu Chen, who had stayed silent all this while exchanged a glance with Jun Wuxie without anyone noticing. Mu Chen stood up and said, My sovereign, may I ask if we, the elders of the various peaks acted inappropriately to make you raise your guard against us? If your intention is to diminish the powers and authority of the elders, you would only need to issue a command and there was no need for such underhanded methods. You are the sovereign and your word is law. Your word alone is enough to make the elders disappear. Mu Chen's words struck a chord deep within the hearts of the elders. His words reminded the elders and reprimanded Qin Yu of his duplicity in this incident that brought about the deaths of their disciples. Qin Yu's head turned to face another adversary, all bent on bringing about his downfall. The other elders were poked into action and they opened their mouths in chorus, throwing words of admonishment and reprimand at Qin Yu. Who was Qin Yu? How the leadership of the Qing Yun clan fell into his hands was not clear, but the various elders had a very good guess at what had actually happened. A man who lusted for power so badly, that he murdered his own teacher. Such a man was definitely capable of making moves against his own elders, to diminish their authority. In moments, the main hall of the Qin Yun clan exploded in anger as all the other elders pointed their fingers at Qin Yu. Qin Yu suddenly became their common enemy. Jun Wuxie eyed the spectacle before her and her eyes chilled. Under the beration from all the elders, Qin Yu burst out, and shouted at the silently observing Kutsang-Ju, Kutsang-Ju. As an elder of the Hidden Cloud Peak, you instigated the other elders against me. What is your real underlying motive? Qin Yu was going mad. He knew Kutsang-Ju was not dumb enough to watch him go down in flames. He should know what he should do. Kutsang-Ju should know that if Qin Yu were not able to protect his position as the sovereign through this, neither Kutsang-Ju would be let off easy by the other elders. The other elders would come down just as hard on him. Kutsang-Ju stood up slowly, and looked calmly at the fuming Qin Yu before he said, I have no hidden motives, but was just stating facts. Qin Yu clenched his jaw and said, What facts? Why are you going against me? Why? Kutsang-Ju smiled but did not reply, and Jun Wuxie stood up at that moment, her chilling eyes fixed on Qin Yu, and she calmly retorted. Because he is not the elder of the Hidden Cloud Peak. What? Qin Yu froze as he stared incredulously at the petite figure before him. Huayao, let the sovereign see you as who you really are. Jun Wuxie smiled. The symphony of calamity was about to start, playing throughout the peaks of the Qin Yun clan. As Jun Wuxie's words were heard by the ears of the people present, their eyes witnessed an incredible sight. They saw the badly bowed back of the hunched-up Kutsang Ju start to straighten, the short stature started to grow, the hideous countenance shifted and the features on his face started to change to become chiseled and sharp, turning beautiful as the moments went by. Hua Yao shrugged off the dark cloak on him, and his tall frame was clothed in light purple clothes. Moments later, the hideous middle-aged hunchback had transformed before the eyes of the people in the hall into an eye-popping beautiful youth. A heavy silence suddenly hung within the spacious main hall, and all eyes were fixed on the unfamiliar beautiful youth suddenly standing right before them. The transformation that had happened before their eyes was incredulous and totally unheard of. "You are not Kutsang Ju." His face was deathly pale, as Qin Yu pointed a shaking finger at Hua Yao. "He never was." Jun Wuxie laughed lightly. The laugh lit up Jun Wuxie's delicate-featured face in a way that somehow made her dazzle at that moment. Chapter 330, Sixth Slap, 2. "Who are you?" Qin Yu's anger turned to fear. Kutsang Ju had been unknowingly disposed of and was currently impersonated by someone else. When did all this start? Since when had the Kutsang Ju he had been seeing all this while been swapped with this youth before him? Moreover, he had not noticed anything different before this. Not knowing what was happening made him start to lose his grip on the situation and his fear rose further. "We are here to claim your life." Jun Wuxie stared at Qin Yu, observing his expression of fear on his face. The top clan across the lands, the sovereign of the Qin Yun clan, with his face contorted in fear, was a sight that was very rarely seen. And she firmly believed that that expression of fear would remain plastered on his face till his moment of death. What audacity! All this time, it was you impersonating Kutsang Ju. You were the one wholly responsible for killing the disciples from the other peaks. Qin Yu spoke through gritted teeth, and in his fear, a glimmer of hope started to shine within his heart. If Kutsang Ju had actually been this youth all this while, he would be able to push all the blame to that youth and divert the elders' hatred and anger to him. "I suggested it," Jun Wuxie said to Qin Yu, a smile on her face. "How wicked and vicious of you. You dare incite hatred between the sovereign and his elders." "My elders," you heard him, all this turmoil was stirred up by these culprits. They plotted to divide the powers that be in the Qin Yun clan and carry out their insidious secret plot. Qin Yu grasped desperately at this last glimmer of hope and tried to heap all the blame for the accusations onto the youth. As expected, with Hua Yao's identity glaringly exposed, the elders started to recover from their stupor. It had happened too suddenly and the events that had unfolded were both shocking and unbelievable. The hatred towards Qin Yu was gradually diverted to the unknown enemy. The elders were conscious of the fact that at times like this, it called for them to unite against an external threat. "I had thought that our elder Ko would never commit such vicious atrocities. So you are the culprits. Speak the truth now, what have you done with Elder Ko?" Qin Yu saw that the elders' anger had subsided somewhat and he aggressively pushed to divert their anger fully. No matter who these youths were, they would not leave the Blue Cloud Peak alive. Qin Yu laughed in his heart, thinking that the three youths were still inexperienced. If they had not exposed themselves, and used Kutsang Ju's identity to incite the elders' anger, he would have suffered greatly under the elders' combined rage. But just as things were getting too hot to handle, those idiots had revealed themselves and shocked the elders, and their rage had subsided completely. Qin Yu almost laughed out loud. Even heaven was on his side. Jun Wuxie saw Qin Yu suppressed glee and her smile grew wider. "Kutsang Ju. You'll get to meet him soon, in the depths of hell." Qin Yu froze. "You killed him." His eyes were wide in consternation. Qin Yu knew Kutsang Ju's abilities very well, and even a highly skilled blue spirit expert might not be his match. He might not have possessed spiritual powers, but his proficiency with poison was nothing to sneeze at. 3 mere young youths would not be able to kill in such a highly proficient poison user that easily. "Yes." Jun Wuxie answered honestly. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes in anger and said, "You dare murder an elder of the Qin Yun clan and kill our disciples. You even have the audacity to incite hatred between the elders and me, trying to cleave a wedge in our ranks. None of you can hope to leave here alive today." Chapter 331, Sixth Slap, 3. Jun Wuxie said with smile, "Don't worry, not everyone in the Qin Yun clan will die, and we have no intentions of leaving yet. Qin Yu stared at Jun Wuxie, unable to believe that a young ordinary-looking petite youth dared speak so arrogantly to him. He had said that not all the people in the Qin Yun clan will perish, and they were not above to flee. Was the petite youth telling him that he intended to annihilate the Qin Yun clan? You are getting too far ahead of yourself. Obliterate the Qin Yun clan. You think yourself capable of such a feat? Qin Yu laughed coldly. All the elders had stood up at Jun Wuxie's provocative words. No matter how chaotic things were among the leaders within the Qin Yun clan, when faced with an external enemy, they knew to group together to take the opponent down. You brat. You'll see that you would have to eat those words of yours. Just the three of you and you want to annihilate the whole of Qin Yun clan. What a joke. Kaiju sneered as he looked at the young trio before them. After the initial shock revelations, he had had enough time to calm himself. In the eyes of the elders, they acknowledged that they had some good abilities if they were able to kill Kutsang-ju. But they had dared to toy with the leadership of the mighty Qin Yun clan, and the proud and egotistical elders did not take well to the idea that they had been played as pawns in the Yu's plot. Whether the joke's on you or on me remains to be seen. Jun Wuxie said softly. Oh. That I would like to find out. Show me what you've got to back up those arrogant words of yours. Qin Yu's worries dissipated at that moment and his rage took over. If not for these three youths, he would not have needed to suffer the torment of doubt and distrust, nearly driving his position of leadership into a precarious situation, and chaos would not have swept through the Qin Yun clan, and the elders would not have turned against him collectively. Qin Yu gave a mighty shout and many disciples who were standing guard outside rushed into the hall. More than 100 disciples surrounded Jun Wuxie, Qiao Chu and Hua Yao, cutting off any routes of escape. No matter how skilled you think yourself to be, do not even think of escaping from here alive. Qin Yu's eyes flashed cruelly. Jun Wuxie eyed the blue cloud-peaked disciples around them, and the ends of her mouth curled deeper. Escape. There's no need for that. All disciples hear my order. Arrest the three of them at once. Qin Yu hollered. At that moment, all the blue cloud-peaked disciples jumped at the surrounded trio. At the same time that the disciples pounced, two streaks blurred and exploded within the crowd. A humongous two-headed bone snake slithered lightning fast right in the middle of all the action. The two-headed bone snake had no flesh on his body but only bones that shone glaringly white. A pair of blood-red eyes on each of its head stared venomously at the disciples, and each of its head was as big as a full-grown adult male. The two-headed bone snake swung its tail at the crowd of disciples and its serrated bones cut all in the tail's path, as sharp as finely honed blades. Blood flowed and flesh tore. On the other side, an immense lumbering bear gave out a ear-splitting roar. Its starkly separated black and white fur posed a striking figure. At over 2 meters tall, a single swipe of its paw made mincemeat out of a huge chunk of the disciples. The sudden appearance of two massive beast ring spirits made the disciples of the blue cloud peak who surrounded the trio howl in terror, and many were too flustered and they clumsily tried to summon their own ring spirits. A pity those ring spirits were pathetic in terms of size or attack power, and they did not even pose a threat to the two huge beasts before them. Qin Yu stared wide-eyed, unable to look away from the two rampaging beast ring spirits sweeping across the main hall. He had seen much of the world at large, but he had never seen anything close to those two ring spirits. Those two ring spirits would overpower even the ring spirits of the various resident expert exponents' ring spirits. Hurry! Bring the invited resident experts here. Qin Yu was sweating profusely. Who would have expected that 3 young unknown youths would possess such formidable and powerful ring spirits? If they were allowed to go on, there wouldn't be enough disciples in the Qin Yun clan for them to kill. Chapter 332, 6th Slap, 4. One of the elders' face had turned all aghast at the bloody scene before his eyes and he could only watch on in horror. Upon hearing Qin Yu's shout, he snapped back to his senses and moved to run out from there to call for help. However, before he could step out through the door of the main hall, a massive black shadow loomed and knocked him back inside. The massive black beast stood blocking the exit with its body, with its head hung low as it growled. The beast opened its jaws, revealing sharp-pointed fangs. The elder who had almost been knocked unconscious from the blow looked up towards the door. When he saw the black beast, he suddenly lost all strength in his legs. Blood sprayed within the main hall and the blue cloud peak disciples were falling one after another. Under the assault of the two humongous beasts, the three youths stood untouched in the middle, watching calmly as the bodies of the fallen started to pile up. Jun Wuxie stood in the eye of the storm and observed the deathly pale Qin Yu. She watched him silently and the ice in her eyes intensified. Qin Yu felt the chill run up through his body when he saw those icily frosty eyes. He could not for his life remember when he had offended these angels of death. They were obviously still so very young, but their ring spirits had grown so powerful. Watching them, even the highly skilled Qin Yu did not dare step into the battle. He had seen their capabilities and he knew in his heart that he was still no match for the three ring spirit beasts killing his disciples. The fear in Qin Yu rose again, and terror gripped him as he felt the closing approach of death looming over his head. He could see it in his mind, all his disciples slaughtered, and their blood covered every square inch of the floor in the main hall. Their bodies piled up high, surrounding the only clean white marble visible under the three youths' feet. The catastrophic battle before him would not bring a scratch on the trio standing in the middle. Qin Yu and the elders were all held in terror. They had always been revered and held in great esteem by all the people throughout the lands. They never would have thought that three mere kids could make them taste this fear, a bitter taste in their mouths. Haughtiness, dignity, did not matter to them at that moment as they had been shattered to bits. Their usual upturned noses and complacent attitude were gone and they stood trembling, unable to move a muscle, wishing in futility that this was all just a bad dream. Who is the one that needs to escape now? Jun Wuxie beamed at Qin Yu and the elders who were huddled closely together. Only one elder within the hall was still calmly seated. His eyes met Jun Wuxie's and he stood, walking slowly to stand with the three youths. What is Muqin doing? Kai Zhua asked, hiding behind another elder, as he peeked out to see Muqin walking towards Jun Wuxie. Qin Yu's eyes were fixed on Muqin back. You are better than I thought you were. It is my honor to have worked together with you. Muqin stepped through the pools of blood on the floor and stood before Jun Wuxie, his face beaming with the first smile that came truly from his heart in more than a decade. It isn't over. Jun Wuxie smiled back. Qin Yu could not take his ears off the conversation Muqin and Jun Wuxie were having. He burned at Muqin's treachery and his face turned red. Muqin. You are in cahoots with them. You would destroy the Qin Yun clan. How could you? As an elder of the Qin Yun clan. Muqin was the last person he would have expected to turn against the Qin Yun clan. Muqin's father had been the previous sovereign of the Qin Yun clan and Muqin grew up within these cloudy peaks. His love and passion for the Qin Yun clan was way beyond what anyone else here held. Chapter 333, 6th Slap, 5. It was the very same person who had devoted his whole life to the betterment of the Qin Yun clan that had actually been in cahoots with outsiders to bring total annihilation to the mighty Qin Yun clan. That was just unbelievable to the sovereign and other elders. In reply to Qin Yu's desperate shouts, Muqin merely turned slowly to face him, and his voice sounded almost disgusted when he said softly, "This place is no longer the same Qin Yun clan I knew and treasured. If the Qin Yun clan is to exist in its current state, I would much rather choose for it to completely cease to exist altogether." The clan's past sacrimonious sanctity had been viciously tarred and blemished by the rot and filth that had taken root and had been prevalent in many recent years. It should just be exterminated altogether. Qin Yu stared at Muqin in unbridled rage. He could not fathom and pinpoint exactly when Muqin had started his alliance with the three youths. Muqin had been badly poisoned all this while, so how had he joined up with them? The series of questions swirled in Qin Yu's mind confusingly and soon, the answer came to him suddenly. When Muqin had been bedridden with poison, it had only been a ploy to gain the sympathy of the other elders. Muqin did not speak much, but every single word stoked the fire burning within Qin Yu. Did you think that if you kill me and the elders here, you would be able to still walk out of the Qin Yun clan alive? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. The multitude of disciples within the 12 peaks would not allow you to leave unscathed. The cloudy peaks will be your final resting place. In his rage and fear, Qin Yu screamed out in frustration and gave vent, trying to hide the fear within him. Jun Wuxie laughed. A series of melodious laughter poured out from Jun Wuxie, sounding clearly within the hall. She shook her head wearily at Qin Yu's empty threats as Qin Yu stood unmoving, his face showing a deathly pallor. Impossible. You will not succeed here today. Qin Yu struggled to maintain his composure, but a nagging voice seemed to be telling him that the youth before him was entirely capable of what he claimed. Jun Wuxie smiled as she produced a waxed pill in her hand. This pill here contains poison mist. Within an hour, when the sun reaches its peak, the heat will melt the coating of wax and the poison mist will spread. The slightest touch or inhalation will immediately claim the life of a person. Jun Wuxie showed the poison pill before Qin Yu and the other elders, and her smile grew more radiant. She had developed this poison mist by improving on the effects of Kutsang. Ju's lone smoke. It was formless and was impossible to escape from, and only very highly skilled expert exponents beyond the indigo-leveled spirit user would be able to suppress its lethal effects and hope to survive. Many of these pills have been placed throughout 11 of the peaks within the Qingyun clan. It will send all your beloved disciples on a straight route to hell. Jun Wuxie beamed as she said it, and her eyes flashed with murder. When did you plan all this? Qin Yu stared, eyes wide with fear, and he started shaking violently. If everything she said was not a bluff, the mighty Qingyun clan with its numerous disciples would be finished. Jun Wuxie replied nonchalantly, after you agreed to allow Kutsang Ju pick disciples from the various peaks. Qin Yu drew in a deep breath and is slumped in defeat. All the various peaks had their own guards preventing unauthorized entry from outsiders. In order for those 3 youths to enter and plant the poison pills within the peaks, was supposed to be impossible to achieve undetected. But with the sovereign's own seal of approval and orders, it was made to become an easy task for them. It finally dawned on Qin Yu at that moment. What the petite youth wanted was not to incite the various elders against the sovereign. What she wanted to achieve beneath it all, was to have the selection of the disciples of the various peaks to take up all of the elders' attention, allowing them free rein to plant those seeds within the various peaks unnoticed, to complete their plot to obliterate the whole Qingyun clan. Chapter 334, Sixth Slap, 6. The plot was impossibly deep. And absolutely indefensible. Qin Yu was left speechless and helpless. 3 young youths had left the sovereign of the mighty Qingyun clan completely defeated, and the humiliation crushed Qin Yu's dignity to tiny little pieces. The one fatal move that made it possible for them to plant all the seeds of destruction was allowed to be carried out by no one else but himself. The other elders' rage directed at him, however strongly, did not matter anymore. What frustrated him and made him feel like tearing his own hair out the most was his own stupidity, and the reality hurt the most. He had prided himself to be more intelligent than most people all his life, and one single mistake had cost him everything he held dear. He lost even his most prized Qingyun clan, to 3 young youths. Within the hour, all would be lost, and all the Qingyun clan's inner house disciples would be dead. The only survivor would be Mu Chen and his cloud-treading peak. Rampaging with the main hall now were 3 overpowering ring spirits, blocking all routes of escape for them. In the end, when the Qingyun clan was left with a lone Mu Chen as an elder, he would call the shots within the Qingyun clan, and would stand as the last and only witness to all that had happened here at the Blue Cloud Peaks summit. The truth would remain buried forever, and the Qingyun clan would cease to exist henceforth. Qin Yu could already feel the claws of death creeping into the cloudy peaks. An elder suddenly stood up, his face terror-stricken. I hereby absolve myself completely of all ties from the Qingyun clan. I don't want to be an elder anymore. Spare me. I will not say anything against you. The elder pleaded pitifully as he fell down to his knees. Power and authority did not matter anymore, not at the cost of one's life. At the end of the road, all that did not mean anything anymore. Count me in. More of the elders started to state their willingness to relinquish their positions of leadership and powers and retain their lives. Qin Yu's face darkened and his face started to twitch. He raised a foot in anger and kicked out at the elder who had first opened his mouth in plea and said angrily, "You think they will let you off just because you say you will have nothing more to do with the Qingyun clan? That's being too naive. Did all your brains suddenly become addled? They will not stop till every single one of us are killed." Their other elders turned to Jun Wuxie with pleading eyes, but all that they saw was the radiant smile on Jun Wuxie, with dark vicious murder in her eyes. At that moment, all their hopes were completely dashed, and the elders could only wail and howl, lamenting its self-perceived injustice and futility. It was set in stone they were to die that day. That's right, none of you can hope to leave this place alive. Enemies must be completely rooted out. I think all of you must at least understand that. Jun Wuxie's words only reaffirmed that all hope was lost, and the elders fell into deadly silence. Qin Yu stared hard at Jun Wuxie, but unable to recall ever seeing that face. Why was the petite youth so bent on killing him? And unwavering in his quest to annihilate all in the Qingyun clan? Who are you? What do you have against the Qin Yun clan? What made you so determined to exterminate the Qin Yun clan? Jun Wuxie replied softly, but those words quaked Qin Yu violently. Qi Kingdom, Jun family. Qin Yu felt as though a bolt of lightning struck him. He could not speak, and a cold chill run through him. It's you. You killed my daughter. Qi Kingdom, Jun family, the murderers of Qin Yuyan. Jun Wuxie shrugged. The Qin Yun clan did not allow me any other alternatives and I had to strike first. You have only yourself to blame for seeking your own doom. Jun Wuxie had nothing against the Qin Yun clan before. If the Qin Yun clan had not pushed her into a corner, she wouldn't have needed to leave home and come to this faraway mountains to plot their demise. Everything that she did here was to protect her family from harm. If only the Qin Yun clan had not fallen into the hands of Qin Yu, the clan might not have turned to such oppression of the people throughout the lands, and all this would not have even begun. Alas, they planted the seed of evil, and the poisonous fruit born from their own actions was about to be swallowed by their own selves. Chapter 335, Sixth Slap, 7. Qin Yu fell back into his chair, his head abuzz. Who would have thought, the mighty Qin Yun clan famed throughout the lands, on one of its expeditions to the tiny kingdom of Qi, come across the harbinger of death. The sleepy inconspicuous kingdom actually hid a demon capable of obliterating the whole Qin Yun clan. If he had known, Qin Yu would have given up on the soul jade, and wished he had never met Jun Xie. But, it was too late for regrets and there was no way he could turn things around. Hua Yao, you have less than an hour. Jun Wuxie turned to look at the beautiful youth standing beside her. Qin Yu's and the Qin Yun clan's upcoming demise had become a fact that would not change, but she had not forgotten her deal with Hua Yao and Xiao Chu. Hua Yao nodded and with a wave of his hand, the double-headed bone snake slid speedily to charge at Qin Yu. The elders who were cowering close to the sovereign screamed and fled in all directions. Qin Yu's face was already white as a sheet and when his eyes saw the massive double-headed bone snake, the totally defeated Qin Yu did not even want to run. With Qin Yu's skills, if he gave it all that he had and put up a fight, he would be able to cause quite a bit of nuisance for Jun Wuxie and her allies. But with all that had happened, it had whittled down his will and crushed any hope that he had initially held. The chaos that wreaked havoc within the Qin Yun clan, the elders' protest, and his impending doom. All this were part of the plot of a young Jun Xie, who maneuvered and controlled everything in H's hand. All these events had hammered mercilessly and driven out all the fight that had previously driven the proud sovereign all his life. Just killing her enemies would be easy for Jun Wuxie, but if her enemies had all died with a single slash, it would be letting them off too easy. So, Jun Wuxie had made Mu Chen and Hua Yao put up an act, to incite the chaos to continue to play out till the last moment, chipping away at everyone's will. Jun Wuxie wanted the whole Qin Yun clan to feel the dejection, even till their moment of death. The double-headed bone snake wrapped its tail around Qin Yu, the blade-like bones slicing into Qin Yu's flesh. The heart-rending pain filled Qin Yu's mind and a pair of red eyes stared at him as though they had been soaked in blood. Qin Yu was living in a nightmare and his blood flowed out from his wounds, drenching his lavish clothes in a bright shade of red. The double-headed bone snake brought Qin Yu and held him before Hua Yao. The once lofty and unreachable sovereign of the Qin Yun clan had been brought down from his seat and he looked a wretched sight. No sign of the usual haughtiness and arrogance was present, his ashen face and dejected eyes showed no signs of emotion. "Where is the map that Kutsang-ju gave you?" Hua Yao asked directly after shredding his disguise. The resigned and dejected Qin Yu heard Hua Yao's query and his eyes flashed briefly in shock. Qin Yu quickly recovered and his eyes became expressionless once again before he replied weakly, "I do not know what you are talking about." Hua Yao frowned in annoyance and gestured slightly with his hand. The bones coiled around Qin Yu began to tighten, and the bone blades cut deep, buried halfway into Qin Yu's flesh. A pitiable wail escaped from Qin Yu, and the veins on his neck and face bulged. His face was flushed a deep red and sweat ran down his face profusely. His head was arched back as he howled in pain. Bright red blood dripped splattering on the floor, the pool widening in a dark crimson shade. "Where is it?" Hua Yao asked chillingly again. Qin Yu was losing consciousness from the pain and spasms started to wreck his body, and Qin Yu could not even speak. He could only shake his head weakly. Louder and louder screams followed, the shrill tone piercing right into the hearts of the other elders. They had been hopelessly terrified and had not moved at all from their spots, cowering in horror as they saw Qin Yu tormented, praying they would not be the next one to meet the same fate. Time continued to run, unstoppable. 1/3 of the hour had passed, and Chinyu's breaths were getting weaker, but he still refused to reveal a single word on the map. Chapter 336, Sixth Slap, 8. Hey, Brother Hua, if this drags on any further, he is going to die. Xiao Chu saw that Chinyu was getting weaker by the minute and time was running out. They had not expected Chinyu's refusal to reveal anything even when he was on the verge of death. They did not care if Chinyu were to die, but with his death, Chinyu would bring with him their only lead to the whereabouts of the map. Hua Yao frowned, perplexed. His beautifully featured face creased in consternation. The Qingyun clan was vast. If Chinyu refused to spill the beans and die, they would have to scour the whole of the cloudy peaks and they would need a long time to do that. Leave it to me, Jun Wuxie said suddenly. Hua Yao looked quizzically at Jun Wuxie. I've said it. We only have 1 hour. Jun Wuxie said slowly. Chinyu would die as she had said he would, within the hour, and not a moment more than that. Hua Yao let the double-headed bone snake release Chinyu and put him on the ground. Chinyu was covered in his own blood and his breaths were getting shallow. He did not look like he could speak as his face contorted involuntarily. Jun Wuxie squatted down and looked at the greatly weakened Chinyu. She drew her silver needles, and pierced them into the 12 main arteries and stopped the bleeding from his wounds temporarily. Next, she pried Chinyu's mouth open and threw 3 elixirs into his mouth and forced him to swallow them before she stood up. Not understanding what was happening, Hua Yao looked at Jun Wuxie. He had seen Jun Wuxie in action before and he had complete trust when he handed Chinyu over to her, although he was unsure what she would do. Why did she stop the bleeding, pop the elixirs in him, and ignored him after that? Xiao Chu craned his neck and looked at the stiffened Chinyu. He had become very curious with Jun Wuxie's myriad of strange elixirs with heaven-defying effects. He had seen what horrors beauty's facade brought to its victim and he wondered what other elixir was at work here now on Chinyu. Time seemed to stop at that moment. The elders remained trembling and huddled together in a group quietly on the side. They peered intently at the unmoving figure of Chinyu, lying on the floor. Jun Wuxie ignored everything and only whipped out a hanky and wiped at her hands carefully and meticulously. No one knew what Jun Wuxie had fed Chinyu and why there had been no effect. Moments later, the scene that greeted their wonder made everyone gasp in surprise. Chinyu's body suddenly jumped once. He bent and curled up his limbs at odd angles and a horrifying wail suddenly sounded heartrendingly, breaking the silence in the hall. Chinyu's limbs looked like they were being twisted by a great force into impossible angles, and this was just the beginning. His fingers started tearing up and many gaping wounds appeared, and a white powdery-looking substance flowed out mixed in with the blood from those wounds. Chinyu's body was rocked by spasms and he shook violently as though struck by lightning. Bone disintegration. Xiao Chu's eyes widened suddenly. Staring at the unidentifiable substance flowing out from the wounds as white powder, Xiao Chu finally reasoned that it could only be from the bone, ground up into powder. Chinyu's finger bones were unexplainably disintegrated into powder and they flowed out with blood, staining the white floor. All his fingers were bleeding, and one can only imagine at the agony by hearing the incessant wails coming from Chinyu, who had been too weak to even speak. Chinyu's flushed face and turned gray and his bulging eyes were bloodshot red. Tears and mucus ran uncontrollable down his face and the sound of him grinding teeth heavily showed the unimaginable agony Chinyu was suffering under. First the hands, next the legs. It starts with the 4 limbs, then the spine and the ribs. Don't worry, you will be fine. As long as I am here, I will not allow you to die just yet. Jun Wuxie finally spoke to him, and the corners of her mouth curled up devilishly once again. Chapter 337, Sixth Slap, 9. Chinyu's bloodshot eyes were staring unwavering at Jun Wuxie, filled with hatred and pain. No one could imagine the agony he was feeling. He could not move and the intense pain tore through his body unendingly, almost driving him insane. He would never have guessed that such inhumane torment could possibly be inflicted on the human body. It felt like millions of ants were gnawing on his bones, bit by bit, little by little, and his flesh disintegrated together with the bones. At that moment, Chinyu's only wish was for death to claim him quickly. The pain felt under the torture by the double-headed bone snake was in no way comparable to the unimaginable agony he was feeling at that moment. He had felt faint several times through his ordeal, but the silver needles stuck in him kept him conscious and did not allow him any reprieve. Although only the briefest of moments had passed, it already felt like a long year to Qin Yu. Forced to remain conscious, the heart-rending pain made him yearn fervently for death, but death's door was closed to him. Qin Yu's will crumbled to dust in but that brief passing moment, and blood stained his mouth. His howls did not end and he finally loosened his lips. Beneath the stone behind my chair in my study. Let death come. Come quickly. The torment was too much to take, and he couldn't bear it a moment more. Sorry. Really, really sorry. If he knew this day was to come, he would not have usurped the seat of the sovereign. He would have been content to remain a lowly disciple and not put through this torture. Jun Wuxia turned and looked at Hua Yao. Hua Yao froze in shock a moment before he clasped his hand over a fist to thank Jun Wuxia, and left immediately with Qiao Chu towards Qin Yu's study, to retrieve the item. In the main hall, Jun Wuxia swept her gaze over the cowering pale-faced elders, who were all staring wide-eyed at Qin Yu who was screaming for his own death. She then turned to Mu Qian with a smile. You want to do it yourself? Mu Qian narrowed his eyes, filled with malice. He looked at the violently shaking Qin Yu lying on the ground, without feeling an ounce of pity. Qin Yu might look extremely pitiful at that moment, but all that pity was completely overshadowed by hate. He would never forget the time when his parents had died from the poison before Qin Yu. He remembered vividly Qin Yu's face then, the face hideous with malice and triumph. He remembered the late elders who had been loyal to the previous sovereign, mercilessly murdered by Qin Yu, one by one. Qin Yu did not deserve to live. But his death must not come so easily. His lone life could not atone for his lifetime of sins. Qin Yu had ruined his life, and Qin Yu had brought the Qin Yun clan into ruin. No, I want him to live till the last moment, and suffer the agony. Mu Qian said through gritted teeth, his hatred flaring brightly in his eyes. Jun Wuxia did not say anything more and turned away from Qin Yu. She left Mu Qian alone, to savor his revenge slowly, and not steal from him any of the sweetness. Qin Yu had thought that if he revealed the location of the map, he would be relieved from the torment. But Mu Qian's reply drove him into feel utter despair. The once greatly revered sovereign of the mightiest clan throughout the lands, was now reduced to a trembling heap on the floor, his body writhing in agony. His eyes pleaded for a quick death. But, till his own time was up, his burning wish would not be granted. A gong sounded, announcing the arrival of noon, and the sun was at its zenith. The blazing heat beat down, and clouds of poison mist suddenly permeated 11 of the cloudy peaks. The inner house disciples of the various peaks were not aware of the approaching doom and were feasting on food, and boasting of their nefarious crimes with pride. Jun Wuxia lowered her eyes, and removed the needles that had kept Qin Yu alive all this while in one smooth sweep. Without the needles, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly bulged, and his body gave one big jerk, and he finally breathed his last. Chapter 338, Overpowered, 1. Just as Qiao Chu and Hua Yao came back, they saw Qin Yu breathe his last. They were not in the least concerned about it though that man was the sovereign of the mighty Qin Yun clan. We've got it. Hua Yao nodded to Jun Wuxia. It is time to send everyone on their way. Mu Qian, it's time to get your disciples off the mountain. Jun Wuxia turned to leave resolutely, and the rest of them followed after. In the main hall, the members of the Qin Yun clan were still too terrified to move. As they watched Jun Wuxia leave, they wanted to heave a sigh of relief, but Jun Wuxia's words just before she left made them shiver uncontrollably. 3 massive beasts finished up the massacre within the main hall and the place was bathed in a bright shade of red. The bloodbath was seemingly used to cleanse this mighty clan of its sins and filth. As they walked down the blue cloud peak, the bodies of its disciples lay scattered all over, unmoving in death. Even till the last moment of their lives, they did not know what killed them. The once bustling cloudy peaks were now covered in a shroud of silence. Throughout the journey from the blue cloud peak to the cloud-treading peak, Mu Qian did not see anyone still alive. Jun Wuxia had delivered on her promise to annihilate all within the Qin Yun clan. What do you have planned next? Hua Yao asked, turning to Jun Wuxia. The matter with the Qin Yun clan had come to a close and from here on, the Qin Yun clan ceased to exist anymore. Jun Wuxia pondered a moment as she surveyed the majestic peaks that had once housed the mighty Qin Yun clan, and replied softly, I want to make a trip home first. She had been away from home for a long time, and it was time she went back. "We'll go back with you then." Mu Chen said he needs to stay a while longer to sort things out with the disciples of the outer house and the resident mercenaries, and will go to the Qi Kingdom in about 2 weeks to look for you. We'll accompany you back, and after you have settled your own things, you can help us to refine the elixir. Qiao Chu said excitedly. After hanging around Jun Xie for a time, he felt that Jun Xie was a good companion to have around. Jun Xie was still so young, but the schemes that meticulous mind came up with astounded him completely. Even when faced with the all-powerful Qin Yun clan, the enemy had crumbled and fallen into the depths of hell before that mind. Hanging around a little demon like that made his days so much more exciting. Jun Wuxie looked at the enthusiastic Qiao Chu, and nodded after a moment's thought. This time, with Hua Yao's and Qiao Chu's help, she had achieved her objective to obliterate the Qin Yun clan much more smoothly. Compared to her initial plan, she was able to shorten the process by 2 weeks. As with any cooperation, they would have to keep to their word. In Jun Wuxie's mind, she had recognized Hua Yao and Qiao Chu as her temporary allies in their cooperation. Little did she know that this chance meeting that resulted in their first alliance would bind their lives together for the rest of their lives. The three of them made their way down the mountain, and left the tying up of loose ends to Mu Chen. As the trio ambled down the mountain together, Qiao Chu was excited, and he chattered on non-stop, but Hua Yao and Jun Wuxie remained silent. Suddenly, when the trio reached the halfway point, 2 figures appeared at the summit of the cloudy peaks. The 2 figures saw the peaks littered with bodies, and their eyes sparked in interest. What is wrong with the Qin Yun clan? It had been just half a year and they have fallen to such a pitiful state. The attractive-looking man said with a laugh as he surveyed the scattered bodies, but his eyes flashed with a malicious chill. The other man frowned. At that moment, the gem bracelet he wore on his wrist emitted a green glow and the man gasped. A plant ring spirit actually exists in the lower realm. Chapter 339, Overpowered, 2. Are you sure? The man who was laughing asked in shock. There is a reaction from the spirit gem, that person must still be close. We should still be able to catch up. The man said, staring at the green glow the spirit gem was giving out, and his eyes narrowed. Ha ha. We have searched till the soles of our shoes were all worn out to no avail, and now a chance meeting has brought it right before us. We cannot let it escape. The man's laughter grew more intense. The 2 figures suddenly blurred and disappeared from the summit of the cloudy peaks. At the midpoint of the mountain, Jun Wuxie looked at the massive beast ring spirits following behind them. The black and white fur of one of the beasts looked just like the national treasure of one of the countries in her past life, but the size of the beast before her was so much bigger than what she remembered. Isn't my dear Raleigh just majestic and heroic looking? Qiao Chu saw that Jun Xie was staring at his ring spirit and he sang his praises, proudly patting the massive tummy. That furry rounded tummy looked extremely inviting to touch. The little black cat on Jun Wuxie's shoulder raised a paw and covered its face. Here it comes. Its mistress was at it again. Jun Wuxie stared intently at the humongous panda, keeping herself silent for a long while before she asked, "Can I touch?" "Of course." Qiao Chu said jovially, feeling especially generous. Jun Wuxie walked up to Raleigh and stared at the massive bear that was over 2 meters tall before her. Her chilly eyes were extremely focused at that moment. Raleigh tilted its head and looked in confusion at the tiny figure standing before it. Raleigh was conscious of its master's mind and knew that the figure before it was a friend and not a foe, and it was not to attack. They stood staring at each other a long moment, and Qiao Chu had thought that Jun Xie was not going to touch Raleigh anymore. At that moment, Jun Wuxie squealed delightedly and plopped herself onto Raleigh's bulging tummy, her hands fully extended, trying her hardest to envelope the massive bear into her tiny arms. Buried into the soft fur, and immersing herself into the velvety smoothness, Jun Wuxie's eyes were closed in revel, enjoying every moment. The little black cat on Jun Wuxie's back almost wanted to cry. Its mistress' illness had struck once again. Jun Wuxie did not hold much fondness for many things, but she was completely defenseless against furry creatures. When she had first applied to be a vet, it was firstly for the sake of revenge, and the second reason was just because she loved these furry creatures. Heaven knows, the expressionless and cold face on Jun Wuxie, when faced with little cats and dogs, changed drastically, and the eyes stayed fixated and sparkled so brightly that it always made the little black cat want to cry. It seemed that even after being reborn, her illness had not gone away. The double-headed snake did not draw any attention from her, but the huge cuddly panda and its charming innocence was irresistible to June Wuxie, brought about by her weakness towards adorable and furry creatures. Xiao Chu's jaw dropped as he stared at June Xie, who had always been cold and distant, burrow himself into his ring spirit's tummy, and the always chatty Xiao Chu suddenly could not find any words to say. The change was just too astounding. June Wuxie's unwavering calm and overwhelming intelligence always made people forget her young age. But her actions with Raleigh brought out the little girl hidden within completely. My Raleigh must be exceptionally adorable. Xiao Chu struggled a long time to squeeze those words out of his throat. He had thought that June Xie had been impressed with Raleigh's majestic stature and dominating power. But it seemed that he had completely misunderstood. Hua Yao's corners of his mouth twitched, but he did not say a word. And high up in the trees at their side, the hidden Yisha looked at June Wuxie's sudden and drastic change in manner, made him almost fell off in shock. He would never have imagined that the cold and highly intelligent Miss had such a weakness for furry ring spirits. Chapter 340, Overpowered, 3. This should be of interest to my lord. Yisha rubbed his chin as he released a tiny black snake from among the trees. Yisha's daily task was to protect June Wuxie in secret. But the Miss was vicious, and there was nothing she could not handle on her own in the Qingyun clan. Yisha's protection soon became superfluous, and his daily task quickly became collecting intelligence on her likes and dislikes as well as her daily activities. He wrote the information on a small piece of paper, and sent it via a black snake to deliver it to June Wuyao, in the kingdom of Qi. At the same moment Yisha released the black snake, his face suddenly stiffened. Two highly formidable presences were approaching at an alarming speed. Yisha perked up, and his body tensed. His eyes scanned the surroundings carefully. Reveling in the comfort of Raleigh's furry tummy, June Wuxie was completely relaxed when suddenly, a stranger's voice spoke, interrupting her revelry. "So, that's where you are." The voice that had sounded suddenly made the trio turn towards it. They saw two attractive-looking men a distance away from them. The two men were gauging the three of them carefully, and the eyes on the two men were rather queer. They had seemed to be appraising goods rather than looking at three youths. Their contempt was obvious, and they did not bother to hide it. "It is you. Or you. Or rather the little one here." The man was smiling as he queried, looking at Hua Yao, Xiao Chu, and lastly his eyes fell on June Wuxie. June Wuxie's eyes went cold. Without knowing why, the two men who had suddenly appeared gave her an extremely bad feeling. Hua Yao and Xiao Chu were wary. Raleigh came to stand beside Xiao Chu, and the double-headed bone snake put up a defensive stance. "Ah! What am I seeing here?" A member of the Bone Shifters tribe in the lower realm. "Kid, that double-headed bone snake's your ring spirit, right?" The man narrowed his maliciously, looking at Hua Yao. Hua Yao stiffened, and his eyes stared back dangerously. "Yin Yang Bear TSK. How did these ring spirits appear in the lower realm? You've really opened my eyes today." His eyes turned back onto Raleigh as he spoke. "Double-headed bone snake, Yin Yang Bear. You're both not the person we're looking for." The man's eyes turned slowly to June Wuxie, and his mouth curled at the corners. "Hey kid, I am guessing you have a plant ring spirit on you." June Wuxie's heart jumped. She had not released Little Lotus, so how did they find out about the plant-based ring spirit hidden within her body? "Who are you guys?" June Wuxie asked coldly. The feeling these two men gave her was completely different from all the others she had met. Just by standing before her, they gave out an enormous pressure, clutching at her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. It was a feeling that June Wuxie was feeling for the first time after she was reborn. "We are good people. Kid, just tell it to me like I'm your older brother. Is your ring spirit a plant-based one?" His wide smile made his eyes narrow as he coaxed gently. June Wuxie frowned deeply, and her face showed enmity. "Sai, don't get too excited now. We're here just to ask you a few things." The man saw that his act was not working on June Wuxie, and he sighed in helplessness dramatically. The other man who had been standing silent on the side was staring dangerously at June Wuxie instead. "We don't know each other, and we have nothing to talk about." June Wuxie took note of the actions taken by the two men. "Since you are being so uncooperative here, we can only," the man who was smiling said, and suddenly, his eyes flashed bitingly cold. Chapter 341, Overpowered, 4. Before his last word reached the ears of the three youths, he suddenly disappeared from his spot. June Wuxie was surprised as a cold chill rushed into her chest. The next moment, a black shadow dragged her backwards. Everything simply happened too fast. Hua Yao and Xiao Chu, who were just beside her, did not know what was happening, and by the time they realized it, they saw the man who had disappeared was suddenly standing at the spot June Xie previously was, with a torn piece of cloth gripped within his hand. On the other side, a coldly handsome man dressed in black had appeared out of nowhere, and he stared gravely. June Wuxie was standing quietly behind the man, and a part of her coat was torn, fluttering in the wind. Not bad at all. The smiling man assessed the man dressed in black who had suddenly appeared. His smile intensified and his eyes flared with a killer's instinct. June Wuxie stared at the back of the man dressed in black, her eyes thoughtful. Everything had happened in the briefest of moments, and she had not felt any presence approaching her, but the two men had suddenly appeared. She saw that the front of her coat had been torn by the man who was smiling. If not for the man in black's sudden interference, the only thing torn out might not have been just her coat, but her heart. Sweat ran down June Wuxie's back. Since her rebirth, she felt for the first time that the claws of death had come so close to her. That man with the perpetual smile on his face had instantly gone for the kill with his first strike. I would implore for Miss to leave this place immediately. Yisha faced his back to June Wuxie. His stern face was gravely serious, and his eyes were fixated guardedly on the white-robed man with the smile on his face. If he had not dragged Miss back at that moment, they might have lost her by now. Who are you? As Yisha had his back to June Wuxie, she could not see Yisha's face. She could feel that the man dressed in black harbored no ill intentions towards her, and was even protecting her from harm. Yisha did not turn back but replied calmly, I am acting under the orders of Master Wu Yao to guard Miss from harm. My lowly name will only dirty Miss ears. I would humbly request that Miss leave immediately. These two men are more than Miss can handle. June Wuxie froze a moment. She had not heard June Wu Yao's name for a while, and hearing it suddenly made her heart wince. My elder brother actually sent someone to protect her. Yisha hesitated a moment before he said to Hua Yao and Xiao Chu, I would need to trouble the two of you to escort Miss away from here. Leave the two men to me. Hua Yao and Xiao Chu did not realize anything amiss to June Xie having been addressed as a miss, but Yisha's words made them feel a bad premonition of things rise within their chests. Sure. The two of them agreed readily. Yisha nodded gravely. The white-robed man looked at Yisha disapprovingly. You cannot possibly be thinking that you can stop the two of us all by yourself, right? The strongest they have in the lower realm can only be a purple-level spirit anyway. You will soon find out. Yisha threw out a chilling laugh and suddenly shouted, Gio. Hua Yao and Xiao Chu reacted immediately, and they lifted June Wuxie and ran down the mountain. No matter who the other two men were, they were not people they could take on. The man in black protecting June Xie was clearly much stronger than the two of them were. In a battle among exponents of such overpowering might, the two of them would only become a hindrance if they stayed behind. Running away. Not that easy. The white-robed man narrowed his eyes dangerously and was about to give chase when Yisha stood in his way. Chapter 342, Overpowered, 5. Yisha blocked the path leading down the mountain, denying the two men passage. The white-robed man threw a palm at Yisha impatiently. Unexpectedly, Yisha countered and struck back with his palm. Two strong opposing forces exploded at that moment, and the white-robed man stared at Yisha in disbelief when he found out that Yisha's power was on par with his. You are not from the lower realm. Where are you from? The white-robed man was shocked, as the smile faded from his face. Yisha laughed coldly, but did not reply. Damn. The white-robed man cursed under his breath, and soon, he was completely engaged with Yisha. The two mighty powers clashed. The surrounding grass and plants were uprooted by the rush, the wind kicked up from their movements, and the ground tremored lightly below their feet. The white-robed man found that he was unable to take down Yisha, and his muttered curses did not stop. Yisha noted his opponent's strikes and movements and committed them to memory, speedily scanning his mind to identify his opponent. Just when the two powerful forces were deeply immersed in their combat, the gray-robed man who had been awfully silent all this while charged into the battle. A powerful blast exploded from his palm, aimed directly at Yisha's vitals. Held down by the white-robed man's ferocious attacks, Yisha could only shift slightly. The blast hit him squarely on the chest and a mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed from Yisha's mouth. "Leave this guy to me. Do not let the plant ring spirit escape." The gray-robed man's eyes were steely cold as he instructed the white-robed man. The white-robed man stared at Yisha in anger, and turned to rush down the mountain. Yisha wanted to chase after him, but the gray-robed man had already engaged him and did not allow Yisha any choice but to fight. Moments into the battle, Yisha grew frustrated. The gray-robed man was more highly skilled than the white-robed one. This level of skill would be considered very strong even in the middle realm. Hua Yao and Xiao Chu did not release Jun Wuxie but ran quickly without stopping. Their speed was much faster than Jun Wuxie and they could see the foot of the mountain before them. But a persistent white figure suddenly appeared before them on the path down the mountain. "Just where do you guys think you're going?" The white-robed man's eyes were narrowed to a slit and a chill emanated out as those eyes stared unwaveringly at Jun Wuxie. What amazing speed! Hua Yao and Xiao Chu were deeply surprised and they put their bodies before Jun Wuxie, protecting their comrade behind. The double-headed bone snake and the yin-yang bear were standing at the ends of each side. Jun Wuxie was looking at the backs of Hua Yao and Xiao Chu, her face frowning slightly. "His target is only me, and this has nothing to do with you. You should just leave." Jun Wuxie took a deep breath. Judging from Hua Yao's and Xiao Chu's reactions, it would seem that even if the two of them attacked at once, they would not be a match for the white-robed men. The enemy came eyeing little lotus hidden within her and it should not concern the two of them. Hua Yao and Xiao Chu did not even turn their heads but stood stoically in front of Jun Wuxie. "Little Xie, your reasoning sounds a little off. Since we are brothers in arms, no amount of reasoning would ever make us abandon our brother and escape on our own, leaving you in the lurch." Xiao Chu's voice was tinged with his carefree and joyous personality. Hua Yao replied, "We promised that man that we would bring you to safety, away from here." Jun Wuxie was at a loss for words. She opened her mouth and stared at the two youths she had only known for a month. She had not known that they saw her as a brother. At that moment, Hua Yao's and Xiao Chu's backs overlapped the slender figure in her mind. When they were similarly in perilous danger, that moron had done the same thing. Standing stoically in front of her. "Go." Jun Wuxie gritted her teeth and suddenly slipped past the two of them, and the little black cat on her shoulder morphed into the black beast. She never wanted to see ever again anyone else fall trying to protect her. Chapter 343, Overpowered, 6. Hua Yao and Xiao Chu looked at Jun Wuxie in surprise. That small frame before them had a backbone stronger than any. "I don't need you to protect me. Between us, we are merely allies in our cooperation. You do not need to give up your lives for that. I will not be able to repay you enough." She already felt indebted to that moron and she did not want to increase the debt with any more people. Hua Yao and Xiao Chu were speechless as they stared at Jun Wuxie in confusion. Jun Wuxie's words had been cold and almost sounded heartless. But the two of them knew deep in their hearts that Jun Wuxie said it in such a way to make them back off and not get dragged into the danger before them. "We need no repayment, we just feel like it." Xiao Chu laughed as he said that. Jun Wuxie remained where she was, her back ramrod straight, unwilling to turn her head. The white-robed man looked on impatiently at the three youths. "Brat, I only want your ring spirit. If you don't want your comrades to die, just stay still and let me take your ring spirit." The three youths put together would not need more than a finger of his to take them on. "Enough with your nonsense. If you want to touch little Xie, you'll only be able to do that after we're dead." Xiao Chu stood forward without hesitation and released his spiritual powers. Unexpectedly, the spiritual power surrounding him was actually purplish in color. Hua Yao followed right after and released his spiritual power. A purple glow emanated from his body. Both of them have attained the purple level in their spiritual powers. Jun Wuxie looked in surprise at Hua Yao and Xiao Chu. They were both just a few years older than she was and they had both attained the peak purple level. It had been a century since a purple spirit had appeared under the skies, and these two were still youths. How did they achieve that? The white-robed stared in surprise as well when he saw the purple glow envelope Hua Yao and Xiao Chu. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. "Forcefully upgrading your spiritual powers you would not last long, would you? Purple spirit ha. I guess that's the highest level you can forcefully raise yourselves up to at the moment." A pity 2 purple spirits are still beneath my notice. The white-robed man's eyes narrowed and he charged right at Hua Yao and Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu and Hua Yao used every ounce of their spiritual powers to take on the white-robed man together. Even the double-headed bone snake and the yin-yang bear joined the battle. Jun Wuxie could not hold herself back any longer and rushed into the battle with the black beast. It was 1 against 6, and it should have been a given who had the advantage. But as the battle raged, the outcome was totally unbelievable. The white-robed men, under the assault from 6 joined forces, took them on easily. Even having 2 highly skilled purple spirits joining forces were not a match for the white-robed men. Jun Wuxie, who had just broken through to the orange level, was not able to contribute much to their might. The white-robed man handled his opponents with a cold smile on his face. One of the strikes of his palm broke the tail of the double-headed bone snake, and a flying kick sent the yin-yang bear soaring. The white-robed man, with his body still in mid-air, fully extended his arms outwards, and a hand grabbed onto Hua Yao's shoulder. He tightened his grip and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. He then flung his hand and Hua Yao was thrown out of the battle. His other hand clenched into a fist and he swung it, smashing into Qiao Chu's face. In a flash, blood flew. Qiao Chu's temple bone cracked and blood flowed from the opened wound. Half of his face was bruised black and blue. The black beast leapt at the white-robed man from the back, but was held by its throat and lifted. "Kid, if this fight continues, your comrades are really going to lose their lives," the white-robed man said as he laughed evilly, still holding the black beast by the throat. Jun Wuxie was already battered and bruised, her left hand was broken in the battle earlier. She bit on her lip and stared coldly at the frighteningly powerful white-robed man. Chapter 344, Overpowered, 7. Why struggle so? Having just you die is better than getting them all killed together with you, isn't it? The white-robed man laughed jovially, but the look in his eyes were venomous, like they had just been dipped in lethal poison. Jun Wuxie clenched her jaw tightly. Since she had been reborn, this was the first time she felt so defeated. In this strange world, highly skilled exponents were plentiful and her poison did not work all the time against them. Whether we live or die isn't up to you. Kill me if you can. Spare me your blabbering. Qiao Chu struggled as he pushed himself up. On the side of his face that was already heavily bruised, the flesh above his eye had split and blood flowed freely. He could not see through that eye anymore, but he still refused to back down and dragged himself to come stand beside Jun Wuxie. He panted slightly from the effort and rested a hand on Jun Wuxie's shoulder. "I said it before. Once within the Qingyun clan, I will look out for you. We are now still within the cloudy peaks, right?" Qiao Chu pointed at the path that led down the mountain and his bloodied face as he struggled to put on a smile. "We agreed to go back to cultivate the elixir, and if you are not leaving, neither are we." Hua Yao dragged himself to walk over to them. His shoulder blade was crushed, and even if he could control the shape and form of his bones, he was unable to shift bones that had been crushed. Jun Wuxie's breathing slowed at that moment. A strange feeling came over her that spread out from her heart. It felt foreign yet a little familiar at the same time. "Since you wish for death, I can grant that to all of you." The white-robed man exerted his strength on his hand, and broke the neck of the black beast. The black beast stopped struggling and its 4 limbs drooped. Qiao Chu and Hua Yao moved to charge again, but this time, Jun Wuxie pushed them down firmly. She kicked the ground and leapt, soaring towards the white-robed man. She was not strong enough, and might not get out of this alive. But, if she was aiming for mutual destruction, she was at the very least capable of that. "Grandfather, Uncle Wuxie is sorry." Jun Wuxie's eyes flashed grim with determination, and the silver needles that appeared in her hands were stuck into the major arteries into her own body. Her body speedily reached the white-robed man, and the white-robed man was shocked. A moment, unsure why Jun Wuxie had come to him suddenly to seek her own death. In that moment of hesitation, the black beast whose neck he had broken suddenly came back to life and pounced onto his back, biting onto the man's neck before he could react. The white-robed man raged in anger as the black beast bite drew blood. He grabbed at the black beast's head with one hand and wanted to throw the beast off his back. A strange force suddenly flowed through the white-robed man's body. He felt as in his body, as if another soul had barged in forcefully. And it messed up his consciousness completely. "You want my ring spirit so badly? Sure. I'll give it to you." When you are dead, I'll surely give it to you. June Wuxie was right beside the white-robed man, and she lifted her head. Her cold eyes were frighteningly chilled in determined and unshakable resolve. As those bitingly cold eyes stared at him, the white-robed man found himself unable to move. The black beast's fangs pierced further into flesh, opening up a channel into the white-robed man's soul. June Wuxie and the little black cat were joined souls, and when both their souls were aflame and burning, it brought about a destructive blow directly onto a person's soul, and circumvented the person's spiritual prowess. The white-robed man completely overpowered them, but an attack on his soul would not be that easily avoided. June Wuxie made the black beast play dead, just to win them this tiny opening. She would rather sacrifice herself to bring down the enemy with her than cause the deaths of her comrades fighting to protect her. Not anymore. No one must die protecting her ever again. Not even once. She would shoulder it all. Chapter 345, Fight to Live, 1. Chapter 345, Fight to Live, 1. Every moment that their souls burned, it ate into June Wuxie's and the black beast's life force. An assault that burned up their life force was unstoppable. It was June Wuxie's ultimate finisher, and she could only use it once in her life. The white-robed man's soul was extremely strong, and for June Wuxie and the black beast to restrict his movement, they had expended a great amount of their life force. In a blink of an eye, June Wuxie's body was covered in perspiration, and her face was extremely pale, completely drained of color. The black beast's fur had lost its shine, and every strand had turned dry and brittle. Hua Yao and Xiao Chu could see that June Wuxie was looking extremely unwell. They wanted to get close, but an unseen force pushed them back. When June Wuxie used her soul to attack, a soul shield formed and encapsulated her body, that did not allow anyone to come close. Little Xie, you'll really die. Stop it now. Xiao Chu panicked and shouted at June Xie. He did not know what June Xie was doing, but he could guess from seeing June Xie's face that was gradually losing its color that he must have used some forbidden technique that threatened his own life to stop the white-robed man's attacks. Worry filled the eyes of the two helpless youths. Hua Yao tried all ways and means but was still unable to get close. June Wuxie did not move, or rather, could not move. She had not protected that moron in her past life, and in this new chance at life again, she would not allow the same tragedy to strike again. Her life here was an unexpected find, and her rebirth might not have been that long, but she had found family bonds that she had never experienced, that had thawed her long frozen heart and allowed her to feel warmth. She felt she had already gained. Having been suppressed within her own body by June Wuxie, little Lotus was overcome in anxiety. Xiao Chu and Hua Yao did not understand the situation, but he knew it better than anyone. His link with June Wuxie's soul allowed him to directly feel June Wuxie's gradually diminishing soul. His own fear made little Lotus almost burst out in tears. His mistress must not burn her soul any longer, or she would die from it. When her soul burned out and disappeared, no one would be able to let June Wuxie be reborn again. No, don't die, little Lotus was already crying in June Wuxie's body. He loved this mistress of his, and he did not want her to die like this. He compacted his soul bit by bit, and little Lotus made a sudden dash out of June Wuxie's body. A bright flash of light burst from June Wuxie's finger. The violent impact forcefully blasted June Wuxie away from the white-robed man, and the assault on the soul was suddenly broken. A gush of blood sprayed out through June Wuxie's mouth, her burnt-up diminished soul, and the recoil from the sudden interruption nearly ruptured her internal organs. A figure covered in flames hurriedly held up the collapsing June Wuxie. June Wuxie's eyes were barely open, overcome with weakness, as she looked at little Lotus, who had rushed out anxiously, who had broken out from her body on his own accord. That small chubby face was covered in tears, and balls of blue flame surrounded his tiny body. The blue flames reflected in his eyes and made the always timid little guy look uncompromisingly resolute. Don't die, I don't want my mistress to die. Little Lotus looked at June Wuxie in despair, and June Wuxie was no longer capable of speech at that moment. She frowned at little Lotus, and shook her head weakly. The burning of her soul had put her body under great trauma, and a deficiency in the soul could be cured by any kind of elixir or medicine. Little Lotus' eyes rimmed heavily with his tears, and he opened his mouth. He stared at the stubby arms holding June Wuxie, and he narrowed his eyes in resolute determination. He bit off a piece of flesh from his arm and fed it to June Wuxie. June Wuxie's eyes flashed with refusal and her heart wrenched, but she was too weak to reject. Little Lotus fed Jun Wuxie with the flesh from his arm as the healing properties of the snow lotus was unparalleled. Fight to live. Chapter 346, Fight to Live, 2. Little Lotus put Jun Wuxie gently onto the ground and cast a glance at her weak form, before he turned to stare at the black beast with its fangs still lodged in the white-robed man. Blue flames erupted from his body and flared suddenly. Little Lotus gave out a heaven-shattering roar engulfed in those flames. At that moment, the tiny chubby figure started to grow under raging flames. Drunk Lotus raged in unbridled fury and his eyes burned with undeniable hatred as he cast his gaze on the white-robed man. Little Black. Drunk Lotus squeezed those two words through his teeth. The black beast narrowed its eyes and the light was fading from them. Jun Wuxie's assault on the soul was forcefully broken by the involuntary and sudden appearance of Little Lotus. But the black beast had not moved an inch, and if it let go, the white-robed men would embark on a massacre and Jun Wuxie would surely not live. But having lost Jun Wuxie as the main pillar in the deadly assault, the black beast's soul would only be able to hold the opponent down for an extremely short period of time and was not able to inflict any damage. Our debt between us will be settled in our next lives. Let's kill this guy here first. Drunk Lotus had only one arm left and his fist's knuckles crackled as he clenched it tightly. The black beast let out a low growl as if in reply to Drunk Lotus. Drunk Lotus did not hesitate any further and charged at the white-robed man held down by Black Beast in the deadly grip of its fangs. At the sacrifice of its soul, Drunk Lotus struck heavily at the man's spirit, putting everything he had behind his punch in this battle to the death. The white-robed man let out a low moan and his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He could not believe he was injured by this group of trash in the lower realm. So you are the plant-based spirit? At last, he struggled to smile and the white-robed man suddenly released an explosive surge of spiritual power and the energy blasted the black beast away from him. He leapt at Drunk Lotus and grabbed him by the neck. Wait till you are devoured and I'll see how arrogant you can be then. The strength of that grip on Drunk Lotus did not allow him to struggle free, but he ignored the overpowering hold on his neck and kicked the man on the chest with all his might. The white-robed man was pushed back a few steps from Drunk Lotus' kick, but the grip on his neck did not loosen and he was dragged along with the man. Damn! The white-robed man was furious. He had never found himself in such a compromised situation. The grip on Drunk Lotus' neck tightened further and the white-robed man wanted nothing more than to break Drunk Lotus' neck. Anyway, as a ring spirit, you would not die. Enjoy the suffering I am about to inflict on you. The white-robed man stretched a hand towards Drunk Lotus' head. At that moment, a beastly growl sounded, and the black beast who had been blown away leapt at the white-robed man and sank his fangs into his upper arm. The white-robed man's eyes flashed in rage with the pain. He did not think that his opponents would turn out to be a group of opponents so suicidal and persistent. He concentrated his spiritual power on both his hands and the surging force shot straight towards the black beast's head. The black beast's jaws remained firmly lodged in the arm with its death's grip, but the blast from the white-robed man's strike tore half the flesh out from its jaws, giving the black beast an agonizing and devastating wound. Drunk Lotus was driven into spasms from the surging spiritual powers and he bit hard on his own tongue to let the pain force himself to remain conscious. He raised a trembling hand to hold the white-robed man's arm tightly, to restrict its mobility. Attack him now! Drunk Lotus suddenly shouted with everything he could muster. Hua Yao and Xiao Church, who had recovered a little of their energy at the side, leapt at this final opportunity gained at the expense of their comrades' life force and struck at the white-robed men with everything they had. A loud blast sounded through the mountain and the white-robed man's spiritual energy flared a blinding brilliance. Chapter 347, Fight to Live, 3. In the blink of an eye, with the exception of Drunk Lotus, everyone else was blown away from that explosive release of spiritual power. You pipsqueaks do not possess enough power to kill me. The white-robed man laughed coldly and his eyes burned with rage. His palm burst through Drunk Lotus' abdomen with a single strike and Drunk Lotus' face contorted in agony. Spiritual energy burst through Drunk Lotus' body and in the next moment, Drunk Lotus' body slumped and remained motionless. The blue flames that covered Drunk Lotus dissipated and his body started to slowly disperse into a golden glittering light, morphing into a badly ravaged snow lotus in the hand of the white-robed man. Throwing the withering snow lotus on Jun Wuxie's body, the white-robed man sneered, I will put all of you through unimaginable agony. Jun Wuxie lay on the ground, unable to move a muscle and stared weakly at the snow lotus that had rolled to rest against her cheek. A flower that should have been flawlessly white, that radiated with unblemished beauty, now lay withering sadly, and had lost half of its pale petals, looking like it would perish at any time. "You're still at it." Another chill voice rang, and the gray-robed man appeared before the eyes of the people gathered near the foot of the mountain, his steps hindered by a badly bloodied and unconscious Isha, who was being dragged behind in the grip of the gray-robed man. "Just limbering up a little, I'll finish it right now," the white-robed man replied. The gray-robed man only shot him a look of impatience but did not say anything. All of a sudden, the unconscious Isha sprang into action. He broke free of the gray-robed man's grip and gathered his life's blood and concentrated them onto his palm. A bright red ray formed and sped right at the white-robed man, piercing him straight through the chest. Isha expended every last bit of his powers and released a humongous black snake. The black snake slithered away speedily as it coiled everyone lying on the ground into its tail. "Miss. Allow me to deliver all of you away from here." As soon as the last of his words left him, his body blew up in a mighty explosion. The powerful blast completely engulfed the gray-robed man who was standing closest to him and dealt him a devastating blow. In the same moment, the cloudy peaks rocked. The black snake held Jun Wuxie and the others in its tail and took them off the mountains. Wild winds suddenly roared, wreaking havoc. The black mist that permeated covered the whole mountain path and it was specked with red, the blood of Isha's, his ultimate sacrifice by blowing himself up. Jun Wuxie was coiled within the black snake's tail, the withering snow lotus in her arms. Her cold eyes staring fixedly on the explosion of blood mist. Till the moment that Isha had detonated himself to save her, she had not even found out his name. Who was he? Unable to remain conscious any longer from the heavy trauma to her soul, Jun Wuxie succumbed and fell into a deep sleep. She did not know how long she slept, and Jun Wuxie woke up from her deep slumber in shock. That blood mist had left a deep impression in her mind and it was as though she was back at the place where she almost died. "You're awake." A soft and tender voice suddenly sounded by Jun Wuxie's ear. Jun Wuxie turned her head and saw a pleasant and pretty young girl sitting by her bedside, her eyes like limpid pools, smiling happily at her. Jun Wuxie frowned slightly, but she did not sense any danger from the young girl. She lowered her eyes and found a tiny form sleeping beside her, a familiar sight. The little black cat was soundly asleep, its body covered in layers of bandages. The tiny body was curled up tightly in a ball, leaning against the side of Jun Wuxie's pillow. Master had wanted to bring it out for treatment but it had refused to leave your side. Rest assured though, Master has already steadied its tattered soul and it would recover after a period of treatment and rest. The adorable young girl noticed Jun Wuxie's line of sight, and smiled warmly. Chapter 348, Phoenix Academy, 1. Jun Wuxie lowered her eyes to look at the tiny form and picked the little black cat up to cradle in her arms. She then sat up to get out of bed. Fei Yan gasped in shock and hurriedly got up to stop her. "You are not well enough yet." Jun Wuxie was nevertheless insistent and when her feet touched the ground, a spinning wave of dizziness engulfed her and her body swayed and rocked. Fei Yan reached out wanting to hold her but Jun Wuxie steadied herself and walked towards the door. The sight that met her outside was rather sad to see. In the empty courtyard, the buildings were dilapidated and overgrown weeds grew out between the stone slabs on the path. The building she walked out of looked like she was in an academy but it was in a state of disrepair and seemed more abandoned than to be occupied by the young girl behind her and her master. Jun Wuxie had heard about academies and many youths enrolled into academies after their ring spirits awoke to study under a master. They would then learn everything about ring spirits and things about spiritual powers. Jun Wuxie should have been enrolled into an academy at her age, but the series of turmoil that rocked the Qi Kingdom had delayed her opportunity for these studies. Wafting through the air in the courtyard, Jun Wuxie detected the scent of wine. She raised her head and followed the scent to its source. In a corner of the courtyard by the side of a lotus pond, a man sporting a full beard sat on a stone bench, pulling long swigs at the wine jar in his hand. Half of his face was covered by his beard but the red flushed complexion could be seen, and his eyelids were lowered and drooped in drunkenness. What caught Jun Wuxie's attention was behind the men instead, a withering lotus flower in a pond was filled with duckweed. "Hey! You shouldn't move about so much. You're not well yet." Fei Yan rushed over and saw Jun Wuxie standing by the lotus pond. Fei Yan's gaze then turned to the bearded man at the side who was observing Jun Wuxie in between swigs of the wine and said, "Master, He wouldn't listen, he insisted on coming out even though he's not recovered yet. The bearded man whom Fei Yan addressed as master stared at Jun Wuxie and waved his hand nonchalantly. Let him have a look. This is his ring spirit after all, and it has turned into such a state. It is normal for him to be so worried. There was only a lone lotus in the pond, and that was a snow lotus. After the white-robed man's devastating assault, the snow lotus had lost a big part of its vitality, and was unable to even morph into its human form. Its beautiful petals had shrunk and curled up tightly together, the edges of his petals had turned brown, and had lost almost all its glorious beauty from before. Jun Wuxie stared silently at the snow lotus and her face was expressionless. An hour later, she turned her head to look at the bearded man who had been observing her with interest all this while. Can it be saved? Its essence and life force was greatly damaged, but cultivating it in this pond might still possibly save it. If it was forcefully moved, within 2 weeks, its essence would disappear and scatter into the winds. The bearded man was direct and did not mince his words. Jun Wuxie frowned, and she lowered her head and looked at the little black cat in her arms, and remained silent. Instead of giving it all your concern, you should spare a thought for yourself. Your injuries are rather severe and I heard from Xiao Chu that you guys encountered people from the middle realm. You used an exceptional technique to attack the opponent, did you not? The bearded man hesitated a moment before saying, do not be alarmed, I am the master of Hua Yao and the others. Jun Wuxie looked at the bearded man and still did not say anything. The bearded man looked helplessly at Jun Wuxie's tiny face with its cold expression before he said, all right, if you do not want to talk about it, you don't need to. Deficiencies in the soul is hard to treat. You must be careful from now on. Jun Wuxie turned her eyes back to the snow lotus and asked, you can save it. She was unable to sense little lotus and drunk lotus spirit essence from the snow lotus, but she somehow felt that the lone snow lotus in the pond seemed to possess a tiny bit more vitality than it had on that fateful day. Chapter 349, Phoenix Academy, 2. The bearded man raised an eyebrow. It will live if you leave it in there. Where are Hua Yao and Xiao Chu? Jun Wuxie asked next. Fei Yan, bring him to them. The bearded man said as he pointed with his chin. As he watched Jun Wuxie's departing back, the bearded man raised his eyebrow deep in thought and took another long pull on the jar of wine. As the wine went down burning his throat, his eyes turned to look at the snow lotus in the pond. A plant spirit, no wonder they attracted the attention of people from the 12 palaces. Such a nourishing plant spirit at that. If the higher realm are to hear about this, it will surely bring about another bloodbath. He muttered to himself, and laughed at the futility of the situation. Fei Yan brought Jun Wuxie back to the courtyard and led her towards a locked door. She was about to knock when the door opened up. A charming youth with a gentle disposition stood behind the door. His smiling eyes were replaced by surprise when he suddenly saw Fei Yan and Jun Wuxie outside, and he said, laughing a moment later, "You're here to see them, Fei Yan. And this must be the friend Brother Hua brought back with him." Fei Yan hopped up to stand beside the youth. At a glance, the two of them seemed to be almost the exact same height. That's him. He just woke up and he insisted on getting out of bed. I couldn't stop him, and Master told me to bring him to see Brother Hua and Xiao Chu. The youth smiled, and that smile's radiance seemed to be able to put a field of flowers to shame. The youth was about to go on when from within the room, a familiar voice called out. "Little Xie is here? Wait. I haven't got my pants on yet." Xiao Chu sounded panicked. Fei Yan, who was still by the door, scoffed with a laugh, "Your stupidity might be contagious, please keep yourself well covered." The youth laughed melodiously and looked at Jun Wuxie and said, "Please wait a moment. My name is Rong Ruo. I heard Xiao Chu calling you Little Xie, would you mind if I addressed you like that as well?" Rong Ruo suddenly looked at the sky and her eyes suddenly seemed distant. "When Brother Hua and Xiao Chu brought you back to us that day, we were greatly shocked. The black snake ring spirit that sent all of you here that day soon died after reaching here, and just left behind a pile of snake bones. I buried them in the hill behind the academy." Jun Wuxie did not reply. Her memory had stopped at the moment that Yisha had sacrificed himself. She could not recall anything that happened after that. That black snake might be the ring spirit of the men dressed in black. When people die, their ring spirits disappear and do not leave behind a pile of bones like the black snake did. That was rather puzzling indeed. After a while, Xiao Chu called out again from inside the room. It's okay now. Come in. Rong Rua invited Jun Wuxie in, polite and gentle. Jun Wuxie walked into the room and saw 2 beds on each side of the room, with Hua Yao and Xiao Chu lying helplessly on each one of them. Half of Xiao Chu's face was still wrapped in bandages and he wore a loose robe. He grinned toothily at Jun Wuxie, and Hua Yao just sat in his bed quietly, looking in a slightly better condition than Xiao Chu. When Jun Wuxie's gaze met his eyes, Hua Yao nodded in greeting but did not say anything. Carry it a moment. Jun Wuxie turned suddenly and handed the unconscious cat over to Rong Rua. Rong Rua was puzzled and he exchanged a glance with Fei Yan, and both saw the questioning eyes in each other. The black cat must matter a lot to Jun Xie. Why had he handed it to Rong Rua and not Fei Yan, who was the first person Jun Xie had seen when he first woke up? The 2 of them did not really understand it. Little Xie, you can really sleep. It has been 3 days before you finally woke up. Xiao Chu said with a laugh as he saw Jun Xie coming closer. With his every step, a wide smile was showing on that half of his face that was not covered. Chapter 350, Phoenix Academy, 3. Jun Wuxie walked towards Xiao Chu and stood by the side of his bed, and without a word, she lifted the blanket that covered Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu lay in the bed shocked. Uncovered under the blanket, bloodied bandages and a variety of bottles of medicine lay, obviously hastily pushed together into a messy pile to be hidden under the blanket. Jun Wuxie's eyes grew icy cold at the sight. Xiao Chu gulped loudly and pulled the blanket back to cover the evidence completely. They had been thrown here for days and I was too lazy to dispose of them properly. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chu laughed sheepishly. Jun Wuxie grabbed at Xiao Chu's robe and opened it up widely. Under the robe, bloodied bandages covered most of his body. Blood was still seeping through those bandages and the sight of them burned Jun Wuxie's eyes. Xiao Chu gasped, but knew it was too late to hide his injuries. He did not move as he saw Jun Wuxie's face pale. Those will heal up real quickly. Jun Wuxie ignored him and resolutely raised her head. She turned to Hua Yao, who gave a long sigh helplessly before he opened up clothes in resignation and showed Jun Wuxie his heavily bandaged upper body. He had told the others earlier that Jun Xie was sure to find out. Scissors? Jun Wuxie asked in a chilly voice. Xiao Chu had no choice but to dig into the mess on his bed and produced a pair of scissors, and handed it over, his heart heavy. Jun Wuxie held the scissors in her hand and with a few quick snips, skillfully cut the bandages away, exposing the countless wounds covering his whole body. I'm all right. Seeing the intensity of the stare in Jun Xie's eyes, Xiao Chu quickly said, trying to appear nonchalant about it. I have a thick hide, and wounds of this degree don't matter much. Xiao Chu's impishly handsome face was black and blue and blood still clotted on half of his face. The open wounds looked extremely garish. The room fell deathly quiet. Xiao Chu's wounds and injuries were much worse than he was claiming them to be. Rong Rua and Fei Yan stood on one side, feeling very helpless. When those 2 had just returned that day, their injuries were no lighter than Jun Wuxie's. It was just that Jun Wuxie's injury was inflicted more upon her soul and the treatment would be a lot more complicated. Upon arrival to the academy, both had only made one statement, and fainted thereafter. They had said, "Save Jun Xie." The 2 of them had not known who Jun Xie was, but it became clear when it was found that the 2 of them were still holding on tightly to Jun Wuxie. They had not expected that the trip to the Qingyun clan would make Hua Yao and Xiao Chu come back with such heavy injuries. Jun Wuxie did not say a word but just proceeded to bring out the medicine she had on her. She pried Xiao Chu's mouth open and started pouring it in. Xiao Chu choked heavily in surprise and was about to protest when he saw the chilly expression on Jun Wuxie's face. He quickly swallowed back the words that had threatened to rush out his throat and just sat there quietly feeling sorry for himself. After Xiao Chu swallowed the medicine, Jun Wuxie started to work on his wounds. Fei Yan and Rong Rua just watched silently from the side at first, and when they saw that Xiao Chu had so speedily looked visibly better under Jun Wuxie's quick movements, they were shocked speechless in awe. This is a little. Fei Yan blinked her eyes repeatedly as her eyes began to glow with adoration for Jun Wuxie. Her treatment made their master's days of toil seem completely insignificant. Rong Rua nodded in agreement. Jun Wuxie's almost magical skills in medicine really opened their eyes and opened new horizons. After the wounds were tended to, Jun Wuxie rebandaged Xiao Chu and immediately turned to walk towards Hua Yao's bed on the opposite side of the room. Hua Yao eyed the bottle of medicine in Jun Wuxie's hand and quickly said, "I'll do it myself." Chapter 351, Phoenix Academy, 4. Hurriedly taking the bottle of medicine from Jun Wuxie's hand, Hua Yao emptied it into his mouth and removed the bandages completely from his body on his own accord. Sitting on the bed quietly, he surrendered his body over to Jun Wuxie without a word. Hua Yao's injuries were a little different. Most of them were inflicted on his bones, and Jun Wuxie spent a little more time tending to him but was speedy in her treatment just the same. Right after Jun Wuxie's healing hands, Hua Yao and Xiao Chu seemed to have regained a bit of color in their cheeks. "Thank you," Hua Yao said simply. Jun Wuxie replied by shaking her head and walked a little pale-faced over to Rong Ruo, retrieving the little black cat back into her arms. Seeing Jun Xie's face turning white, Xiao Chu and Hua Yao were acutely aware that Jun Xie had not recovered much himself but had insisted on providing treatment for the two of them. Jun Xie might not have said anything about it but they understood his unspoken intent. Jun Xie was thanking them for their unhesitating support in his very own way. Little Xie, you might as well stay here with us for a while and return home only when you are feeling a little better," Xiao Chu said suddenly. "No rush," Jun Wuxie replied softly. Hua Yao's teacher had said that the pond here would be able to save Snow Lotus, and she was in no rush to leave. Little Lotus had sacrificed an arm to save her life and had morphed into Drunk Lotus forcibly without the aid of alcohol. His spiritual essence had then been greatly devastated by the white-robed men. Jun Wuxie did not know how to save Snow Lotus, and if the bearded men could do it, Jun Wuxie was willing to give up everything for it. Jun Wuxie was greatly troubled. After undergoing such a traumatic episode, she was forced to realize that this world was more complicated than she had imagined. The two mysterious men's power way surpassed them, and even when Hua Yao and Xiao Chu had fully released their purple-leveled spiritual powers, they were still not a match for the white-robed men. Moreover, the gray-robed man's powers had even been above the white-robed man's. Many powerful exponents existed in this world, and might greater than the purple-leveled spiritual powers were clearly out there. Before those overwhelming strengths, her poisons would not be effective enough. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes, and they flashed with a chill. She had barely escaped this time, at the expense of the sacrifice of another person's life. If that black-robed man had not appeared in the nick of time, and created an explosion with his own body, she would already be dead. And next time, their enemy's target had been to capture her Snow Lotus, and as long as the Snow Lotus stayed with her, she would definitely meet them again, and she might not be that lucky the next time. She did not know why they wanted the Snow Lotus for, but she absolutely refused to remain a sitting duck. She must become strong. This must never, ever, happen again. Jun Wuxie stood up suddenly. Her earlier silence had quietened the other four people in the room, and all four pairs of eyes looked at her as she stood up. "Bring me to where you buried the snakes." "Bones," Jun Wuxie said, looking at Rong Ruo. Rong Ruo hesitated a moment but nodded his head after, and he led Jun Wuxie out of the room. Within the room, Xiao Chu, who had been trying his hardest to maintain a nonchalant front in Jun Wuxie's presence, immediately slumped weakly into the bed. The wounds on their bodies were more serious than what they had tried to portray. They had been fortunate to have received Jun Wuxie's miraculous treatment earlier, or they would have fallen into a dead faint by now. "We're really lucky to be still alive," Xiao Chu said suddenly, as he lay on the bed weakly. Remembering that fateful day, he had accepted that his life would end on that mountain. "We cannot afford to die just yet." Hua Yao stared blankly at the ceiling, and his eyes flashed with hatred briefly. Fei Yen sighed heavily, and the brilliant smile disappeared from her face. "If you still remember the oath we took, you must treasure this life of yours. We will all die one day, but this is not the right place." Chapter 352, I'm Here Now, 1. In the hill behind the Phoenix Academy, a new unmarked grave lay. Beneath the soil, there was no body, but only a pile of broken snake bones. Rong Ruo brought Jun Wuxie to come before the unmarked grave. Jun Wuxie stood before it and stared at the blank gravestone, her eyes expressionless. Since her rebirth, her hands had been stained full of blood. To protect the Jun family's sanctity, and to ensure that the Lin Palace stood tall within the kingdom of Qi, she had killed many people. She did not kill the black-robed men, but that man had died because of her. Yet she could not even provide him with a decent burial as his body had blown to bits. Within this grave, there was only a pile of snake bones. Jun Wuxie owed him her life. Although he had done it under Jun Wuyao's orders to protect her, she felt responsible for his death. To protect her, he had ended his own life. Is this what loyalty is? Jun Wuxie stood before the unmarked grave for a long time, and the wind in the hills blew at her long dark hair. She raised her head and looked into the light rain that had started to fall, and the rain ran down her body, drenching her completely. Her body turned cold, but was nothing compared to what her heart was feeling. Let's go back first. Rong Ruo looked at Jun Xie with sympathy. Jun Xie was still very weak and was now drenched in the cold rain. His petite frame might not be able to withstand it. Jun Wuxie did not reply and only continued to stare into the sky. The raindrops splattered on her face and ran into her eyes. The cold rain felt refreshing, but the chill was beginning to seep into her bones. If I do not keep my eye on you, how much more torture would you put yourself under? A deep enigmatic voice sounded suddenly. Jun Wuxie's body stiffened, and before she could turn her head, she was wrapped into a warm and familiar embrace. Rong Ruo stared in shock at the men who had suddenly descended from the skies. Just like a god's descent, soundless but impossible to mistake as anything else, as he could feel the overwhelming aura that the men gave out that drove unexplainable fear and dread deep into his heart, and Rong Ruo found himself unable to get any closer. My darling, do not know how heart-wrenching it is for me to see you like this. The familiar voice came from right behind her, and Jun Wuxie just softly murmured, Big brother. He turned Jun Wuxie's petite frame to face him, and Jun Wuyao's perfectly handsome countenance reflected in her eyes. The slight patter of the rain wet Jun Wuyao's jet-black hair and flowed down the flawlessly attractive face, down the deep-set grooves along the sharp and perfectly shaped features. My darling, you have nothing to fear now. I'm here now. He hugged Jun Wuxie tightly within his arms and comforted her in a soft voice. Just a few months apart almost became an eternal parting. Jun Wuyao's eyes held tender cherishment for Jun Wuxie, and hidden below that was an unbelievable rage and urge to murder. No matter who it was, if they dared to inflict any harm on his dear little darling, they must be prepared to face his unimaginable wrath. It could have been that she was too tired, and it could be due to her serious injuries. Jun Wuxie suddenly fell unconscious in his arms without another word. Jun Wuyao cradled her up in his arms, and the air suddenly swirled around him, forming a perfect sphere. The swirling air stream evaporated the rain from the two figures within the sphere, and the rain did not penetrate any further, creating a magical sphere that kept the cold, chilling rain off Jun Wuxie. With Jun Wuxie in his arms, Jun Wuyao leapt and flew straight to the Phoenix Academy. Rong Ruo stood speechless in the rain as he stared at the departing figures, getting smaller in the distance, and only snapped back to his senses moments later after the figures disappeared. That man, is he from the Middle Realm? Realizing the possibility, Rong Ruo was suddenly alarmed, and the gentle expression faded from his face at that moment and rushed straight back to the Phoenix Academy. Sitting lazily by the pond, and enjoying his wine sheltered from the cold rain, the bearded man was suddenly shocked when he felt an overpowering force approaching at an alarming speed. The lazy and carefree eyes suddenly steeled and glinted sharply. Chapter 353, I'm Here Now, 2. Moving like a streak of lightning, a flash brought a strong gust of wind into the Phoenix Academy. Jun Wuyao followed the trail of Jun Wuxie's lingering essence and came to a courtyard. In the courtyard, a tall figure stood waiting in the rain. Jun Wuyao raised an eyebrow at the men who stood in his way, and the corners of his mouth curled up in malicious murder. Whoever dared appear before his eyes at that moment will only face death. However, the bearded man in the courtyard stood as if struck by lightning when he saw Jun Wuyao. His eyes widened in fear and he started to tremble uncontrollably. Just as Jun Wuyao was about to raise his hand, the bearded man suddenly fell on one knee before Jun Wuyao. Jun Wuyao narrowed his eyes. Who are you? In the lower realm, there existed a person who recognized him. Palace of all life, Yan Bugui. The bearded man replied immediately. Jun Wuyao's mouth curled into a malicious smile and a cloud of black mist formed below Yan Bugui, which suddenly lifted the kneeling figure up in midair. Palace of life of the 12 palaces. Good, I was just thinking who in this lower realm was capable of harming my little darling. Yan Bugui turned pale at that moment and his veins popped up on that pale face. Jun Xie did not hurt him. Yan Bugui squeezed out those words from his constricted throat in a panic, and if he was a moment slower, he would have died at that spot. Jun Weiyao frowned, but the black mist threw Yan Bugui on the ground. Speak. Who did this? Yisha's soul stone had broken, and that had meant his demise. He was sent to protect Jun Wuxie, and Yisha's sudden death had raised a sense of dread in Jun Weiyao. He had dropped everything he was doing regardless of the consequences and rushed to the Qin Yun clan immediately. At the cloudy peaks, he only saw the Qin Yun clan all ruined, and he had followed Jun Wuxie's faint lingering essence and followed it to seek her out. Only the heavens knew when he had seen Jun Wuxie still safe and alive. His berserk mind frantic heart finally calmed. But when Jun Wuxie had suddenly fainted in his arms, the murderous rage of tearing apart everything before him that had been suppressed for centuries broke free once again. It was people from the Palace of Flame Demons, Yan Bugui said, panting heavily. Palace of Flame Demons. The murder in Jun Wuyao's eyes rose, and a black snake shot out from his sleeve, straight into Yan Bugui's head. Excruciating pain exploded in his head, and Yan Bugui fell into spasms, sweating profusely. The next moment, the pain completely disappeared without leaving a trace, and Yan Bugui stood up, his face ashen and his body swaying. The 12 palaces are really getting more and more depraved, and they are now even committing such atrocities. Having managed to escape out of the Palace of Life alive was really fortunate for you. The black snake had transmitted all the information it had gleaned from Yan Bugui's head to Jun Weiyao. He knew that Yan Bugui had not lied, and besides that, he had found something else that was rather interesting. My gratitude to my lord for sparing my lowly life. Yan Bugui did not harbor any resentment, but was just thankful that he was still alive. The men before him had never hesitated to kill. The number of people who managed to remain alive after Jun Wuyao's intent to kill was incited were few and far between. Yan Bugui cast a quick glance at Jun Xie, who was still tightly held in Jun Wuyao's arms, and it dawned on him. Jun Weiyao must have spared his life on account that he saved Jun Xie. If that had not happened, he would be a cold, lifeless corpse now. On the other hand, his heart turned cold at the other reality. The Lord was still alive. The Middle Realm faced an imminent all-encompassing bloodbath. The impending doom of the 12 palaces now hung heavily over their heads. Chapter 354, I'm here now. 3. Mind what you say. Jun Weiyao threw an unmistakable warning and carried Jun Wuxie into her room. Rong Rua appeared moments later and was shocked when he saw Yan Bugui standing pale-faced, completely drenched in the rain. Master. Yan Bugui raised a hand and shook his head. No matter what you saw, do not breathe a word about it to anyone. He is not a man we can afford to offend. The Dark Emperor was still alive, and if the Dark Realm were to find out, they would most certainly receive their revered emperor back to lead them readily. But why was the Dark Lord remaining here in the lower realm? What had actually happened at that time? News of the Dark Lord's demise had spread throughout the realm then. How did he come to be here in the lower realm? Yan Bugui held his confused mind in his hands, and he suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. The 12 palaces are as good as dead now. The Dark Lord's black snake had the ability to delve into a person's mind and know everything the person knew. The Dark Lord knew that Yan Bugui had indeed broken away from the Palace of Life. That also meant he knew about that other matter as well. Rong Rua stared at Yan Bugui, who had suddenly laughed out loud in consternation, but he decided to remain silent. When Jun Wuxie woke up, she saw a familiar face before her. Her cold eyes blinked a few times before she became fully awake. Next time, don't do such dangerous things. Jun Weiyao lay on the side of the bed, his hand propping up his head, as he said smilingly. While Jun Wuxie was unconscious, he had checked on her soul. He found that the once intact soul had become extremely weak. Jun Wuxie had not sustained much external wounds, but her body was currently very weak. And that weakness stemmed from the deficiency in her soul. Wounds on the body were easier to heal, but injuries to the soul. Jun Weiyao narrowed his eyes as he went deep in thought, but realizing that Jun Wuxie was watching him, he wiped those worries away from his face. He died for me. Jun Wuxie sat up. And I didn't even know his name. Jun Weiyao shifted and sat up on the side of the bed, and in his hand, he was suddenly holding some snake bones within his palm. My darling wants him revived. Jun Wuxie stared at the pieces of snake bone in Jun Weyao's hand, and her eyes glinted. Rong Rua had said that the black snake that had sent them back here had left a pile of snake bones behind after its death. Jun Wuxie did not see the bones, but she was quite certain the pieces in Jun Wuyao's hand were the same ones that Rong Ruo was talking about. Noticing Jun Wuxie's eyes, Jun Wuyao clenched his hand and a black mist engulfed the bones. The bones extended and grew, gradually taking the shape of a human. Little by little, the shape gathered and took on its form. A man dressed in all black suddenly appeared in the room. His eyes were closed and his face looked exactly the same as the man who had blown himself up to save her days ago. Jun Wuxie watched without a word. The black-robed man opened his eyes, his irises were just a slit like a snake's. "From now onwards, you are named Yisha," Jun Wuyao said to the man in black. "Yes, my lord." Yisha fell on one knee, his face expressionless. Jun Wuyao raised his head and turned to Jun Wuxie, his face beaming widely. "Yisha was and is his name." Jun Wuxie closed her eyes, stroking the little black cat in her arms. "That's not him." He looked the same and Jun Wuxie could even feel the same aura emanating from the man. But the Yisha before her was still not the same Yisha who had protected her so selflessly in the cloudy peaks. Jun Wuyao noticed Jun Wuxie's reaction. She had not said anything, and neither had she made any expressions. But he knew exactly what Jun Wuxie was feeling at that moment. Yisha's soul is gathered from the same snake bones left behind. He has been reborn, and this is both Yisha, and not Yisha at the same time. Chapter 355, I'm Here Now, 4. The reborn Yisha had no memories of the past, and only knew one thing. Absolute loyalty to Jun Wuyao. Jun Wuyao commanded Yisha to continue his protection of Jun Wuxie in secret. "You know where those people who attacked me were from?" Jun Wuxie stared at Jun Wuyao inquiringly, as she had always felt that he knew everything. Jun Wuyao's face turned chilly. "Middle Realm, Palace of Flame Demons." Middle Realm. Jun Wuxie queried further. She had heard the term lower realm many times, and now Jun Wuyao was saying there is a middle realm. What did all this different realms mean? Jun Wuyao noticed Jun Wuxie's puzzled look of confusion and patiently explained, "Under these heavens, there are a total of 3 realms. The different realms are divided by their powers into the higher realm, middle realm, and the lower realm. The lower realm is where my little darling is from, and the people who attacked you are from the middle realm. Do you still remember when I mentioned Spirit Devour? The Spirit Devour technique is not known to the people of the lower realm as it was discovered only by the people in the middle realm. To enhance the powers of their own ring spirits, they pursued all kind of ways eyeing the ring spirits of others. Devouring different kinds of spirits brought different kinds of effects and influences. And among all the ring spirits, the most highly sought were the revered plant ring spirits." Jun Wuyao narrowed his eyes as those thoughts went through his head. They dared set their eyes on his little darling. They did not have enough lives to pay for this debt. Plant ring spirits possess extremely strong self-healing powers, and if devoured, they speed up the pace of development in their growth, hence plant ring spirits become the most prized target. Alas, the existence of plant ring spirits were also extremely rare, and they were no signs to show that they had awoken. People have lived their whole lives without even being aware that their plant ring spirits awoke. Under the relentless persecution of all plant ring spirits from the 12 palaces, those people who were ignorant about the plant ring spirits awakening and were able to live out their lives in peace were fortunate in a twisted sort of reasoning. The Palace of Flame Demons are aware of your plant ring spirit now that you've escaped from them, and they will send great numbers of their people down to the lower realm to search. Jun Wuyao's eyes were almost glowing like lit embers with a wicked smile on his lips. The lure of a plant ring spirit was too irresistible, and they would pay any price to locate Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie looked at Jun Wuyao and realized that everything Jun Wuyao was saying coincided with those 2 strange and extremely powerful men's persistence in killing her in the cloudy peaks. If Yisha had not intervened and sacrificed himself to save her, she would have lost her life in those mountains. Their powers are beyond a purple-leveled spirit. Jun Wuyao continued on, the purple-level spirit is only the peak for the people of the lower realm. Jun Wuxie's eyes were cold. The fact that she was targeted by such people was bad news to her. If they were pour all their efforts into the search for her, it was highly likely that she would be found. She did not have much time left, and she needed to raise her powers quickly. What happened that day must never be repeated. If the Palace of Flame Demons were to cease to exist, then no one would ever know that a plant ring spirit exists in the lower realm. Jun Wuxie raised her head to say. She wiped out the Qin clan, she would do the same with the Palace of Flame Demons. If plant ring spirits were so precious and rare, the two men from the Palace of Flame Demons would not reveal to the other palaces that a plant ring spirit existed in the lower realm. If the Palace of Flame Demons was annihilated, she would then be safe. Jun Weiyao laughed out loud after hearing Jun Wuxie. Annihilate the Palace of Flame Demons. His little darling had a rather big appetite for destruction. To annihilate the Palace of Flame Demons, the first thing you must do is to break through to the purple spirit. Anyone in the lower realm has to break through their spirit powers to the purple level before they can enter the middle realm. Purple spirit? Jun Wuxie asked, her eyes narrowed. Her vengeance against the Palace of Flame Demons would be exacted sooner or later. Chapter 356, I'm Here Now, 5. Before that is achieved Wuxie, you cannot go back. Jun Weiyao said suddenly. Jun Wuxie raised her head to look at Jun Weiyao. When Jun Weiyao had said go back, he had meant the Lin Palace. She can't go back. Your soul is no longer complete. You must have used an attack that utilized and burned up your soul. If your opponent still lives, he can use that piece of your soul and trace it back to you and find out your location. Jun Weiyao explained in all seriousness as he looked at Jun Wuxie. He had not expected Jun Wuxie to use her own soul to carry out an attack, as the price for such an attack carried too heavy a price. Jun Wuxie's eyes widened in surprise. When she had used her soul to strike at the opponent with the black beast, she had fully intended to kill him with it. If Little Lotus had not forcibly intervened, she might have perished together with the little black cat and the white-robed men. Due to the forced termination of her attack where she burned her soul to achieve, it was possible that she might have left bits of her soul within the body of the white-robed men. Had he died then? Jun Wuxie could not be certain. Although Yisha had dealt a devastating and deadly blow to the white-robed men that day, when it came to the people of the Middle Realm whom she knew nothing about, Jun Wuxie did not dare underestimate them. Jun Weiyao had only painted half the picture with his words, but Jun Wuxie knew what the other half comprised. If she were to return to the Lin Palace, the people from the Palace of Flame Demons would find her there. And Jun Xian and Jun Qin would sacrifice everything to shield her, and the whole of the Lin Palace will fall. She had set her heart so strongly on returning, but the way home had been cut off mercilessly. Home had become a place she longed for but was unable to return to. Jun Wuxie suddenly felt her heart wince, that brought about a dull ache. She was already weakened now, her face turned even more pale. Jun Weiyao came to stand beside Jun Wuxie, and brought her deep into his embrace. Do not worry. You will return one day. I will find a way to make your soul complete again. Jun Weiyao patted Jun Wuxie on the back, comforting her, like coaxing a frightened child to calm and sleep. It had been a miscalculation on his part this time. He had known that the Qin clan had links to one of the palaces, but he had not expected them to bump right into Jun Wuxie. Before that, you can stay here in this academy for the time being. This place is rather special, and it can block out and contain the essence of your soul from being detected. Jun Weiyao reassured in a soft voice. This place had been used by Yan Bugui to hide himself all this time. All their members had a marked soul badge with the 12 palaces, and in any instances of betrayal or desertion, they could be traced with the soul badge no matter how far they hid, and killed. To have found a place like this, Yan Bugui must have spent quite a bit of effort. Here. Jun Wuxie raised her head in query. Yes. Don't you need to leave the Snow Lotus here to recover as well? Take it as accompanying the little guy as well. Jun Weiyao knew very well how deep Jun Wuxie's feelings were for the Jun family's father and son. Everything that she had so far could be all linked to her want to protect the Jun family's father and son. She would have liked nothing more than to return home and reunite with them, but the Palace of Flame Demons had suddenly appeared and burned up any hope of satisfying that longing. Jun Wuxie kept silent. A home she could not return to, that stifling feeling of repression made it somehow harder to breathe. But at the same time, it strongly reminded her of everything that had happened in the Cloudy Peaks that day. She would never allow that to happen in the Lin Palace. She nodded without a word, and made her decision then. The day will come, after I annihilate the Palace of Flame Demons, and go home proudly. She raised her eyes, and her eyes were filled with resolve and determination. Jun Weiyao laughed as he heard her proclamation, and his arms tightened around Jun Wuxie. He knew that Jun Wuxie was not so easily beaten. Chapter 357, Discipleship, 1. It was early the next morning when Jun Wuxie awoke. Jun Wuyao had disappeared once again. And she walked outside. Yisha appeared before her. Mississippi. Jun Wuxie stared at the familiar yet at the same time unfamiliar face in silence. Master Wuyao has left to seek something. Please do not worry and wait here for a period. Yisha said stoically. Jun Wuxie was thoughtful for a short moment before she guessed what Jun Wuyao was seeking for. He had mentioned yesterday that he would find a way to heal her soul to become complete again, but an incomplete soul was not that easily mended, and what could have made Jun Wuyao leave to seek can only be something that can heal her. Jun Wuxie felt a sudden warmth spread from her heart and only nodded to Yisha. Yisha then disappeared and his presence was completely erased in a moment. The previous Yisha had done the same thing, protecting her in silence and unnoticed. Jun Wuxie turned her attention back to the present and walked further outside. If she was not able to return to the Lin Palace, she had other plans in mind. In the garden, Yan Bugui sitting on the stone bench, with a wine jar in hand, while he observed Fei Yan and Rong Ruo sparring each other. Right beside him, Hua Yao and Qiao Chu, who were still rather weak, stood. They had not recovered enough from their injuries to undergo any intensive training. The two figures moved quickly in their battle, their speed an incessant blur, their actions too fast to be captured by the eye. As Jun Wuxie approached, she was watching the match between Fei Yan and Rong Ruo, and she realized that the power of those two were in no way inferior to Hua Yao and Qiao Chu. At such a young age and to possess such power, it was surely startling to many people. Little Xie. Qiao Chu spotted Jun Wuxie approaching immediately, and he zipped right up to her without a moment's hesitation. You came here just at the right time. The match between Fei Yan and Rong Ruo is just heating up. Don't miss the show. Qiao Chu had reached out to pull Jun Wuxie, but he suddenly retracted his hand. Jun Wuxie nodded anyway, and followed Qiao Chu into the garden. Hua Yao and Jun Wuxie nodded in greeting. Yan Bugui was trying to observe Jun Wuxie discreetly when he found the cold eyes looking right at him. Yan Bugui immediately averted his eyes and kept them on the match in front of him. Jun Wuxie turned and asked Qiao Chu, who was beside her, "How do I enroll into Phoenix Academy?" Qiao Chu was enjoying himself thoroughly watching the match when Jun Wuxie's query made him turn with his eyes widened, and stared at Jun Wuxie in disbelief. What did you say? I want to train myself here. Jun Wuxie disregarded Qiao Chu's shocked expression, and said with an expressionless face. Qiao Chu's mouth moved, but no words came out. What did he just hear? Jun Wuxie wanted to stay here at the Phoenix Academy. Even Hua Yao's face registered shock at Jun Wuxie's statement. Are you sure? Qiao Chu finally recovered and asked again. Qiao Chu's face broke into an impossibly wide smile at that moment. That's just great. You can be our master's disciple. He's really good. Qiao Chu could not hold in his excitement and literally pushed Jun Wuxie to come stand before Yan Bugui. Yan Bugui was just taking a long draw at his wine jar when he was almost choked to death by his moronic disciple's actions. Even if he did not know what relationship this kid had with the Lord, he saw how protective the Lord was of him. This kid held a rather special place in the Lord's heart. If he were to accept the kid as a disciple. Just thinking about it made his blood turn cold. But Jun Wuxie was already standing before Yan Bugui, and she had already toyed with the idea when she saw Hua Yao's and Qiao Chu's powers. In order to grow stronger, she must cherish every opportunity before her. Before Yan Bugui could utter a single word of protest, Jun Wuxie said, "Your disciple Jun Xie pays his greetings to Master." Chapter 358, Discipleship, 2. The mouthful of wine in Yan Bugui's mouth sprayed out fully onto Qiao Chu as he choked heavily. Qiao Chu was stunned. Cough, 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 what did you just say? Yan Bugui asked, his eyes wide in horror, as he stared in disbelief at Jun Wuxie. What did he just call him? Master. Yan Bugui shivered and every strand of hair on him stood. He looked around frantically for any signs of a merciless lord. Master. Jun Wuxie repeated calmly as she stared at the flustered Yan Bugui. Yan Bugui only sat trembling uncontrollably, his face flushed and was unable to speak a single word. Qiao Chu wiped at his face vigorously to remove the wine sprayed over him and gave his master a forlorn look. Master, little Xie might still be very young, but he is really amazing. Don't reject him like this. Qiao Chu said indignantly. Yan Bugui had only 4 disciples, and the circumstances that brought about their discipleship were extremely unusual. Whether Yan Bugui would accept Jun Xie was not known to them. If it was anybody else, it would not have bothered Qiao Chu so much. But he already saw Jun Xie as someone almost like a brother, and he wished for Jun Xie to study under the same master as them. Yan Bugui was shivering, though there was no chill. Accept Jun Xie as a disciple. He treasured that fact that his head was still attached to his body. But asking him to reject Jun Xie was just as horrific for him. If the Dark Emperor knew that Yan Bugui dared to reject Jun Xie as a disciple, his fate would not turn out any better. And if he accepted Jun Xie as a disciple arghhh, Yan Bugui would meet with an insufferable fate whichever way he chose. After hesitating for a long while, Yan Bugui suddenly stood up. Fei Yan and Rong Ruo stopped their match and turned their heads to watch their master. Let me think about it. Yan Bugui escaped in a hurry from the garden, unable to make himself stay a single moment more. The terror in his heart did not allow him to make a decision, as a wrong move would need him to pay back in with his blood. He did not accept, and neither did he reject. The situation frustrated Qiao Chu, as he knew that Jun Xie would make an exceptional disciple for his master. Besides the fact that Jun Xie's personality was rather queer, he did not see anything else that was wrong. Little Xie, don't worry. Let master think about it a moment. He has always been rather cautious about accepting disciples. Qiao Chu was afraid that Jun Xie's ego might be pricked, and he tried to comfort him. Jun Wuxie's face was nevertheless calm and did not seem affected in the least. She was never easily swayed whenever she decided on something. From her perspective, whoever was able to produce disciples like Qiao Chu and Hua Yao had a certain level of ability, and it was only normal that they were a little temperamental. Rong Ruo looked at Jun Wuxie. He had almost wanted to open his mouth to say something, but finally decided against it. The others did not know the reason, but he knew it only too well. The man who had brought Jun Xie back to the academy the other day was someone that even Yan Bugui was afraid to offend. Yan Bugui's current dilemma must have something to do with that man. Silence filled the garden. Suddenly, several shouts sounded, and the faces of Qiao Chu and his other 3 fellow disciples turned weary. They are here again. When will this end? Qiao Chu remarked as his shoulders slumped. No. Sooner than he had finished his statement, a group of youths dressed in uniforms barged in, shouting at the group. Qiao Chu. How many days has it been? That little brat that you guys brought in the other day is still staying here. The leader of the group of youths wasn't very tall, and his face showed great displeasure. He stared at Jun Wuxie, who was standing next to Qiao Chu, his eyes full of disdain. Jun Wuxie looked coldly at the arrogant youth and saw the similar looks of disdain the other youths in the group gave them. Cough, it's just a few days. Do you need to be so pushy? Qiao Chu asked, exasperated. The leader of the youths widened his eyes in anger and pointed at Qiao Chu's nose, screaming, just a few days. Do you know, by having one more person around, how much more it will cost us every single day? Food, clothes, use, lodge. All of that costs money. The East Wing had always been owing and in deficit, and it had been for at least a year now. You guys then decided to take in another freeloader, and it seems he isn't going to pay up either. Chapter 359, I did it. So. 1. The Phoenix Academy did not have a large campus, and decades ago, it was a fairly prosperous academy. But a huge fire had suddenly broken out then and claimed all the lives of the disciples and teachers. Overnight, the highly sought academy by many youths throughout the lands was left in ruins. Although people had subsequently given money for the academy to be rebuilt later, but the academy's glorious past did not return. The present Phoenix Academy had 4 wings, and the total students totaled just around 100. Compared to the many academies that easily boasted 1,000 students, the Phoenix Academy was deemed to be pathetic. After the Phoenix Academy had just been rebuilt, the academy did not have a single student for 3 whole years. The lengthy lull had made many reputable teachers leave for other academies. And to ensure the survival of the Phoenix Academy, the headmaster of the academy was forced to further lower the criteria for enrollment. From initially being only open to the talented, they had lowered the criteria to accept anyone and everyone who had the ability to pay the fees into the Phoenix Academy now. The Phoenix Academy only had 4 teachers and they were in charge of the 4 separate wings of the compass directions, namely north, east, south and west. The headmaster was a person who had great greed for money. As long as the students were able to pay up, he did not care much about anything else. Many of their students were from ordinary families, or untalented sons from rich families who were rejected by prestigious schools and just shoved into the Phoenix Academy to just pass time. Yenbugui was one of the teachers of the Phoenix Academy, and was in charge of the East Wing. And the number of students enrolled within the East Wing came up to a grand total of 4. They were namely Qiao Chu, Hua Yao, Fei Yan, and Rong Ruo. If it was not for the low numbers for the Phoenix Academy's enrollment, they would not have even allowed Yenbugui to occupy the East Wing with just his 4 disciples. They occupied the premises, and the monies due were expected in return from them. Jun Wuxie's gaze fell on the 4 disciples of the East Wing. The 2 times she had met Qiao Chu, he had been dressed in tattered clothes and all his clothes had been full of patches. Hua Yao's clothes might have been neater and cleaner, but the fabric was thin from repeated washing and she had deduced that their financial situation was not in good shape. From the shouts of the aggressive youth before them, she gathered that Hua Yao and the rest had not paid a single cent towards their fees owing to the academy. And the headmaster had repeatedly sent people here to hound them for repayment, but had been suppressed by Yenbugui many times. But the situation today seemed to be a tad bit unsuppressible. The headmaster had given his ultimatum. If you still cannot pay up, you must pack up and scram immediately. Do not think for a moment you can still depend on Yenbugui to shield you all any longer. The headmaster is feeling very displeased with him and he might not stay here much longer himself. The leader of the youths blasted his mouth off mixed with a series of curses. Jun Wuxie watched quietly from the side and saw that the youth's spiritual powers was merely at the bottom of the red level, but Qiao Chu and the others were allowing themselves to be berated and verbally abused. She wasn't sure of Fei Yan's and Rong Ruo's powers, but she was fairly certain that they were definitely comparable to Qiao Chu and Hua Yao. With their highly capable skills, defeating those youths before them would be a piece of cake. But why were they not moving at all? Jun Wuxie could not understand it at all. To her, in all her lack of knowledge of the intricacies of the human-to-human interaction, only one point stood out. If people do not oppose her, she did not harm them. If anyone went against her, she would pay them back 100 times back. The arrogance and domineering attitude from group of youths against the silent quartet had gone overboard. What a bunch of shameless dogs. They themselves are in debt owing their fees towards the academy and they insist on continuing to freeload here. They even had the cheek to bring back more trash, thinking this is some shelter for homeless strays and beggars. The leader of the youths turned to pick on Jun Wuxie, when he saw the skinny petite figure of a boy, and did not deem Jun Wuxie to be a threat. Chapter 360, I Did It. So. 2. Qiao Chu and the others clenched their jaws tight, their hands closed tightly into fists, but did not say a single word. They had been cursed like this many times before, and they could do nothing but restrain themselves and suffer their abuse. Give us a few more days please. Rong Ruo finally pleaded, his voice amicable. Who would have expected that the leader of the youth suddenly spat on Rong Ruo's face? Even if we were to give you months, you guys would never be able to come up with a single cent. Get out of the Phoenix Academy. We do not want beggars like you here. At that moment, a change came over the expressions on the faces of the 4 of them. Qiao Chu tensed up and he stepped forward in unsuppressible rage. However, he had taken only one step when Rong Ruo held his shoulders and shook his head. Oh! What was that? You want to hit me, don't you? The youth stared at Qiao Chu, his face sneering with contempt. He was thinking back to the countless times he had done this to them, and every single time, the beggars of the East Wing had not dared to retaliate. Qiao Chu clenched his fists so hard his palms were bleeding. If not for Yenbugui's orders, he would have torn that sneering face apart. Alas, before the youth's leader could revel in the cheers that erupted from his companions, a heavy punch landed right on his face and he found himself suddenly flying through the air. All eyes turned to the person who threw the punch. Jun Wuxie was still carrying the unconscious little black cat in one arm, while the other arm was still fixed in midair. Her cold expressionless face showed no emotion, but those eyes flared with chilling murder. Little Xie, Qiao Chu's rage disappeared like a deflated balloon at that moment and he stared speechlessly at Jun Xie, a mix of emotions going through him. The youth who had flown was hurriedly helped up by the other youths in between his groaning as he held his hand too. His swollen face, his eyes staring in anger at Jun Wuxie. A beggar like you dares to hit me. You must be tired of living. All of you. Take him down. The youth's leader shouted in rage, and the other youths surrounding him all jumped towards Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed dangerously and shoved the little black cat into Hua Yao's arms. Her agile body suddenly glowed a bright orange and she charged straight into the midst of the attacking youths. The bigger youths had expected themselves to be able to easily take down the puny little brat and had charged in headlong without fear. And when that orange glow had surfaced suddenly on the brat, shock registered visibly on all those youths' eyes. What? That puny brat was a orange-leveled spirit. It was already too late for them to stop their forward momentum and an orange light flashed among them and all the youths suddenly fell back covered in injuries. It had only been a blink of an eye, but those same youths who had been arrogant and contemptuous just a moment ago were now all lying upon the ground in tears, groaning in pain. The anger and arrogance on the face of the youth's leader soon faded and his eyes widened in fear at the slowly approaching figure of Jun Wuxie. You. What do you want? I am the head student leader of the South Wing, don't you dare harm me or... Bam. Before the youth could finish, Jun Wuxie threw another punch on his face and grabbed at his collar with her other hand before he was blasted away by the force. Following that, with his collar tightly held and his head still spinning from Jun Wuxie's punch, he wanted to protest but Jun Wuxie's brutal fist was already on his face and the merciless punches made his already unattractive face swell and contort into a bloody mess. The other youths did not dare move and just remained rooted to their spots in shock, staring wordlessly at Jun Wuxie's thrashing, with mouths wide open. It was brutal. Too brutal. Stop him. Or someone would end up dead. Chapter 361, I did it. So. 3. The youth was already too weakened to even make any noise and the other youths were too shocked by the sight to even move. Even Xiao Chu and the others were in shock. That sudden attack was simply brutal. Rong Ruo snapped back to reality suddenly and whispered urgently to Xiao Chu, we cannot allow Jun Xie to pummel at him anymore, or the consequences will be really dire. Xiao Chu realized what Rong Ruo was saying and rushed up to put his hand between Jun Wuxie and the heavily pummeled youth. Little Xie, that's enough. Xiao Chu looked at Jun Xie, his eyes gentle. Jun Xie was protecting the four of them. They could not fight back and Jun Xie had done it for them. He could not find the right words to say at that moment and his emotions just surged wildly within him. Jun Wuxie's fist was still held up and the orange glow still swirled around it. Her whole fist was already covered in blood as she raised her head to look at Xiao Chu. She held the unconscious youth a moment longer before she dropped him to let him fall to the ground in a heap. She turned to the terrified youths around her and simply said, "Scram." The youths immediately picked up their unconscious companion and ran away with their tails between their legs. None of them had expected that the spineless cowards in the East Wing who had always not dared to put up any retaliation no matter how much they were bullied would suddenly house such an unreasonable and obnoxious little tyrant. That puny-sized brat had charged straight into them and thrashed all of them up, not giving them any opportunity to even speak up. After those youths had left, the air in the courtyard hung with a faint smell of blood and the place was suddenly quiet. Xiao Chu sniffled his nose and suppressed his emotions. Without a word, he held up Jun Wuxie's bloodied hand and wiped off the blood carefully with the corner of his tattered shirt. Why would you hit them? They have now dirtied your hands. Felt like it. Jun Wuxie said calmly, as the murder in her eyes diminished. Xiao Chu sniffled again and did not say anything else. Only after wiping Jun Wuxie's hand clean, Xiao Chu looked up again at Jun Wuxie, but did not say anything but only scratched at his own head. Jun Wuxie turned and walked towards Rong Ruo and handed him a hanky. Rong Ruo was surprised a moment before he accepted it and muttered his thanks softly as he wiped the spit from his face. That felt great. Hua Yao carried the little black cat and came before Jun Wuxie, returning the unconscious cat back into her arms. Jun Wuxie carried the black cat in her arms and lowered her eyes. Those eyes were now calm and tranquil, completely unlike what they saw just moments ago, brutal and murderous. I swear, if Xiao Chu had not stopped Jun Xie earlier, Lu Chan would surely be dead now. Fei Yan whispered softly into Rong Ruo's ears. Jun Xie's body was small and skinny, and he did not speak much. But her temperament was something else. She spoke with her fists, simple and straightforward. Rong Ruo stared at Jun Xie thoughtfully, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. She's rather nice. Whoa. What mischief have you brats been up to again? Yenbu Gue, who had just left them just moments ago, was led to come back after hearing the ruckus. When he saw Jun Wuxia standing in the middle of his 4 disciples, he stopped in his tracks. But the faint smell of blood in the air did not escape him, and he scanned his eyes around, seeing the splatters of blood just outside the entrance to the courtyard. Teacher, Lu Chan brought people from the south wing here again. Xiao Chu stiffened up when he saw Yenbu Gue, and he replied honestly to the query. Yenbu Gue frowned slightly, but his bushy beard covered much of his face and they could not read his expression. You retaliated. Yenbu Gue's voice suddenly turned chilled. Xiao Chu opened his mouth slightly and stopped. He then lowered his head and muttered in a low voice, "They were extremely rude to Rong Ruo and I could not hold myself back." Xiao Chu heaped all responsibility for it upon himself. Yenbu Gue's eyes steeled and a flash of light burst from his hand, hitting Xiao Chu on his chest, the blast throwing him across the courtyard. I warned you guys so many times. You are not to lay a finger on the other disciples of the Phoenix Academy. Did my words not get into your head? Chapter 362, I did it. So. 4. Yenbu Gue strode quickly over and stood before Xiao Chu, his hand raised. In the courtyard, Hua Yao and the others lowered their heads, unable to watch. Yenbu Gue's raised hand remained in the air and did not lower. Jun Wuxia held Yenbu Gue's hand back with her eyes. The small face looked up at Yenbu Gue, her eyes bitingly cold. I did it. It was me. She said curtly. Yenbu Gue hesitated. If you seek to punish, it should be me. Jun Wuxia said, narrowing her eyes. Yenbu Gue looked at Jun Wuxia, the anger fading from him. He retrieved his raised hand, turned to walk away. He took 2 steps and turned back as if to say something but could not find the right words. But Jun Wuxia had something to say instead. I take back my words. Jun Wuxia said suddenly. Yenbu Gue waited silently for her to continue. A master like you doesn't deserve me to be your disciple. Jun Wuxia said coldly. She saw very clearly what Xiao Chu and the rest of them had to put up with. She had never had a master, but she knew that as a master, if they could not protect their own disciples and instead expected them to swallow the pride and rage when they suffered under the humiliation countless times and not allowed to fight back. That clearly showed the incompetence of the master. A master like that, however powerful, did not deserve her respect. Yenbu Gue remained silent. He stared at Jun Wuxia and that cold face and that chilly expression. Those eyes were frosty as they stared at him, and he felt as though he was sinking in an icy lake, its waters crystal clear. Xiao Chu and the others were shocked beyond words. Jun Wuxia turned to walk away, but Yenbu Gue suddenly spoke, a master like me. What did that mean? Jun Wuxia stared at Yenbu Gue with the same frosty eyes and said, as a master, if they cannot protect their disciples, and allow their disciples to suffer humiliation and endless bullying from others, a master like that, I'll rather do without. Jun Wuxia's voice was soft, but every single word of hers struck at the heart. Yenbu Gue narrowed his eyes, but his bushy beard hid his expression on his face. Xiao Chu quickly reacted then and stood before Jun Wuxia. Little Xia. You've misunderstood. Things are not what they seem to be. Our master, he is doing all this to protect us. Jun Wuxia turned to Xiao Chu and said coldly, if I'm constantly oppressed by people like those, and am forced to bear and grin it, even if I were to achieve what I wanted in the end, that would be no victory and I would get no satisfaction from it. To live, you live gloriously. Even if the skies fall, the back must never bend. Arrogance can be done without, but pride must never sway. Forbearance did not mean to bear up under merciless bullying, and character building did not mean getting beaten down all the time. Jun Wuxia might have been locked up in a room for more than a decade and had no freedom, constantly bombarded and forced by the demon's ideals throughout that period. Jun Wuxia had never bowed down to him and never allowed a moment's humiliation from it. Even if her bones crushed, her back would remain straight till the last moment. Jun Wuxia's words drove a shock through Xiao Chu and made Yenbu Gue seemingly thoughtful. Living like dogs and subjected to the abuse and humiliation of anyone that wanted to, was that a life worth living? Maybe, the little lad was right. Living like this, they were better off dead. You're Jun Xia, right? Yen Bugui raised his head at that moment and his eyes seemed different. Jun Wuxia looked at him with the same chilly eyes. If you think that we can live properly and proudly, don't take back your words. Let me see if you can do it your way, and turn the fates of Qiao Chu and the others. Yen Bugui said smilingly. Chapter 363, Human Skin Map, 1. It was interesting to note that when the little lad sought for discipleship, Yen Bugui was hesitant to accept. And now that the little lad was unwilling, Yen Bugui was seeking to accept the discipleship. It was now up to Jun Wuxia to decide instead. Jun Wuxia did not reply and Qiao Chu was getting flustered. He grabbed at Jun Wuxia by the arm and pulled her into his room. The others stood still and did not move from their spots. They knew very well what Qiao Chu was up to and did not step in to stop him. When they were inside the room, Qiao Chu searched and produced a small brocade box. Jun Wuxia had seen that box before. They retrieved it when they were in the Qin Yun clan. This is the reason why Brother Hua and I infiltrated into the Qin Yun clan. Qiao Chu brought the box before Jun Wuxia and gestured for her to open it. Jun Wuxia opened the box and a map laid within. She looked closer and she saw that the map was drawn on a piece of human skin. That piece of human skin was cut out from my father's back. Qiao Chu's voice suddenly grew suppressed. Jun Wuxia looked up. The map drawn on the piece of human skin was not complete and she could see that it formed only a part of the whole map. Me, Brother Hua, Fei Yan, Rong Ruo and our master, were all from the Middle Realm. The powers of the Middle Realm is broken up into 1 region, 4 sides, 9 temples and 12 palaces. The lone region among them refers to the Dark Regions, under the command of the Dark Emperor, and is the most powerful force in the Middle Realm. The people who attacked us previously were 2 people from the Palace of Flame Demons from the 12 palaces. Centuries ago, the Dark Regions held control over the Middle Realm, and the 4 sides, 9 temples, and the 12 palaces capitulated and surrendered all their magic items and weapons to the Dark Emperor. But the Dark Emperor died suddenly and all his treasures and magic items were buried together with him deep in the catacombs of the Dark Emperor. Qiao Chu slowly explained further, the tomb of the Dark Emperor contains all of the most powerful magical items and unimaginable riches in the Middle Realm, and it was the treasure trove everyone in the Middle Realm dreams of possessing. But for the unendingly and rigidly loyal minions of the Dark Emperor, no one knew where the catacombs of the Dark Emperor laid. The Dark Regions had lost their Dark Emperor and their might was not like before. But the Dark Emperor was the one man who dominated the entire Middle Realm, and even after his death, his dominating reputation lingered. If anyone dared to make any moves towards the Dark Emperor's tomb, the Dark Regions would swarm out of their nest and annihilate them. But human greed had always been insatiable and people continued to eye the Dark Emperor's treasures. With intensive but discreet investigations over long periods of time, they finally uncovered news that the Dark Emperor's tomb laid in the lower realm. In order to not alert anyone, and to keep the treasures for themselves, the 12 palaces sent a group of people into the lower realm to locate the catacombs of the Dark Emperor. The search carried on for hundreds of years over an endless number of expeditions. Finally, 7 out of the countless people sent out found the location of the tomb. They had come from different powers, and in order to curb and restrict each other, they split up the map and tattooed them on the backs of the 7 of them. Upon saying that, Qiao Chu's face darkened as he continued, the people who located the Dark Emperor's tomb all returned to the Middle Realm, and handed their portion of the map to the powers they served respectively. They had thought that their mission was accomplished with all the hard work they had put in the lower realm, and they deserved a good rest. But what awaited them instead was a massacre. The 12 palaces were fearful of reprisal from the Dark Regions and pushed all blame of desecrating the Dark Emperor's tomb onto the 7 men. None of them survived, and the tattooed maps on their backs were carved out and held by 7 of the 12 palaces. As the maps were split and all the individual palaces selfishly wanted to monopolize the treasure, till this day, they still have not found the exact location of the catacombs. Chapter 364, Human Skin Map, 2. Those people gave up their whole lives in the search for the Dark Emperor's tomb for the powers they served. They suffered the curses and verbal abuse while alive and were not able to rest in peace even after their deaths. They died under torture and their souls were completely destroyed. Their families were not spared and massacred without exception. Qiao Chu laughed loudly suddenly after he told the story, tears forming in his eyes as he looked at Jun Wuxia. Wouldn't you think that those people were so dumb? They knew that the Dark Emperor's tomb was not to be desecrated, and they got themselves and their whole family tree massacred because of their blind loyalty to the various powers they served respectively. The 12 palaces seek the Dark Emperor's treasures, but they did not want to shoulder the responsibility of betrayal and used those few people as scapegoats. Those people were really dumb to fall for the tricks of the 12 palaces. Jun Wuxie listened to every word in silence. Qiao Chu laughed, seemingly mocking himself as the tears flowed down his face endlessly at the same time. If not for Master's timely interference that saved the 4 of us here, we would not be here now. Master sneaked us out of the middle realm and brought us here into the lower realm at a great risk. Here, he taught us how to develop our spiritual powers, and to hide our identities to bide for time. Right from the moment our entire families were massacred, we had all given up on life. The only thing driving us forward is to exact our revenge upon the 12 palaces. Our master has forbidden us to fight the other students so as we do not draw attention to ourselves and expose our identities, which will bring us certain doom. So, little Xie, please do not blame him. If not for him, we would not be alive now. Qiao Chu said as he wiped the tears from his face and pushed down the raging emotions within him. He exposed this most painful wound he carried in his heart all his life to Jun Xie, as he did not want to see his newly found brother harbor any prejudice against his revered master. They were both precious to him and he wished they could get along well. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes and suddenly stood up to walk towards the door. Yan Bugui stared at Jun Wuxie as she strode quickly towards him, his face was edged with worry. Jun Wuxie stopped before Yan Bugui and she said in a clear voice. Master. My disciple. Yan Bugui wasn't just being weak, but doing everything he could to protect his 4 disciples. His methods might have been a little extreme, but his intentions were nevertheless noble. For Yan Bugui to escape from the middle realm with 4 young ones in tow, only the heavens knew how much hardship he had gone through to hide and protect the 4 young kids from the pursuit and persecution from the 12 palaces while he brought them up and teach them. The simple form of address of master made the tensed-up Hua Yao and the others heave a sigh of relief. Jun Wuxie's earlier unhesitant defense of Rong Rua against the humiliation by the youths had left a deep imprint of gratitude on their hearts, and they were glad things had turned out well. Since you have addressed me as your master, would that mean you will listen to master from now onwards? When things just like today happens in future, Yan Bugui was deeply gladdened by his new disciple and was just starting to educate him on the ways to survive in the Phoenix Academy when Jun Wuxie suddenly interrupted him by saying, If something like this happens again, I will fight back just as I did today. Her face calm and expressionless. Yan Bugui was at a total loss for words. I appreciate Master's noble intentions and your justified concerns for us, your disciples. But I cannot agree. Jun Wuxie's eyes were determined. She acknowledged Yan Bugui's righteous and noble character, but his methods of handling such matters were a little overboard. For such matters, please leave it to your disciple to handle in future. Jun Wuxie said finally. They were now in the same boat now that she had acknowledged Yan Bugui as a master. She would never in a million years allow her master and fellow senior disciples to live under anyone's humiliation and abuse. Yan Bugui gaped like a goldfish and no words came out. Standing on one side, Qiao Chu was beaming like a newly risen sun. They had held back and suppressed their rage at the constant abuse for a long time, and they wished for nothing more than to see their new junior teach those brats from the other wings a lesson they would never forget. Those 4 youths who had always abided by Yan Bugui's words and had not challenged him once, did not notice that with Jun Wuxie's addition, their lives had started to change. This was the first step towards what fate had for them to become, and their lives were to change drastically. In the near future, the destined 6 that were to come together to kick up an unbelievable storm throughout the 3 realms now numbered 5. Chapter 365, Human Skin Map, 3. Faced with Jun Xie's insistence, Yan Bugui was helpless and had no choice but to give in to him. But he secretly instructed the others to keep an eye on Jun Xie and protect him from harm. Because Jun Xie possessed a rather unique ring spirit, Yan Bugui did not give him the usual instructions in the development of his spiritual powers but to just stay by the lotus pond and accompany the recovering snow lotus. Qiao Chu and the others were looking into ways to locate the other 6 human skin maps. The 12 palaces might have seized possession of them, but they did not dare to keep that hot potato in hand. The 12 palaces had instead secretly colluded with various powers of the lower realm and had given the maps to them to do their dirty job of searching for the Dark Emperor's tomb on their behalf. Sneaky tactics like this were commonly employed by the 12 palaces. The treasures in the Dark Emperor's tomb would grant anyone who found it power capable of obliterating the 12 palaces. Xiao Chu and the others sought revenge, and Jun Wuxie's objective coincided perfectly with them as she sought the annihilation of the Palace of Flame Demons. On the other hand, Jun Wuxie's discipleship had also made her aware of Yan Bugui and his disciples' painful destitution. Xiao Chu and the others possessed strong powers, but they were forced to hide them in fear of drawing unwanted attention. Every single mission's objective was very clear, and it was only to pursue the other maps from any clues they had gathered. Other than that, the 5 of them in the East Wing of the Phoenix Academy had no other survival skills. At least in terms of earning money, their talent in this aspect was zilch. It had not been that bad just a few years ago. Yan Bugui had pawned some of the treasures he had brought from the Middle Realm, but it did not last, and soon they had spent every single cent. Yan Bugui did not have anything else he could exchange for money, and for the recent few years, the 5 of them had barely scraped by, living in poverty. An obvious instance would be that the few of them had not worn any new clothes for at least the past 2 years. In contrast, Jun Wuxie did not understand their quandary, as she had never been pressed for money in both her past and present life. In her past life, she might have been young when she left the demon's lair, but with her unsurpassed skills in medicine, she led a bountiful life. And after her rebirth, although the Lin Palace had been plagued by endless dangers, they had nevertheless not faced any shortage when it came to money. To the extent that when Jun Wuxie was looking at her brand new master and fellow disciples squatting in a circle in the courtyard, discussing how they were going to try to raise money to hand over to the headmaster, her mind had, on this rarest of occasion, and for the first time in her 2 lives, drawn a complete blank. Why don't Fei Yan and I make a quick trip out? We can try out robbery. Xiao Chu suggested innocently. Without a word, Yan Bugui smacked him mightily on the head. Xiao Chu rubbed the back of his throbbing head and shrugged his shoulders, trying to indicate he was just kidding. The double-headed bone snake is still in recovery, or I might be able to gather some herbs from the hills. Hua Yao was frowning, deep in thought. When they had been extremely hard-pressed previously, Hua Yao had sent the double-headed bone snake into the hills silently in the night to dig up some herbs to sell for some money several times. But the double-headed bone snake had not recovered from its injuries, and Hua Yao could not bear to make his ring spirit suffer the toil at that moment. We're really all cleaned out, Sai, Fei Yan wanted to cry at that point. Rong Ruo was the calmest among them, but his brow furrowed deeply as well. Sai, forget it. I'll go see the headmaster and ask him for a few more days' grace again. Yan Bugui's heart winced as he saw the forlorn looks on his disciples' faces, and he tried to wave it off. As the master of these poor kids, he felt that these problems should be handled by him alone. Alas, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Before Yan Bugui could go see the headmaster with his plea, the person in charge of the South Wing, He Chiosheng, came storming towards the East Wing, his face dark as thunder. He Chiosheng was the master of the South Wing, and the youth that Jun Wuxie had beaten to a pulp was his disciple. When his disciple had gone to the East Wing to press for payment of their debt as usual, who would have expected this time that the barbaric disciples of the East Wing would blatantly attack his disciple, to the extent that his disciple was still bedridden till now. Chapter 366, Rise of the East Wing, 1. He Chiosheng's rage visibly showed on his face, and his eyes were aflame as he stared at Yan Bugui and his disciples. Yan Bugui. You still owe the academy their fees, and you indulge in your disciples' violence. And you can still sit here drinking wine leisurely. The viciously berated Yan Bugui gripped at the wine jar in his hand and smiled weakly. Wine. Where would he find money to buy wine? The wine jar was filled with water, and the faint wine's fragrance was just the smell that had seeped deep into the wine jar. But Yan Bugui was not about to give himself any excuses. It's Chiosheng, I see. What brought you to our East Wing here today? Do you want to come in and take a seat? Yan Bugui asked, smiling. The look Yan Bugui gave was almost groveling, but Xiao Chu and the others who knew the real reason why he discarded his pride only felt all the more bitter. If it was not for the 4 disciples that dragged him down and kept his hands tied, with Yan Bugui's strong spiritual powers, he would be able to live a life of luxury anywhere he chose in the lower realm. You seem to be taking it real easy. Let me tell you, Yan Bugui. If you do not give me a satisfactory answer about this, even if the headmaster spares you, you and me will remain irreconcilable. You think I would even bother to step anywhere near this dump of yours? If it was not for the headmaster's summons for you to go to him, I wouldn't want to dirty my shoes by coming here. He Qiusheng's attitude was an exact replica of his head disciples. In their eyes, the East Wing only housed a gaggle of beggars that refused to leave, sponged on the Phoenix Academy as freeloaders, were all weak and useless, and played dumb and extorted the headmaster. Yan Bugui was at a loss. He might have been able to smooth over some other situations, but now that he faced the accusation of his disciples injuring He Qiusheng's disciples, the situation was getting rather tricky. If he remembered it right, most of He Qiusheng's disciples might be completely lacking in talents, but they made up the group that held the highest gold value among all the disciples of the Phoenix Academy. It was estimated that almost half of the Phoenix Academy's funds came from the families of the South Wing disciples. If you don't like it here, then scram. Suddenly, a cold voice broke He Qiusheng litany. He Qiusheng's eyes narrowed and he turned to the source of that voice. He only saw a small petite youth, who was staring coldly right at him. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in that manner? He Qiusheng was now quivering with rage. He never would have imagined that a mere disciple in the East Wing would dare to humiliate him like that. Jun Wuxie lifted her chin and continued staring coldly at He Qiusheng. Disciple of the East Wing, Jun Xie. I see. You are the little beggar they just picked up. You have sponged on the Phoenix Academy long enough and we have yet to settle the bill with you. And furthermore, you actually had the audacity to beat up my disciple. Once He Qiusheng heard that name, he knew that that was the culprit in the East Wing who had beat up his disciple so badly that he could not even get out of bed. He exploded at that moment and strode menacingly towards Jun Xie, raising his hand, intending to teach the little brat a lesson. However, before that hand could lower down, it found its wrist tightly bound by the iron grip of Yan Bugui. He Qiusheng, my disciples are not people you can touch just because you want to. Yan Bugui's eyes had suddenly turned steely. Jun Wuxie's words had struck a chord within him and he had not stopped thinking about it. Those words had brought a change in that strong heart. When it was just targeted at him, he could tolerate it, he would concede to it, even when it humiliated him. But he would never allow anyone to lay a finger on his disciples. That was the first time He Qiusheng saw those eyes on Yan Bugui. It was just a single look, and He Qiusheng paled immediately. All this time, the drunkard had never retaliated to any of his endless provocations and humiliations. But today, those steely eyes had unnerved He Qiusheng and that had quickly stopped his intimidation of the puny and weak boy. You. That's great. Yan Bugui, that's just great. You would shield the little brat to such an extent. Let us bring him to see the headmaster together. Let the headmaster see for himself what kind of trash your beggar's den is harboring nowadays. As if he had suffered unbelievable injustice, he raged as he drew his hand back and continued with his shouting tirade. Chapter 367, Rise of the East Wing, 2. Yan Bugui's brow was furrowed. He did not want to involve Jun Wuxie with such matters. But Jun Wuxie readily agreed, let's go. Even the Qin Yun clan fell before her. How can the headmaster of a decrepit academy compare to that? Good. I'll wait for both of you in the headmaster's study. He Qiusheng left hurriedly after saying that. After He Qiusheng left, Yan Bugui's eyes softened immediately as his gaze fell upon Jun Wuxie in helplessness. Jun Xie, you don't need to. I'll go. Jun Wuxie said curtly. The concept of the servitude as a disciple to a master was foreign to Jun Wuxie and she was only just learning from her observation of Qiao Chu and the others and that little bit was all she knew at that moment. Yan Bugui sighed heavily. He knew that Jun Wuxie did not speak much but it was clear to him that his new little disciple was a little man of his words. Whatever passed those lips became unwavering truth, and could not be changed easily. Jun Wuxie handed the little black cat into Rong Ruo's care once again and left to go to the headmasters with Yan Bugui. Along the way, they passed several Phoenix Academy disciples. When those youths saw Jun Wuxie with Yan Bugui, they started pointing and whispering among themselves blatantly, paying no heed nor showing any respect for Yan Bugui's position as a master in the academy. Yan Bugui was used to their disrespect and had not ever been affected by all that. But this time, his eyes glanced at Jun Wuxie, feeling sorry that Jun Wuxie had to suffer under those pointing fingers and hushed whispers. But Jun Wuxie did not seem affected by it in the least. Yan Bugui could see that his little disciple's back would stand just as straight and not bend in the slightest even if the sky fell on them then. He had been worried as he thought Jun Wuxie might not have had to suffer from so many gazes thrown at them, full of disdain. But the fact was, Yan Bugui could not have been more wrong. Before Jun Wuxie had embarked on her quest to force a change of the regime in Qi, her reputation had been in tatters. The looks the people of the Qi kingdom had given her in those days had been many times worse. But she had never been bothered by them. Her eyes had not even bothered to rest on those people even for a second then. The original Phoenix Academy had had a huge campus, but its lands had shrunk drastically after it had been rebuilt. Due to its lack of funds, the Academy's buildings had not been refurbished or properly maintained for years, and its decrepit facade were painfully visible, showing starkly the Academy's embarrassing financial situation. The headmaster's study was a small little place, and the paint on the door was peeling. Weeds grew in the crevices of the steps leading up to the door, and the whole place looked dismal. As they pushed the door open, a slouchy old man with a full white beard was in the room, sitting behind his table. Upon the old and wrinkled face, a pair of eyes narrowed as Qiusheng stood at one side, criticizing Yan Bugui and his new disciple, Jun Wuxie, endlessly in a high-pitched voice. When he saw Yan Bugui and Jun Wuxie enter, Qiusheng's complaints intensified and the pitch of his voice started to rise even higher. The expression on Yan Bugui's face was clearly flustered, but Jun Wuxie was a placid calm, looking as though those complaints had nothing to do with her. "Headmaster, look over here. These two people are flagrantly flouting your rules. I had just tallied the numbers earlier today, and over the past few days, the East Wing's losses had increased by another 10 over tails. If we are to continue to indulge them, they might drag the whole Phoenix Academy down with them." Qiusheng continued persistently. The moment money was mentioned, the headmaster's bored expression perked up. He raised his head and stared at Yan Bugui and Jun Wuxie. "Bugui, when are you going to pay up on the money still owing? We cannot allow you to drag your feet on the payment indefinitely. You allowed this disciple of yours to injure another disciple of the South Wing, and when the news of this incident reaches the ears of his family, the family is going to come after you. And if they decide to withdraw their child from the academy, we would lose another source of income here." The old headmaster nagged at Yan Bugui, his face deeply aggrieved. Chapter 368, Rise of the East Wing, 3. Yan Bugui's expression grew more helpless as the headmaster's nagging continued, and Qiusheng stood on one side in glee. "If I might add, headmaster, I think the East Wing should be led by a different person. Look at what Yan Bugui had done now. He had only attracted just those few disciples all these years. Besides those little beggars, who would accept his as their master? And now, the situation in the East Wing is only getting worse. They had suddenly decided to pick up another little beggar from somewhere out there who isn't going to pay as well, further sponging on the academy. That little beggar had even had the audacity to injure my disciple from the South Wing. If you are to allow this to continue, the academy is sure to be doomed." Qiusheng incited viciously, his words dripping with venom. This, the headmaster frowned deeply, exasperated. Jun Wuxie observed coldly at all that was going on in the study, and the chill in her eyes intensified. "Headmaster, you must not hesitate any longer. Do you want to wait till the leeches in the East Wing finally drive out all the South Wing disciples from the academy before you act? Those disciples are all—" Qiusheng had not finished talking when Jun Wuxie slapped her hand on the headmaster's table. Her voice was clear, and it made all the other pairs of eyes in the room turn to her. They looked down at the small hand on the table and saw one bank note pressed under it. "Is this enough?" Jun Wuxie asked coldly. In that moment, the study was filled with silence. The old headmaster's eyes were dead fixed on that note, and he did not move, but his eyes sparkled brightly when he saw it. A bank note. When was the last time he had laid his eyes on a bank note? Qiusheng, who had been pushing vehemently for the headmaster to dismiss Yan Bugui and to kick out his freeloading disciples before he was suddenly interrupted, turned white as a sheet when he saw the bank note. His face twitched and he tried to calm himself before he continued, "The East Wing had their fees outstanding for years. Don't think you can appease the situation with just a few hundred taels. That disciple of mine comes from a rich family, and his family would not think much of the measly few hundred taels. It is not something a little beg." Qiusheng's voice trailed off as his throat caught. The old headmaster reached his hand over towards the bank note as Qiusheng was speaking and examined it closely. When he saw the amount stated on the note, he suddenly drew in a deep breath. He Qiusheng snuck a quick peek as he forced a nonchalant look on his face. When his eyes picked up on the figure on the note, his eyes bulged and he stared in disbelief and his knees almost buckled. On that snowy white bank note, an astounding figure was written clearly in bold. 100,000 taels. The old headmaster's hands trembled as he held the bank note, and his beard bristled. The Phoenix Academy's annual income minus expenses totaled only 30 to 40,000 taels, and Jun Wuxie had just thrown out 100,000 taels without even flinching. That was the Phoenix Academy's 3 years' profit right there in the headmaster's hands. No wonder the headmaster was shaking like a willow in the wind. He Qiusheng looked like he just swallowed feces and he was absolutely speechless. His disciples might be capable of coming out with a few hundred taels and that brat had easily thrown out 100,000 taels. He Qiusheng suspected his eyes must be playing tricks on him. That bank note must be fake. He Qiusheng shouted in disbelief. It was impossible that such a decrepit-looking brat would have so much money. Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow and stared at the fuming He Qiusheng but could not be bothered to even speak to him. The old headmaster heard He Qiusheng and he squinted his eyes as he carefully examined the bank. After a few moments, he broke into a wide smile. The bank note is real. This is the seal of the Soul Moon Bank. It's definitely authentic. He Qiusheng was completely stumped this time. The Soul Moon Bank was the biggest bank around and their branches were all over the lands and their seals were imprinted with spiritual powers and could not be fully duplicated by others. Chapter 369, Do You Want More? 1. He Qiusheng's face was green and his lips had turned purple. He felt as if he had been slapped across the face and felt humiliated beyond words. The old headmaster turned his eyes back onto Jun Wuxie, and his expression had turned incredibly warm and passionate towards her, and those eyes only saw a walking and speaking gold ignat in Jun Wuxie. Jun Xie is your name, right? You can stay in the East Wing as long as you like, and if you happen to find anything unsatisfactory, feel free to let me know. The old headmaster had suddenly turned servile towards the unbelievably generous and extravagant youth and wished at that moment for Jun Wuxie to stay in the Phoenix Academy for life. Jun Wuxie did not grace him with a reply. The old headmaster cleared his throat and told He Qiusheng off sternly, The incident with your disciple is a matter of the past and I do not want to hear another word of it. Jun Xie had just come to the Phoenix Academy and is just adapting herself here. Keep a tight rein on your disciples and do not let them stray too far and inconvenience others. If I ever hear that your unruly disciples were to bully him, I will not take it so lightly again. Under the lure of the filthy scent of money, and having weighed the situation under its irresistible persuasion, the old headmaster fell heavily under its spell. He Qiusheng was still standing at the side, turned into stone, and he could not utter a single word. Bullied. That brat was standing before them alive and well with nary a scratch. His disciple was the one that was still lying in bed. Who was doing the bullying here? Nevertheless, He Qiusheng was helpless as he knew all this time that the headmaster only had eyes for money. Whoever had more would win his favor. The South Wing had dominated the Phoenix Academy all this while because many of the disciples under him were from well-to-do families, but things had now changed suddenly. The beggar's den was just admitted a fabulously loaded nouveau riche and snatched the top spot in the academy from him. All the fees of the disciples in the South Wing would not add up to 100,000 even in a couple of years. There was no way they could beat that. After berating He Qiusheng, the old headmaster came over to Jun Wuxie smiling like a fresh spring breeze again and said, If you think that Yan Bugui is unsuitable in any way, please let me know so I can arrange the masters from the other wings for you if you like. Jun Wuxie replied curtly, East Wing is good. Yes. Yan Bugui must have been extremely blessed to be able to recruit such an amazing disciple. He must have done some great deeds in his past life. The old headmaster was bowing till his head was almost touching the floor. If there is nothing else, I would like to leave. Jun Wuxie was not interested in the fawning old headmaster. Sure. Please go back and rest. Bugui, hurry and send your disciple back for his rest. It's windy here, do not let your disciple catch a cold. He seems a little thin. I'll get the kitchen to prepare something a little more nutritious for the East Wing tomorrow. The old headmaster was actually displaying a rare moment of generosity. Yan Bugui's face was blank as he led Jun Wuxie out. Even after they had stepped out of the room, his expression was still in shock. Kid, where did you get so much money? Yan Bugui had seen Jun Wuxia pull out a single banknote, and it had not only almost blinded He Qiusheng and the headmaster, even Yan Bugui felt the world was an amazing place filled with bizarre things and people. His little disciple had been dressed in plain clothes and had looked like he had come from a simple family. But he had pulled out a 100,000 taels banknote without blinking an eye. Yan Bugui had come to the lower realm for so many years, and he had never seen money more than 100 taels of silver. Much. Jun Wuxia looked at Yan Bugui, her eyes doubtful. After her rebirth, she had never bought anything nor needed to pay for anything. Anything and everything that she needed, Jun Xian prepared them for her, and she had never handled money before in this world. The banknotes she had with her were just what Jun Xian had stuffed into her hands just before she left. Those notes were as valuable as waste paper in her eyes. Do you want more of them? I have them here. Jun Wuxia saw that Yan Bugui seemed to hold a rather strong interest in the banknotes, and she pulled out a wad of them from her sleeve, a thick wad of banknotes. The lowest denomination among the thick wad valued at least 50,000 taels. After Jun Xian had done it, Mo Qian Yuan had done the same thing and stuffed money into Jun Wuxia's hands before he would let her leave. A duke and an emperor, they would not have in their possession any bank notes in denominations less than 10,000 anyway. Chapter 370, Do you want more? 2. Yan Bugui's eyes almost popped out of his head. He was shocked beyond words at the amount of money Jun Xia had pushed into his arms. His eyes swept past those bank notes, and he counted and estimated the amount in his head. There was at least 1,000,000 taels in his hands. As if Jun Xia had dropped hot coals in his arms, Yan Bugui hurriedly shoved them back to Jun Xia. I don't need it. You better keep these. As those words came out of his mouth, his heart was nevertheless dripping with blood. A small petite-sized kid was actually carrying such a large amount of money on him. Made the burly towering Yan Bugui felt so small before Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia kept the money back into her sleeve, oblivious to Yan Bugui's crumbling self-esteem and deeply conflicted heart. When they got back to the East Wing, Xiao Chu and the rest of the gang were waiting anxiously in the courtyard. When they all saw Jun Xia and Yan Bugui, who had returned so quickly, they rushed up to the pair just coming in through the gate. How did it go? What did the headmaster say? Xiao Chu asked anxiously. Yan Bugui sighed heavily, and his face was a mask of deep melancholy, making the 4 hearts of his disciples fall so heavily they almost reached their toes. In future. Xiao Chu and the others looked up at Yan Bugui's heavy tone, staring at him with tears brimming in their eyes. That He Qiusheng would never come here to seek trouble with us again. Yan Bugui's face suddenly beamed into a wide smile. What? Xiao Chu and his other 3 fellow disciples stared in wonder at their master. At that moment, Xiao Chu's eyes widened in alarm as he turned to Jun Wuxia to ask, Little Xia. Don't tell me you thrashed up He Qiusheng and the headmaster as well. With Jun Xia's temperament, that must be the case. No, Jun Wuxia replied. You must not take so hard. If they had done anything to you, little Yan and me would go abduct him and revenge you without letting master know. Xiao Chu promised worriedly, without even thinking. Yan Bugui's huge hand slapped Xiao Chu on the back of his head once more, and he said, rolling his eyes at his moron of a disciple, You must think I'm deaf. Jun Wuxia was made speechless at Xiao Chu's antics. She could not understand how such a simple matter like this became so complicated in their minds. All right. Everything's fine now, you kids go keep up with your training, and not just stay here and laze. Yan Bugui dispersed the group with his words, a wide smile hidden behind his bushy beard. His new little disciple really exceeded all his expectations. Yan Bugui was not prepared to explain everything in detail, and Jun Wuxia did not seem to want to at all as well. Xiao Chu and the others could only leave begrudgingly to continue with their training, but their minds were still filled with worry. They prepared themselves mentally to face up to He Qiusheng and the headmaster and protect their little junior fellow disciple when they next come looking for trouble. Jun Wuxia went back to her room and sat down carrying the little black cat in her arms. She called out softly, and Yisha appeared suddenly through the door. Miss, what are your orders? Yisha asked, kneeling on one knee. Jun Wuxia took out a wad of bank notes and put them on the table. She whispered a few words to Yisha, and moments later, Yisha kept the money carefully before he disappeared soundlessly. Jun Wuxia remained sitting on the chair and looked down at the sleeping black cat. If it was awake, maybe it could have told her how to handle the situation before her now. The next morning, Xiao Chu and the others walked out of their rooms with dark rings below their eyes. They had not slept the whole night, having tossed and turned the whole night with worry, but no one had come throughout the night after all. Their curiosity was further piqued by what had happened at the headmaster's, and when they saw each other's dark eyes, they all smiled sheepishly at each other. Looks like the headmaster really won't be coming to stir up trouble after all. But how did Master and Little Xie do it? Xiao Chu scratched his head in confusion. Hua Yao's fair complexion made his darkened eyes look more prominent, and he stood shaking his head as well, similarly befuddled. It's good that they're not coming, let's not worry about it. Fei Yan stretched lazily, her sweet and pretty face was still tinged with a bit of sleepiness. Rong Rua just pulled at his clothes to tidy them, and did not say anything. Chapter 371, Do You Want More? 3. The four fellow disciples of the East Wing had not much of a reaction, but the same could not be said for the rest of the Phoenix Academy. The ruckus from a group of people suddenly broke out and dragged the four sleepyheads to the source of the noise. However, when they got there, they were shocked by the sight. They saw tens of burly men dressed in gray. They carried long ladders, axes, and lumber on their shoulders and coming towards them into the East Wing of the Phoenix Academy. And behind those men was another group, whose men were carrying huge crates that each needed 2 men to carry, with the load hung from bamboo poles on their shoulders. The men all rushed forward when they saw Xiao Chu and the others coming out from the East Wing and put down their load. We found the right place at last. Please help us to sign receipt here, please. It is for 8 crates of fine garments from the Moon Weaver's Pavilion. 7 crates of male garments and 1 crate of female dresses. We have mixed in shoes, socks, and some accessories, compliments of our proprietor to our esteemed customers. Please check the items delivered and see if everything is in good order and we can leave. The leader of the group was dressed in rather fine clothes, and he wore a bright smile on his face as he pushed the receipt before Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu was as a fluster as he stared unblinkingly at the 8 crates before him. With all the attention attracted by the big group of men in front of the East Wing, the disciples from the other wings were all chattering loudly in speculation, and when the leader of the men stated his purpose, the chatterings grew into loud exclamations. Moon Weaver's Pavilion. That was a widely famous clothing chain for fine clothes. In that place, a mere handkerchief sold for more than 10 taels. Did they really hear him correctly? The beggar's den actually ordered them at one go 8 crates 8. How much did that cost? The mouths of the youths all around suddenly felt dry as they tried to calculate the cost. Most of them fell speechless at the sight of the scene before them, staring in incredulity and unable to believe their ears. Xiao Chu turned into a statue. He understood every single word the man was saying when he separated them, but put them together in a sentence, he could not fathom what they meant at that moment. They did not even have money to pay the fees. How would they pay for such luxuries from the Moon Weaver's Pavilion? After waiting a long moment, when the men saw that Xiao Chu was not moving to receive the goods, he turned his head and pushed the receipts to Hua Yao. Hua Yao was stunned a moment before he peered at the receipts and the goods, a frown on his face. He finally said, "Is there a mistake somewhere? We did not buy any of these things. I think it would be better if you send them all back." It was 8 whole crates. Even if they were to just pick any one item from among them, they would not be able to afford it. The men said, still smiling, "There's no mistake. It is the Phoenix Academy, East Wing. The items have been paid for and you will only need to sign the receipt and that's all." All paid up. Hua Yao looked at Rong Rua. But Rong Rua was just as clueless. The smiling man pointed at the name of the recipient at the bottom of the receipt and said, "Yes, it was purchased by a customer named Jun Xie." Jun Xie. The 4 exclaimed loudly in unison upon hearing the name, and their minds were completely blown away by that shocking revelation. The youths from the other wings were just as confused. They had not heard that there was a disciple in the East Wing named Jun Xie. Thinking further on the matter, they assumed it to be a mistake. Those beggars in the East Wing would never be able to afford such luxuries from the Moon Weaver's Pavilion. Before Xiao Chu and the others could recover from their shock, a big burly man came up to them carrying lumber on his shoulder with another stack of receipts in his hand. "That's queer, a customer by the name of Jun Xie hired us to come to the Phoenix Academy's East Wing for refurbishing and renovation works. Can I trouble you guys to sign these as well so my men can start on the works?" Xiao Chu the statue now froze with his mouth wide open, his eyes bulging. Hua Yao's face showed astonishment, but his eyes sparkled. Rong Rua and Fei Yan exchanged a knowing glance, having finally figured out who was behind all this. Chapter 372, Do You Want More? 4. It's little Xie. Xiao Chu finally recovered enough to utter those few words as he stared in amazement at the crates, an indescribable feeling in his heart. Hua Yao nodded. The issue with the headmaster must have been settled in the same way. Yan Bugui had only claimed that all the issues had been cleared when he came back, but the reason was rather clear now, as they all knew the headmaster was a snivelly money grabber and he only listened to whoever had the money and ignored all reason when he smelt gold. And the situations before them only affirmed that they were right. Jun Wuxia had indeed cleared the issues with the headmaster, and she had used the headmaster's favorite language. Money. I would not have thought that our little junior was actually so unbelievably and fabulously rich. Fei Yan smiled till his eyes were narrowed to a slit as he spied one of the crates, saying, Do you think that crate of ladies' wear is meant for me? Xiao Chu looked at Fei Yan up and down, and seeing Fei Yan's plain frock, he snickered evilly. I would say yes. Fei Yan's face turned pale. The sweet-looking Fei Yan suddenly slunk sulkily to a corner, the jubilation suddenly disappeared without a trace. Cough, let me do it. After Hua Yao realized what was happening here, he raised his hands and took the charcoal pencil from the men and signed Hua Yao on both the receipts. After they had their receipts acknowledged, the men from the Moonweaver's pavilion smilingly ordered his men to bring the clothes inside, and the burly man hollered at his men to begin their refurbishing works on the East Wing's building. When Yan Bugui stepped out from the building, he was so overwhelmed and shocked by the sudden appearance of the big group of strange men hacking and knocking on the East Wing's building that he very nearly dropped the wine jar he held clasped in his hand. He was just about to open his mouth to shout when his nose wrinkled at the alluring fragrance of fine wine and his eyes sparkled brightly. Hua Yao was signing his name on another receipt when he received a big slap on the back of his head. He turned his head furious, but saw the towering figure of his master and just kept quiet like a mouse. Where did all this wine come from? Yan Bugui asked, with his eyes narrowed when he saw the many jars of wine before Hua Yao, while he almost drooled in his heart. Little Xie bought them. Hua Yao finished signing and handed it back to the delivery man. That morning, his wrist was hurting from signing receipts and the courtyard was almost filled up with all kinds of goods. When Yan Bugui heard that Jun Xie had bought them, he immediately picked 2 jars up and suddenly disappeared back into his room and did not ask another word about it. Hua Yao stared with a headache as he surveyed all the things they had received one after another since early this morning non-stop, and everything was stacked up in the courtyard. Food, clothes, everyday use items, and equipment for travel. It was more than he could count, and it included everything they could think of. They were all of superior quality and did not come cheap. They had lived in poverty for such a long time, and it was just unbelievable for them. Even the youths from the other wings who were watching from a distance were about to go mad at what they saw. They had seen the rich flaunt their wealth, but they had never seen anyone flaunt it in such astounding manner. After that morning, every single person in the Phoenix Academy became aware that in the East Wing, a disciple who was literally overflowing with money walked, and his name was Jun Xie. Almost no one knew exactly when he was admitted into the East Wing or where he had come from. Before he had even shown his face, he had drowned the East Wing with his endless flow of gifts. People had thrown an estimation on the gifts just for that morning, and it was said to come up to be close to 1,000,000 taels. That figure drove almost everyone to lose their mind. The Beggar's Den had lost its name, as those who named the East Wing as such suddenly found themselves envious and jealous of the East Wing. If East Wing, that was the Beggar's Den, could spend 1,000,000 taels, the place they were at could only be no better than a pigsty. The youths from the other wings had come outside the East Wing in curiosity. But after seeing the extravagant splashing of money, they ran back to their own wings with their tails between their legs and stopped calling the East Wing the Beggar's Den ever since. But they did nickname Jun Xie as the dumb one with too much money, in jealousy. They had thought, if you have so much money, why go to the East Wing? Everyone knew that Yan Bugui of the East Wing was just a drunkard and only had 4 lousy disciples all this time. Chapter 373, Inverted, 1. Jun Wuxia woke from sleep and went out to the courtyard soon after. She saw a group of burly workmen fixing up the East Wing, but her steps did not slow as she continued on towards the pond that the Snow Lotus was recovering in. These few days, she guarded by the pond immediately upon awakening. She had previously done it just because Yenbugue had told her to watch over the weakened snow lotus. But recently, she could clearly feel an intense flow of spiritual power flowing into her body endlessly. The surge of the spiritual power was actually more intense than when she had used jade nectar to cultivate the snow lotus seed in the beginning. In just a few short days, the spiritual powers in her body had achieved a more than significant increase, and this situation puzzled her a little. As she sat by the pond carrying the sleeping black cat, Jun Wuxie's eyes were fixed on the snow lotus that was gradually radiating with life. The once withered bloom had shown signs of coming back to life as its dried-up lotus leaves had dropped off one by one and was growing out new petals as well. "Little Xie." A voice sounded from behind Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie turned around to look and saw 4 blindingly striking figures standing behind her. They had changed out of their washed-till threadbare clothes and were now dressed in fine clothes. The designs of the clothes were simple, but the material used was of good quality. Clothes really did made the men, and it was readily obvious at that moment. The 4 of them were already blessed with outstanding features, but their old threadbare clothes had greatly diminished their looks. Now those new clothes had completely removed all that wretchedness, and they all looked every inch like a young nobleman, graceful and handsome, that would draw all eyes irresistibly to them. Fei Yan was dressed in a long coral blue dress, and she was tugging at the hem of the dress coyly. Compared to the 3 handsome smiles, Fei Yan's expression was somehow a little perturbed. 3 jade green leaves to match a brilliant red flower. Fei Yan stood out looking more lovely and attractive in the contrast as those almond-shaped eyes slightly lowered, looking slightly embarrassed. "Do we look good?" Qiao Chu asked as he tugged at his outer robe, a jade ornament dangling from his hips. Jun Wuxie's eyes stopped as they hovered over Fei Yan and Rong Ruo a moment before she said, inverted. "What?" Qiao Chu asked, puzzled. "Or do you like to dress like that?" Jun Wuxie asked with her head tilted, as she looked at Rong Ruo and Fei Yan. Fei Yan and Rong Ruo were deeply shocked, and it was a while before they reacted to what Jun Wuxie had said. "You know?" Fei Yan asked, with eyes wide in amazement, staring at Jun Wuxie. "Know what?" Jun Wuxie asked Fei Yan. I am a boy, and little Ruo here is the girl." Fei Yan pointed at himself and then pointed at Rong Ruo. Rong Ruo was wearing an unnaturally handsome smile on her face. "See? Qiao Chu. You and your dumb ideas. You told us that little Xie would never know our real sexes." Fei Yan cried out and pounced at Qiao Chu and pummeled at him. In the beginning, when Yenbugue had brought them here, Fei Yan was the smallest in size. The clothes that they wore were old clothes that Yenbugue had managed to beg from the headmaster. One of them had been for ladies. Since Fei Yan was the smallest in size among them and Rong Ruo could not fit into the lone piece of ladies' clothing, it fell onto Fei Yan to wear it. And ever since, every time Yenbugue went out to get clothes for them, all the smaller-sized ladies' wear were always given to Fei Yan, and moreover, Fei Yan had always been a boy with girlish features, looking very sweet when dressed up as a girl. Driven by necessity due to the lack of adequate boys' clothing, Fei Yan had always been mistaken to be a girl by the other disciples of the Phoenix Academy. The graceful air, handsome looks and tall slender frame of Rong Ruo had the masses thinking him to be an elegant boy instead. Chapter 374, Inverted, 2. Fei Yan had thought that Jun Wuxie did not know and had purchased one whole crate of ladies' wear just for him. That had encouraged him to succumb to Qiao Chu's mischievous urging to appear before Jun Wuxie dressed in that dress. Who would have expected that Jun Wuxie was actually aware of his not intended but well-concealed sex? Thinking back on it, on the first day when Jun Xie had awoken, he had instead left the little black cat in Rong Ruo's hands and not to Fei Yan, who had been the first person he had seen. Now seemed that Jun Xie had done that with good reason. It was obvious that Jun Xie had already been aware of Rong Ruo's and Fei Yan's respective sexes then. Moreover, Jun Xie had treated Rong Ruo somewhat differently from the rest all this while. Fei Yan was feeling terribly embarrassed at that moment, but Rong Ruo was still all smiles. Rong Ruo was suddenly dragged by Fei Yan determinately away, and moments later, they came back dressed in clothes as Jun Xie had originally meant to give. Fei Yan still somehow looked like a girl who had cross-dressed, and though Rong Ruo did not look out of place, seeing her all decked up in a sweet girly dress nevertheless made Qiao Chu's skin crawl after having gotten so used to seeing Rong Ruo dressed in boys' clothes for as long as he could remember. Finally, both of them could not stand the awkward stares the others kept giving them and went back in to change into the clothes they had worn the first time. Upon seeing Fei Yan looking all resplendent again in his girly attire, Xiao Chu could not help but guffawed uncontrollable that earned him another bashing from Fei Yan. Fei Yan might be the smallest in size among the four of them, but he possessed the greatest strength. He lifted Xiao Chu with one hand and felled him with a single punch. If one were to disregard his actual sex, Fei Yan would do great justice to the term violent Lolita. While Xiao Chu was running around in circles chased by a fuming Fei Yan, Rong Ruo sat down beside Jun Xie and smiled, "Thank you." Even after having done so much, Jun Wuxie had not mentioned a word about it. "No need." Jun Wuxie replied softly. In her own mind, she could not think of a better use for the money. Hua Yao stared at the cross-dressed sisters, and he suddenly found it to be rather amusing. He wiped the mirth from his face and he suddenly turned to Jun Xie in all seriousness as he said, "It might not be the best time now, but little Xie, there is one more thing we hope you can help us with." "Elixir?" Jun Wuxie asked, raising an eyebrow. Hua Yao nodded. "Prescription?" Jun Wuxie asked without a moment's hesitation. Hua Yao pulled out a prescription from within his clothes and handed it over to Jun Wuxie, whereby she gave it a quick scan. With her eyes. "Who is this medicine for?" Jun Wuxie asked, raising her head in query. "Master. He was severely injured many years ago while protecting us and can only numb the pain with alcohol now." Hua Yao's face darkened as he said those words. Due to poverty, they had not even been able to afford to buy wine for Yan Bugui, and the pains from those injuries must have been tormenting. The prescription was brought out together with them when they left the Middle Realm and would treat Yan Bugui's injuries. When Xiao Chu had initially gone to the Ghost City to trade for Eastern Pearls, it had been one of the ingredients necessary for the elixir. But the elixir was extremely difficult to cultivate, and even within the Middle Realm, very few people were able to achieve success in its cultivation. When they came across Jun Xie, they had still been rather skeptical, but they would never let go of any trace of hope, no matter how small. Jun Wuxie lowered her head and went through the prescription once more. That moment of silence made Hua Yao suddenly anxious and Rong Ruo's eyes became expectant. "Herbs," Jun Wuxie said suddenly. "What?" "Give me the herbs," Jun Wuxie repeated, looking at Hua Yao. Hua Yao finally understood what Jun Xie had meant, and his usual calm demeanor cracked a little as he grew excited. "You can do it." Jun Wuxie nodded. The prescription was a little more complicated than usual, but it was still not beyond her. The sticky part was that the prescription called for extremely rare herbs and many that even Jun Wuxie had never seen before. "That's just fantastic. We will do everything we can to get the herbs." Hua Yao's face brought into a smile just then. No matter how difficult it would be, at least now, they saw a ray of hope at the end. Chapter 375, Water of Heaven's Spring, 1. Ever since they were graced with Jun Wuxie's extravagant generosity, the East Wing suddenly seemed to rise from the ashes and shone blindingly with resplendent grandeur. The decrepit and run-down buildings were no more and had been completely refurbished. In the courtyard, the pond was fitted with miniature mountains and cliffs, and the entire building's flooring were fitted with marble throughout. When seen from afar, among the run-down buildings of the Phoenix Academy, the East Wing now stood out in contrast like a brilliant sunflower exuding brilliance that drew all attention to it. Jun Wuxie's spiritual powers had speedily increased over the past month and was nearing the orange level's peak. However, she was not able to achieve a breakthrough to the next level. The only way she could break the level barrier was to devour the spirit of others. Jun Wuxie held the spirit prison Jun Wuyao had given her in her hands, and her eyes narrowed as she fell deep in thought. She needed to get stronger. In order to just raise her powers, if she were to devour the ring spirit of others, that would be equivalent to murder. Jun Wuxie's eyebrow was raised. She was not afraid to kill, but why kill the innocent? Yan Bugui knocked on Jun Wuxie's door at that moment, and she got up to open the door. For the past month, Yan Bugui had rarely appeared but had occasionally come to the side of the lotus pond to see how the snow lotus was doing. Plant ring spirits develop very quickly, but the hurdles faced at the level barriers are difficult to break through. Your spiritual powers have shown signs of leakage recently. Are you about to break through? When Yan Bugui sat down, he looked at Jun Wuxie in all seriousness, and he was not tipsy on that rare occasion. For the breakthrough, you must also take note of the spirit that you devour. The higher the level of the ring spirit you devour, the better its effect will be for you. Yan Bugui said, and he pulled out a cotton bag from his hips, before he put it on the table before Jun Wuxie. "Open it and see." Jun Wuxie opened it without a word, and the moment she looked into it, her eyes sparkled brightly. It was just a small cotton bag, and a marvel was revealed within when you opened it. The space within that the bag held was much bigger than it seemed by far. It's called the Cosmos Bag, and it's an item from the middle realm. Anything you put in there would be preserved for a long period and will not get damaged. The Cosmos Bag was Yen Bugui's last item he had with him, brought from the middle realm. No matter how poor they had been in the past, he had never pawned or sold it, for no other reason than the fact that the Cosmos Bag did not exist in the lower realm, and if he had exposed it to be circulated, it might attract the attention of the people of the middle realm. And stored within the Cosmos Bag, there was an intricate and beautiful wine flask, carved out from imperial jade. "Take out the wine flask." Jun Wuxie lifted the wine flask out from the bag. Yen Bugui retrieved a cup and placed it before Jun Wuxie before he said, "Pour out a cup." Jun Wuxie raised the flask and poured its contents in. She saw that the liquid from the flask was clear and it glittered with stars as it filled the cup, and the air was suddenly filled with a fragrance that penetrated into the heart. The aroma seemed to feel familiar, like something she had smelt before, but she could not remember it clearly. This is the Heaven's Flask, and inside it is the water of Heaven's spring. The supply is endless and will never be exhausted. The Heaven's spring might not be able to restore your soul, but it can at least nourish it enough to stop it from further damage. I know that you were injured by people from the palace of the flame demons, and while the water of Heaven's spring nourishes your soul, it can also temporarily curb your soul's presence. You would only need to drink 1 cup daily and it will last the whole day. Yen Bugui stared at Jun Xie with a faraway look in his eyes. Jun Xie was different from Qiao Chu and the others, and he should not be confined to the tiny and virtually unknown Phoenix Academy. Jun Wuxie's face showed a look of recognition. Water of Heaven's Spring. Wasn't that name recorded in the dilapidated book she had? The one thing that was the most suited for the cultivation of the snow lotus. Suddenly, she was able to identify where she had smelt that fragrance before. You poured this water into the pond? Jun Wuxie asked as she looked up at Yen Bugui. Yen Bugui replied with a laugh, "Don't forget, that book you use for your training and development was given to Qiao Chu by me to put up for sale." Chapter 376, Water of Heaven's Spring, 2. I had flipped through those books, but a pity I do not possess a plant ring spirit and was unable to put it to good use. Since they had fallen into your hands, it must mean they are fated to be yours. Yen Bugui said as he stroked at his beard. You should not stay here in the Phoenix Academy. You should go out and do what you want to do. Jun Wuxie lowered her head and looked at the Heaven's Flask in her hand. The one thing that she had previously sought endlessly, and exhausted all ways to get, had now been delivered right into her hands by Yen Bugui. With the Heaven's Flask, she would be able to return to the Lin Palace with peace of mind and need not be afraid of persecution from the Palace of the Flame Demons. Was that what she wanted? Spending her life in hiding and depending on the water of Heaven's spring to escape persecution and watch her enemies willfully live on, while she huddled in concealment, holding on tightly to the Heaven's Flask. Master. Jun Wuxie suddenly raised her head. The Dark Emperor's tomb is the place I must go to. She gripped the Heaven's Flask in her hands, and Jun Wuxie's eyes flashed with unfaltering determination. Living a life of compromise was not what she wanted. Since there were people who wanted her life, she would smite down her enemies to nip the problem in the bud. Yen Bugui was stunned as he stared at Jun Wuxie in astonishment. The day will come that I will annihilate the Palace of Flame Demons. Jun Wuxie exclaimed coldly. Yen Bugui was speechless for a moment before he laughed out loud suddenly. Good, good, good. You might be small in size, but your ambitions are commendable. No wonder you cough. Since you have chosen your path, I will not hold you back. Keep the Heaven's Flask and the Cosmos Bag well, and remember, you must never expose the Heaven's Flask to anyone. That thing will draw the people of the 12 palaces to come rushing at you even if you do not possess a plant ring spirit, and you will not be spared. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes. The origins of the Heaven's Flask must be a lot more complicated than what Yen Bugui was letting on. In fact, Jun Wuxie had been a little suspicious all along. Little Lotus had previously said that the soul-calming jade was one of the 7 treasures of the spirit world, but it had suddenly disappeared one day. On top of that, Yenbugue and his fellow disciples had said that all the magical items of the Middle Realm had been buried deep in the Dark Emperor's tomb, and that should also include the soul-calming jade. But if the soul-calming jade was supposed to be in the Dark Emperor's tomb, how did it come into the hands of others? And why would the Heaven's Flask incur persecution from the 12 palaces? Thank you, Master. Jun Wuxie did not think any further into it. No matter what the reason was, the fact that she wanted the Palace of Flame Demons annihilated would not change. The fact that you addressed me as your master is more than enough thanks. Yenbugue walked out of the room, laughing loudly to himself. Jun Wuxie suddenly picked up the cup that contained water of Heaven's spring and swallowed it all in one gulp. From here on, she would not constrain herself to the tiny Phoenix Academy. The heavens seemed to have sensed Jun Wuxie's murderous intent as barely 2 weeks later, Fei Yan came to them with a piece of news. He had found a clue for another portion of the human skin maps. And that human skin map was actually hidden in another academy. Zephyr Academy. It was one of the top 3 academies, their fame spreading to all ends of the world. Qiao Chu and the others packed and readied themselves. This mission would not just involve Qiao Chu and Hua Yao, but would include Fei Yan and Rong Ruo as well. Before they set out, they were greatly shocked by another piece of news. Jun Xie would be going with them. Little Xie, you really would come with us? Qiao Chu asked cautiously as he gulped loudly. Jun Wuxie gave Qiao Chu a chilling stare. Without me, you would not be able to even enter the Zephyr Academy. The Zephyr Academy set extremely high standards for their disciples' enrollment, and their fees were also eye-poppingly exorbitant. With that statement from Jun Wuxie, she effectively shut out any further objections from Qiao Chu and the others immediately. If the money did not go, they would not even be able to afford the fees. The next moment, Qiao Chu was slumped by Jun Wuxie's feet, crying out in gratitude, "Little Xie, you've been too kind to us already." Chapter 377, Zephyr Academy, 1. The Zephyr Academy was situated in the northern side of the Dadu country, its terrain flat, and it sat upon vast tracts of land. It was rumored that if you stood at the doors of the Zephyr Academy, you would not be able to see the end of it. Being among one of the top 3 academies, whenever the Zephyr Academy opened their doors for enrollment in September, people from all across the lands thronged its gates, and the sea of people always made for a magnificent sight. Horse-drawn carriages carrying whole families rolled in endlessly, and girls and boys of suitable age were accompanied by their families from all directions, traveling thousands of miles to the Zephyr Academy. Every year, in the period between mid-August to early September, not only the Zephyr Academy's headquarters, but the surrounding towns' inns and restaurants would be filled, overflowing with the endless rush of people coming in. There were almost as many academies as there were stars in the skies, but only 3 stood at the top of the pyramid. Among the 3, Zephyr took up one spot. The top institutions had always set a very strict criteria for their enrollment. They would only accept youths between 14 to 16 years of age, and any applicants who did not fall within this category were turned away without exception. The Zephyr Academy was separated into the main division and the branch division. The main division only admitted disciples with elite ring spirits and disciples who showed exceptional growth in their spiritual powers. Anyone who possessed average talents could only dream of gaining entry into the main division. The criteria for the branch division was a little more relaxed. Basically, anyone who could afford the fees would gain the chance to study under the branch division. If anyone in the branch division displayed great aptitude and excelled in the branch division, they would be promoted into the main division immediately. While those who remain average would stay and finish their studies for the rest of the 1 year given to them. If they do not get into the main division before the year is up, at the spring the next semester, they would all be thrown out of the academy. When the youths are enrolled into the school, they would be expected to pay upfront the full fees for 3 years, and even if they were to be dismissed early due to their lack of talent, there would be no refund of the money paid up. Basically, among all the first years enrolled into the academy, only tens of them would be accepted into the main division, and the remaining disciples, usually numbering more than 1,000, would be thrown into the branch division. Only at 14 would a person's ring spirit awake, and the Zephyr Academy capped the age of the disciples who were eligible to apply at 16. That would also mean that for anyone who would attempt to make use of the 2-year gap to train vigorously to enhance their powers gunning for a spot in the main division, the short time frame would not be sufficient for them to make any significant difference in assessing their talent. For those youths directly accepted into the main division, almost all of them had gotten in due to their unusual ring spirits. The reason that the Zephyr Academy was able to secure a spot among the highly competitive top 3 academy rankings was due to the robust portfolios of their teachers, and more importantly, it was their unique, one-of-a-kind field of development, the Spirit Healer. The academy was split into 3 faculties that pursued 3 different fields: the Beast Spirit, Weapon Spirit, and lastly the Spirit Healers. The Beast Spirit faculty accepted only disciples with Beast Ring Spirits, the Weapon Spirit faculty only disciples with Weapon Ring Spirits. The Spirit Healer faculty did not discriminate against the type of ring spirits their disciples possessed nor the might of the ring spirits. They picked disciples who were more inclined towards development towards the healing of the spirit. The ring spirits and their human master's soul were joined as one, and although ring spirits did not bleed, prolonged battles or accidental damage could bring about trauma or injuries to the ring spirits. It might not result in their death, but it might bring about a drastic decrease in their power during battles. And the group of spirit healers existed here for this very reason. Spirit healers was just becoming a fast-rising star as an highly desired occupation, and the Zephyr Academy was the only academy that knew how to groom a spirit healer. It was common knowledge everywhere that spirit healers were now more sought after than elixir-producing healers. There were many who were able to cultivate elixirs, but very few people possessed knowledge in the healing of ring spirits, and the importance people placed on their ring spirits were undeniable and irreplaceable. To be a spirit healer, it was not a necessity to possess strong spiritual powers, but rather it needed the person's spiritual powers was able to fuse well with ring spirits. In a nutshell, a spirit healer used his own spiritual powers to restore a ring spirit's deficiency to their original power. Chapter 378, Zephyr Academy, 2. Fusing your spiritual powers with a ring spirit by itself was already an incredible notion and had never been tried before. Needless to say, no one else knew how to carry it out. That was the reason why the Zephyr Academy was the one and only place under the skies that one could learn to become a spirit healer. Even if only a single person in the family successfully becomes a spirit healer, their entire family would be able to live a life of luxury. Among all the hopeful youths that had come to the Zephyr Academy, at least 8 or 9 out of 10 of them targeted to become a spirit healer. A wide sea of young youths were currently crowded before the gates of the Zephyr Academy. They were all craning their necks, huddled in small groups, whispering among themselves. You could see the smiling faces, all eager with anticipation. A tiny figure darted quickly through the huge crowd, squeezing past several groups of people and finally stopped under a tree that was less crowded. Under that tree, 4 other figures were waiting patiently. Xiao Chu held a piece of paper in his hand. His face was gloomy as he walked up to his companions. Is this an institution of learning, or is this place a money-grabbing slaughterhouse? They are slaughtering people without batting an eyelid. What is it? Fei Yan asked, looking at Xiao Chu, her eyes blinking in incomprehension. Xiao Chu shoved the piece of paper over to them and Fei Yan looked at it with his other companions. Their faces all turned dark at the same time. The fees for 3 years, 300,000 and lodging and meals not included. This is outright robbery. Fei Yan stared at the piece of paper, his eyes wide with incredulity. To this motley gang who needed to even split one tael carefully between themselves to spend, 300,000 taels was a figure that was impossible for them to grasp. They wouldn't be able to raise that amount even if you sold all of them. At that moment, all their eyes turned to the smallest figure among them all, looking at Jun Wuxie, the only one among them with any money. Little Xie the money, Xiao Chu's eyes was almost going to tear. For all 5 of them, it would come up to a staggering 1.5 million taels. And that was just to be enrolled into the academy, and they had not included the fees for food and lodging. Looking at the astronomical sum the academy was asking, they estimated that they would need at least 2 whole million taels, or they should not even think about it. Jun Wuxie raised her head amongst the expectant looks thrown at her and she replied in a calm voice, "Not enough." The other 4 were thunderstruck. Such an imaginable sum, even the Mr. Moneybags among them did not have enough. When Jun Wuxie set out from the Qi Kingdom, she had a little bit more than 1 million taels on her. She had splurged most of her money while in the Phoenix Academy and she had only 800,000 on her now, which was less than half of the amount they needed for the enrollment for 5 of them. How beastly. Such a ridiculous amount for their fees, and the place is still so packed. Do they all just dredge up the money from the sea? Xiao Chu stared at the wall-to-wall sea of people and his heart started to bleed as he counted the unimaginable sum involved here with more than 1,000 applicants before him. Out of those, only less than 10% of them would be selected to be admitted into the main division. The other 90% of them would just be throwing good money into the sea. 300,000 taels. Enough to allow a well-to-do family to live a life without worries. Gambling such a large amount of money betting on a kid's potential almost broke Chiao Chu's fragile glass heart. If their fees were not set that high, I think even if the Zephyr Academy's campus were to be 10 times bigger, they still would not have enough space for the wave of disciples that would come here. Hua Yao reasoned with a soft voice. The only place that provides a cradle for aspiring spirit healers. That point alone was enough for hordes of people to fight for a spot in the academy. But we still do not have that much money. Chiao Chu's shoulders slumped immediately. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed and she asked suddenly, "Is there an auction house anywhere near here?" Chiao Chu was startled by Jun Wuxie's question. "Little Xie, why would you want to go to an auction house? We do not have anything valuable on us to put up for sale." The most expensive things they had on them were those clothes from the Moon Weaver's pavilion they were wearing, and even if they sold them, it would not contribute the least bit to the amount they needed. "Just tell me." Jun Wuxie insisted. Chapter 379, Zephyr Academy, 3. "There is one around here somewhere, but we've never been there before." Chiao Chu replied, scratching at his head. "They've been to the pawn shop often enough, but the auction house they've no experience with it. It was more than 1,000,000 taels and it was not easy to raise such a sum. They had rushed to make it here by September and the Zephyr Academy was open for enrollment only 3 days. If they missed it, they would have to wait till next year. Many of the people in the Zephyr Academy were highly skilled that made even Chiao Chu and the others hesitate to just rush in recklessly. While the 5 of them were huddled together discussing how they were going to raise the enough money, several youths who were walking past the tree heard them and exclaimed in loud voices dripping with scorn. "If you do not have the money, you shouldn't even come here to the Zephyr Academy. You can't even afford to pay such a pittance for the fees and need the auction house to tide you through. You guys are such country bumpkins. Let me set you straight here. Even if you were to get to the auction house, it will be of no use. There is only one auction house around here and they will start their next auction 3 days later, so it will not help you even if you get there now." The youth wore clothes fully adorned with gold and jade accessories, and the several other youths tagging along behind him snickered loudly as the gaudily dressed youth spoke. Anyone who came to the Zephyr Academy for its yearly enrollment had already. Poor penniless people should just pluck their heads out of those clouds of daydream, as the Zephyr Academy isn't the place for any lost stray cats and dogs. The gaudily dressed youth turned and walked off after that. Chiao Chu's face darkened at that moment and Hua Yao held him back by his shoulders and shook his head. "His words might be hard to stomach, but he has nevertheless saved us a wasted trip, and we now know the auction house is also no longer an option." Rong Rua said as she sighed in resignation. Compared to the Zephyr Academy, it was now painfully obvious to them how poverty-stricken the Phoenix Academy really was. "What do we do now then?" Fei Yan asked. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed again as she fell deep in thought and suddenly asked of Fei Yan, "Where has Mu Qin been all this while?" After the Qingyan clan was obliterated, she had stayed at the Phoenix Academy and had not paid much attention to what was going on outside. Over the past month, Jun Wuxie had noticed that Chiao Chu and the others all got their news from Fei Yan. Fei Yan thought a moment and replied, "Mu Qin announced that the Qingyan clan was disbanded about 2 weeks ago, and that had stirred up quite a commotion. He dismissed the disciples of the outer house and only brought the disciples of the cloud-treading peak with him when he left, and no one knows of his whereabouts now." Jun Wuxie's eyes flashed, and she gestured to Hua Yao to come over. Jun Wuxie whispered into his ear and Hua Yao's face appeared greatly shocked, which gradually turned into a smile. "The idea itself is really good, but if no one here had ever met Mu Qin, then it might not work." Hua Yao pondered on Jun Wuxie's proposal and was just being cautious. Jun Wuxie handed a piece of ornamental jade carved into the Chinese character for cloud. Hua Yao was stunned a moment, as he was rather familiar with jade pieces carved in such a manner. That was a piece of jade that only people who belonged to the Qingyun clan would come to possess. "Little Xie, how did you come to have one of those?" Chiao Chu looked at Jun Wuxie in surprise. When they were in the hidden cloud peak, they had each kept a piece of the jade, but as they were leaving the cloudy peaks, Chiao Chu had not brought his back. "I forgot to throw it out." Jun Wuxie replied with a shrug of her shoulders. Everything had happened all of a sudden and she did not have time to do much else then. When she awoke, she was already in the Phoenix Academy and the piece of jade had just remained together with her other belongings. She did not expect to be able to put it to good use today. Chapter 380, The Elder Appears, 1. The bright sun was at its zenith and the place was crowded with people. It was the first day for the Zephyr Academy's enrollment of new disciples and everyone was rushing towards the gates to secure a spot for themselves. The scalding sun blasted his rays down and the heat rose, and the overly pampered young youths from wealthy and loaded families were soon moaning and groaning as sweat ran down their bodies. But in order to maintain some semblance of their dignified status, they braved the overwhelming heat through myriad ways. Especially for those in the back of the queue, they knew it would be a long wait but were unwilling to give up their spot. Their retainers soon reacted, umbrellas and parasols mushroomed, men stood under the heat fanning their little masters and mistresses. There were even some who had ice stored within their carriages and several retainers were running to and fro while they prepared ice-cold pickled plum drinks. September might not be the hottest month of the year, but the mid-afternoon sun nevertheless was scorching enough to make one dizzy with its heat. There were several young girls who suffered from a weaker constitution, fainted on the spot, and were carried into their horse carriages to escape the heat. The heat wave soon drove the excited crowd into silence. Those youths who were chattering away were overwhelmed by the heat and the only sounds they made were only orders for their retainers to keep fanning, quickly losing the mood for any useless chatter. It was in that silence that a loud and excited exclamation sounded, turning all eyes towards the source of the shouting. Everyone was agitated by the blazing heat but they still raised their heads, turning to look with frowns on their faces at two figures under a large tree. A tall dignified figure dressed in white was standing with his hands behind his back under the tree and an extremely excited youth stood before him with his hands clasped over his own mouth. The excited shout seemed to have come from the youth. The youths in the queue before the academy were all looking to see what had caused the commotion and what the excited youth said after that made them all prick up their ears and gave all their attention to what was happening under that tree. Mu Chen. Aren't you Mu Chen, the elder of the Qin Yun clan? I've found you here at last, Elder Mu. I beg you to sell me another one of that elixir from before. After my elder brother took it, the speed of his spiritual power development increased by leaps and bounds. I beg you. Sell me another one of that. The excited youth pleaded loudly at the men dressed in white. The other youths before the academy blinked their eyes as they stared in disbelief at what they had just heard from that exchange under the tree. Their minds had exploded when they heard the three words, Qin Yun clan, and those three words had sounded clear as thunder in their ears. Who had not heard of the Qin Yun clan, the top clan under the skies? And something had happened to that top clan just recently. The elder of the cloud-treading peak, Mu Chen, had suddenly announced the disbandment of the Qin Yun clan and the sovereign and elders of the other peaks has left. Mu Chen was the only elder who had stayed behind and after the announcement, Mu Chen had disappeared as well and no one knew of his whereabouts. The topmost clan had suddenly announced its disbandment and the news had stirred the entire world. Speculations had been rife but no one knew the real reason behind it. The Qin Yun clan's disbandment had driven many people still waiting for treatment to tears throughout the world. And on top of that, the people of the land seek not just treatment from the Qin Yun clan, but also for their rare elixirs. Did that youth just call the men in white Mu Chen? Wasn't that the name of the elder of the cloud-treading peak who had been the last one to leave the Qin Yun clan? When they realized that man in white under the tree could be the elder from the Qin Yun clan, all their eyes were fixated on the scene under that tree. The cloud-treading peak had been specialized in the nurturing and development of veins and arteries and not many people had seen Mu Chen in person. Many of them were in doubt at what they were seeing till they spotted the jade ornament hanging from hip of the men in white. All their suspicions evaporated right at that point. That was the jade badge carved into the cloud character, which was symbolic of the Qin Yun clan. Such badges were only carried by the sovereign, the elders, and disciples of the inner house exclusively and even the disciples of the outer house could only dream of possessing one. The sovereign and the various elders had seemingly evaporated into thin air overnight and only people from the cloud-treading peak were ever spotted. Chapter 381, The Elder Appears, 2. Who would dare to impersonate as an elder of the Qin Yun clan? No one in their right mind would dare to do it. Moreover, that person possessed the symbolic badge of the Qin Yun clan, leading the people witnessing the commotion to believe them. With the disappearance of the Qin Yun clan, the meaning behind those three words attracted attention of an unprecedented level. The men in white looked at the pleading youth before him and said, "The Qin Yun clan is no more and I am no longer an elder of the Qin Yun clan. It must be fate that we met here today. I have a few more of that elixir you want, but I do not have much left. If you really want it so badly, I can part with one more for the same price that you paid previously." The pleading youth was ecstatic and could not stop bowing in gratitude. He reached into his sleeves and pulled out 3 bank notes showing an amount of 100,000 taels each and handed it over to Mu Chen. The other youths who were watching them intently all widened their eyes. 300,000 taels for one elixir. What kind of a price was that? Besides the elixirs of the Qin Yun clan, who else was able to command such prices? Anyone looking to enroll into the exorbitant Zephyr Academy were from families of prodigious wealth, and hundreds of thousands of taels were well within their means. They were now presented before their eyes, a chance meeting with an elder of the disappeared Qin Yun clan, and he had just agreed to sell an elixir from the Qin Yun clan to that youth. Mayhem ensued. Groups of youths swarmed out from the queue and rushed towards the tree. Mu Chen was just concluding his deal with the youth when he saw a large group of sweat-drenched youths rushing towards him, and before he knew it, they all knelt down at his feet. "Elder Mu, may we ask what elixir did you just sell to that youth?" A cautious youth before Mu Chen asked in audacity, without even stating his intentions but asking about the use and effects of the elixir impudently. 300,000 taels was not a small sum, and not many elixirs across these vast lands was worth that heavenly price tag. If they splashed such a huge sum of money but got themselves an elixir they had no use for, they would undoubtedly be shown up as fools. Mu Chen stared at the crowd of youths who had suddenly surrounded him, and his handsome face registered a moment of surprise but was quickly suppressed, and he calmed down before saying in a soft voice, "It was just an elixir that widens your veins and arteries, that speeds up the development of spiritual power in training, and nothing else." Mu Chen's tone was nonchalant, but when those words registered in the minds of the youths, their hearts started beating faster. Widening of the veins and arteries. That effect was just incredibly fascinating. That would mean that the progress in their future training would be faster than their peers. For elixirs such as this, its effects were better when they consume it at a young age to strengthen their foundation. The youths were all below 16 years of age, and it was the perfect time for them to consume it. Moreover, before this, they had not known that an elixir with such effects existed. So, who else would have the ability to produce an elixir with such heaven-defying effects besides the Qin Yun clan? But the Qin Yun clan had ceased to exist, and only the heavens knew when they would meet anyone from the Qin Yun clan again. It might turn out to be the only chance in their lifetime to buy that phenomenal elixir. "Elder Mu, please grace me with one of the elixir. I'll pay any amount you want." A quick-thinking youth pleaded immediately, waving a handful of bank notes in his hand. The state of their veins and arteries would affect the future development of their spiritual powers and training. Who could refuse such a heaven-sent opportunity? "Elder Mu, sell one to me too." Me. "Elder Mu, I want one too. At whatever price." After the first outburst from one youth, a second youth quickly followed, and a third. The crowd around Mu Chen was still growing, and the first youth who had already made a purchase was pushed out by the crowd. The youths were all on their knees as they surged around Mu Chen, as wads and wads of bank notes were waved in the air, begging for just one elixir. Chapter 382, The Elder Appears, 3. The youth who was pushed out behind the crowd stared at the endless wads of bank notes waving in the air and discreetly threw a thumbs up at his 3 other companions standing behind the tree. The explosive shouts of demand continued for a while more, and the commotion drew more eyes to look in the direction of the tree. In moments, the neat queue before the academy broke as many more youths rushed to come under the tree. Mu Chen suddenly stated that the demand was too overwhelming and he had only 4 more elixirs with him. Upon hearing that, the crowd erupted in chaos. It would be reasonable that elixirs with such astounding effects would be rare and its quantity extremely limited. But since they had chanced upon such an opportunity so hard to come by, they were not prepared to lose it. While the price was previously set at 300,000 taels previously, the overwhelming demand pushed the price up and it rocketed to 500,000 taels easily for each elixir sold. After the 4 elixirs were sold out, the rest of the disappointed youths refused to give up and continued to pester for other elixirs to be sold to them as pity for not being able to get one of those 4 elixirs. That's right, they asked to be pitted. Hundreds of thousand taels splashed out, and they feel Mu Chen sold them the elixirs out of pity. Those elixirs would change their life completely, and with their family's prodigious wealth behind them, the money spent would barely be a drop in the sea. However, Elder Mu Chen said that he was cleared out of elixirs, and a wail of despair subsequently swept through the youths before they dispersed in dejection. As Mu Chen left, many pairs of eyes were staring at his back in regret. All but 4 pairs. 4 youths were laughing hilariously behind the tree. Little Xie. That was just too wicked. With each elixir, you swindled them of 500,000 taels. We got ourselves 2 million taels with just those 4 elixirs. The returns were just astronomical. Xiao Chu looked at those youths staring forlornly at Mu Chen's back as he departed, and he laughed even harder then. Xiao Chu wondered if those youths ever find out that the Mu Chen they saw was actually Hua Yao in disguise, what kind of thoughts would go through their minds. Hua Yao's ability to freely control his bones coupled with Jun Xie's talent at changing a person's outlook enabled them to imitate anyone they met completely, and they had absolutely no problem copying the looks of Mu Chen, whom they had close contact with in the Qingyun clan. I spotted the kid who mocked us before, and he managed to win one of the elixirs from us. Ha ha ha, if he only knew that he spent 500,000 taels to purchase an ordinary elixir, I wonder if he would vomit out blood then. Xiao Chu felt better the more he thought about it. Jun Xie's underhanded scheme was really too much. If anyone else had claimed to possess such heaven-defying elixirs, no one would have believed a word of it. But they had brought out Mu Chen of the Qingyun clan, who specialized in veins and arteries, to make the claim, which lent undeniable credence to their words. No matter how rotten the Qingyun clan was in reality, in the eyes of the people throughout the lands, they were the epitome of medicine. Jun Wuxia stared at the guffawing Xiao Chu and said in a chill voice, "Those were not ordinary elixirs." What? Xiao Chu was stupefied. Fei Yan, who heard Jun Wuxia, looked at her in shock while she asked, "Little Xie, you mean those elixirs would really change the state of their veins and arteries?" Xiao Chu and the others suddenly became speechless. All these youths in lower realm claimed. They had not heard of it. Even the 4 of them who were from the middle realm did not know that elixirs that could change the state of veins and arteries even existed. You mean it's real? Xiao Chu still had not recovered from the shock. He had thought that the elixirs they sold were ordinary elixirs, and never in his wildest dreams would he expect them to possess the effects they had claimed. Jun Wuxia nodded again. How can this be? Xiao Chu shouted in disbelief. His shout shocked Hua Yao, who was just returning to the group after shedding his disguise. Chapter 383, The Elder Appears, 4. What's going on here? Hua Yao asked as he looked at Xiao Chu's shocked face and then at Fei Yan's and Rong Ruo's perplexed expressions. Xiao Chu was incapable of speech and could only raise a heavily shaking finger to point at Jun Wuxia. Rong Ruo cleared her throat before she could speak and said, "Little Xie said those elixirs we sold were real." Even the usually calm Hua Yao paled at the news. "Jun Xie, you cultivated those pills?" It was Hua Yao's turn to stare in incredulity at Jun Xie as he asked again, still unable to believe his ears. When Jun Xie had suggested that he impersonated Mu Chen and used the famed name of the Qingyun clan to peddle those elixirs, he had thought the very same way as his companions that Jun Xie had intended to hoodwink the disgustingly rich brats here with mere common elixirs, and he would never have expected that. That little kid had given him the real deal. Those elixirs' effects were as they claimed. Jun Wuxia nodded slightly and her eyes were expressionless. She did not understand why a few elixirs would elicit such dramatic reactions from her companions. Even Hua Yao, who was already mentally prepared, found himself unable to respond to Jun Xie's honest reply that had thrown a bolt at him. The 4 pairs of eyes that stared at Jun Wuxia were incredulous. Was this kid really from the lower realm? They were the ones from the middle realm. How was their little Xie pulling out all these elixirs that they had never even knew existed? Jun Wuxia looked at her 4 companions staring at her as if she were some hideous monster. She was silent a moment before she reached into her cosmos bag and pulled out a white porcelain bottle. "You want it?" All at the same time, 4 pairs of eyes sparkled brightly. They had just seen a similar bottle earlier. It looked just like the bottle Jun Xie had handed to Hua Yao to peddle. As to what was inside, they all only knew too well by now. It's really for us?" Xiao Chu asked, swallowing noisily, and he could not take his eyes off the white porcelain bottle in Jun Xie's hand. Jun Wuxia pushed the bottle that contained the heaven-defying elixirs into Xiao Chu's hand without a word. To her, it was just some excess elixirs left over from the batches she had cultivated for the Rui Lin army, and did not matter much. At that time, Jun Wuxia had single-handedly cultivated 100,000 elixirs just like those for the Rui Lin army. June Wuxie herself was surprised that her elixirs would sell so well. She had never had to worry about money, and she did not even consider how much her elixirs were worth. The figure she gave Hua Yao earlier was based entirely on the amount they needed. She had absolutely no idea if they were worth that much or not. But the chaos that ensued had proven it. Worth every cent. June Wuxie might have unilaterally decided to steal Muchen's identity, but she had no intention of sullying the man's name as he made his way towards the Qi Kingdom's imperial city. When the thought of the Qi Kingdom came to mind, June Wuxie's head lowered. She had gotten Yisha to send news to June Wu Yao, and to have June Wu Yao inform the June family's father and son that she had embarked on a journey of training with her master, and there was no need to worry about her. But June Wuxie's spontaneous little fundraiser, though unintentional, brought about quite a bit of headache for Mu Chen. As till far into the future, news of Mu Chen's ability to cultivate those heaven-defying elixirs spread throughout the lower realm, and when these elixir-hungry people heard that Mu Chen was in the Qi Kingdom's Lin Palace, they all swarmed to him, scaring Mu Chen into hiding in the Lin Palace and not daring to take a single step outside. That is the future, and would not be discussed now. Now, they had the money. The five of them did not have to worry about the fees any longer. June Wuxie generously gave 500,000 taels to each of them and dispersed the group to join the queue. After the Mu Chen commotion died down, the queue before the Zephyr Academy regained its order. Chapter 384, The Elder Appears, 5. Alas! After queuing for one whole day, the five of them did not even manage to touch the Zephyr Academy's gates. In the midst of the sea of people, June Wuxie decided to leave and stood on one side. The Zephyr Academy's enrollment would cease when night fell and resume the next morning. She watched as the sun made its way down towards the horizon and decided that they did not stand a chance today. Just as the sun was about to set, a group of people dressed in white clothes trimmed in blue came out through the gates of the Zephyr Academy. The man leading them looked to be in his early 30s, his face upright with a pair of eyes brimming with energy. The others behind him were all youths between 18 and 19 years of age, and they all wore on their chests a jade emblem carved into the shape of a star. When the group stepped out through the gates of the Zephyr Academy, all the youths who had been in the queue for one whole day suddenly became excited. "Where is the Qin Yun clan's elder Mu?" the leader of the group asked of the guards standing at the gates. One of the guards whispered a few words and the man's eyes frowned, his face a look of disappointment. With a heavy sigh, he brought the group back inside the academy. Fei Yan watched on hidden behind the other youths, and with his pretty looks which did not determine his sex, he went one round within the crowd and came back to assemble with June Wuxie and the others after that. "Looks like little Xie's bait not only won us money, it had also baited a big fish," Fei Yan said with a smile as he leaned against a tree branch. "What did you find out?" Qiao Chu asked excitedly. Fei Yan did not play coy and shared all that she gathered. "That man who just came out is one of the teachers from the Weapon Spirits branch. The headmaster of the Zephyr Academy has one son who suffered from a weak constitution and has been sickly from a young age. He has been kept alive with the help of countless medication taken daily and the headmaster's various rare and treasured herbs and elixirs. As the young master's body is weak and he is unable to undertake long journeys, the headmaster had kept him at home to strengthen him up. The son had finally recovered enough to make a trip to the Qin Yun clan for Qin Yu to treat him when unexpectedly, the Qin Yun clan disbanded. That man earlier must have gotten wind of Mu Chen's appearance and rushed out to take a look, but a pity." Fei Yan's smile was wide as he related the information to the others. Wherever there are crowds, he could always get the information he needed. "Hey, do you think if the headmaster of the Zephyr Academy finds out that the very same culprits responsible for the annihilation of the Qin Yun clan are currently applying to enter his academy, would he send all his men to come kill us off?" Qiao Chu added fuel to the fire with a laugh. The Qin Yun clan was not as benevolent as they seemed. To get Qin Yu to help, one would need to pay a heavy price. "Definitely. But little Ruo and me would be fine though. As for you," Fei Yan said with a wicked laugh. "But on the other hand, the headmaster's son must suffer from bad luck. Having lived for so many years, he was unable to recover enough. And his body only chose to become well enough for travel just after June Wuxie annihilated them. It was such a shame. I heard that the headmaster had resorted to inviting prodigious doctors to come to the Zephyr Academy to treat his son, and no one knows whether that had yielded any improvements," Fei Yan said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as his eyes turned. Right after Fei Yan said that, The eyes of the other three fell at the same time onto the tiny figure of Jun Xie. Prodigious doctor. Wasn't this small-framed petite figure beside them the most prodigious doctor with hidden talents? After seeing Jun Xie treat Xiao Chu and Hua Yao, and they had almost knelt and completely prostrated themselves before his skills in medicine. Jun Xie looked up to face the stares thrown at him and simply turned to walk towards the inn they had arranged accommodations at earlier. It's late. He didn't seem to be interested at all. Chapter 385, Enrollment, 1. Back at the inn, Fei Yan handed a clear and sparkling crystal to Jun Wuxie. The Zephyr Academy enrollment calls for a check on your ring spirit. You don't need to summon it, but just to put your hand on this and it will make a copy of your ring spirit and ascertain its grade. It would be better if you used the little black cat in place of the lotus. Fei Yan had found out everything there was to know for the enrollment in half a day's time, and there was nothing to be worried about for the others but only that Jun Xie's ring spirit must not be exposed. Xiao Chu told me that the little black cat is also your ring spirit. You should give it a try. Jun Xie's little black cat's origins had been a mystery, and Fei Yan together with the others had not asked too much about it. Jun Wuxie nodded, and after Fei Yan left, she put her hand on the crystal. A very faint image of a lotus soon appeared in the crystal, so faint it was almost unnoticeable. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes and opened up her cosmos bag to take out a huge sealed sphere. The bottom half of the sphere was filled with water from the heaven's spring, and the snow lotus sat upon the water's surface within the sphere. When she left the Phoenix Academy, Jun Wuxie had brought the snow lotus with her, as she had the heaven's flask with her, and she did not need to worry that she would run out of the water from the heaven's spring. It was because the snow lotus was not within Jun Wuxie's body that the crystal had formed such a fuzzy image, but the shape of a lotus flower could still be seen faintly. Jun Wuxie had experienced firsthand what disaster the knowledge of the existence of a plant ring spirit within her could bring. The human skin maps showing the location of the Dark Emperor's tomb originated from 7 of the 12 palaces. Now that it was known that a portion of the map existed within the Zephyr Academy, she was certain that they had received the map from the 12 palaces. Jun Wuxie's eyes flared with a cold chill. The Zephyr Academy must have some secret link with one of the 12 palaces. Fei Yan had understood the dangers involved and had brought the crystal earlier to Jun Wuxie for her to prepare for it. Using the little black cat in replacement for her real ring spirit. Jun Wuxie had never attempted that before, and she could only feel her way around on her own. She concentrated her spiritual power onto her hand. When Jun Wuxie placed her hand on the crystal once again, the faint image of the lotus disappeared, and in its place, a translucent image of a little cat showed up within. It had taken her only moments, but the concentration and effort needed made her short of breath after. The little black cat was still in a coma, and its soul was close to complete exhaustion. Jun Wuxie had not dared to move it much and could only employ the link her soul had with the little black cat as a cover-up. Her own soul was not in any better shape, and with that short period of utilization of her soul's powers had completely drenched her back. She wore a fake replica of a ring on her finger, and Jun Wuxie laid back on the chair to catch her breath. Early the next morning, Jun Wuxie and her companions proceeded to go to the Zephyr Academy. Due to the expected large number of people there for the enrollment, the 5 companions decided to split up. As it was still early when they reached, there were not many people at the gates. The 5 companions were able to find themselves separate stations to carry out the checks in a short period of time. Jun Wuxie went to the station at the extreme end, and the men behind the station looked at Jun Wuxie head to toe before he impatiently stretched out his hand to dangle a crystal before Jun Wuxie's eyes. Jun Wuxie pressed her hand upon the crystal without a word and pushed her soul power into it. Immediately, a translucent image of a cat appeared within the crystal, and the men cast a nonchalant glance at it and said, "Beast spirit, wait." The men seemed to have noticed something, and the lazy look on his face disappeared. He stared questioningly at the translucent image in the crystal, and when he turned his eyes to look at Jun Wuxie, his eyes seemed to be searching for something on her. "Infuse your spiritual power into this crystal." The men took out another crystal and put it before Jun Wuxie once more. Chapter 386, Enrollment, 2. Jun Wuxie closed her eyes and pushed her spiritual power into the crystal. A blindingly bright orange glow exploded at that moment, and the light attracted the attention of all the youths who had come for the enrollment before the academy's gates. Xiao Chu and the others who were making their way over to come find Jun Xie after they had completed their enrollment were shocked when they saw the explosion of orange light. That bright light had drawn everyone's attention, and all their eyes were staring at Jun Xie in surprise. Orange. The spirit stone was glowing orange. That would mean that small kid's spiritual powers had reached to the orange level. Among everyone there, they could find no one of a smaller size. His looks showed that he was still at a very tender age and he was so tiny and skinny. It was obvious he was one of the youngest there, and if not for the fact that ring spirits awaken only at the age of 14, with the way he looked, everyone would think he was still maybe 12 or 13. But the fact that the youngest looking one among them had achieved the orange level slapped them across their faces. A murmur of voices guessing his actual age broke out among the crowd. Fei Yin, who had been walking in that direction, slapped his hand on his forehead when he saw the orange light. It's over. This time, it's all over. The Zephyr Academy's enrollment usually only called for a check on the ring spirits, and it was only when the applicant himself declared that he had achieved a breakthrough that the Academy would conduct another test. As people who were able to achieve a breakthrough in their spiritual power at ages between 14 to 16 were extremely rare, no one hid that fact if they had achieved such a feat. Xiao Chu and the others had decided to start their search from the branch division as they were confident that they were able to advance into the main division easily with their abilities when they chose. They had therefore kept silent on their spiritual powers. But they had not expected for Jun Xie to meet with this unexpected turn of events. Why had the Zephyr Academy suddenly asked to test the level of Jun Xie's spiritual power? A 14-year-old achieving the orange level in his spiritual power. Needless to say, he would be admitted into the main division without question. However, the other four had completed their enrollments and they had already received their emblems for the branch division. It was already too late for them to change. In the end, the men who had conducted the tests for Jun Xie gave him a thoughtful glance and finally turned to whisper to his fellow staff of the academy before that staff ran off quickly. After a while, an attractive-looking man dressed in a light blue brocaded robe walked slowly to the main gates. He followed the direction that the orange light was coming from and walked towards Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie was nevertheless composed while her eyes were cold and clear. The blue-robed man raised an eyebrow when he saw Jun Wuxie and he reached out his hand to hold Jun Wuxie's wrist just above the hand that held the spirit stone. Xiao Chu and the others readied themselves as they watched hidden among the many other youths. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes but did not react any further. The men only held on to Jun Wuxie's wrist and did not do anything else. After a moment, he smiled and said, "A orange spirit at 14, a rather amazing seedling, I must say." At that man's words, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Achieving the orange level at 16 years old was already uncommon but would not be that shocking, but achieving orange at 14. It was just absolutely insane. At 14 years, what were most people doing? With their ring spirits just awoken, they would just be learning how to train and develop their powers and trying to understand the capabilities of their ring spirits, taking no less than half a year to do that. And after they were ready to embark on the actual training, they would require a long period of time to adapt and adjust before they take the first step into their brand new journey to power. For a 14-year-old to achieve the orange level was monstrous. And they had never encountered anything like this before. Who would have thought that such an unimpressive-looking brat would achieve such heaven-forbidding speed in the development of his spiritual powers? Chapter 387, Enrollment, 3. Even with everyone's eyes staring at her, Jun Wuxie still did not react in the slightest. She could feel that the man dressed in blue robes before her was not weak, and based on how the others from the Zephyr Academy were deferring to him, it was not difficult to ascertain that the position the man held was rather high. With such gift, you'll be directly admitted into the main division. The blue-robed man said candidly with a laugh and put Jun Wuxie straight into the main division. His words drove many of the youths present green with envy. Every year, an extremely small number of applicants gained direct entry into the main division. The other youths might have been envious, but they knew they had not achieved an orange level in their spiritual power. The blue-robed man had not given the boy any preferential treatment. For a 14-year-old to have broken through to the orange level and be admitted directly into the main division was only to be expected. Among the youths before the academy, not all of them were just plain envious. Xiao Chu and his other companions almost vomited out blood when the blue-robed man directly admitted Jun Wuxie into the main division. Now, what was to happen to them who had already been admitted into the branch division? Their tests had ended and they couldn't go back and tell the academy that they wanted their tests to be done one more time. The blue-robed man thought that the little kid before him would be ecstatic to hear his words but was instead surprised that the cold and chill expression did not change a single bit, and that made him look at Jun Wuxie differently. A person's gift might be hard to come by, but if their personality were overly arrogant or confident, it would impede their progress and their development in training. He had seen quite a few highly gifted youths to shine with brilliance at the onset, but faced countless obstacles in their training as they progressed. In the beginning, the development and progress in training towards their spiritual power was easiest to attain, and that gift would easily breeze them through the earlier breakthroughs. But as they progress to the later levels, the demand on one's natural temperament becomes higher as the training process becomes dry and dull and took long periods of time. If they could not last the tedium and succumb to the temptations of flowery and carnal world, no matter how high their gift was, they would not be able to progress further. In the end, they would turn out to be someone whom people whispered behind their back, as one who was highly gifted at a young age, but had squandered it all to amount to nothing. "Little one, what's your name?" the blue-robed man asked with a smile. "Jun Xie." Jun Wuxie replied simply. The blue-robed man laughed. At the moment that the man's laughter sounded, Jun Wuxie felt a sudden warmth flow from the hand clasped over her wrist into her incessantly, and she froze. "Relax, you do not have to worry. With such outstanding gift, if your ring spirit were to be damaged, it would be such a waste." The man's soft whisper that was tinged with laughter sounded in her ear. Jun Wuxie raised her head, and her cold eyes reflected the man's attractive countenance. The flow of warmth was almost unnoticeable as the energy fused into her soul, spreading towards the part that belonged to the little black cat's soul. Jun Wuxie's eyes flashed briefly in amazement. She could clearly feel that the black cat's exhausted soul was recovering very gradually under the flow of warmth, and gaining a little more life bit by bit. A spirit healer. Jun Wuxie's mind suddenly flashed with those three words. The little black cat might be a little different from other ring spirits, but they were basically the same in spirit form. If a spirit healer can heal ring spirits, that must also mean they can heal the little black cat's soul. At that time, the snow lotus was not within Jun Wuxie's body, and the only other spirit within her body was only the little black cat. The energy from the warmth was slowly and unendingly lending nourishment to the little black cat's soul. Was this the power of a spirit healer? Jun Wuxie's eyes were showing a rare expression of amazement, and it was no wonder the spirit healers of the Zephyr Academy enjoyed greater prominence than any other faculties. If with a spirit healer in their midst, people when in battle need no longer be so restrained as when their ring spirits were injured, they could be healed and prolong the time they can contribute in battle. Chapter 388, Enrollment, 4. After some time, the man dressed in blue released Jun Wuxie's hand, and his attractive face was rather pale, with a thin sheen of sweat covering his brows. The people from the Zephyr Academy around the men saw that the man dressed in blue was showing signs of exhaustion and stepped up to hold him. The men dressed in blue waved them off gently and insisted for them to step back. The healing of the little kid's ring spirit took up far more of his energy than he had expected, and he had not needed to deplete such a severe amount of his energies for a long time. It had felt like he had not just treated an injured ring spirit, but more like he had almost resurrected a ring spirit from the brink of death. The man laughed bitterly inwardly. On the one rare occasion he had decided to show a bit of benevolence, he had to meet with such a trying incident. He could have pulled back halfway when he had first felt uncomfortable, but he did not know why. When he looked onto the face of the little kid before him, and that boy's eyes had showed that tiny flash of amazement, he could not make himself hold back but had soldiered on with the healing. To the point that he was now finally drained and feeling rather exhausted. "I'm tired, all of you can just carry on." The men dressed in blue rejected the offers of help and just looked at Jun Wuxie once more before he turned and left. Jun Wuxie could feel that gradually strengthening spirit within her body. She looked up in gratitude, stared at the retreating back of the man dressed in blue and said, "Thank you." The man dressed in blue stopped in his tracks and turned around. He looked at Jun Wuxie's expressionless face and replied with a smile, "There's no need. You are now a disciple of the Zephyr Academy, and as a master here, I should naturally help a little with the recruitment. You are Jun Xie, right? If you are interested, after you are admitted, come to the Spirit Healers faculty to look for me. My name is Gu Lisheng." After that, Gu Lisheng turned and walked away without stopping, feeling a tad bit unsteady. Gu Lisheng. Spirit Healers faculty. Jun Wuxie was still considering Gu Lisheng's parting words when the crowd before the Zephyr Academy's gate suddenly broke into an uproar. If all the youths at the gates of the Zephyr Academy were just envious of Jun Wuxie previously, the youths after hearing Gu Lisheng's words had suddenly turned their envy into unbridled jealous rage. Gu Lisheng. That was the founder of the spirit healers faculty himself. It was said that any spirit healers throughout the lands now had all studied under Gu Lisheng's discipleship. Before Gu Lisheng, spirit healers had not existed before. It was only because of Gu Lisheng that the Zephyr Academy had the unique and highly exclusive spirit healer faculty. What did that little brat Jun Xie do to be graced with such an encounter? Just a 14-year-old orange-leveled spirit did not deserve the highly revered and esteemed Gu Lisheng come just to see him. And Gu Lisheng had not done just that, he had actually personally invited that brat of a Jun Xie to join his spirit healer faculty. Upon hearing that, all the other youths were indignant. They all stared at Jun Xie, wishing they could swallow him whole then. Every single one of them had fervently wished that they could be shoved into the spirit healer faculty and that brat had so effortlessly been accepted into it just like that. The brat had even captured the attention of Gu Lisheng and that made Jun Xie already shine in brilliance before he had even stepped into the Zephyr Academy. The furious and indignant youths had now diverted their stares filled with envy and jealousy at the two men who had brought Gu Lisheng here. They were all enrolling into the Zephyr Academy as disciples. Why would they go invite Gu Lisheng just to come see a mere applicant just like them? The two innocent men had to suffer under the indignant and angry stares when all they did was to invite a teacher to come take a look when they found that Jun Xie was highly gifted, but had possessed a badly weakened ring spirit. Who knew that the teacher they found would turn out to be Gu Lisheng and he had chosen to appear before everyone here? No one would have expected that Gu Lisheng would find the little kid soothing to his eye and directly accepted him immediately too. Chapter 389, Enrollment, 5. Gaining admittance into the spirit healer faculty was totally unexpected for Jun Wuxie herself, not to mention for all the people before the academy's gates. Her objective for this trip was to locate the second piece of the human skin map with Qiao Chu and the others. She had not thought that she would be unknowingly noticed by the founder of the spirit healers and invited to accept his tutelage. Under everyone's envious and jealous eyes, Jun Wuxie left, her face a sea of calm, and went to join Qiao Chu and the others under a huge tree as previously arranged. The four pairs of eyes that met her were rather surprised. "Little Xie, did you know that Gu Lisheng before this?" Qiao Chu asked Jun Wuxie immediately when she came over, unable to suppress his curiosity even for a moment. Jun Wuxie replied unhesitatingly, "Never met him." "You've never met him?" Qiao Chu's eyes widened in surprise. "What did he do to you earlier?" Rong Rua surveyed Jun Xie head to toe, and after seeing that Jun Xie looked fine, she was finally relieved. "Healed my spirit," Jun Wuxie said simply. Shock showed on all four faces. Rong Rua asked again, "How was it?" Jun Wuxie did not reply but raised her hands. They saw a ball of black mist form on those hands, and gradually a graceful little black cat appeared within her arms. "Did I sleep long?" The little black cat snuggled into Jun Wuxie's arms and closed its eyes to a slit in comfort. Its long tail dangled over Jun Wuxie's arm, swishing lazily through the air. Jun Wuxie lowered her head, her eyes looking at the little black cat within her arms, and the cold feeling of loss that had steeped within her for so long finally started to fade gradually. Qiao Chu and the others had all seen the black cat before, but besides Qiao Chu and Hua Yao, Fei Yan and Rong Rua had only seen the black cat unconscious. This was the first time they had seen the little black cat awake. When the little black cat was brought back to the Phoenix Academy, even Yan Bugui had declared that the little black cat had been injured more seriously than Jun Xie and would most probably not awaken. But the little black cat was now obviously snuggled deep into Jun Xie's arms, happily content, and that greatly surprised all of them. The world really is a vast place. People that can heal ring spirits really exist. Hua Yao wondered, more to himself than to the others, with his eyes narrowed in thought. It wasn't just in the lower realm, but even in the whole of the middle realm, nobody had ever heard of it. When they had first heard about the spirit healers, they had been rather skeptical. But the little black cat's recovery stood as a strong prime example before their very eyes, and that was an undeniable fact. "Now, the four of us have been allocated into the branch division, so little Xie, you do not need to do anything in the main division but to just wait for us to get promoted there." Didn't that Gu Lisheng invite you to join his spirit healer faculty? If you can learn the technique and become a spirit healer, that would just be fantastic. Fei Yan said with a laugh. Jun Wuxie nodded. Within that period, she could learn to understand more on the methods employed for the training of her spiritual power, as she had so far only relied on her innate capabilities when using her spiritual power. The branch division conducted an appraisal every quarter, and for those who displayed exemplary increase in their spiritual power within that period stood a chance to be promoted into the main division. Hua Yao and the others would have to wait at least 3 months after their discipleship start for them to join Jun Xie in the main division. And that was agreed upon by the 5 companions under the huge tree. For all successful applicants into the Zephyr Academy, they were to report to the Zephyr Academy on the 4th day after the start of the Academy's enrollment. Jun Wuxie returned to the inn and put the little black cat on the table before she opened her cosmos bag to retrieve the sphere that contained the snow lotus. This little imp's injury seems no less grave than what I sustained. The little black cat sat upon the table and said with its eyes narrowed as it stared unblinkingly at the snow lotus. The last memory it had was the dire battle in the cloudy peaks, and that battle would forever remain a scar etched into its mind. Chapter 390, Enrollment, 6. I will heal him up. Jun Wuxie said determinedly. When they were still at the Phoenix Academy, she might not have been able to find a way and could only depend on the water from the heaven's spring. But she had now personally witnessed Gu Lisheng's technique as a spirit healer and she had resolved to learn it. The little black cat just rubbed itself against Jun Wuxie's hand. The 3 days for enrollment into the Zephyr Academy finally ended and a larger part of the youths were allocated into the branch division, while only 10 of them made it into the main division. Jun Wuxie entered the doors to the main division with the other 10 of disciples, but all the way from the moment that they had all stepped in, she was ostracized and pushed out and was always at the back of the group. The incident when Jun Wuxie had received Gu Lisheng's preferential treatment had spread among the youths. All those who had been directly accepted into the main division were highly gifted and they had inevitably viewed themselves to be more privileged than others. When they had come to the Zephyr Academy, they had set their sights on gaining entry into none other than the spirit healer faculty, but they had found that an inconspicuous brat had snatched that spot from them instead, and were feeling a tad bit bitter about it. The youth leading the new disciples into the Zephyr Academy looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, and he wore a jade badge carved into the shape of 3 stars. The youth had not spoken a single word, and though one of the new disciples stepped up to him to make some small talk, the older youth had only given the young youth a cold wordless stare. The Zephyr Academy lived up to its name as one of the top 3 academies throughout the lands. Every inch of the architecture within the grounds were lavishly luxurious and did not feel the least bit gaudy but classy and majestic. As they walked through the halls, the eyes of the new disciples were wide open, captured by the grandeur as they turned their heads all around, amazed by the endless spectacles of splendor. They were finally brought to a big hall when the youth leading them stopped in his steps and turned to look at the new disciples. He proceeded to say without any expression, "Newly admitted disciples will be mentored by our senior disciples." Right after the older youth finished his sentence, 10 of good-looking and pretty youths stepped out from behind the hall. Their ages were between 18 to 19 years and the jade badges they wore on their chests were carved into 3 stars as well. It had been the age-old tradition in the Zephyr Academy that the newly admitted disciples would be mentored by their seniors to familiarize themselves in the beginning. It was a matter of course that the privilege was only extended to disciples who had passed the tests during the enrollment and were directly accepted into the main division. For those allocated into the branch division, they were left to fend for themselves. Understanding that they would be largely dependent on their seniors in the days to come, the younger youths all raised their heads and looked longingly at the group of senior disciples before them. "These are the new disciples for this year? I don't see anything special about them," one of the senior disciples said with a yawn, seemingly not entirely enthusiastic about mentoring the newly admitted juniors. Being a mentor to new disciples sounded grand, but in reality, it was a task shunned by all the seniors. For the young youths who had just come to the Zephyr Academy, they were completely clueless and oblivious to any of the rules there. The seniors were obligated to not only explain those rules one by one, they were also required to take time out from their training to guide their allocated juniors. Such an uncalled-for task was boring and a waste of time to them, and moreover, once they took up the task, they were stuck with them for at least 2 years before they could rid themselves of the baggage. Unless the seniors were specifically picked, none of them were willing to accept such a thankless task. It was due to these factors that made these seniors of the Zephyr Academy unable to make themselves show any goodwill towards the newly admitted disciples and instead look at them with disdain. Nevertheless, the seniors did not have much of a choice in the matter and they quickly chose whoever looked the least displeasing from among the group of juniors. Their criteria for their choices were simple. It was based on age. The older they were, the more independent their ward was expected to be, and the younger they were, the more trouble they would be sure to cause. Chapter 391, Enrollment, 7. Very soon, the seniors had quickly almost finished choosing the juniors they were to mentor, and in the end, the only one left was the youngest Jun Wuxie. One of the senior disciples had not been fast enough to snatch up any of the older new disciples, and he was now looking at Jun Wuxie's skinny little frame from head to toe in disdain, seemingly very unwilling to pick Jun Wuxie. "You're already 14. The senior disciple moved to stand before Jun Wuxie, his face exasperated. Jun Wuxie nodded slightly, oblivious to the senior's resentment. "Which category is your ring spirit?" The senior then proceeded to ask. "Beast category." "Sheesh." He cursed softly and turned to the youth who had led the new disciples in and said, "My ring spirit belongs to the weapons category, so I cannot mentor this kid." The youth who had led the new disciples frowned with displeasure. Usually, the new disciples were paired with a senior mentor who shared the same category for their ring spirits, as the methods of training differed across different categories. Even if the seniors were to accept the ward, the mentor would not be able to provide any guidance in the training of their spiritual powers. The other new disciples who had all been paired up smiled in glee at Jun Wuxie's predicament of being left out in the cold. Their feelings of envy and jealousy had quickly turned into mockery. So what if the little kid had gained Gu Lisheng's attention? He had ended scorned by all the seniors. The youth started sniggering softly to themselves. Faced with the mockery from the new disciples and scorn from the seniors, Jun Wuxie was not affected in the least, and she only watched all this with a cold stare, without a ripple showing in her eyes. "Beast category. That happens to be the same category as mine." Suddenly a cheerful voice sounded within the huge hall, and a tall, impressive, and attractive youth stepped in with the morning light behind him. A smile like a clean spring breeze graced his face that made him instantly likable to people. "Senior Fan. What are you doing here?" The senior disciple, who was still trying to come up with a reason to reject Jun Wuxie, suddenly froze when he saw the tall figure enter. Fan Jin laughed lightly and amicably patted the senior disciple's shoulder and said, "I heard that you were all here to welcome our new fellow disciples into the Zephyr Academy, and I thought I had to come see them too." Upon saying that, Fan Jin's gaze fell onto Jun Wuxie, who was standing alone on one side. His eyes surveyed Jun Wuxie up and down before everyone, and he asked with bright smile, "Has any senior claimed you yet?" Jun Wuxie looked coldly at Fan Jin, but did not reply. The little black cat within Jun Wuxie was raging to jump out at him. "What do you mean by claim? My mistress isn't anyone's property." The last remaining senior coughed consciously and said, "Senior Fan, I would love to accept the kid, but our ring spirits are from different categories, and even if I am to accept him, I would only hamper his progress in training." His prior arrogance and disdain had suddenly disappeared before Fan Jin and appeared to be very concerned for Jun Wuxie's welfare. Fan Jin laughed and waved his hand dismissively to say, "You don't have to worry about that. Since your ring spirits belongs to different categories, leave the kid in my care. It's been some time since I mentored a junior anyway." Fan Jin spoke as he looked at Jun Wuxie, with an amicable smile on his face throughout. "What? Senior Fan, you are going to mentor him?" The senior asked with his eyes wide with shock, thinking he might have heard Fan Jin wrongly. "Yes. I think I like the little kid and can mentor him," Fan Jin said with a laugh. Chapter 392, Enrollment, 8. In an instant, the sound of deep breaths taken by everyone sounded in the hall. The faces of seniors all appeared shocked. It getting rather late, everyone should bring our new fellow disciples around to familiarize themselves. As for this kid, I'll take him. Upon saying that, Fan Jin disregarded the other seniors' shocked expressions and tapped Jun Wuxie lightly on the shoulder and signaled for him to follow as he turned to leave the hall. Although Jun Wuxie did not know who this senior Fan who had suddenly appeared out of the blue was, but when she compared him to the rest of the seniors on the halls, this guy was a much better choice. Even after Fan Jin had led Jun Wuxie far from the hall, the other seniors in the hall had still not recovered. One of the new disciples bolstered his courage and asked the senior he had been paired with, "Senior, is there anything wrong with that senior Fan? Why are all your expressions so?" The senior breathed out heavily and rubbed at his temple. That was Fan Jin, the adopted son of the headmasters. And he came in fourth in the last Zephyr Academy Spirit Battle Tournament. What did that kid do to get so lucky to have Fan Jin agree to be his mentor? Fan Jin's identity was unique. He not only had the halo of being the headmaster's adopted son, he possessed a rather strong ring spirit as well. On top of that, his training of his spiritual power left many other disciples of the Zephyr Academy in the dust. What? Getting such a reply shocked the new disciple into shouting out in outrage. The senior gave his junior a stare filled with impatience and turned to walk off. His shocked junior had no other choice but to run to catch up in a hurry. The other new juniors who heard the news stood as if struck by lightning, all their faces frozen, that senior's words repeating in their heads. The headmaster's adopted son ranked fourth in the spirit battle tournament. They had just been laughing at Jun Wuxie as the hot potato that everyone avoided, but they were now completely stumped instead. No matter how oblivious they were about the inner workings of the Zephyr Academy, it was clear obvious what Fan Jin's 2 titles meant for his little ward. From the way all the seniors had deferred to Fan Jin earlier, all the juniors knew that none of the seniors in the halls could even remotely compare to Fan Jin. First it was Gu Lisheng's preferential treatment, and next was getting claimed by Fan Jin. Jun Xie's good fortune made all the other juniors almost want to bang their heads against the wall in frustration, and hating the fact that none of that fortune had befallen on them. Jun Wuxie followed behind Fan Jin to walk out of the hall quickly and continued on through the main thoroughfare through the Zephyr Academy. The pair walked with Fan Jin in front and Jun Wuxie behind, attracting a lot of attention. "Is your name Jun Xie?" Fan Jin asked of Jun Wuxie walking behind him as they continued on their way. "Haha, there's no need to be nervous. I am always very easygoing and it was Uncle Gu who asked me to come find you. His description of you was spot on. Look for the smallest sized kid and it would be you." Fan Jin had a jovial disposition and his words were always accompanied with a bit of laughter in them. Jun Wuxie's step suddenly faltered and she looked at Fan Jin's back thoughtfully. "What is it?" Fan Jin turned around and looked at Jun Wuxie who had suddenly stopped. "Nothing." Jun Wuxie replied, and she lowered her head to push the thoughts out of her head. The fact that Gu Lisheng had arranged for someone to come get her meant that he had predicted that his words spoken before everyone on the day of her enrollment would bring her quite a bit of trouble. Having made such arrangements meant that Gu Lisheng was still keen on accepting her into the spirit healer faculty, which suited her intentions fine. The Zephyr Academy's main division consisted of only 3 faculties: the Spirit Healer, the Weapon Ring Spirit and the Beast Ring Spirit faculties. On the surface, Jun Wuxie's ring spirit was a beast ring spirit, but her real ring spirit was the Snow Lotus. Even if she were to join the other faculties, it would be of no help to her anyway. Chapter 393, A Disagreeable Roommate, 1. The Zephyr Academy allocates 2 people to a room in the dormitories. After Fan Jin brought Jun Wuxie to claim her uniforms, he proceeded to lead her to her room. Within the room, a pale-complexioned youth sat, his face gloomy, and his head lowered over a book by the window. When he heard steps approaching, he raised his head and cast his cheerless gaze over, a gaze that made one feel very uncomfortable. He looked at Jun Wuxie and he frowned deeply, and when his eyes saw Fan Jin behind Jun Wuxie, the sweeping glance stopped a moment and his eyes flashed very briefly. He averted his eyes away soon after and went back to his book without a word. "You will live here from now onwards. I am on the 7th floor, last room on the extreme right. If there is anything you need from me, you can find me there," Fan Jin said with a smile and gave Jun Wuxie a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Jun Wuxie nodded and Fan Jin left after bidding goodbye. Jun Wuxie surveyed the fittings in the room and did not feel like saying anything. The dormitories were separated for male and female disciples, and female disciples in the Zephyr Academy numbered less than 1 to 10 males. Jun Wuxie's bed was on the right side and was directly across the gloomy youth's. She was not interested in other people and proceeded to tidy up her own things. Besides the clothes, Fan Jin had prepared some daily necessities as well in a through package. From the time that Jun Wuxie had entered the room till she had tidied up all her things, her roommate had not spoken a single word. The room was deadly silent, broken only by the occasional flipping pages of a book. After a while, a youth bearing a jade emblem on his chest came in, and when he saw Jun Wuxie in the room, he was startled a moment before he walked towards the gloomy youth's side. "Yin Yan, this kid is your new roommate." The youth who had just come in asked of Yin Yan, whose head was still lowered over his book. Yin Yan raised his head and nodded slightly, his expression showing a tinge of impatience. "You're in for quite a bit of hassle. All new rookies are always such a handful when they're just admitted in here. I don't know what the headmaster is thinking. He should just dump these rookies in the branch division to polish them up a little first. I don't know what they are here for at all. The youth spoke mockingly, seemingly directing his words right at Jun Wuxie. Yin Yan replied without hesitation, if they are so much trouble, they should learn their place. Those words seemed to be more for Jun Wuxie's ears than the other youth. Right, I heard that Senior Fan actually brought a rookie here today. What could Fan Jin be thinking? We are about to embark on the spirit hunt soon, why would he suddenly decide to drag himself down with those useless baggage? Yin Yan's eyes had suddenly turned malicious. His gaze fell on the Jun Wuxie, who was quietly sitting on her bed. Jun Wuxie had summoned the little black cat and she was leaning against the bedpost with the black cat resting on her lap, portraying a picture of serenity. Yin Yan stood up suddenly and walked over to Jun Wuxie. His shadow fell over the bed and Jun Wuxie looked up slowly, her cold eyes staring into a pair of malicious and gloomy eyes. The Zephyr Academy does not allow for any arbitrary summoning of ring spirits within its compound. Are you blind? Didn't you see it in the Academy's rules? Yin Yan's voice sounded so malicious that it raised goosebumps on the other youth. Jun Wuxie's eyes did not show any expression and she only stared at her aggressive new roommate without saying a word. The youth who had entered later was surprised at Yin Yan's enmity in his tone, which was glaringly obvious by now. Although all the seniors did not like new rookies, but he felt that Yin Yan's tone in his words had sounded a tad bit too provocative. Jun Wuxie said in a chillingly clear voice, below 3 feet. After saying that, she lowered her head and did not bother to cast another single glance at Yin Yan. Chapter 394, A Disagreeable Roommate, 2. Yin Yan frowned immediately at that moment. There was a rule in the Zephyr Academy that disciples were not allowed to summon their ring spirits as they liked, but there was an exception to that rule. The rule only applied to ring spirits above 3 feet and did not include any below. Jun Wuxie had just been admitted that very day and she had just flipped through the rule book a few times. Yin Yan had seized the opportunity to deliberately make things difficult for her, assuming that Jun Wuxie was not aware of the rules, but he had not expected that Jun Wuxie not only knew about it, but had even used the only exception to that rule to shut him up, and on top of that, Jun Wuxie's attitude had been unbelievably arrogant. Jun Wuxie had indeed just flipped through the rule book just a couple of times, but what Yin Yan did not know was that Jun Wuxie's brain was blessed with a photographic memory and she had actually gone through the whole rule book 3 times since she entered the room. Every single rule for the disciples were now memorized word for word by now. Yin Yan's first move against Jun Wuxie based on the assumption that she was unfamiliar with the rules had backfired onto him. You dared to answer back. Yin Yan's eyes had grown even more malicious. Any new freshmen that had just been admitted into the Zephyr Academy were all known to be jittery and nervous before the seniors. Although Yin Yan had tried to dig up an excuse and tried to teach Jun Wuxie a lesson, the freshmen were expected to bow down to their seniority and swallow it up in humility, irregardless whether there was a valid reason or not. Meeting such an audacious freshman was a first for Yin Yan. You're too noisy, Jun Wuxie said as she shot Yin Yan a glare. Yin Yan's face paled further in fury. The youth at the side saw that Yin Yan was about to lose his control and he rushed up immediately to tug at Yin Yan's arm to say, Senior Ning asked to see you, do not waste your time with this rookie here. Upon hearing the words Senior Ning, the gloominess on Yin Yan's face faded. He cast a final vicious stare at Jun Wuxie and turned to leave with the youth. Silence fell once again within the room. The black cat rubbed itself against Jun Wuxie's hand and said, that numbskull seems to harbor quite a bit of hatred for you. Did you offend someone again while I was in a coma? In regards to its mistress' temperament, the little black cat knew only too well. She was never one to meddle in other people's business and disliked stirring up trouble. But her cold and fiercely independent personality nevertheless had always attracted the displeasure of others like a magnet. Just like the situation moments ago. Yin Yan's attitude towards Jun Wuxie might not have been too amicable, but for a freshman to be capable of slapping a senior with the words, "You're too noisy," right before another senior, there was no one else but its own mistress. Tact had never been a trait that could be found on Jun Wuxie, and the little black cat did not hold any hope that its mistress would gain any of it in this life. Never met him. Jun Wuxie replied simply. The little black cat sighed heavily. Its mistress had never been someone people warmed up to at first sight. This was just their first meeting and the other party already harbored such intense enmity towards her. The little black cat was still lamenting on its mistress' provocative personality when on the other side of the door, the youth who had just come out of the room with Yin Yan could not stop himself but ask. What is wrong with you? Squabbling with a rookie like that? If you really find him obnoxious, just get someone to deal with him discreetly. You don't have to degrade yourself like that. The youth said easily. In the Zephyr Academy, teaching the freshmen a lesson had always been the norm. Yin Yen frowned and said, he was brought in by Fan Jin. The youth was shocked a moment as he suddenly understood the reason for Yin Yan's actions. Even so, you can do it yourself then. He is just a rookie after all. Even with Fan Jin's protection, it would be easy for you if you want to give the kid a hard time. You are after all a disciple of the spirit healer faculty, and even if anything were to go wrong, no one would dare do anything to you. Yin Yan's brow finally smoothed out after hearing the youth's words, and his mouth twisted into a malicious smile as he said, even without Fan Jin, the way the kid spoke to me earlier would not allow me to let her off easy anyway. Chapter 395, A Disagreeable Roommate, 3. The youth nodded readily, but he felt a sudden chill in his heart. Yin Yan looked to be refined and gentle from the outside, but the vicious streak hidden beneath that exterior always sent goosebumps into him. What does Senior Ning want from me? Yin Yan cast the matter with Jun Xie aside for the moment to ask of the youth. The youth could only shake his head to reply, Senior Ning didn't say, but had only asked me to bring you to her. Yin Yan did not probe any further on it. Moments later, the two of them came to the Beast Faculty's library, and on the second level of the library, a young girl dressed in the Zephyr Academy's uniform was sitting by the window. Light rays shone in through the window and fell onto the girl, shrouding the girl in a mesmerizing light. The girl's eyes were lowered, absorbed into the book she held in her hand. Yin Yan stared at the figure engrossed in her book and cleared his throat lightly before saying, Senior Ning. The young girl looked up from her book and her beautiful features overwhelmed Yin Yan imposingly. Her gaze from above suffocated him and he found it difficult to breathe. Under the girl's gaze, Yin Yan could not help but to lower his head. The girl then shot a glance at the youth beside Yin Yan, and the youth hastily left consciously. The girl then proceeded to ask in a slow tone, the new freshman under Fan Jin, is staying with you? Yin Yan replied, yes, I had only just found out just as well. The girl continued, you've seen the freshman. How was it? Very young, looks to 14 or 15 years old, and a small skinny frame. Looks unremarkable. Yin Yan related honestly. If not for the fact that the freshman was brought in by Fan Jin into the room, he wouldn't have even paid the new disciple any notice. The girl shot Yin Yan a sideways glance. If he's unremarkable, how would Fan Jin bother to choose to mentor him? Although the Zephyr Academy had the tradition of having seniors mentor the new freshmen, the tradition however came with a few exceptions. The selection of the mentors had always been done by chance and nobody knew who would be selected. But within those chances, stood two exceptions. First, the disciples of the Spirit Healer faculty were exempted. There were already very few disciples in the Spirit Healer faculty, and no one knew what criteria the Master Gu Lixing set for his selection of his disciples. Every year, only 2 or 3 disciples were accepted into the Spirit Healer faculty, and being accepted did not mean that one would always remain in the faculty. If Gu Lixing were to find the disciple unsuited to study to become a spirit healer in the course of their training, he would not hesitate to kick the disciple out of the Spirit Healer faculty. Past history had shown that the 2 to 3 disciples recruited every year would always end up with only one single disciple remaining with the spirit healers. As of now, the number of disciples in the Spirit Healer faculty only numbered around 8 or 9 of them in total. But it was exactly those 8 or 9 disciples who were most envied throughout the whole Zephyr Academy. It was said that those disciples did not have to shoulder any other tasks besides their training. The Zephyr Academy's only goal for them was to turn them into prominent spirit healers. And besides the disciples of the Spirit Healer faculty, there was another group of people who were exempted from serving as mentors. And that was those ranked within the top 10 in the Spirit Battle Tournament. The Zephyr Academy sets up a Spirit Battle Tournament at the end of every year. The various ring spirits were not categorized and all the disciples were gathered together to battle, and the most outstanding top 10 ranks would be selected from it. Those 10 disciples would be rewarded by allocating to them the best resources the Zephyr Academy had to give. Irregardless whether it was towards training or in other areas, they would enjoy better treatment than all the other disciples. The annual Spirit Battle Tournament at the end of the year was always the period the disciples of the Zephyr Academy competed the most fiercely with each other. Fan Jin was ranked 4th in the last Spirit Battle Tournament last year, and he had not needed to Provide mentorship to any freshman this year due to being exempted from taking up the laborious task that wasted time and effort. Chapter 396, A Disagreeable Roommate, 4. Yin Yen nodded in understanding. Senior Ning's words made him look at the entire situation from another perspective. But, I have seen the kid's ring spirit as well, and it's just a ordinary little black cat. It didn't seem to be extraordinary in any way. Just an ordinary little black cat. Senior Ning's attractive face took on one of cold mockery. Her eyes looked at Yin Yen tinged with regret. Do you think if the kid did not possess any capabilities and possessed only a little black cat, he would be directly admitted into the Zephyr Academy's main division? Little Yen, you are still too young. Senior Ning's words splashed like cold water on him, waking the ignorant Yin Yen up rudely. He had only looked at Jun Wuxie's age and the unremarkable little black cat. But he had naively forgotten about the fact that Jun Wuxie had been one of the few applicants that had successfully gained direct entry into the Zephyr Academy's main division. Yin Yen himself was an applicant who had been admitted directly into the main division, and he naturally knew how difficult it was to achieve that feat. Having been reminded, his contempt for Jun Wuxie seemed to have tapered a little. Senior Ning is right as usual, your junior here has learned something. Yin Yen humbly acceded. Senior Ning laughed, the sound a light tinkle, and without any other acknowledgement, she lowered her eyes back onto the book in her hand. However, without looking up, she continued to say, the fact that Fan Jin had gone on his own accord to take in the new disciple as his ward must have made you feel rather bitter, didn't it? He had totally disregarded your existence before, and now he is showing so much concern for a newly admitted disciple. It pains me to see the great disparity of his actions in the way he treats the two of you. Senior Ning's words cut like a knife on Yin Yan's heart as the humiliating scene surfaced once again in his mind, and he was reminded once again by the pictures of his unforgettable disgrace. In the next moment, Yin Yan's face had darkened terribly and his hands clenched into fists. His arms were held tight against his body and veins protruded on them, the only signs revealing his mightily suppressed rage. Senior Ning's face flashed with an almost unnoticeable smile, but it very quickly faded away. But that is already a thing of the past, and I think Fan Jin must have deeply regretted it. You are no longer that ignorant freshman anymore and have made it into the spirit healer faculty. Compared to many of the other disciples, you would tower of them with your achievements. There is no need to wallow in self-pity anymore. Senior Ning gently placated Yin Yen, after having incited his rage and hatred under the mask of sympathy. Yin Yen was oblivious to the fact that his emotions were being manipulated by a mere few words uttered by a young lady, all well within her control. Yes. I thank Senior Ning for your concern. I will never forget the humiliation I suffered that day. I am what I am today due to Senior Ning's benevolence. Yin Yen said with a cold laugh, his eyes narrowed at the memory. That's right, Yin Yen was already a member of the spirit healer faculty and had earned the endless envy of countless other disciples. He was no longer trash that others despised. Fan Jin, I will make you see that the disciple you yourself have chosen be reduced to become trash before me, Yin Yen. Yin Yan's eyes grew more and more malicious, and Senior Ning noted that change, and her chilling smile grew wider. I was willing to give you that chance, not out of pity, but because of the belief I have in your potential, and it was worth it for me to pave the way for you. You must not squander the efforts I have put in. Senior Ning's voice was touching, it carried a tone that allowed no breach to its meaning. Rest assured, Senior Ning, your wish is my wish. I will not disappoint you. Yin Yen replied with a malicious smile. Senior Ning beamed and raised her head at him. Then, first go find out everything you can about the new disciple under Fan Jin's wing. Chapter 397, Envy, Jealousy, and Hate, 1. Yes. Yin Yen nodded. Senior Ning was finally satisfied and waved dismissively at Yin Yen. He dared not protest in the slightest and obediently left the library of the Beast Spirit faculty. Back in the dormitory, Jun Wuxie was completely unaware of the series of trouble coming her way, brought about by the well-intentioned arrangements Gu Lisheng had specially made for Jun Wuxie. Seeing that Yin Yen was not back yet, Jun Wuxie changed into the Zephyr Academy's uniform. It was be said though, the Zephyr Academy with their exorbitant fees, had taken care of every single details very carefully. Even the uniforms of the disciples used the finest fabrics, but it was the least they could do after all. On the first day the new disciples were admitted, they would only be transferred to their respective faculties the next day. And on that first night, All of them were to go attend a lecture about the Zephyr Academy. Before dinner, tens of the new disciples gathered in small groups of 3 to 5 and made their way towards the lecture. All of them were changed into their new Zephyr Academy uniforms. The young youths were all in smiles and in a jovial mood. Jun Wuxie walked into the room alone. Within the large room, all the other disciples were seated, and Jun Wuxie's arrival attracted quite a bit of debate among the youths. Every single disciple who was admitted in the same batch into the Zephyr Academy together with Jun Wuxie held great enmity against the unbelievably lucky youth. They all knew that the Spirit Healer faculty only accepted 3 disciples yearly, and Jun Wuxie had taken up one spot before they were even officially admitted. That had only meant that the competition for those highly vaunted places would be greatly intensified. I really don't see what's so special about that kid. Besides his spiritual power, he is inferior in every other aspect compared to us. Why should he get all the luck? A new disciple complained as he cast a glance at the lone figure of Jun Wuxie in the corner, grumbling to his companions. Jun Wuxie was the youngest among all of them there, and the next youngest among this new cohort who had been directly admitted into the main division was already 15 and a half. Their spiritual powers were all still stuck in the red level, and the reason they had gained direct entry was due to the fact that they possessed rather powerful ring spirits. It was a fact that in the beginning, the effect their spiritual powers had mattered little, and people relied on the might of their ring spirits. The power strong ring spirits exhibited in the earlier stages was more obvious when compared to weaker ring spirits of similar level, and the speck of spiritual power of the ring spirit holders at that stage was not important. Until they reached the green level, would spiritual power gradually demonstrate greater effects. For people below the green level, they would still be helpless if they meet a powerful ring spirit as an opponent. Like if a person was at the red level in his spiritual power and he possessed a grade 3 ring spirit, he would be able to completely overpower an orange-leveled opponent. Hence, even when Jun Wuxie's achievement of an orange level at 14 had made many jaws drop, to these youths who were able to gain direct entry into the main division, they instead held powerful ring spirits. The weakest one among them was a grade 3 ring spirit, and they did not need to fear someone just because he achieved the orange level. His luck will not stay with him forever. You think you would definitely become a spirit healer once you are admitted to the spirit healer faculty. For all the disciples accepted into the spirit healer faculty every year, only one person would remain in there. Looking at him, I do not think that he will last long in the spirit healer faculty. The group of youths laughed and chuckled as they stared at the tiny figure, still silent in the corner. With jealousy eating at their hearts, it made them yearn for Jun Wuxie to quickly fall from grace. It was known that once kicked out from the Spirit Healer faculty, they would not be allowed to stay on in the Zephyr Academy and was expelled completely. Unfriendly stares came from all directions, but Jun Wuxie sat in the corner of the room completely unaffected. She just sat there quietly and gently stroked the little black cat in her arms. Chapter 398, Envy, Jealousy, and Hate, 2. The noise quickly died down. Dressed in the Zephyr Academy's uniform for teachers, a man walked onto the front of the stage. With a stern face, he began to explain to the new disciples about the 3 main faculties. The disciples were simply picked and segregated into the various faculties based on their ring spirit's type, with the exception of the Spirit Healer faculty. The criteria was a little different. When the man mentioned the words Spirit Healer faculty, all the ears in the crowd pricked up. Before the new disciples had come here, they had heard a lot from their seniors. The selection of disciples to enter the Spirit Healer faculty was always conducted after the meet on the first night of their admittance into the academy, and Gu Lisheng would pick the disciples personally. That was the main reason the exuberant youths were willing to sit patiently throughout the long lecture on the attributes of beast and weapon spirit, which the directly admitted disciples had known very well about. They were waiting the whole night for this. Just for this moment. Gu Lisheng, the founder of the Spirit Healer faculty, and the founder of Spirit Healing. The man at the top of the golden pyramid, who looked like he was only in his 20s. No one would ever have imagined, the one and only Spirit Healer, would be a young man looking just like being in his 20s, and founded Spirit Healing. But, no one would actually naively believe that Gu Lisheng was in his 20s. In the eyes of the people across the vast lands, they only knew his identity as the founder of Spirit Healing, and the people knew he was in the Zephyr Academy. But in regards to his origins, his background, his age, and his prowess, they were all shrouded in mystery, and no one knew for sure. Spirit healers had never been heard of before Gu Lisheng extended his assistance to heal his country's supreme leader's ring spirit. He became an overnight sensation after that, and he soon became the name most highly sought after, and it in turn became his profession. He started in the Zephyr Academy as a never-heard-of faculty, to become the place every single disciple of the Zephyr Academy yearned to be. For those disciples studying spirit healing in the faculty, before the youths in there even became full-fledged spirit healers, all of them would have received invitations from various powers within just the first 1 month they gained entry into the spirit healer faculty. Gu Lisheng was very lax with his disciples, and besides teaching and guiding them in the art of spirit healing, he did not meddle much into their lives nor restrict them in any way. Hence, for the disciples admitted into the spirit healer faculty, irregardless whether they chose to serve under their own family's name, or to accept the olive branches offered by the various powers, their reputations and social standings had already grown wings before they even graduated. It was very clear what having a spirit healer on their side would mean. For any power, and if they succeeded in becoming a full-fledged spirit healer, they would gain all they ever wanted, and the future held endless possibilities. All the youths below the stage waited in wide-eyed anticipation, waiting for the moment that was finally about to come. Even though Jun Xie had already stolen one of the available spots, at least 1 or 2 more among them still stood a chance to be admitted into the spirit healer faculty. Whether any of them would eventually become a spirit healer would be up to their own capabilities. The man at the front of the stage stoically completed the full itinerary in a monotonous voice before he suddenly looked up and scanned the crowd of youths, who were all staring back at him with fire in their eyes. Every year, at this point of the meet, the men knew exactly what the youths were all thinking. This time he was about to disappoint them. The men stayed silent a moment before he suddenly sighed heavily before saying, "I know very well that all of you are waiting eagerly for the arrival of Teacher Gu. But I am sorry to say that he would not be coming today." Chapter 399, Envy, Jealousy, and Hate, 3. The man's words had just fallen into the ears of the crowd when a great roar erupted from the floor. The youths had been greatly expectant, and now, they stared at the men in utter disbelief, unable to stay seated on their seats. Gu Lisheng was not coming. Why was that? Had they changed the format and method in the selection of disciples to be admitted into the spirit healer faculty? The youths were tumultuous as they looked on at the men, asking for further elaboration. The men looked back at the crowd helplessly to say, "Master Gu has relayed his message that the spirit healer faculty's disciple for this year has already been selected." Selected? The youths were all stunned. When was the selection conducted? Why were they not informed? The youths started discussing among themselves, and many guessed that Gu Lisheng had altered his method of selecting his disciples and had secretly observed all of their every single action upon their entry into the lecture room. No one among them knew the exact criteria that Gu Lisheng had set in his selection of his disciples, and now that it was announced that the selection had been done, they could only guess that Gu Lisheng had been within the room along and had been secretly observing all of them. That conclusion made many of the youths extremely nervous as they recalled all of their actions throughout the lecture. They tried to think back on whether they had been paying close attention to the lecture or had acted distracted and unfocused. They were all worried that they might have left Gu Lisheng a bad impression. Seeing that the youths were all heavily confused, the men could not help but heaved another great sigh before he cleared his throat and said, "Master Gu has already informed the disciple he had chosen to be admitted into the spirit healer faculty, and for all those who have not received word by now, it would mean that you have not been selected and need not continue to second-guess it any further." The youths stared blankly at the men before them, and a revelation suddenly dawned upon them all. The men had mentioned that Master Gu has already informed the disciple. He had said disciple, and not disciples. "Sir, Master Gu accepted how many disciples this year?" A youth who had caught on a little faster than the others asked cautiously as a horrible reality surfaced within his head. The men replied, "Just 1." Cold water splashed onto all the youths within the room, and their hearts dropped into their toes. The tiny glimmer of hope they all held flickered and was finally snuffed out. 1. The Spirit Healer Academy accepted only 1 disciple this year. How could that be? All the youths were utterly devastated. Who was this most fortunate person? This special favor shown on just 1 person among them drove the youths into a frenzy. They turned to look in all directions, trying to locate that most fortunate person among them. As they turned to peer all around, their gazes swept over a lone tiny figure seated in a corner all by himself. Suddenly, their hearts froze and they stood unmoving, rooted to the ground. Who else? Damn it. Before that brat had even been admitted into the Zephyr Academy, he had already been invited by Gu Lisheng to go see him at the spirit healer faculty. Who else would be the one selected but that brat there? The youths had only been envious and jealous of Jun Xie before this. But upon knowing that the puny kid had stolen the one and only spot into the spirit healer faculty, their rage rose and intensified, coalescing into thick rolling hatred. All of them were capable enough to gain direct entry into the main division, and they were youths of outstanding talents, praised as geniuses from where they were from. But despite all their magnificence, they had all been deemed inferior to a tiny and puny pipsqueak, who possessed a cold and distant disposition, and lost that one lone opportunity to become a spirit healer to him. That was such an outrage. Even though the other faculties held greater might and power, they were nevertheless indignant that despite the great number of them, they were pushed out by such a character. All the tens of you stared with their eyes on fire, all directed at the tiny figure of Jun Xie in the corner, wishing with all their might that the brat would just burn up in flames. Chapter 400, Envy, Jealousy, and Hate, 4. Even the little black cat that was snoozing on Jun Wuxie's lap could sense the thick hatred coming from all those hate-filled stares. It opened its eyes and looked at its calm mistress. Jun Wuxie's face did not show any emotion and it was calm as if carved out of stone. The little black cat covered its eyes with its paw. From another perspective, its mistress' reactions were almost the same as an autistic child. Before the little black cat could finish lamenting on its mistress' oblivion to others, one of the youths had already stepped out and was walking towards Jun Wuxie. The one that Master Gu chose, is it you? The youth still refused to give up and could not help himself but to ask. Jun Wuxie raised her head slowly and looked at the aggressive youth before her. She merely gave him one brief glance before she lowered her head once again to return to stroking the little black cat. Finding himself ruthlessly ignored, a sudden fire burned within the youth. This kid is being unbelievably arrogant. Not a single word in reply but to just shoot him a contemptuous look. How could anyone take it lying down? If the little black cat had spoken then, it would have told the fuming youth this. Boy, you are getting it all wrong. My mistress isn't being arrogant, she is just a little speech impaired. In both her previous and present lives, she had not existed or lived in any social environment. Even after joining the organization, she had operated alone. In regards to such a place like an academy that had large numbers of people living in the same place, this would be her first time being admitted into one. When she had been in the Phoenix Academy, the whole East Wing had only the few of them staying in it and it had not been too bad. But here in the Zephyr Academy, the place was filled to the brim with menacing eyes and hostility from people, and Jun Wuxie's self-containing walls have naturally deployed in defense. The effects of those walls had caused Jun Wuxie to be labeled to be an haughty and conceited person, who held everyone in contempt. Seeing that the youth was about to hit out at Jun Xie, the men warned for them to stop, preventing the tragedy that was about to occur. He told all the youths off sternly, preventing any altercation from erupting from the tense situation. As he scolded the youths, his eyes were invariably drawn to the inconspicuous figure seated in the corner. That was the kid Gu Lisheng had his eye on. That personality was a little hard to take though. Before the men had come to the lecture, he had met with Gu Lisheng earlier and found out that the disciple that Gu Lisheng had picked was among the group. He had come to the lecture with his curiosity aroused, but throughout the whole lecture, he had not noticed anything extraordinary about the boy, Jun Xie. The only thing that stood out was that personality of his. Since he had appeared till now, that kid had not even raised his head even once, and had only been toying with his ring spirit. He did not understand what was so outstanding about the kid. The men had initially thought that since Gu Lisheng had decided to only accept one lone disciple this year, the disciple must have been extremely outstanding. But now that he had seen the boy, that did not seem to be the case. Although he had verbally stopped the other disciples from laying their hands on Jun Xie, he felt that he did not really appreciate Jun Xie's personality. A kid that was so individualistic would not have an easy time in his days ahead in the Zephyr Academy. Right before dinner time, the men finally decided to release all the new disciples. The youths had not dared to defy the men and had not made any moves against Jun Wuxie in the room but had intended to find themselves a deserted corner somewhere and teach the arrogant brat a good lesson. However, when the youths came out through the door, they all froze. With his bright smile flashing, Fan Jin was standing just in front of the door. His tall frame allowed him to scan his eyes through the group of youths and he soon spotted Jun Wuxie at the end coming out alone. Under the surprised gazes of the other youths, Fan Jin strode up with big steps towards Jun Wuxie. What was going on? Senior Fan Jin actually came all the way out here just to pick that puny brat up. Chapter 401, Spirit Healer, 1. While everyone's jaws were all still on the floor, Jun Wuxia had nevertheless remained completely unaffected. Fan Jin had come just to tell her to report to the Spirit Healer faculty early the next morning. Fan Jin was a disciple of the Beast Spirit faculty and did not know too much about the Spirit Healer faculty though. Jun Wuxia listened quietly and parted ways with Fan Jin thereafter. However, in just one night, the name Jun Xia spread throughout the Zephyr Academy and reached the ears of everyone. It was due to the fact that he was the only disciple accepted into the Spirit Healer faculty, and that fact lent a brilliant halo to shine, attracting much curiosity and a larger part of stares of disdain due to the wicked rumors swirling all over the place. Attracting the eyes of everyone wasn't always a good thing, and as Jun Wuxia made her way back to the dorms, the stares that came from all directions were mostly unfriendly and filled with malice. Early the next morning, Jun Wuxia went to report at the Spirit Healer faculty. The Spirit Healer faculty might have very few people in there, but the space of the campus was extremely spacious, and was in no way inferior to the other two faculties. It was obvious that the emphasis the Academy placed on the Spirit Healer faculty wasn't just as important as the other two more crowded faculties. Within the huge towering faculty building, a few lone figures could be seen scattered throughout. They were dressed in the Zephyr Academy's uniform and they wore a jade emblem upon their chests. And just as she reached the entrance, Jun Wuxia met someone. She knew. He was speaking with another disciple when Yin Yan saw the tiny figure enter. He raised his head, and when Jun Wuxia came into his vision, his pale face suddenly darkened. He had not gone back to the dorm last night as he had been busy in the Spirit Healer faculty. He had not expected himself to actually see Jun Xia the very next morning. "What are you doing coming here to the Spirit Healer faculty?" Yin Yan asked with a deeply furrowed brow. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow and said curtly, reporting. Yin Yan's face changed to one of shock, and before he could say anything, Jun Wuxia had already continued on her way and was entering the Spirit Healer faculty's building. The other disciple whom Yin Yan was speaking to saw Yin Yan's dark face before turning to stare after Jun Wuxia's diminishing back while he said, "You know him." "Who?" "Jun Xia. The kid who just passed us. You were busy here at the faculty the whole night, and you must not have heard that the kid's first day here at the Zephyr Academy had barely ended when his name became famous throughout the whole academy." "What is that supposed to mean?" Yin Yan asked, puzzled. "Our Spirit Healer faculty had only one disciple admitted this year. It was decided by Master himself, and that person was named Jun Xia." Yin Yan's eyes widened alarmingly. He could not believe his own ears. "What did you say?" "That brat is a disciple of the Spirit Healer faculty." "That's right, we are fellow disciples with him from today onwards." The other youth was oblivious to the struggle that surged within Yin Yan's eyes. Yin Yan clenched his jaw in anger and walked off towards the faculty's building. Senior Ning's guess had been right after all. The fact that Fan Jin would readily mentor the kid was not as simple as things seemed. As the thoughts raced through his mind, Yin Yan's mouth curled up into a malicious smile. It was little wonder now that Fan Jin would so eagerly accept his mentorship of Jun Xia. He must have known from the start that the tiny brat would be accepted into the Spirit Healer faculty. A potential candidate to become a full-fledged Spirit Healer. Fan Jin had really picked well. You do not become a Spirit Healer that easily. He would really like to see just how good Fan Jin's choice was. A creepy chill crept into Yin Yan's eyes, and when his eyes caught sight of the back of the tiny figure making his way up the steps, the chilly malice within his eyes continued to rage and swirl unchecked. Chapter 402, Spirit Healer, 2. Jun Wuxia was not aware that a venomous snake had his eyes set on her. Her eyes were instead taking in all the sights before her within the Spirit Healer Academy, and committing them to memory. She had not come to the Zephyr Academy with the intention to learn anything from them, and neither was she interested in fighting over anything with anyone here. If she had not found the spirit healing technique to be useful, she might have chosen to waste her time away in the Beast Spirit faculty while waiting for the arrival of Qiao Chu and the others. It was in fact this very nonchalance and devil-may-care attitude that, just after a single day after being admitted, made her infamous throughout the academy, and that was something Jun Wuxia had not expected. The study of spirit healing mainly took place within the faculty's building. The building was split into 5 levels, and Jun Wuxia followed the instructions given to her last night and went straight up to the top level, towards Gu Lisheng's office. "Gotten used to it yet?" Gu Lisheng asked, having waited for quite a time. He was seated behind his desk and was smiling as he looked at Jun Wuxie. Used to it. She had not met with anything that would interfere with her so far. In the past, no matter where she went, it had not made much of a difference to her. But with the Jun father and son with her, besides the Lin Palace, every other place felt the same. Did asking you to join the spirit healing faculty make you feel aggrieved in any way? Gu Lisheng asked with a smile. Jun Wuxie considered it a moment before she replied, spirit healing will be useful to me. Ha ha ha. Gu Lisheng laughed aloud, unable to hold it in. His question had been meant to tease the boy a little and he had not expected to get such a serious reply from him. Feelings seemed to not matter much to the boy, and hence, he wouldn't be feeling aggrieved, would he? The spirit healer faculty had just been seen as nothing more as a place that was of use to the boy, and Gu Lisheng was instead the one feeling a tad bit aggrieved. Since it would be useful to you, learn it well. Tell me whatever you know about spirit healing for now. Gu Lisheng asked with his arms crossed over his chest, looking at Jun Wuxie stoically. This was Gu Lisheng's first time, over the many years since the founding of spirit healing, that he had broken the mold and accepted a disciple before enrollment was even completed, and the boy was also the only disciple he had accepted this year. The Zephyr Academy's headmaster and the vice headmaster had both spoken to him about the matter yesterday separately, but that still had not made him change his mind. He would rather place value on one excellent disciple over many who might still never ever make the mark. Jun Xie stared at the expectant Gu Lisheng, who was waiting for him to embark on a lengthy debate, and calmly replied with a single word, nothing. Gu Lisheng's smile froze on his face. He was rather certain he must have heard wrong. Not a tiny weeny bit. Gu Lisheng looked at Jun Wuxie with a flabbergasted look. His answer was really exceptionally refreshing to hear. Among all the disciples who have come to the Zephyr Academy, was there a single one who knew not a single thing about spirit healers? Which rock had this boy sprouted out from? Jun Wuxie nodded, her face in all seriousness. Gu Lisheng buried his head into his hands, highly suspicious that there was something wrong with his eyes. All right. Gu Lisheng finally calmed himself down sufficiently to say. He summoned every ounce of his control to maintain his facade of an amicable and graceful teacher to slowly place a book right before Jun Wuxie. The basics of spirit healing is all written in there. You will find it useful. Jun Wuxie stretched her hand over and lowered her head to start reading as the pages flipped quickly. The book was not thick and Jun Wuxie had flipped through it a few times. She memorized everything in there and subsequently placed the book back on the table. Gu Lisheng observed Jun Xie as he flipped through the book a few times quickly and had then just placed the book back on the table. Suddenly, he found that his mind could not process a proper response to Jun Xie's actions. He stared at the book on the table, and then he stared at Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie only stared back at him, his face expressionless. Chapter 403, Spirit Healer, 3. I meant it for you to bring it back to slowly go through it. Gu Lisheng explained. I've finished it. What? Gu Lisheng stared at Jun Wuxie in incredulity. Jun Wuxie repeated herself, I've finished it. The book was thinner than the Zephyr Academy's rule book and memorizing it was a relatively easy task for her. Gu Lisheng continued to keep his eyes on Jun Wuxie, and it only after a long moment that he asked, finished? Then recite to me the second paragraph on page 8 if you would. Jun Wuxie cast a glance at Gu Lisheng and finally spoke slowly and clearly. She recited the passage word for word, without a single error, every word pronounced crystalline clear. Gu Lisheng's expression looked a little terrified at that moment. He still harbored a sliver of doubt and he proceeded to put a few more books before Jun Xie and said, look through these. Jun Wuxie shot another glance at Gu Lisheng but had surrendered to his whim and lowered her head over the books once more, going through all of them once. Without waiting for Gu Lisheng to ask, Jun Wuxie chose a few passages from the books herself and recite them out to him. Thereafter, Gu Lisheng picked the books up and put them all back into the shelf. He swore to himself that he would never show those books to another disciple ever again. How embarrassing. In the beginning, just to commit these few books to memory, he had labored over them for almost half a year. He would never have thought that a disciple he had carelessly decided to pick up had actually used less than the time an incense stick burned out to fully memorize the whole row of books on his shelf. He suddenly felt embarrassed of himself. Memorizing texts really isn't too difficult. You have a rather good memory. But what's more important would be to understand them. Gu Lisheng had never been in such an embarrassing situation before his disciples. He had always maintained his image of a mysterious and graceful teacher before their eyes, and he felt that he needed to recover a little of his diminished pride. Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow and said, "Spirit healing is based on a person's innate spiritual power, and it converts that spiritual power to fill up any deficiencies suffered by the spirit. But the method of conversion is not sustainable. The amount of spiritual power consumed does not match up to the amount of healing the spirit receives. The excessive loss of the spiritual power could only mean that the method employed is incorrect." Those books had recorded in detail everything about spirit healing, and all of its contents might seem extremely difficult to comprehend, but to Jun Wuxie, who even understood genetic chains most proficiently and had dominated in that field of medicine, this concept of energy transfer was not too complicated for her to grasp fully. As long as she was provided with a solid basis to build from, she would be able to carry out unlimited conclusion from her inference from that basis. From her perspective, spirit healing was indeed a most daring, innovative use of one's spiritual power, but the healing technique exhausted too much and gained too little in comparison. It was of definite use, but it was in dire need of more research and many improvements to be made to it. And those few books had cleared up a lot of doubts that Jun Wuxie held, and given her fresh insights. She had gathered from the books that a spiritual body could be converted into a kind of energy and put to use. When the little black cat had devoured the golden lion, it could be deemed as a form of the devouring of energy, and that energy had undergone a transformation through the black beast spirit, and the golden lion spirit had in turn become a kind of nourishment, facilitating a sudden growth spurt in the black beast's power. As for spirit healing, it converts a person's own spiritual power into a form of spiritual energy. Although it was not as pure as the energy from devouring an actual ring spirit, it could nevertheless achieve similar results under certain specific conditions. Spirit healing itself was a mystery to all other people, but to Jun Wuxie, after having read through all those books, it suddenly dawned on her. All of this didn't seem all that complicated after all. She had overcomplicated her thoughts on the spiritual aspects of this world and had shackled the boundaries of her own line of thoughts on it. Jun Wuxie was deeply immersed in her own thoughts, and she spoke her own doubts and ideas out aloud on the inadequacies and flaws on Gu Lisheng's spirit healing, and even spoke out on her own ideas on the areas to improve on. As Jun Wuxie was not even aware that her words were spoken out loud, she failed to notice that the Gu Lisheng sitting directly opposite her had his mouth wide open, seemingly unable to close it for a long while. Chapter 404, Spirit Healer, 4. Hold it. Gu Lisheng was overwhelmed, his head swimming with terms like energy, sequence, equivalent exchange, and many more terms he had never even heard of before. He found himself bathed in sweat, and he stood up in a flurry, interrupting Jun Wuxie's incessant monologue. If he were to allow the kid to go on, he would begin to start having doubts of his very own spirit healing and think that he had gotten it all wrong. What is it? Jun Wuxie raised her head and looked at Gu Lisheng. She did not usually speak much, and only in instances within the sphere of academic speciality would she show eagerness in engagement. And it was only through these professional terms and lingo that one would feel Jun Wuxie was not as unapproachable as she seemed. "I'm sorry, but I can't understand what you are saying." When those words came out through his lips, he felt strangely ashamed. Just who was the teacher here, and who was the disciple? How did it turn out that the disciple he had just taken in spoke a whole bunch of gibberish that was beyond his understanding? Jun Wuxie's expression was a little exasperated. "Everything I said was about your spirit healing technique." Gu Lisheng was feeling rather small under Jun Wuxie's "you founded it, how can you not understand" eyes, and his mind was still reeling from trying to make head or tail of what Jun Wuxie had said. A teacher's dignity was smashed to smithereens right at that moment. He was feeling rather sorry for himself at that moment. Jun Wuxie stared at Gu Lisheng for a long while as Gu Lisheng's face got more and more pale. The little black cat upon Jun Wuxie's shoulder could not hold itself back anymore. Meow. "Mistress, please do not use the theories from your past life to explain your thoughts in this world, especially with something so profound like the conversion of energy." It was only then that Jun Wuxie realized a lot of what she had said were very much based on the knowledge foundation she acquired in her past life. What I meant was that the spirit healing technique has a lot more room for improvements. Jun Wuxie put her words in the simplest terms she could in a broad summary of her opinion. But her short and simple summary did not make Gu Lisheng's face look any better, but made him turn a paler shade instead. You know how to improve on it? Gu Lisheng asked, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The spirit healing technique had its inadequacies, but Gu Lisheng had not been able to determine how he could improve the technique in his years of research on his own. All the other disciples he had always only followed his instructions in their training, and none of them had questioned the technique. He had never thought that small-built boy, Jun Xie, who had only first learned about spirit healing for barely the time used for a stick of incense to burn, could actually spot the deficiencies within the technique. Jun Wuxie furrowed her brows and thought about it a moment before she said, I can give it a try. Really? Gu Lisheng looked doubtfully at Jun Wuxie. Gu Lisheng got up grandly from his chair and circled Jun Wuxie a few times, assessing the tiny figure before him all over. Kid, you want to take a gamble? On? Jun Wuxie asked. Since you already understand everything about the spirit healing technique, and feel that there are areas for improvements, I feel that there is nothing you can learn from being here. Rather than having you waste your time here in the spirit healer faculty, shouldn't you use the time on other areas, and try to perfect the spirit healing technique instead? The idea had suddenly just appeared in Gu Lisheng's head. He knew he should not have to pin all his hopes on Jun Xie, but in regards to spirit healing, he had exhausted all his ideas and had absolutely no idea what he could do to further improve it. Since Jun Xie was able to spot the inadequacies in the technique so quickly, maybe he might very well bring about a miracle. Jun Wuxie looked at Gu Lisheng. The mirth seen earlier in Gu Lisheng's eyes had disappeared and he was staring at Jun Wuxie seriously. She remained silent a moment, before she nodded slowly. Chapter 405, Spirit Healer, 5. Gu Lisheng beamed widely. The first time he had seen the little kid, he had found the kid to be very interesting. At such an obvious young age, and already broken through to the orange level. But what piqued his interest was that the kid's ring spirit was extremely weak, and that weakness was not inborn, but was rather caused by grave injuries. It must be known, to even inflict grave injuries on a ring spirit to such an extent, that itself would be a difficult task. He was curious as to what had happened to the kid and decided to bring him into the spirit healer faculty. But he had not expected to have brought in such a shocking revelation for himself. Don't agree to it all just yet. I am not finished. Not keeping you within the spirit healer faculty is meant to hide the fact that you would be improving on the spirit healing technique from anyone. You must realize how tempting and alluring spirit healing is to people, and if anyone were to know that you are researching on it in secret, it might bring uninvited trouble and put your own life at risk. But if I drive you out of the spirit healer faculty and personally request for the headmaster to allow you to remain within the Zephyr Academy, the fact remains that no matter which other faculty you are transferred to, the treatment you will receive from everyone else will not be easy to handle. Gu Lisheng said as he narrowed his eye. Due to the high profile and irregular way Jun Wuxie was accepted into the spirit healer faculty, Jun Xie had inadvertently become an infamous celebrity within the Zephyr Academy. If Jun Xie was expelled on the very first day, and shoved into the other faculties, all the hidden envy and jealousy of the other youths would be sure to erupt into an overwhelming wave, and putting Jun Wuxie in the middle of it. Is that related to the spirit healing technique? Jun Wuxie asked, looking in all seriousness at Gu Lisheng. Gu Lisheng did not know how to reply to such a question. I only need to know what I want to do. Jun Wuxie said calmly. As to how unrelated people act or say, was not of a concern to her. What mattered was as long as she achieved her aims. Gu Lisheng suddenly laughed out loud. He looked at Jun Wuxie with tears brought by laughter and said, You are truly the most interesting little kid I have ever come across. The wisdom, the personality, there won't be another one like this under the skies. Who in the world could upon first entering the academy be able to face up to their teacher and speak so assuredly, and pointing out the inadequacies of the teaching so indifferently, with a face calm like still water throughout? Jun Wuxie did not give any response to that. Since you do not think that that would be any issue for you, I will hereby leave it in your good hands. If at any time you need any help, you can come to me anytime. Gu Lisheng sighed upon saying that, feeling slightly heavy of heart that he was handing over such a complicated task that would inadvertently bring much ridicule and humiliation to the young boy. Jun Wuxie did not reject Gu Lisheng's well-intentioned offer, but if truth were to be spoken, to Jun Wuxie, Gu Lisheng had rendered himself of not too much use after he gave Jun Wuxie all those books to read. Cough, I will be leaving to go speak with the headmaster. Would you want to stay here to have a look around? Or, Gu Lixing could no longer keep up his image of a graceful teacher before Jun Wuxie. The kid obviously dominated over him in this meeting. All these books, can I read them? Jun Wuxie pointed at Gu Lixing's overflowing shelves of books. Gu Lixing's mouth twitched but nevertheless squeezed out a, go ahead. Jun Wuxie proceeded to take out some books from the shelf and flip through them quickly while Gu Lixing made his way over to the headmasters to do some hard explaining on his decision to expel Jun Xie out of the spirit healer faculty. Thinking of the fact that he was about to drive out such a prodigious disciple with his own hands, Gu Lixing's heart was bleeding. But he had to do it as it would shield the boy from uninvited prying noses on the task at hand. For such a young boy, even if he were to manage to fully grasp the spirit healing technique that even Gu Lixing had been unable to, that would only spell disaster and bring undesired attention to him. Chapter 406, Unexpected Twist, 1. Yin Yan was feeling uneasy as he paced within the faculty building. The uneasiness had started after Jun Wuxie entered Gu Lixing's office. Half an incense stick's time passed and the two still had not appeared, which only intensified Yin Yan's worries. That fact that Jun Xie had caused Gu Lixing to make an exception to personally recruit the boy into the spirit healer faculty early during enrollment and to decide to take in just one disciple for the year made Yin Yan very nervous. Just as Yin Yan was still pacing worriedly, the door to the office was suddenly pushed open and Yin Yan hid hurriedly in a corner. He saw only Gu Lixing by himself, bursting out of the office and slamming his door shut with a loud bang. Yin Yan frowned. From what he had observed when Gu Lixing left his office, he instinctively felt that things were not as bad as it seemed. Gu Lixing had always been amicable to everyone, to both disciples of the spirit healer faculty and to disciples from the other faculties. He was always good-natured and steady, never seen to have lost his cool. Unlike today, when he had stepped out of his office in a fluster and walked off hurriedly. Did that brat Jun Xie cause master to be so flustered? Yin Yan whispered softly to himself. Very soon, Yin Yan got the answer to his query. It had been less than 2 hours before Gu Lixing hurried back. He went straight into his office and moments later, Jun Xie walked out through the door. And Yin Yan noticed one fine detail. When Jun Xie came out of the office, the jade badge that was hanging upon his chest had been removed. The jade badge that proved that one was from the spirit healer faculty. His heart leapt when he spotted that point. After Jun Wuxie came out the office, she had immediately walked out of the spirit healer faculty, never once looking back. The series of actions by Jun Xie that Yin Yan observed from the shadows, told Yin Yan that Jun Xie had been expelled from the spirit healer faculty. Within just a short day, news of Jun Xie being expelled from the spirit healer faculty spread quickly throughout the Zephyr Academy. If it had been anyone else, it might not have attracted so much attention, but Jun Xie had already caused such a big commotion all the way from his enrollment to his first day at the academy. By now, not a single person within the Zephyr Academy had not heard of the name, Jun Xie. He was assumed to have been admitted into the academy in glory and the future held endless possibilities for him. A boy so blessed with fortune was admitted into the spirit healer faculty but had unexpectedly been expelled from the faculty just hours after he had first stepped in there. His fall came so quickly and unexpectedly and that put everyone in great shock. The spirit healer faculty had expelled unsuitable disciples through their doors before, but that was after a whole school year's observation before it was decided. But in Jun Xie's case, he had just gone to the spirit healer faculty barely hours into his first day there when he was unceremoniously driven out. That was surely the first time the spirit healer faculty had done that. The news spread swiftly, like wildfire in a dry field. The youths who had been deeply envious and jealous of Jun Xie, had upon hearing the news, rejoiced at Jun Xie's downfall. The endlessly fortunate brat that gained the hatred of everyone just the day before, had now become the biggest joke in the academy. It had taken only a blink of the eye for Jun Xie to fall face down into the mud from her envied position high in the clouds. In just one day, Jun Xie had, from being the object of everyone's envy, suddenly turned into the butt of everyone's joke. All of this was unknown to Jun Wuxie. After she had left the spirit healer faculty grounds, Jun Wuxie had returned to the dormitory. It was the time when everyone else were engaged with their training and the whole dormitory was empty, with her being the only person there. As she sat down at the side of her bed, Jun Wuxie pulled out a jade badge carved into the brand of the beast spirit faculty. It was given to her by Gu Lixing himself, before she left that office. Chapter 407, Unexpected Twist, 2. The jade emblems for the various faculties were all different. The beast spirit faculty used green jade, while the weapon spirit faculty used black jade and the spirit healer faculty used white jade. The piece of jade within Jun Wuxie's hand was green jade, and it symbolized that she belonged to the beast spirit faculty. The new disciples of the beast spirit faculty had already left to report at their faculty building earlier today, and Jun Wuxie, the halfway hurriedly admitted disciple, was however in no hurry to get there. Her ring spirit was plant-based, and studies that taught her about beast or weapon spirits did not matter to her. The only thing she wanted to learn was how to make use of the spiritual power within her. It was that realization that made Jun Wuxie decide not to make her way to go join the beast spirit faculty campus immediately, that made her miss witnessing the way her reputation was being torn and shredded apart by the newsflash spreading throughout the whole academy. It was till mid-afternoon, when the disciples were all making their way to lunch, that Jun Wuxie walked into the dining hall. Her appearance attracted many stares to turn her way. Stares filled with malevolence, disdain, and pity were all directed at her, and they followed her as she moved. Jun Wuxie carried the little black cat and was seemingly oblivious to the stares. She retrieved her food and sat down in a corner, bending her head down to eat. Not hearing, not seeing all that was going on around her. That is Jun Wuxie. The one that was kicked out on his first day. Some of the youths who had never seen Jun Wuxie were craning their necks to take a good look at the tiny figure. They had not been interested to see a genius, however much was said about him, but they were now deeply interested to join in flogging a cur that had fallen into water, and were anxious to see how he looked like. That's the one. It was just his first day and he was kicked out. What a joke. Another youth sneered. But, didn't being kicked out of the spirit healer faculty also mean he has to leave the Zephyr Academy altogether? What is he doing still being here? Who knows? The whole hall was filled with debates and guesses surrounding the new disciple on how he had fallen from being the fortune kid to become the forsaken kid within the span of just one day. On the second level of the dining hall, Senior Ning looked down from the railing and stared at Jun Wuxie sitting alone by the corner, who was eating quietly without a sound, and her eyebrow raised in question. That is the boy that Fan Jin has his eye on. Senior Ning narrowed her eyes as she shot a glance at Yin Yan at the side. Yin Yan had ran at the first instance of realizing that Jun Wuxie had been thrown out of the spirit healer faculty to Senior Ning to deliver the news into her hands. At that moment, the two of them were peering down from high above, enjoying the sight of seeing Jun Wuxie in a quandary. He was really thrown out of the spirit healer faculty? Senior Ning asked cautiously. Being thrown out of the faculty on the first day of admittance. Nothing like this had ever happened before, and Gu Lisheng has always been gentle and amicable. He does not look like someone who is capable of bringing things to such an extreme. Yin Yan reassured hurriedly, it is definitely true. After Jun Wuxie left, I specially went up to Master to ask why the newly admitted fellow disciple had left just like that. Master had then told me that he did not belong to the spirit healer faculty and there was no reason for him to stay within the faculty grounds. Recalling Gu Lisheng's expression when he had said those words, Yin Yan still felt a smile coming onto his face. Oh. Is that so? I heard that the kid had already met Gu Lisheng during the tests carried out upon her enrollment, and Gu Lisheng had shown great interest in him. He had even asked the kid in front of everyone there if he was interested in going to the spirit healer faculty. It was just a few days ago and Gu Lisheng has changed his mind. Senior Ning's eyes were still narrowed and she still held some suspicions on the matter. All these happenings did not seem like what Gu Lisheng would do. Yin Yan said in objection, those were just casual words from a kind teacher, how can anyone take it seriously? It was Jun Wuxie, who had unashamedly assumed that he had gained Master's favor and would be admitted into the spirit healer faculty, that had created such a ruckus. But didn't Gu Lisheng say that he had only selected one disciple this year? And that the disciple has been informed? Senior Ning continued to ask. Chapter 408, Unexpected Twist, 3. Yin Yan was at a loss for words, as he had not thought about that. It was when the two of them were still talking when a commotion broke out in the dining hall from the first level. A fair-skinned youth was surrounded by a crowd as they entered the dining hall. It could be seen from his looks that he was still young in age, about 15 to 16 years. Zimu, after all these ruckus, it turned out that you were the disciple selected to go to the spirit healer faculty. You had even gone with us to the beast spirit faculty this morning. I was thinking we'll be able to train together in future, but who would have thought that you would be so heartless, dumping us there and suddenly going to the spirit healer faculty by yourself." The crowd clustered around the youth crooned, and laughter broke out from the group. The youth in the center was feeling a little embarrassed, but he nevertheless stuck up his chin and a smile curled up the corners of his mouth, showing how pleased he was with himself. I had not known that the slight brush of shoulders between Master and me was actually the sign that I had been selected by Master. That had really kicked up quite a ruckus. Li Zimu shook his head in feigned remorse, but his eyes were filled with glee. "You were not responsible for that ruckus, it was that impostor who did it." A youth walking with the group insinuated as he pointed with his jaw into a corner where Jun Wuxie sat alone. Seeing no reaction from Jun Xie, he raised his voice, making himself to be clearly heard throughout the dining hall. For those people who do not possess the capabilities, they should not harbor such unrealistic dreams. They had only been extremely lucky to have met Master Gu once during enrollment, and they had ridiculously thought they would be admitted into the spirit healer faculty. Those people should take a good look at themselves in the mirror and see how they look before being so self-important. They had even shamelessly gone to the spirit healer faculty and got themselves thrown out by Master Gu. All that had caused Master Gu to have to make arrangements to retrieve Zimu back to the spirit healer faculty. Those people are really such a joke to mankind. The youth's voice was loud, and everyone within the dining hall heard every word. With those words, those disciples who had still been wondering why Jun Xie was driven out of the spirit healer faculty on his first day suddenly took what they heard to be the truth. That must be true. Gu Lixing's choice disciple for the spirit healer faculty had not been Jun Xie in the first place. It had actually been someone else, but Jun Xie had been pompous and self-opinionated and assumed he had been the chosen one, and run to the spirit healer faculty to try to steal Li Zimu's spot. Alas, the moment Gu Lixing set his eyes on Jun Xie, he saw that things had gone terribly wrong, and had immediately thrown Jun Xie out of the spirit healer faculty. At that moment, everyone who had been eager just to watch Jun Xie squirm in his predicament suddenly felt hatred and disdain grow and fester in their hearts, thinking that a boy at such a young tender age was already so unscrupulous trying to fish in troubled waters, and that was just too shameful of him. Many of them spat at Jun Xie in their hearts, cursing at his disgraceful traits and that he was not qualified to remain in the Zephyr Academy. They wished fervently that he would just pack up and leave immediately. Li Zimu was reveling in all the attention and adoration thrown upon him. He had wanted to ask his companions to stop all that praise for him, but had suddenly decided against it when he saw the looks of idolization in their eyes. If truth was to be told, things were not as what all the others had guessed. When Gu Lixing had asked for Li Zimu to see him, Gu Lixing had explicitly said that it had been his own mistake when he had provided the teacher in charge of the lecture on the first night with an incorrect description of the selected disciple, which had resulted in such a misunderstanding, and that Jun Xie was innocent in all this. But Li Zimu was the only one whom Gu Lixing had said that to, and Li Zimu had been deeply jealous when the teacher had announced that Jun Xie was the only disciple qualified to be admitted into the spirit healer faculty. Now that the fortunes had turned and the spotlight had turned onto him, he did not want to care whether Jun Xie was innocent. From what he saw, Jun Xie's current predicament was all due to his own lack of awareness of his own capabilities. And it was with this same mentality that led Li Zimu in his narration of his side of the cooked-up story to lending more spice to it, adding fuel to the fire. Chapter 409, Defamation, 1. And those very words had pushed Jun Wuxie right into the eye of the storm. Forget it, there is no need to harp further on it, I do not mind it in the least. Li Zimu puffed up his chest to say generously, but the expression on his face did not show that he was sincere in wanting to appease the crowd. Zimu, you are too nice and generous, and that had almost allowed some sneaky person to steal your spot in the spirit healer faculty. The youths around Li Zimu sang his praises loudly. They were envious of him, but they knew that gaining the inside track now with a future spirit healer would not hurt them in any way. Li Zimu's personality was a lot more receptive to people, and he got along rather well with his peers, the complete opposite of Jun Xie's cold and unapproachable one. Even when people had wanted to try to get closer, their efforts had not been reciprocated. Sheesh, I would never have thought that a fellow disciple who enrolled together with us would do something like this. If my master had not seeked me out, I would have just stayed on quietly in the beast spirit faculty with all my brothers. Li Zimu continued with a heavy sigh. Those words might have seemed to be spoken carelessly, but it made all the other disciples realize another point they had not considered. If not for Gu Lisheng's insistence to right the wrong, wouldn't Jun Wuxia have grandly stolen Li Zimu's well-deserved opportunity from him right before everyone's eyes? Most of the applicants who came to the Zephyr Academy had their eyes set on entering the Spirit Healer faculty, and if that rare opportunity was swiped by an imposter in their place, every single one of them would have gone mad with rage. The group of exuberant youths felt their anger rise the more they thought about it, and they thoroughly despised Jun Xie at that moment. Coupled with their intention to get on the good side of Li Zimu, their actions became more and more uninhibited. Zimu, you are being just too nice a guy, but we as your brothers cannot allow you to be bullied like this. The youths looked at each other as those words were said, and an idea formed before they walked towards the corner of the dining hall. Jun Wuxia was eating with her head lowered over her food when she suddenly felt people approaching. She looked up to see who it was. The table before her was suddenly overturned, spilling all the soup and drinks all over the floor, and the bowls and cutlery crashed loudly onto the ground. You are such a shameless brat to still be able to enjoy your food here. Don't you know that after being thrown out by the Spirit Healer faculty, you no longer have the right to stay on in the Zephyr Academy? A well-built youth stepped a foot on the overturned table and used his tall stature to stare down at the tiny figure still seated on the chair, with an expressionless face. Jun Wuxia's face had remained cold as she stared at the offending youth. Your despicable deeds have already spread to everyone's ears. How can the Zephyr Academy ever accept such an incorrigible disciple? That would only bring down our name. You do not have the right to remain here, and before you get yourself out of the academy, you owe Li Zimu here an apology. Several youths had surrounded Jun Xie, obviously having no intention to let him off easy. Li Zimu watched as the scene unfolded before his eyes, and his heart secretly leapt in glee, but his face showed a look of disapproval instead, and he proceeded to say amicably, "We are all fellow disciples here, and even if Jun Xie had almost succeeded in stealing my position in the Spirit Healer faculty, I do not think that he did it on purpose." Not on purpose? How can something like that not be on purpose? The fact was that Master Gu did not choose him, and he was not aware of that. He was just hoping against hope based on the chance meeting during enrollment to climb up higher. Zimu, you should stay out of this. If the brat does not apologize to you here today, we will not let it slide. The group of youths exclaimed in indignation. The commotion attracted the attention of all the other disciples in the dining hall. The eyes of the seniors turned as well, because their curiosity had already been piqued by all the swirling rumors surrounding the freshmen, and having chanced upon this great show put up by the newly admitted disciples, they all stood up and found themselves a good spot to enjoy the show. Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.